उम्र 22 साल मेरा नाम
सब वेलकम बैक टू द चैनल। मेरी आवाज आ रही है? आई थिंक मेरी आवाज आ रही होगी। हेलो 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 गाइस। फक मैन गाइस, एक तो लाइट नहीं है, सेकेंडली आई थिंक ओबीएस का कुछ इशू है। अगर मेरी आवाज आपको आ रही है, हेलो हेलो गाइस, मेरी आवाज आ रही है सभी को? गाइस, आई एम ऑडिबल टू ऑल ऑफ यू, आई एम ऑडिबल टू ऑल ऑफ यू। फ्रेश कर लो एक बार। वेलकम बैक टू द चैनल। ओबीएस का इशू था यार, मैं नेट का इशू देख रहा हूँ और सारा इशू ओबीएस का था। सॉरी गाइस, आई थिंक क्या मतलब दैट वाज दी, सॉरी फॉर दैट। हेलो हेलो गाइस, व्हाट्सअप, क्या हाल चाल? बढ़िया, सब मजे में। इंग्लिश का क्यों नहीं स्टार्ट हुआ है अभी तक? इंग्लिश का स्टार्ट होना चाहिए, स्टार्ट नहीं करा। बाकी ऑल एवरीथिंग इज स्टार्टेड आई गेस। चलो कोई दिक्कत नहीं। यस यस यस। हेलो गाइस, कैसे हो सारे लोग? आफ्टर लॉन्ग टाइम वी आर लाइव, वी आर लॉन्ग 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 टाइम आफ्टर लाइक 1 और 2 मंथ। सॉरी यार, ये ना ओबीएस का इशू हो गया। लाइट भी नहीं है एक्चुअली में, सब कुछ एडवांस में चला है, यूपीएस चला है वाईफाई पे, पता नहीं कब तक चलेगी स्ट्रीम। और आती है लाइट, जा रही है, मतलब वोल्टेज नहीं है। क्योंकि जिन लोगों को नहीं पता है, हिमाचल में भी आपको पता है लाइक बहुत ज़्यादा फ्लड्स वगैरह सब चलिए। तो कल 24/7 लाइट नहीं थी, बीच में आई थी, थोड़ा चार्ज कर लिया था। हेलो गाइस, क्या हाल चाल? सारे लोगों को बुला लीजिए, 57 लोग देख रहे हैं। इफ यू न्यू टू द स्ट्रीम, मेक श्योर टू लाइक द वीडियो एंड सब्सक्राइब टू द चैनल। बट अभी स्ट्रीम ही स्टार्ट नहीं करी है। आईडी की स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट हो चुकी है, एनपी की स्टार्ट हो चुकी है, बट आई एम वेटिंग फॉर द इंग्लिश स्ट्रीम आई गेस। या इंग्लिश स्ट्रीम इज स्टिल नॉट येट स्टार्टेड, बट कब होगी? कर दो इंग्लिश के लॉन्च जो, कर दो। 4 तो बज गए, आने दो। गाइस लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब, यस गाइस। चलो वॉइस, चलो वॉइस। ब्रो क्या लगता है डीआरएस में क्वालिफाई होगी? कर सकते हैं। हेलो प्रणय, क्या हाल चाल मेरे भाई? बट ये इंग्लिश वाले स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट करेंगे नहीं करेंगे? आज करनी है इन्होंने, नहीं करनी। ओए कितना पतला हो गया ये रेज है। ए? भाई रेज भाई इतने, रेज भाई ने ठीक शायद जिम जुम कर लिया गाइस। उर्दू वाली स्टार्ट है, उर्दू वाली स्ट्रीम। लेट मी चेक ब्रो, एक बार वेट कर लेते हैं यहाँ पे। क्या सीन है? आ जाओ, कर दो स्टार्ट। वेट, आई गॉट द कॉल। हेलो। हाँ, वेट करनी है। एक मिनट एक मिनट। यार जा स्टार्ट हो जा। फाइनली फाइनली।
So we've got already potentially, I would say, a few favorites heading into the All-Stars.
चलो
And then you
भाई,
have some teams right, like
चलिए भाई,
Bigatron,
शुरू
a team
करते
that's
हैं।
usually known
That
for
was
being
rough.
so
Yeah.
good, but oh man, they haven't been doing so good, especially with the changes when they made those roster changes.
Yeah, it's time to have the land buff, though.
A bit of a fall.
Give the land buff. Hey,
Yeah.
don't have it often.
Yeah, and also something really interesting here, if you guys are looking on this little pretty graphic, the map order. Now, typically, you're used to having like Battleground A, followed by B, followed by C, followed by A, B, C, or something like that. We're actually mixing things up quite a bit here. So we're going to be doing Battlegrounds back-to-back well, if you're Erangel, to back. You're going to play 3 in a row. So we start things off on Sandhawk, we go to 3 Erangels, and then we go to 2 Miramars. Now, Max, this is interesting in so many different ways because teams, you obviously have to change your mindset, change your strat depending on what battleground you're going to, but the fact that you're going to the same battleground 3, potentially 2 times in a row makes things more interesting and I'd say even more difficult for some of the teams out there.
Especially for Erangel, like you're going to have the first Erangel, if it does not work out on the first day, sometimes things don't really go your way. You can instantly adapt on the fly, get some changes done on your second, then third iteration of Erangel. And I mean, it's good also Sanhok is the first game, you just get it out of the way, and then you just focus on the big maps.
Since you say that, I wish it was Sandhawk was in the middle of the day because it's usually kind of like a break for the teams. Especially with Erangel being played 3 times in a row, I feel like it would have been a nice little break for some teams. But I do enjoy what you were saying, like they are going to be able to readjust in the next Erangel, and it's going to come down to I want to see how the drops are going to be like, especially George Bull. I mean, we have had some ego contest in the past between G Gladiators and Alpha 7. So
it's not the only hot drop. There's going to be a few that I think has not been resolved in scrims at all. Like Alpha 7 and Gladiators is one of them in Northern George Bowl. Sanhok, we saw I think 3-4 hot drops happening in the scrim.
Hello भैया, hello guys, कैसे हो? 126 लोग देख रहे हो. If you're new to the stream, like and subscribe to the channel.
Reflection of how the teams are going to do in the event. But what's
if you're
also,
Alpha 7.
Yeah, well, if you're Alpha, they did win quite a few of the scrims, to be fair. But let's get into the points, right, and how that works here for all these teams and how you acquire these points to potentially get into the main event. And it's pretty similar to what we've been seeing for, I'd say, quite a bit of time now. 10 points for chicken dinner, 1 elimination equals 1 point. But the interesting thing, kind of interesting thing, if you haven't noticed at home, is that last place, 9 through 16/18. That means we have 18 teams playing in the All-Star event, and that makes me think of Sandhawk. That makes me think of, like, how are you going to find a clean drop location with 17 other teams to deal with?
And this is kind of what Max was alluding to, right? We saw a lot of hot drops, especially during those scrims. I'm wondering if those teams are going to be willing to readjust. I'm already thinking about Vampire Esports. I'm thinking about some of the other teams as well.
Can you readjust that much on Sanhok, though?
Not really. Not really.
It is pretty small compared to your Miramars and your Erangel, so you can try and make ends meet, but there is a limit because Sanhok is just so much smaller than the rest.
And that's why I actually kind of like, I'm going to be the opposite of you, the devil's advocate, why I like Sandhawk first, because it's more like TDM-y, 18 teams. Like, it's a little warm-up into the event instead of like, okay, we played really well for 3 matches, then we got to do a little TDM, and then we get back into the real matches. So, kind of warm up early on, and
Chalo guys, aa jao ST in main tournament. Yes, DRS full support from India. Let's go. DRS के supporters कहाँ हैं bro? Check PUBG MOBILE Esports वाले चैनल उर्दू कास्टिंग में. ठीक है सर, इसके बाद देखते हैं. पहले ये देख लेते हैं. मैं थोड़ा सा बीच में कुछ कर रहा था.
Just keep the hype, keep the momentum.
जो करते हैं PMWI opening party match के लिए लिविक CMS पर यार नहीं देखना वाला मैं.
It could be different. Let's take a look at the prize pool though. $3 million.
Bro, please check PUBG. Okay भाई देखते हैं. समीर भाई इसके बाद देख लेंगे. टेंशन ना लो.
$1 million for the All-Star Stage. $125,000 you can win here off the bat if you come out
yes,
as
125,
the Supreme team.
175.
But this is a lot of money, and I think like this is the crazy thing about this. Is like
आप कैसे हो शेक्स भाई? एकदम बढ़िया. आप सुनाओ आप कैसे?
Not necessarily the best team in your region.
Charles Clash DRS. चलो भाई ये बताओ 155 लोग देख रहे हो. आप कौन सी टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हो आज के दिन? This team you are supporting. बताओ. जल्दी फास्ट कमेंट करके बता दो कौन सी टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हो. कौन सी टीम आपको लग रहा है कि #1 आएगी? That will be Alpha 7, Gaming Gladiators, DRS, I8, Vampire, S2G, R8. There are a lot of team D+, like वही आप बोल सकते हो DWG किया का जो रोस्टर था. So which team you are think? आ जाओ. DRS. Okay. Ancient supporting DRS. This is 27 crore in pocket. Okay. I8 DRS. I8 always I8. Okay. Guys, मेरे को ना excitement नहीं दिख रही chat के अंदर. I just want some excitement on the chat. So guys, just spam the emote for the some positivity, guys. Heart spam कर दो. कुछ भी spam करना. आप कुछ भी spam कर सकते हो अपनी favorite team का color. Like if you are supporting DRS, just spam the blue hearts. If you are supporting Vampire, orange heart. Alpha 7 के लिए yellow hearts. So guys, जो आपकी favorite team है उसके respective में spam कर दो hearts. Energy chat पे दिखनी चाहिए कि we are watching the PMWI 2023. The biggest prize pool, guys. $2 million. It's a big deal. It's a big. Global teams इसके लिए battle करती है. PMWI की voting हुई, बहुत कुछ हुआ, but अब यहाँ पे सारी teams आपके screen के सामने हैं. Full support for SF and DRS for the win. Let's go.
We're so try-hard scrims.
और support guys super chats में भी दिखाओ. After a long time we are like doing the
asking ourselves like, do you think Alpha 7 are trying? And we're looking like, 17 eliminations,
Yep.
3 teams left. Yeah, probably they're trying a little bit.
Korea, you're just picking and crouching and just taking it super serious. Like, yeah, they're definitely trying.
भाई को mod दे दो बहुत टाइम से दे देंगे वो भाई टेंशन ना लो
Well, taking a look here at our teams in this
Graphics
event.
change कर दिए
Teams
इस बार
from all
PMWI के लिए,
across
nice
the
one.
world going head to head. And we'll touch on a couple of them in particular, but just give us a little bit of a tease, Max. Which ones are you really eyeing
भाई
at?
इंडिया का flag देखना है यहाँ पे
S2G, I feel like that would
Soon,
be
guys,
kind
soon
of
PMGC
disrespect
पे.
to the team. Like they're currently the world champions of PMGC 2022 Grand Finals.
1 million
But
prize
having
pool for
the
All-Star,
best
2 million for
spring
main
season in
event.
Turkey,
Yes,
though,
समीर
I
भाई
do have
कुछ
to say,
इसमें
not even
rewards भी रहते हैं यार,
qualifying
first
for
kill
the
वगैरह वो
championship
भी रहता
for
है.
Europe. Apparently, there's been a lot of internal
देखते
conflict.
हैं आगे.
Apparently, some injuries too. But I talked to some of the Turkish casters. They said they're fully ready for PMWI, and apparently he told me they're going to dominate All-Stars. So I'm going to wait and see.
So if they don't dominate, we can roast them.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Yeah,
We can roast them no matter what, Seven. That's the luxury of being on the
like that.
analysis desk.
they did end up getting like 13th place in Turkey. So I mean, out of a PMGC champion, I feel like that's one of the biggest fall-offs that we have ever
Apparently
seen.
they had a bit of a confidence issue after winning PMGC. They were like, oh, okay, we can just dominate back in Turkey.
Oh,
but Turkey is a
okay.
rough region.
Okay,
so
okay.
you can't you just
I
rest
always
on
want to
your
say
laurels.
Turkey might even just be
अरे
more tough.
कैसे कॉल
because
क्या
you're
बोल रहे हो
playing
DRS
against people
full
who know your
support
style,
from India.
you're playing
Okay
against a
bro.
region that you have a general understanding of like the meta, and it makes it
Also
much
guys,
more
like and
difficult.
subscribe to
For
the
me,
channel.
I'm
If
actually
you are new to the
looking
stream,
at,
just
the team
like
coming from
and
Korea,
subscribe,
2+,
okay?
and of course team coming from Japan, Vero, because we've seen over the last
कल killer वाइटी
2,
practice matches में
3
10
years, like ever
kills
since
बोलो.
the first
Yes
team
bro,
you see back in
practice match है. अभी देखते
2020,
हैं
if I'm not
official.
mistaken.
देखते हैं guys, अभी
We
मजा
got to
आएगा
see the
आपको.
likes of these two countries in
क्योंकि teams
particular
battle कर
just
लिए purely
improving
for the
year
top
after
6
year
for
after
the
year,
hashtag
and I
win for
really
that
wanna
prize
see
pool
what they too can do.
$1,25,000
Yeah,
US
they
dollar,
just keep coming back to
1 lakh
these
and
international events.
75
And they are the
like
two
1,000
teams
US
that
dollars.
did
So
not
teams
get
इसके लिए
voted
battle
in
कर रही
through a popularity contest in game. They actually had to qualify for this event. So I think they're just got a little bit more. They're a little bit more legit to make it in the All-Stars. So I feel like they could back up their results in the All-Stars just a little bit better.
For me, I'm going to shock you guys. It's actually not going to be Alpha 7. I'm actually going to be talking about BTR because this team, I mean, they ended up 10th place.
I'm not going to shock you guys by
Spirit
talking about
20,
7.
yeah.
I'm gonna talk
Sure.
about
You guys
BTR.
were probably expecting me to talk about Alpha 7.
You have
That was a little
contact
down the line.
with the
Not yet, not yet. It's too soon.
He has
But
a
I
Santa
mean,
Texas jersey under his
But
shirt. I
wait,
can see
Jatin
it.
bhai, full
Let
DRS
me button them up.
of the mountains, chalo bhai.
But with
Full
BTR, they
DRS
ended up
supporter.
10th place a month ago in the PMPL Indonesia Fall Split, right? And then this is Ryzen's first big international tournament in 2.5 years. So I wonder what kind of pressure he's going to be put under. And out of all, I mean, they have a new roster as well. They have Yuhai, right? He was here last year with a different team, and now he's going to be able to be here with a BTR.
Chanok,
And on top of that, they do
Irangel,
have Jen Foss that was here
Irangel,
last
Miramar.
year with the previous BTR squad.
Yeah, on paper, this team is looking great. They've got really strong individual star players. I just haven't seen the synergy in spring, so I'm hoping to see
I'm giving you that sigh because I feel like we're literally on repeat. We say that every time we see BTR.
Yeah.
On paper, they look really strong. This team, they've been dominating in the past. The problem is we've never really seen them have that same rise again. I think for us now, I think the current BTR roster has, I can't believe I'm actually saying this, more pressure on them than BTR has ever had on them.
Oh, yeah.
With the twins gone, it's like, okay, because people always criticize who's the problem on the team. They replaced one player. Michael Boy back then didn't really improve. They replaced people constantly. And people always wonder, was it we've
Full check move ठीक है भाई रुक जाओ समझ करो TN बा खेल नहीं वो मेन टूर्नामेंट खेलेगा चाइनीज टीम मेन टूर्नामेंट खेलेगी
have that
PL team
resurgence. What's going to happen to them?
I mean, they
What do
made
you think,
roster
like,
changes
TN
very
by NST
recently,
क्या
like,
अच्छा
I think
perform
it
कर
was
पाएगी?
May, they added
What do
2
you think,
players in
guys?
Lapar
नीचे
and
comment
Cap
करके
too,
chat
so,
करके
like,
बताना.
they're continuing to change stuff, but I feel like they gotta give their new squad some time to grow.
हमजा भाई
And
लगाते
being
टेंशन
thrown
ना लो.
into
TN
PMWI,
भाई
that's
Godel
gonna be a
कब
little bit
join?
rough.
अरे
I would be shocked honestly if they move on to the main event.
BTR भाई इसका मतलब तो ऑल स्टार खेलने वालों को तो फायदा है टॉप 6 तो हाँ ब्रो अमित भाई ऑब्वियसली बेनिफिट है पैसों के मामले में तभी टीम्स काफी अब S2G अगर क्वालिफाई हो जाती है अपने रीजनल से तो वो डायरेक्टली मेन टूर्नामेंट के लिए जाती है समझ रहे हो देयर इज अ स्लॉट फ्रॉम द चैंपियनशिप टू मेन टूर्नामेंट जहां से ST ने क्वालिफाई करा है तो ये जो पैसा कमाने का या पैसा लेने का मौका होता वो रह जाता तो जब कोई टीम ऑल स्टार स्टेज इवेंट खेल रही है तो उसके लिए +1 है कि वो प्राइज मनी ज्यादा लेके जा रहे हैं फर्स्टली दे आर गेटिंग द $15,000 US as an attendance bonus जो participation bonus होता है पहले ही तो उनको वो मिल रहा है that is kind of आप बोल सकते हो ऐसे ही मिल रहा है उनको वो ऐसे ही उनको मिल रहा है बाकी अगर अच्छा खेल की 1 लाख प्लस लेगा तो समझ लो ऑलमोस्ट 1 लाख 50,000 US एक टीम +1 चलेगी मेन टूर्नामेंट की
Okay.
Oh. Okay.
कैसे हो भैया आप? एकदम बढ़िया भाई, आप कैसे हो? I
We
wish
can still join, though.
there
We can
was a
still
PL
join
team in
for
All
the
Stars.
views.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Okay, well, you know what? Vampire Esports, they dominated PMWI last season.
भाई
We're
start
gonna
लगाओ
actually talk
A7
about them quite a
domination.
bit
Bro
here in
बस
just a
होने
second.
वाला
You're
है
gonna be
start.
joined by a special guest here, and I want to see what they're gonna do. This is gonna be an exciting event for them yet again. So let's actually get Sertania in here in just a second, and we'll catch you guys in a moment.
ओ भाई गाइस ये सुनो यार, इसमें कॉपीराइट्स भी आते हैं। चल बट सुनो नू जी उसी भाई की देखते हैं इस बार क्या करते हैं। Previous year
Oh
champions
man, it is going to be exciting to see what happens here.
ओपनिंग
Sertania,
सेरेमनी
thank you for
होगी क्या?
joining
अभी
us
तो स्टार्ट ही
yet
हुआ है ब्रो,
again
जस्ट
here
होगा
on the
शायद।
desk.
अभी
And I also
सेरेमनी
wanna
स्टार्ट
say,
होगी,
because
4:30
we
आई
had you
गेस।
on the desk last year, you guys ended up winning both events.
भैया एचपी में वो
So
जगह
what
यस ब्रो
happened
यार,
here?
बारिश हो रही है,
I
कट लगा,
can
लाइट
start
ही नहीं है,
by
सब
asking,
बैकअप
man,
में
like,
चल रहा है, पता नहीं कब तक
before we
स्ट्रीम
dive into
चलेगी।
you and the team, like,
जब
what
तक
have you guys
चलेगी
been
तब
up to
तक कर
since
लेंगे,
you won
मजा
last
आएगा
year?
आफ्टर लॉन्ग टाइम, क्योंकि करना था PMWI यार स्ट्रीम काफी लंबे टाइम से कर नहीं रहा हूँ। अरे कोच
It's just a
साहब
normal tournament.
एनी
We
भाई
have to focus on other to improve ourselves. We are not stopped to improve ourselves as the
Thoughts
winning
सुनो,
PMWI
thoughts.
and then done. No. Yeah.
Just a normal $3 million tournament.
Yeah.
Just
Just
chill,
another one. Just another trophy
Yeah,
to
man.
add to the case.
I
man.
feel like that's what he said last year too, and then they ended up walking
ये
out with gold
PMWI एंड्रॉइड से
championship.
खेल रही है,
Nice.
यस एंड्रॉइड
I mean, I don't see
एंड्रॉइड
Rolex
डिवाइस है,
watches
स्पॉन्सर्ड।
on him or anything,
Yeah.
so-
दिक्कत होगा
I'm
सर
sorry, I
प्लेयर्स को।
forgot didn't bring it, but I have 2 Rolex right now. Just kidding, bro.
All right, well then, man, coming into this event, right, you're saying, just looking at it as another event, but you cannot deny that there's a lot of people looking at you guys to replicate that performance last year. So how do you kind of overcome that pressure that's kind of looked on and put onto you guys as a team?
Honestly, when you want to become the champion, it's really hard. But if you want to defend the champion, it's more harder.
Yeah.
It's a lot of pressure and a lot of expectation. So yeah, I always tell my guys, just don't focus on it. Just focus on what you have to do. Just like playing game for fun, and then you get what the thing you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I have one big question for you. I think that this is one that everyone is kind of asking themselves about your team. As we know now, into PMWI, you got 2
अच्छे से सुनो।
Tony K and Newsy. I would love to know how has that potentially affected the inner workings of the team before this event and now heading into PMWI.
In my plan, I would love to get 2 more players because I want something fresh and I want more attacker. And these 2 players have a potential to make something new to our team. You know, our style is just like an aggressive style. So that's why I bring the 2 attacker. But honestly, for now is I think our gameplay is more dangerous because we can play anything I want, just defensive or attack style or something. We can get more all around for the tactics.
If you want 2 fraggers, I think Tony K and Newsy is definitely 2 good pickups in Thailand
Yeah.
with their background. Okay.
And I mean, so far it has worked, right? And recently, you guys were crowned champions of PMPL Thailand full split. How does that affect the team coming into PMWI? You said it is kind of, you're basically like a normal tournament. Does it give you a confidence boost? How is it affecting the team?
I think it's make more confidence because we won the PMPL fall. That's make us have more teamwork. Yeah, you know, when you bring some new players, the first thing is you must let them understand your strategy or tactic or the timing of the team. If they got more teamwork, yeah, it's my style. I love how to play like a synergy, energy. They must all the same. So we won. Let's make the confidence that, okay, it's a trust your teammate. Your teammate doing well. Everyone is doing well. Let's make more confidence. So to PMWI, I think it's more confident to have
Right on.
confidence. Yeah.
So this has got to be a big talking point for us here. We're obviously playing on the esports clients. This is before the DBS has gotten nerfed a little bit. Yeah, I mean, we were laughing about it, but we've been talking for quite a long time about how strong this weapon is.
Yes.
Do you perceive it being a still extremely impactful weapon here in this event?
Yeah, I think DBS is honestly is the meta guns that are also strong. When you got this gun, it's 50-50%. You can win the fight, but the other is around 70-30. But the thing is, DBS is more dangerous, but you have to know how to defend against them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're going to find out. We obviously have quite a few matches come up here. Thank you
Yes,
again
sir.
for joining us here on the desk. But as you can see on the screen, we're going to be heading over to the stage here to bring all the teams in.
अच्छा माइंडसेट भाई। कोच साहब ने क्या बोला? डीबीएस को लेके एक पॉइंट बोला, अच्छा वेपन है, बट मेन पॉइंट इज कि आप कैसे उससे बचते हो। लास्ट में आई गेस उसने इंग्लिश में यही बोला, तो उसने सॉल्यूशन की बात करी। मतलब वैम्पायर वालों ने, वैम्पायर को पता है कि एक डेडलीस्ट वेपन है डीबीएस, बट डीबीएस को कैसे टैकल करना है उन्होंने उसका प्रैक्टिस किया हुआ है कि लोग तो यूज करेंगे, आप उसको यूज करने से रोक नहीं सकते हो चीजों। दे वर्क ऑन द सॉल्यूशन, दे प्लान्ड फॉर द लाइक कि कैसे क्या चीजें हैं जो अभी चल रही है मेटा के अकॉर्डिंग एंड क्या चीजें हैं जिसको वो टैकल कर सकते हैं। नाइस वन, फुल प्लान हो क्या ये भी वैम्पायर। आ जाओ गाइस।
Competing alongside your best friends. These are the
हो ब्रो प्लीज चेक। देखते हैं वैम्पायर ने क्या प्लानिंग बना रखी है, किस तरीके से वैम्पायर टैकल करती है। आजो मिलके देखेंगे। थैंक यू सो मच एसटी अच्छे, कांग्रेचुलेशन बे, आई बिलीव इन ब्रांड। थैंक यू सो मच भाई, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द 60 रुपीज सुपर चैट एंड द फर्स्ट सुपर चैट 2 महीने में गाइस हमारी पहली सुपर चैट आ रही है, हिताची भाई ने करी। थैंक यू भाई।
It is right here where champions are made and glory is claimed. Welcome to the PUBG Mobile World Invitational Allstars Stage. My name is Banks and I am your host, and joining me here on the main stage is
Also guys 275 लोग लाइव देख रहे हो। If you're new to the stream, make sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel guys। अब देखते हैं गाइस जब तक हमारी ये स्ट्रीम हो पाए, भगवान का नाम लेके स्टार्ट करते हैं, पता नहीं कब कर पाएंगे बट फिंगर क्रॉस्ड। भाई आपको इस बार विनर प्रेडिक्शन कौन लग रहा है? देखो अमित भाई, मैं ऑब्वियसली बोल चुका हूँ जो भी जितनी भी टीम यहाँ पे खेल रही है टॉप 18 टीम सारी बेस्ट है, तभी वो यहाँ पर है। बट एक चीज मैं आपको बता देता हूँ, शॉर्ट टूर्नामेंट में ना हर एक टीम कैपेबिलिटी रखती है ऊपर आने की, मोमेंटम पे भी चीजें डिपेंड करती है। आज किसी टीम का अच्छा मोमेंटम हो, एक लक फैक्टर अच्छा जा रहा है टीम का, एंड लाइक एग्जीक्यूशन अच्छा हो रहा है, डिसीजन मेकिंग अच्छी हो रही है किसी टीम की, ये सारे ऑन पॉइंट चले गए, तो उसको हो सकता है ज्यादा पॉइंट देखने को मिले। कल के दिन पे कैरी कर लिया तो ले गई, समझ रहे हो। आज के दिन पे एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी खेल के कल के दिन पे कंसिस्टेंट 8-9 पॉइंट का एवरेज, तो समझ लो वो टीम कर गई कहीं ना कहीं। तो बहुत सारी चीजें होती है शॉर्ट टूर्नामेंट में, यू कांट से एनीथिंग। बाय द वे वेलकम टू टीम बीटीआर, न्यू गाइस, यू हाई फ्रॉम गीक टू बीटीआर, नाइस वन। लिक्विड था ये, लिक्विड खेल रहा है क्या? डोनट गाइस ये ओल्ड रोस्टर है बाय द वे, दे आर द ओल्ड रोस्टर फ्रॉम लाइक डीडब्ल्यूजी किया, फॉरेस्ट वगैरह आई गेस वही है ये। लेट्स गो बॉयज, टीआरएस कर दो चैट के अंदर स्पैम हर्ट्स के साथ। रूल्स भाई देखना भी माइंडसेट से कैसे खेलेंगे, फुल तैयारी। सैंग भाई कहाँ हो, दिख नहीं रहे हो? एटन ग्लोबल स्टेज पे एटन हमेशा क्वालिफाई करती है। आई थिंक इनके लाइनअप में चेंजेस हुए, देखते हैं कैसा परफॉर्म करती है। फैल्कन्स का भी लाइनअप चेंज हुआ है आई गेस, आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग, कोई लाइनअप को उठाया है फैल्कन। ये गाइस रोस्टर, सॉरी D+ किया वाला ये रोस्टर है फॉरेस्ट वाला, आई एम रियली सॉरी फॉर दैट, पहला कोई और था। एंड हियर वी गो I8 में कौन नहीं खेल रहा? ये फलक है कि कौन है? बूस्ट I8 में कौन नहीं खेल रहा? भाई ये रोस्टर को खेलते हुए देखना भाई, आई एम प्रीटी, मैंने इनको शायद पहले देखा है। आई वांट टू, मैं अच्छा कर सकती है टीम भाई, द मोस्ट फेमस टीम, 3-4 लाख सबसे ज्यादा वोट PMWI में इसी टीम को पड़े हैं। Who's not playing? फलक तो है, ओके फलक तो है, ओके ब्रो। घूस नहीं, अरे घूस नहीं खेल रहा है, यंग ब्लड खिलाया पूरा। आहा PMGC चैंपियंस, रेस पतला हो गया भाई। और फलक इज ग्रेविटी, ओके। हेलो प्रणय भाई, क्या हाल चाल? ऑल गुड। हाय हाय, ये गाइस वो HVVP है ये वाला। अरे गाइस ये टीम भी देखना है आफ्टर कैसे खेल, और अच्छा खेला है इन्होंने, स्क्रीम्स के अंदर अच्छा खेला, बट यू कांट जज एनी टीम बाय द स्क्रीम। भाई ये रोस्टर भाई, माफियास अल्फा 7, पता नहीं क्यों अलग ही वाइब आती है अल्फा 7 को देख के। ये वैम्पायर Uzi था इसमें, उसी को खिला रहे हैं क्या? एग्जिडिया गाइस जल्दी से बताओ, 400 लोग देख रहे हो, कौन सी फेवरेट टीम है? R8 भी आ गई। इस रोस्टर को अंडर एस्टिमेट मत करना। R8 आई डोंट नो कैसा खेलेगी, बट दिस इज द रोस्टर जिसको आपको देखने लायक सीन है। पॉटर गेमिंग, लेट्स गो पॉटर भाई, कैसे हो?
Firstly, I would just like to ask you, how does it feel being here and competing for the second time at PMWI for your team, but also to be representing your home country?
We feel very good, and we are so excited to present Saudi Arabia in this tournament.
سألنا اللاعب قد ايش ثقته حتى العالية هنا اللي موجودة معنا، وكيف شعوره بالأصح بعد المشاركة الثانية له في هذه البطولة، وذكر كم قال انه يشعر بشعور جدا ممتاز وبإذن الله راح يشرف.
कैसे हो पॉटर भाई?
وبرضه راح نسأل سؤال للاعب برستيج هنا معنا، راح نبغى نعرف قد ايش ثقتهم على تحقيقهم اللقب في هذه المرة وفي الفرصة الثانية. كيف كانت خلينا نقول التجربة في المرة الماضية وكيف ثقتكم لهذه المرة؟
الثقة والحماس جدا عالي، بس منتظرين الجيم يبدأ بس.
بإذن الله كل التوفيق لكم.
यार मुझे परमिशन नहीं मिल पॉटर गेमिंग भाई। वेट अ मिनट, आफ्टर द मैच बात करते हैं, एक बार गेम करना मुझे आप जल्दी वहां से हटो, ठीक है भाई?
That sounds amazing. Now lastly, I would just like to ask you what message you have for your fans who are supporting you throughout this tournament.
طبعا شكرا على الدعم
ये कौन सी लैंग्वेज बोला? ये वही की टीम है गाइस, आई गेस अरब की ही, मीनाई की टीम है, मिडिल ईस्ट की टीम है। टीम पे अरेबिया खेलती है, शायद वहीं की टीम है। तो ये रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस में ट्रांसलेट करके बता रहे हैं, जैसे वो बोलेंगे तो आपको ट्रांसलेट करके इंग्लिश में बताया जाएगा।
Thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage. Please go and take your seats and prepare yourselves for your first map of the day.
तो गाइस फर्स्ट मैच आपका जब स्टार्ट होगा ना, रियल वाला मतलब, तो आपने फुल स्पैम कर देना है विच टीम यू आर सपोर्ट, ठीक है?
Our teams are prepped and ready to go. 18 matches, 3 days, $1 million. It truly is going to be such a spectacle here. Who has the nerve to maintain calm in the face of adversity? Only time will tell. But for now, let's head over to our casters to break everything down before we go into our first map of the day.
عندنا الفرق الحين جاهزين ماخذين اماكنهم، راح يتبارون وراح يلعبون في الثلاث الايام هذه، وراح نعرف منهم الست مراكز الاولى اللي راح يكملون معنا في البطوله الرئيسيه. هذه البطوله ما هي سهله، البطوله عاليه برضو راح تكون بالمستوى العظيم، فخلونا نبدا المباريات وننتقل لكم مع المعلقين.
एसटी क्यों नहीं ब्रो? एसटी इसलिए नहीं है क्योंकि मेन टूर्नामेंट पे खेलेगी। ये आपका ऑल स्टार स्टेज है, यहाँ पे फैन फेवरेट टीम्स आएंगे, क्वालिफाइड टीम जो है वो डायरेक्टली मेन टूर्नामेंट। ओह यू हाय, लेट्स गो D+ किया वैम्पायर, चलो भाई।
Absolutely, straight after the player introductions, our team introductions coming straight through. Obviously, Vampire Esports coming through from their
SD भाई, आप अभी यहाँ पे देखो, आप हमारी चैट पे पॉजिटिविटी फैलाओ थोड़ा सा, चलो।
Wins. It was a crazy tournament overall. I think R8 can't be taken out of the picture though, because last year they had one of the most unbelievable comebacks on one of their maps, picking up an unreal amount of points, honestly, to shoot themselves up the standings. So really well done to them. But yeah, Vampire, a lot of eyes on their backs at the moment. They have painted a big bullseye over there, and I think a lot of teams will be targeting them just a little bit. They're staying out of the way though. We watched a little bit in scrims. They're picking up some of their original spots, but typically trying to play from the outer edges. It's quite interesting to see. I think they realise that there are a lot of teams here out to get them. Alpha 7, on the other hand, looking absolutely phenomenal, John.
Yeah, they have got such strength in the back pocket, looking really, really good. Obviously got a lot of support from their home grounds as well, so it's going to be great to see what they're able to bring to this All-Stars stage. They will be dropping sort of similar locations to another very notable team, Gladiators, right? These two teams do have a little bit of rivalry across some of their drop spots, so we'll see who's going to be able to win out on the day. Of course, it is only the first day,
13.
but we're kicking things off with a Sandhawk, so that could be quite an interesting one to see the match up on.
फर्स्ट मैच तो इंटरेस्टिंग होने वाला है। फर्स्ट मैच तो बहुत ज़्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग होगा। हार्ड फ्लाइट पाथ आ जाए By the way, thank you so much, Potter Gaming Bhai, for the 40 rupees super chat. Barbie
to their backs recently. 7 rockets. You know, and 7 supported them, so maybe it was his.
भाई ये stage PMG से अच्छा है, ठीक है.
But they are absolutely sending it to space and beyond, taking this to infinity.
By the way, it's a Gamer8 stage, Gamer8 arena, bro. Last year वाला ही है, I guess.
They're currently getting across the world because their playstyle is just really, really good. I was talking to Hot Jukes, talking about, you know, Senatexa coming back into the fold as well. And yes, he really does provide a very good role. He's not absolutely amazing, but I think he fits in very nicely. He's like that last piece to the puzzle that they were looking for. And I think overall, the atmosphere in that team looks electric. And I think a lot of teams are just looking not to get zapped as they move through these lobbies. But it looks like
military zone पहले नहीं है, military zone नहीं आना चाहिए.
In the lobby.
सुनने को वो करने को ठीक लगता है, बट मिलिट्री जोन नहीं. पहला मैच मिलिट्री जोन नहीं होना चाहिए. ये वाले मैच होने चाहिए जब फाइनल के डेज में कोई टीम का डिफरेंस हो 2 पॉइंट 1 पॉइंट 5 पॉइंट, तब बढ़िया. ये लैग हो गया क्या भाई? ये तो मैच शुरू होने से पहले ही गेम क्रैश हो गई क्या? DRS
straight through the middle.
अरे
Nice little playing path here for most of these teams here on Sandhawk. Obviously, if you guys weren't already aware, we are playing these matches with 18 teams, so that is a different kind of game to what we usually.
Who will win Ayugi? जो अच्छा खेलेगा?
Your first time watching PUBG Mobile. This is a little bit different to what we're maybe used to. But
by the way, main match है क्या? मैंने schedule नहीं देखा guys. Please बता देना.
All the rest from the get-go as the map comes through. So
एक और गेम लैग हो गया क्या?
It is a small map. It is our smallest map. So there certainly will be
crash हो रहे हैं बंदों के games.
We will see particularly hot drops. Because there's not many other places to go unless you want to find yourself out in the field, crawling belly on the floor through the grass, desperately picking out some blades and hoping those blades.
Alan Walker कहाँ गया है? क्या Alan Walker अभी आ रहा है 12 को आ रहा है?
That's your ideal route.
अरे ये तो Joy Boy है, ये तो Joy Boy है.
Quite a close range weapon, I think. A blade of grass. You've got to get within 3 centimeters, and that's for a long blade of grass.
Yeah, and I mean these guys, if they are going to be using that particular weapon, which
they
won't be.
Mostly मेरे को जितना लगा है.
What they're doing, considering the amount of snakes
फिर से start हुआ है क्या?
In that early game, but that will be a factor when you head towards that end game. You're more than likely going to see a lot of these teams go down with 3 players in the early game itself.
What the heck? भाई ये तो मैच स्टार्ट होने से पहले ही प्लेयर्स को फ्रस्ट्रेट कर दिया भाई. पहले ही मैच में आ फिर से लॉबी बन रही है. गाइस लेट मी चेक, अगर शैनॉक हो रहा है तो कौन कौन सी टीम का क्लैश है? 2 मिनट रुको. मैं आपको क्लैश हम पहले देख ले, ज्यादा बढ़िया है. 2 मिनट रुको. किस किस टीम के क्लैशेस है? अभी मैच स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ, लॉबी फिर से बन रही है, क्रैश हो रही है, गेम क्रैश हो रही है, लोगों की गेम क्रैश हो रही है. तो दिस इज द मैप. आई गेस शैनॉक हो रहा है हमारा. आई डोंट नो द शेड्यूल गाइस, मैंने इतना डीपली नहीं देखा. तो बीटीआर और एटन का पाइनान पे अगर होता है, डीआरएस सामी पे कोई नहीं दिख रही है, बट 3 टीमें थी. आई गेस ड्रॉप्स चेंज हुए. इन्फिनिटी हातिन पे, गेमिंग ग्लैडिएटर्स अल्फा, रिको इन्फिनिटी खाओ एंड ये शोर्स वाला स्प्लिट, S2G पैराडाइज. R8 कहाँ शिफ्ट हुई है? अच्छा R8 यहाँ शिफ्ट हुई है. पैराडाइज में थी, पैराडाइज से खाओ शिफ्ट हुई है. कैम ब्रावो, ओके ये नई टीम आई है गाइस. एन हाइपर की जगह उनका वीजा का इशू हो गया था. YG क्वेरी. तो गाइस देयर इज अ क्लैश. आई डोंट नो फैल्कन, वैम्पायर एंड D+. इनमें से कौन चेंज करेगा? D+ तो मैंने देखा है ग्लोबल पे ये स्प्लिट लेती है D+. अब पता नहीं यहाँ पे क्या करेगी. बाकी वैम्पायर और फैल्कन का क्या क्लैश होगा देखते हैं. ये लकावी और आगे की कंपाउंड लेगी I8. ये दोनों लेती है. अब देखते हैं अल्फा 7 क्या करती है इसमें. Okay.
I think especially on Sandhawk as well, it's going to dramatically
देखो आगे क्या होता है. ESL जिंदाबाद लोग. Joy Boy, yes.
In these circles, when if you get into those compounds.
Guys कितना भाई मुझे लग रहा है आज के दिन पे ना टाइम एक्सटेंड होने वाला है भाई. कितने बंदों की गेम क्रैश होगी. 2-3 तो हमने ऐसे देख लिए. फ्रस्ट्रेशन बढ़ेगा भी प्लेयर्स का फालतू का.
Gummed up in each other's gears and really start to slow things down.
भाई किसी का गेम खेलते हैं 1v1 सिचुएशन में गेम ही क्रैश हो जाए फिर.
Difference to be fair will be slightly minimal, but it will definitely.
Bro, नोवा का एन हाइपर वाला रोस्टर था बट वो नहीं खेल रहा है. Also guys अगर आप स्ट्रीम के अंदर नए हो तो लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब. फिर से लॉबी के अंदर आ गए भाई. क्या भाई ये भी ठीक है, मस्ती कर लो.
when you put it like that as well, it's an interesting point you bring up.
हमेशा ऐसे डिवाइस क्यों स्पॉन्सर करते हैं? पहले सुनिए एक्सपीरिया बॉनर भाई, ये तो चालू होने से पहले ही क्रैश मार गया अभी वाला डिवाइस तो.
You coming into the dropping as 18, right? You want to head central. You'd love to head central early. I think that's doable and possible on maps like Erangel and Miramar.
भाई कुछ मत बोलो भाई, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. ऐसा होगा भी नहीं, बट ऐसा होना भी सोचना भी नहीं चाहिए.
There is quite a big likelihood that that circle moves away from your compound. Suddenly you're on the edge, you're trying to move in, you get caught up in the crossfire, in that mulch that's...
लास्ट ईयर का टेक्निकल डिले वो तो तब होते थे ना क्रिटिकल सिचुएशन, बट ये डिलेज है वही सेम डिलेज होते हैं. ये ना डिवाइस का रहता है. गाइस मैं अभी भी बोल रहा हूँ आपको, जो ग्लोबल वर्जन है ना वो एंड्रॉइड डिवाइस में थोड़ा सा होता है सीन. आप कुछ इवन प्लेयर्स जितने भी खेल रहे हैं एस टायर के अंदर आप पूछ सकते हो इश्यूज. PMGC अभी टीम्स पहले ही प्रैक्टिस करना स्टार्ट कर चुकी थी होने के.
You are on the edge the entire time.
The
nerves are high because you do not want to get yourself caught up in an engagement because third parties are more prevalent.
Back
to our original point, John.
अरे तो क्राफ्टन का हेड है पीछे.
Not what you want to happen. See some of the coaches, some of the staff from the teams there.
बड़े टूर्नामेंट में एंड्रॉइड प्रो स्पॉन्सर
checking their feeds, making sure everything's all in order as the players get lined up, get ready. Just waiting on the lobby to be sorted to kick off.
2x कर दो लो. एक बार करूंगा, बार-बार नहीं करूंगा, लैग करता है.
You see all of these players coming together, interacting as well over the course of the last couple of days. We've been sort of hanging around towards
वॉल्यूम बढ़ा दो.
and seeing all of these teams interact. I know a lot of these players have developed friendships across the
Plan
board.
है क्या?
They're gonna have to
Obviously.
set those aside here, Blaine. They're going to have to be out for blood.
Yeah, I did think you were going to just stop there with I know a lot of these players.
Boost
No
ऊपर
big
बैठा है,
deal.
सब बैठे हैं,
Big
सामने
deal.
बैठे.
But no, you carried on. I respect it. I like it. But yeah, it is lovely to see all these players come together. And I think that we were talking about this the other day, is that this is probably the most stacked PMWI has been. And I
ये
know
Blomus
that
है.
seems a little bit weird saying that.
ये उनका
considering
coach है.
we only really had one last year. But
GG वालों का.
the thing with it is that last year, it was a really good lobby, an extremely strong
सैंग भाई
lobby.
नहीं दिख रहे
We
यार.
saw a lot of really
सैंग
good
भाई
teams around the world coming here.
क्या
to
लाइव
compete.
वहाँ से हमारी
But I
वॉच
think
पार्टी
this
देख
time
सकते हो,
around,
देख रहे हो
we
क्या?
have
हेलो सैंग भाई, आप दिख नहीं रहे. सैंग भाई कहाँ हो आप?
I think
सैंग भाई या फिर आप पे
teams,
कैमरा नहीं आ रहा.
Bigatron, Red Villains,
DRS
obviously
के
they
हमारे
lost
को
the
दिख नहीं रहे
twins.
ओनर साहब.
They've had to remake the roster, and I think that it's almost starting from scratch here just a little bit. Jem Foster still on the team, but I think that he did make some good plays. He was slightly lackluster, but he was a bit more safe than the other players. And I think a lot of times when you're playing with Luxy, Zuxi, the likes of Ryzen, who all have to go off and do their own thing, if you're
भाई शेड्यूल क्या है?
Jem Foster, you're just forced to play that backstop. It might be quite nice for him to play around a team that is a little bit more cautious and a little bit more careful in the approach. We've already seen them play in scrims.
भाई मजाक कर रहे हो क्या? मेरे को 200 सेकंड दिखा कुछ क्या?
Coming through D plus Kia as well. We know them. Very famous Korean team coming through.
गाइस ये तो मैच, ये तो इवेंट शुरू होने से पहले ही
over on that side. Fabian will be joining us once again.
Wait,
One of my
2-1-2.
favorite players coming
वही
from
सही में.
Korea. Has some
2-1-0
very off-angle
seconds.
play, which I think for his region in particular, you don't see that very often. So it's nice to see them.
तो गाइस चलो मैं आपको इंटरेस्टिंग चीज बताता हूँ. 646 लोग देख रहे हैं. तो जब आप लैन खेलने जाते हो, PMGC की बात कर रहा हूँ, क्या सीन था कि जैसे ये एंड्रॉइड डिवाइस है, ये स्पॉन्सर डिवाइस है. जब आप लैन पे जाते हो ना, तो ये जो डिवाइस जहाँ पे भी प्लेयर्स खेल रहे हैं, ये यहीं पे रहते हैं, लाइक वेन्यू पे. एंड हर एक इंडिविजुअल प्लेयर को एक डिवाइस अलॉट होता है, एंड सिर्फ प्लेयर को ये मोबाइल उठाना होता है, मोबाइल खेलने के लिए, कॉम्पी खेलने के लिए. और इस पे जो IDPP होगा वो डालता है जो पीछे बंदा खड़ा है. मतलब प्लेयर्स को कोई वो नहीं है लाइक अथॉरिटी की वो डिवाइस कुछ है, बस उसको खेलने के लिए उठाना है फोन. चलो भाई, इसी मैच, इसी बिटवीन आपका ऑनर मैजिक 5 प्रो में मैच हो चुका है स्टार्ट. लेट्स गो बॉयज, फर्स्ट मैच. आई थिंक ये प्री मैच है. फिर भी गाइस जो आपकी फेवरेट टीम है अल्फा 7 है, तो अल्फा 7 स्पैम कर दो.
So what you're going to have,
Let's go boys. Alpha 7 है तो येलो हट स्पैम कर दो. If you have a favorite team like Vampire, then orange हट स्पैम कर दो. अगर आपकी favorite team DRS है, blue हट स्पैम कर दो guys full energy के साथ. First match of PMWI.
I say that I've seen previous tournaments where we've had 3
कोई भी नहीं गया भाई runes Vampire को छोड़ के. सामी में कोई नहीं गया. इकुड की टीम चाहती चार्ली. Sam9 अपनी केव डॉग पे जाएगी. ठीक है. GG कैंप अल्फा हो गई. R8 की टीम टैटमॉक ही जा रही है. S2G पैराडाइज हो गई. इंफिनिटी हाथीन हो गई. 2i इंफिनिटी है बाय द वे. फेस बूट कैंप हो गई. एटन. ओके. PTR ने वाइल्ड स्प्लिट लिया जो मैं बोल रहा था आपको D+ ले सकती है.
Hopefully jump on board with this boot camp position. Over in the south you've got SEM and iCurd fairly close to each other, but they have given each other enough of a berth to be getting on with. Everybody else seemingly keeping their distance right now. S2G have got a Lone Ranger coming through to deal with over Paradise Resort.
MZHC.
They're going to have to try and flush out that one. They should see that parachute.
Oh ho ho! पहला ही zone काफी interesting है भाई.
Gladiators potentially with a good stronghold to start.
It's amusing to see this one, honestly, for the Gladiators considering European Championships. They were
never
praying
expected
for this Northwest Circle to come through every single time. I didn't come through till much later, in which case I think those guys were a little bit burned out. But right at the start of PMWI Allstars, we are going to get it straight
Bella,
away.
good addition to this, by the way.
Very pleased to be seeing. Now, FaZe versus D+ Kia. I have to stay away from that one.
I'm getting the vibe कि FaZe शायद निकाल लेगी.
Every year, it's fine. I'm going to get on board with it. It's okay.
But बाकी
Right
पता
now,
नहीं.
Forest, Saden,
D+ के बंदे थोड़ा defensive खेलेंगे mostly.
Likes to take these off angles over the back. His teams, Torres steps out, but immediately gets put down.
Torres first to fall on the FaZe squad. Damage sent back towards Forest, but they're staying alive.
Full try करेंगे अपने TPP में लाने को.
Close range.
क्योंकि इनका गेमप्ले कुछ ऐसे डिफेंसिव मतलब समझ रहे हो. FaZe से गलती कराने का ट्राई करेंगे.
D+ Kia fading back. They're going to try and reposition around to the east side of the fight. As Osal breaks forward, Favian playing 1-2 punch on this. Mela on Zanks. Try and face off there. Will he be able to get through the door frame? Just about sneaks away from Favian. On the top rope, there's a little bit of a worry as well. Mela with the DBS. Looking to try and suppress these off angles. Saden through the window with the M249 needs to lay this suppressing fire down, keep them in this staircase and allow your teammate to try and roll on through. 1 for 2 is the trade, and actually it's looking good for FaZe. 2 of them are knocked short, but they've managed to come up. In here, down one, D+ Kia trying to wrestle things back into their favor. They've managed to get 1 flush blank to start things off. Favian will fall, but FaZe on 2. Gonna have a bad time of it. FaZe eliminated. The
First clutch of PMWI.
Camp, but they lose 3 players.
Damn, Saden was looking very chill out towards the end of that fight as well.
Don't touch me.
He made it happen. Obviously, D+ Kia, not the ideal result for you, but as long as you're keeping 1 player in boot camp, not likely anyone's going to be coming towards your position soon, and you can cross the river quite early on. So this is good news for Saden. He will pick up 4 elimination points for his troubles, which is great. I think overall they should be happy with this one. Ozzy-san from Yokohama steps out into a nade.
Traded off though. Missile is there for the 1-2 for the second trade. Now, up the top there, Ozzy-san getting flushed away though, so not going to be able to keep the team safe. Maybe if he'd had some of those cool skins from the PMWI crate that you can see on your screens now, he would have been able to stay a little bit safe.
Maybe these things are made of a bit of a tougher type of Kevlar, which still certainly looks very cool. That's available through from July 15th to August 15th, as well as our milestone event at the PUBG Mobile Esports Center, which you can access by going to the app on your phone. So check that one out, certainly. Make sure that you're all involved with the skins and the prizes that are available over on the Esports Center. Back to the game, though, where we're playing esports ourselves, making sure we know who is the top of the top, who's the best of the best. And we're just starting out already, and there is so much action to be seen. Naoto for Yokohama, 2 of his teammates already out of the game, so a lot of action. We talked about this before. 18 teams makes misery in this early game for a lot of these players.
4 teams bearing the brunt of that damage right now. Falcons down to 1 player. FaZe obviously eliminated. D+ Kia down to that last player from the bootcamp fight that they were able to win in the end. The Yokohama
ST
Donuts
कहाँ से ST
down on
ST
2
main tournament में
after
मेरे
their
भाई.
scrap with Falcons. So everybody who's been engaged in a fight right now has had a bad time on this start. And that's kind of what we expected coming into this 18-team lobby.
Yeah, you come into an 18-team lobby, you're going to have a bad time. That's about all we can tell these teams. We can try and reassure them a little bit, but I think a lot of them have to be very, very concerned with the fact that these early games will have to be slightly more quiet than usual. And this is something that Vampire does very well. As they wrap the cape around themselves, they're able to move through under the cover of Shadow towards some very interesting positions on the map. Right now, they've already headed up towards that south side of Camp Alpha. They're pretty entrenched towards that position. It's a slight hill up towards the mountaintop.
Diaz drop Sahami EvoSports या नहीं है. Main tournament कब से start होगा? Main tournament आपके 3 दिन बाद.
Down towards Sami and are now moving up towards that bridge that heads over towards Camp Alpha.
And guys, जिन लोगों को नहीं पता है, जो इस बार main tournament जीतेगी टीम, तो उसके region के लिए एक additional slot रहेगा PMG. For an example, South Asia have to example दे रहा हूँ कि अगर South Asia के पास 2 slot है, तो अगर उनकी South Asia region से कोई टीम जीतती है, तो उनके region को 3 slot हो जाएंगे PMGC के लिए. It's not like कि कोई main tournament जीत रहा है तो उस टीम को PMGC का मौका मिलेगा. तो उस announcement का मतलब ये था.
The South Bridge. We'll be able to take a
भाई
shot.
खौफ तो है भाई.
Pulls up with the squad. And that should be fairly unresable. Do they want to stay here and stick out the scrap? It looks like Kenny wants to get this res. The smokes are already being invested. Alpha 7 now have a chance to just try and leapfrog this rotation or choose to go for the fight.
Yeah, I think for Korea, it's a pretty damn good shot. I'm not going to lie. He was quick on the trigger, pulling the M4 off the back there. Instantly down the sights. The problem for them is Sem9's actually set up in several different spots at the moment. So for them who were looking to just heal up inside this building, there's now 2 separate angles that they'll have to deal with. I think Carrillo is going to have to be really, really good with the remaining bullets that he still has. Only 40 in the actual gun itself and 16 in backup. So a little bit difficult for Carrillo. I think at this point in time, maybe that was just a little bit of a flex that he could hit that shot. Was it necessary that he hit that shot? I don't think so. He could have left Sem9 to their devices and they could have
नहीं bro,
all
Allstar Stage पे कोई भी PL team
recovery into this circle just a little bit easier.
Also guys, अगर आप channel के अंदर नए हो, so be sure to like and subscribe
to be able to get ahead of Alpha 7. So that engagement really did just slow both of those teams down. See if they're able to pick up some speed and move in from the south side because the circle shrunk up towards the north flank. R8, they've managed to send all the way across that north bridge and they have managed to get to the northwest side of this island.
Yeah, you got Ragnarok, D77, SK-Ton and Prestige over on this seat. Not actually fielding Blade, which I'm a little bit curious about, because I mean, Ragnarok better be real good during this tournament, because I remember Blade being very, very strong for R8, but if it's just a case of being able to rotate in players for when you want them, when you need them, I totally respect that, but we'll see what happens as we go on. Again, only first game, I can only comment on what they've fielded for the first time, and that's the one thing that I'm going to notice here, because I do think that he is an extremely strong player, but maybe they're waiting to pull him out for those big moments. Right now, Gladiators in an incredible position towards that top side. They need to be very careful, though. Again, we know that this team is quite cautious, but they still need to have that extra added little bit of urgency. They need to start taking shots towards members outside of the arena that may be getting a little bit too close, because I think they played the safe game, the smart game for a very long time, to the point where when they need that bronze, it is just not there available to them to muscle their way through to a chicken dinner.
Ooh, SEM9 losing Tam and flushed as well. Aton holding strong on the southwest island atop the hill. Such a crucial position to control those river crossings to try and get up towards that northwest island. They're really well done to hold out a player there, but they have only managed to take one down so far, and Alpha 7 are going to be knocking on the door in a couple of seconds, less than a minute you'd assume. We'll see if they're able to keep control there and try and assault onto the Gladiator stronghold.
S2G moving in, but Kelsey with the Vector. That is so instantaneous, finds one. The second player tries to step out for the challenge, but Kelsey too quick for it. Gives him the red card, sends him out the lobby. That was disgusting.
Kelsey able to hit some really sweet shots over towards R8 earlier as well. Doing a lot of work, both of the eliminations for the squad so far. R8 on 2, they reposition over towards the junction.
taking quick stock of the map here. I mean, these are really good players. The fact that we have so many teams on the outer edges as well that are still just being able to creep their way in a little bit is fantastic to see. Everyone seems to have done their homework that I was talking about yesterday that you guys at home didn't hear about. But I'm sorry. We'll reiterate it now. And I think a lot of these teams have to have done their homework. 18 teams, you need to know where all these rotations are. You need to know where all these teams will be dropping and how high you need to arc a grenade to get a nade like that one off from Mazex's. Trick really made a meal out of that one. It looked good.
Aegon XI8 now down to just 2 active. IQ wants to try and play on this ridge side, but it's really not going to be too easy here. The zone ticking away very, very heavily. You got Mazexis in the way. The Shrink goes up northwest, keeps the mountaintop in, but S2G in a very, very favorable coastal position.
Yeah, I think S2G coming off from their slightly subpar performance over in the finals of Turkey, they are looking for a much stronger performance here in PMWI, not able to represent their country over in the European Championship, despite coming off from their massive win over at PMGC. I do think that S2G has had a lot of time to put in the work to do that homework, and I think that they're ready to show us what they've got here in the PMWI at the start. Sem9 though finds Mafioso. Kenny has to pull out the DBS, but Schweppes taking down R8 at the same time, but I think for Alpha 7 that just looked a little bit too easy.
Did anyone notice the health bar on scorecard? बहुत ज़्यादा superb लग रहा है guys. ये देख रहे हो आपके right hand side पे green yellow बहुत ज़्यादा superb लग रहा है. Like आपको हर एक player की HP पता लग रही है. But वो जो zone वाला scene है वो भी बहुत बढ़िया है.
Compound north of Camp Alpha. They will take position to the
So
south
like
of
हर एक
S2G.
zone की वो दिख रही है, उससे shifts का idea लग जाता है कि कौन सा shifts कहाँ पे कैसे आ रही है.
Got control over the whole
Good one, good. इस बार अच्छा कुछ addition लाया, बढ़िया लगा. Hope so ये चीजें और apply हो.
Team in a position to do so from that south side. I'd imagine Yangon Galacticos just happy to play underneath them. Milios though has trouble brewing as Revo turns the corner. Easy pickings, but there's shots from the top of the hill to try and slow things down. Will not be able to find the shot. Revo can heal it back.
Revo is such a good player, man. It is hard to really
Cast
talk
Revo,
about
right, TVS.
the greatest players in the world at this moment without mentioning Revo's name.
Nice
he has been such a star player overall. Nade bounced off the window though, unfortunately, but happy to bring out the DPS, get close up in towards the action. Actually going to go for a bit of a fake out here towards into the blue. This will really ruin the day, and he's in front now. Now you've got the Aton player stuck inside. This is disgusting behavior.
How are you doing it to him, Revo? You can't do that. That's unbelievable. Revo spinning them time and time again.
Confidently
one player alive, but it seems like they're playing with 4 at this
pushing,
stage.
reload कर रहा है, उसके बाद भी दिया.
As Bigatron Red Villains on the north side try to move in.
Gaming Gladiator का chicken dead center with height advantage. देखो,
Yangon Galacticos
अगर Gaming Gladiator का chicken नहीं आया,
as they try and shimmy into the
तो big super chat. अगर आ गया, अब बहुत अच्छी बात.
Gladiators are happy to pull out the
But आना उन्हीं का चाहिए, advantage पे है वो.
For Yangon Galacticos, being sent down to this position is really unideal. You typically want to head up towards that valley side because now you're stuck between Camp Alpha, which has very good sightlines over towards the position that Yangon Galacticos is currently trapped in. They can just sit behind this wall for as long as possible and allow DRS to potentially take shots up towards Gladiators, keep them as safe as possible,
और prize
as
pool,
long as possible.
Oscar bro.
But it's not an ideal spot to be in.
Ah,
Their way into the circle through Hattie, of all places, and they're just sending it directly towards the
isolated shift का दर्द. हाय सारे shift एक साइड खींचते हुए गए. सारे shift एक साथ खींचते हुए गए.
Slowly moving down on Sandhawk. Had a lot of success before, but they did fall off just a little bit.
Silas in the watchtower, just keeping players at bay as we get another peek at Revo's pop shots. Going for 2 of them with the DBS. I love the glove, the boxing glove on the front of that DBS. It just makes it so much more insulting when you get popped by it.
Yeah, he's delivering uppercuts left, right, and center because this guy is only going up in the world of PUBG Mobile. Never going down for the count 210. This guy is seriously good. For Alpha 7, though, he has kept things alive just a little bit, up to 5 eliminations so far for the team. Highest in the lobby so far, but I think that's about to change as we move up towards that northern side of Sandhawk itself on this northwest island. Aton get a little bit too close, and it's Super Andrew to take him down.
There's not much you can do about that. If you didn't know there was a player there, you're pushing along this cliff face. you are just going to go down. But Zohan now, not to be messed with. Behind the ridge, pushing up, and should know there's a player there at this stage. Took down a teammate. DRS, we hop on board with them as Ikerd are under pressure from them. A nice spin around the back there for Killer. The Molotov to force them into these fights. The DBS so just pouring damage through the door frame. And a third as well. Light them up.
Nice.
Killer takes it down.
DRS have come a long
Killer
way
YT भाई
since
का
last year.
1v1
Super
बहुत ज़्यादा
Andrews
strong
could
है.
not get up the hill there as Zohan twists him into a pretzel
TBS
before
में Killer
he is
भाई
placed
और
in
ज़्यादा
the
जोड़
oven
देता.
and taken down. Cute Loki.
Internal
Young and
leaks.
Galacticos will try and recall his player back towards him. Revo's trying to make his way in. He lived for far longer than I expected him to there. Inactive from Mazexis will be taking them down. Going down 11th place. Won't be going at the lobby with absolutely nothing. Will get at least 1 point for his troubles there. I think that takes them up to 6 points total. So decent stuff for Alpha 7. It's not exactly a 100% lost game. Really good push though coming through from DRS there on their side of the map. Vampire in the meantime, I currently sat very healthily underneath the mountainside, kept clear of Gladiator's sightlines at the moment with the compound they're holding. Matic will have to back off as the shots sent back his way.
हेलो सागर भाई, हेलो नॉटी भाई,
Still
किलर
really
वाईटी
solid overlook.
चैट ग्लिच हो गई मेरे में
Over
शायद.
the coming battlefields here, a lot of open ground though, and with that circle shift blank, it's going to be playing in the foothills underneath Matic towards S2G with Infinity across the road.
You know, this is a mistake that we've seen Gladiators make quite frequently, actually, is this particular position that Matic and Kitsuda are playing in together. It is not quick enough for the rest of the team to recall towards that position. And I love this because this is a mistake they've made several times in the past, John, as we see Killer just absolutely decimate the opposition. They have not instantly all regrouped on this spot because if you are S2G, if you are Vampires, you can actually quite easily move down on the south side of this circle and up the hillside to backstab.
कितने मिनट डिले होता है?
Gladiators
लैंड
just
पे कोई
held
डिले
two
नहीं होता.
players
लैंड
there,
पे का डिले
and
होता है?
everything falls apart. So I am
लैंड पे
a
तो सब कुछ आपको
massive
भी
fan
सामने हो
of
रहा है.
the
ऑनलाइन
fact of how
टूर्नामेंट्स में डिले होता
quickly
है.
Gladiators quickly, you know, actually came back together. You can tell I'm happy. You can tell I'm passionate.
Ecstatic,
it's
really.
very good. I like it. I love seeing mistakes fixed.
It's almost like they reviewed what they did and have improved since then. It's great. Oh, you love it. You love
You'd
it.
think that was easy. It's not.
It really isn't. It's harder than you'd imagine. But looking at the teams with 4 players alive, we highlighted that as a really important factor in Sandhawks. We're looking at Gladiators atop the mountain, Vampire from the west side. DRS, they had 4, then they got cut down to 3. Now it looks like they might be losing a couple more. S2G playing underneath the mountain, the Gladiators hold, and Infinity on the northern side, staying quiet.
Yeah, that is a position that Gladiators will have to be 100% worried about because eventually they'll have to make the decision to drop down. And S2G being there, I think Gladiators have been taken down by 1 player from this position before, so let alone 4, this is a little bit more difficult. Trick from Mazexis tried to make the move out from the valley on the right-hand side. Luckily, Meku and Tixi are locking that one down. Overall, Gladiators are exerting a lot of pressure over the lobby right now from this high ground. It's unlikely that this position will stay within the circle going forward, so they have to get as much presence from this circle as possible. In the meantime, though, Vampire continue to assault the guys from S2G.
S2G don't really have great cover from Vampire's position. You can see that is being brought to bear by a lot of the players from the Vampire roster. They are just plinking away at S2G's ranks, making it all the harder. Down to 3 players alive underneath them. Infinity will have to leave and shift down south. Good. Look at the nade coming through. Genfos opens the can of worms and sends them wriggling straight on over to the Infinity hold. Another nade. Could he do it again? They are both close together once more. Ferrari breaks out wide to try and get the advantage. The nade goes a little bit long, but a lot of damage. Feltz, unfortunately, there's a third party. The story is drawn short, but 3 players are alive. Infinity are going to be plinked away by Gladiators. A lot of damage found, but now the Gladiators will need to reposition.
That was incredible there coming through from Genfos. I mean, you saw Bensu pull out the Molotov and then wonder why things were getting so hot. It's just a Molotov after all, but then Genfos sends the Inferno his way and he understands and finds out straight away of what was happening in that situation. Sadly, is not able to recover the entire scenario for Bigatron villains, so I think right now, for Infinity, their run's sort of over, just down to 1 player and delaying them. That's how much damage delay can do you in these endgame circles where they are a little bit barren. Rules from DRS will be taken down from a distance as S2G claims the watchtower for themselves.
Dangerous, though, to hold this watchtower from the players up top. They can find some of those ankles to get the right angle. Can't see them in return, so need to be careful about how you position there. Two players from Infinity will be taken down. Just one player remains. Obviously, with the Sandhawk changes that came through at the start of the year, you cannot just sit out and heal in the blue, so we'll need to try and run in. That's going to force Infinity to play with the blue at the back, and it's not going to go well. Eliminated. 4 teams remain.
This is good for Gladiators. I think that they will be going down very shortly, though. You can see the amount of bullets that Tixie's currently rocking on his M4. He does have a DBS. Spots Kelsey.
आपकी predictions गलत होने वाली है क्या?
If he can actually take these shots before someone else spots him. Does take them. Kelsey goes very low. But sadly, not enough. But they will continue to go down the mountainside. I think they should have quite a few bullets still in those DBSs, which is absolutely what you need in this situation, in this late game scenario. The circle moves away from everyone.
Circle धोखेबाज होता है. ये वाला ऐसे वाला circle, especially थोड़ा island वाला.
Moves forwards and 3 players down for Gladiators. They are drawn short, and it's S2G to stay alive. But now they have to move past Vampires, who have used this opportunity to move straight on up. Razy, Hamzy both down, trying to get into position now to re-wrap back round to the Falcons spot as well, who have managed to stay alive. Blank, these guys have sent in so early and just tried to stay alive near the Infinity. They will finally go down in 3rd place. One player, Kelsey, alive, and he'll burn himself away. It is the returning champions, Vampire, chicken dinner with the first chicken dinner of the All-Stars.
All-Star जो गया है, किसको गया है? Guess करो. Which team? वही team जो लास्ट टाइम प्रीवियसली चैंपियन थी. एक्स चैंपियन. क्या शुरुआत हुई है भाई. कॉन्फिडेंस क्या बूस्टअप होने वाला है बे. वैम्पायर का बहुत बढ़िया चिकन. एंड आल्सो गाइस 940 लोग देख रहे हैं. इफ यू आर न्यू टू द स्ट्रीम मेक श्योर टू लाइक द वीडियो एंड सब्सक्राइब टू द चैनल. लाइक ओ भाई.
Hey, I don't know, man. That's a tall order, but if anyone's up to it, they are for sure. I mean, that was really, really well played by Vampires. They took their time. They knew what they were doing. They struck while the iron was hot. And they're heating up the lobby as well.
एंटी गाइस बाकी एंटी कर दो सारी की सारी. बहुत बढ़िया बहुत बढ़िया बहुत बढ़िया. जय हो भाई जी. Vampire फायर भाई VP के लिए फायर कर दो एक बार. ऑरेंज हर्ट स्पैम कर दो चैट के अंदर.
Thank you very much for that. That was a phenomenal start here to the event for them. They won back-to-back events last year. They come out winning the first match of the first event. And I
remaining champions Falcons
ask myself as well, is could they
स्टेडियम में हल्ला होने वाला था.
From before, there's a couple of records they could potentially do, but that's going to be in
भाई मैं बोला था VP चिकन आएगा. हाँ कोई बोला कि VP चिकन लेगा भाई जॉर्ड भाई जिन्होंने भी बोला था बहुत बढ़िया.
And then that first zone hit.
Yeah, the hot drop did not happen like we saw in the scrims, which is good.
Well, is already qualified
at the very start of the match, and then it just instantly
transitioned to the S2G टर्की का है. यस ब्रो टर्की का. हेलो सरो भाई क्या हाल चाल. GC चैंपियन वर्सेस incumbent from which country S2G plays. Turkey.
Vampire are so
here is bad luck zone. Yes, zone का bad luck. बोल तो काफी डिसएडवांटेज तो सही थे बट कोई ना. एंटी बहुत बढ़िया. किलर वाइटी का क्लच बस बहुत बढ़िया. और अगर आपने नोटिस करा हो ग्लोबल पे भी DBS जमा के चल रही है. हर एक प्लेयर यूज कर रहा है. जो बेस्ट असॉल्टर है वो DBS यूज कर ही रहा है हर एक प्लेयर पे. क्या वो को देखा आपने.
And then another team that did a big rotation too.
Reyes भी कर रहा होगा अभी यूज.
But I felt like
Genfos. That was insane.
VP का की टीम है. थाईलैंड की टीम है.
Get a highlight. They were just too passive for my liking. They seemed like they just wanted to go for those placement points and not for the actual elims. But the opposite of that.
टोनी के किस टीम पे. Vampire सामने टोनी के है आपकी स्क्रीन के सामने जो बैठा हुआ है बंदा. Tony के ये जो उठा.
Between the fight that we saw in boot camp.
Yeah, exactly. It's good presence. They did drop Northern Pioneer then into Trifecta. It didn't seem like there was an actual game plan though. If that was my critical point for them, it seemed they were just trying to survive as long as possible. Luckily enough, Genfos did get himself a nice clutch versus Infinity IQ, I believe it was. So still got himself a few limbs here and there, but I want to see more structure going into these games.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, obviously, like we talked about before, they could try to have a lot of pressure on them and a lot to live up to replicate from prior years. However, let's talk about a couple of other teams. Alpha 7.
DRS कौन से पोजी पे अभी आएगी ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग तो बता देंगे. I think ज़्यादा वेट नहीं कराना चाहिए ऑफिशियल.
I mean, 4 elims that he was able to get and 2 elims out of Atani Esports, where Atani Esports
हाँ बाकी लोग बोल रहे थे कि कैल्सी ने अपने आप को क्यों वो कर दिया क्योंकि कैल्सी को पता था आगे कुछ नहीं हो सकता वो किल क्यों देगा किसी व्हाई नॉट नूजी प्लेइंग भाई वैम्पायर की टीम सबसे ज्यादा रोस्टर को चेंज करती है इन बिटवीन द टूर्नामेंट दिस इज द थिंग पीएमजीसी पीएमडब्ल्यूआई कोई भी टूर्नामेंट उठा के देख लो कभी वो अपना आईजीएल ही हटा लेती है
starting slow as they've been known for doing in the past. I hope that's not the case.
कभी वो अपना आईजीएल भी हटा लेगी.
Rotations are actually pretty meta. If you're on the other side of the map from where the circle actually goes, go for rotation. And there was actually a lot of space northwest on those coastal lines to get into. So they could have done it, but Revo was the DBS made. Still at least made the game worth their time.
I mean, when we were watching,
कभी उनका आईजीएल चेंज हो जाता है, कभी फिल्टर चेंज हो जाता है, सो वो बहुत चेंजेस करते हैं वो टूर्नामेंट के बीच में. लाइक उन्होंने ना एक सिनर्जी लेवल और एक कोऑर्डिनेशन लेवल ना पांचों प्लेयर के बीच में इतना अच्छा बना रखा है कि वो उनको इफेक्ट नहीं करता. मैंने एक चीज नोट करी है उनकी काफी बढ़िया है जो. ये कोच ने भी एक चीज बोली अगर आप देखोगे उसके मेंटालिटी लेवल देखो ना कोच का उसने क्या बोला. और आई वर्क शायद ऐसे कुछ बोला सिनर्जी और कोऑर्डिनेशन की बात करी थी लाइक और वो फ्रेश कुछ करना था टीम के साथ और एक अग्रेसिव लाइनअप बनानी थी. तो व्हाट ही इज डूइंग लाइक उसने करी वो चीजें एंड उसने बोला कि लाइक हम अग्रेसिव भी है बट हम डिफेंसिव हम दोनों चीज एक साथ कर सकते हैं. प्रिपरेशन कराई है उस हिसाब से प्लेयर्स को रिजल्ट भी मिले. सो गाइस #1 पे वैम्पायर भी 17 पॉइंट एंड गेमिंग ग्लैडिएटर कोई ज्यादा दूर नहीं है लाइक 13 पॉइंट के साथ S2G 12 पॉइंट तो ज्यादा डिफरेंस है. फर्स्ट मैच वाज डिसेंट फॉर द टॉप 3 टीम्स ऑलमोस्ट 5 पॉइंट का फर्क है जो कि इतना बनता है.
They obviously got a top 3 position there, and they did a decent amount of work with limited ammunition.
I mean, we saw the
and R8, I8, Kurd, Sem9, Begatron, FaZe, YG at 10, and Donut and YG on 10. So these are the rankings. So early team यहाँ पे eliminate. कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं. Just wait and watch. Just a first match.
You cannot loot those crates. And we saw at one point, I think Matic had 1 bullet. You got to make those bullets and shots count because when you're out, you're not going to transition and leave that spot.
It was actually 2 players running out of ammo there at the end. And you mentioned it too, they were just holding those splits way too long. I feel like, yeah, they did end up with 9 ilms, but with the amount of high ground that they have, with the power that they had in that circle, I feel like they could have ended up with even more eliminations.
I agree.
But it's the first match of the
that's just me
right?
being greedy, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I feel like you want... Because there's only 18 matches, right? This isn't like a long extended league stage format, right? You have 18 matches to get yourself into the main event. And for a team like G Gliders, they want to be able to qualify. Alpha 7, they don't really have that pressure on their shoulders to deal with trying to qualify for the main event. So maybe they can play a little bit more loose. But for them, I mean, they had a good start, 13 points. Like, that's a strong start.
Connection नहीं भाई कुछ भी connection. Production quality is production quality.
So I want to see no circles get away from them. How are they going to play? We do know that this is not a Sanok only issue where they hold on to the splits for too long. Heading on Miramar, Erangel, I want to see how that's going to go because, I mean, Erangel in particular, Alpha 7 fight, is that going to happen? Are they going to have a bit of a truce? I'm really hyped to see in this next match.
I hope that's not the case. I mean, we already saw a hot drop earlier.
ST from Friday.
And even though the team that won the hot drop, the team that was able to beat FaZe Clan, they only ended up with just 1 player. He was barely able to clutch it up with just 1 HP left.
Yeah, Satan, it was interesting. I mean, bootcamp fight, I don't expect that to continue throughout the next days, but the thing is, DBS, as we see, DBS is so strong. If you split, that is going to be a big weakness. The DBS will overwhelm you.
That's true. There was a lot of questions, right, of where we'd see a lot of DBS. And well, guess what?
We did.
To no one's surprise, we saw a lot of DBS here. But let's actually take a look here at Vampire Esports one more time and take a look at who was the real standout players for their team. You can take a look here at, I'm assuming that's damage. Yeah, you can see damage there coming in. Tony K at 400. Not as much damage as I expected considering the eliminations they have.
I mean, Sir Tani said he wanted to bring in some fragging power, okay? And we said
बीच
Tony
में आ
K is
जाएगा
one of the best fraggers in
Nuzi.
Thailand that he picked up with, of course, Nuzi from the previous Infinity team, and Tony K was from the previous FaZe squad. So that's a great pickup, and they were putting so much pressure on the southern western edge of this game, pretty much the entirety of the match. It's looking great.
And you were saying not a lot of damage. I'm actually not surprised because they weren't wanting to take those engagement. They were just waiting for everything else to happen and then being able to strike at the right moment. So they played that out perfectly. Yeah, the passiveness really helped them out in contrast to what we were talking about earlier with VTR.
Yeah, they're just really focused on getting access and control of POIs on the map. And then they just know that teams can't push it because it's so strong, you can't really contest it and pull it away.
I mean, obviously the rotation coming early. I guess you have a little bit of a dichotomy between them and Alpha 7 in that last match. But you were talking about something with Alpha 7, the leapfrog that they do, and I kind of wanted
फिर
to
इस
go into that a little
TNBA
bit just to see if it
फ्राइडे
continues to
ST
happen
TNBA
throughout the
PL
rest
टीम
of the
सब
day.
फ्राइडे को आएंगी भाई ये भी ऑल स्टार स्टेज चल रहा है
Let's
जो
go back to
PMWI
like
वोटिंग की
Americas,
जो
right?
टॉप
They
टीम्स की
usually
वही दिख
start
रही हैं
slow, and then they pick it up, and then they are being able to carry
वही दिख रही
momentum.
होंगी
With
आप
this, with the way that they were able to rotate into that circle, it was too late. They decided to just take on the fights. They decided to wait out for people and see if they were going to be willing to get those fights early on as well, which wasn't just happening at all.
Yeah.
For Alpha 7, they should have just been able to back out of that one. They decided not to. I hope they just need to start rotating early and going into the next Erangels. The thing that I'm afraid of is that they might end up on those ego fights with G Gladiators.
Exactly. The thing is, also I would keep in mind is that they already qualified for the main tournament, right? We know that as a fact. If they can get rid of Gladiators in the All-Stars, they kind of setting themselves up really well for the main tournament. So if they do take that hot drop, there's a lot less risk for Alpha 7 compared to Gladiators.
Well, the tricky thing is, right, and I said this in our rehearsals, but not quite so today, is the fact that, like, a lot of the teams who are in this event, I guess maybe I did say it today, we've had quite a few rehearsals.
Yeah.
They're not necessarily the top of their region when it comes to, like, performances. There's obviously a couple of teams in there, right? It's going to be tough for some of these teams to really kind of push through into the main event. I mean, we have a lot of teams, like, sub-10th in their own respective PMPLs. You do have, obviously, a couple of teams who are able to, like, place first out of their own regions or place in, like, the top 5. But this is like, I guess, a little bit of a testing ground and maybe a little bit of a testament that maybe the most popular teams aren't necessarily the best teams.
Exactly. I mean, that's why I think you're going to see some teams be relatively close to one another in this event. And you've got some clear favorites that are going to be your Vampire, clearly from what we saw in this first game. Alpha 7 being popular and also the winning team from Americas and from Brazil. And you also have got these South Korean and the Japanese team that I think D+ are going to be doing relatively well going into this. So I think we've got some clear teams that we are expecting to be in the top 6.
Oh. Okay, so we actually had a question while we were watching the match. How much damage has G Gladiators been able to do from that high ground? 2100 is actually quite a lot.
Could have been a lot more if they had more bullets.
Yeah.
If they could loot up, I'm sure that could have been potentially 3K, but it was a bit rough to get that loot up.
Yeah, it was. I mean, they just waited there for so long. But it worked out for them, right? 9 elims. You can't really be mad at that. 2100 damage for them to be able to get that too.
on Alpha 7, I'm looking at the 1100 damage. I'm like, how much of that does Revo have?
Most of it.
Yeah. I was gonna say most of it.
At least 600, I would say.
But look at efficiency's sake, right? Vampire, again, 900 damage, 7 eliminations. We even see D+ Kia in there at the end, having some good damage, having some decent eliminations. And I talked about, before we start the day, right, of like what would teams from Korea and Japan be able to bring, considering they've been able to improve every single year. I'd say probably the most improved region over the last 3 years. I'm waiting for anyone in this room to look at me like, no, Jason.
I mean,
okay, we got one. We got okay. Then why?
I don't think so. I think it's if we're gonna talk about regions like improvement, I think it's Brazil.
Well, I feel like Brazil's always been ridiculously strong.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
They recently actually started. Yeah. I'm thinking about like they recently started actually being strong. They were always known for being strong, but then when we would actually get to like the international events, they will flop.
Max, thoughts?
Not until PMGC. I mean, PMGC they did great. So
well, recently, like, I'm saying recently,
it is kind of recent, I guess, in that sense. But Alpha 7, I feel like I've always been able to.
ST क्यों नहीं खेल रही bro? ST Friday को आएगी. Main tournament है Allstars Stage.
Yes. At least relevant.
Got my point.
Of like some of the best
Allstars Stage से कितनी टीम? Top 6 टीम qualify करेगी भाई. D+ Kia, let's go. Let's go.
They've definitely now reached a peak that I feel if Carrier steps up the way we do, I think it's just going to be easy sailing for like some parts of this tournament.
Yeah, I think so too.
Don't worry about it, Simon. Like the thing is, I like having you two on the desk because you have Sony's based mostly in Europe and covering Europe, and Sony based mostly in Americas covering Americas. So it's great to actually have you two kind of hash it out and figure things out and give your own opinions when it comes to this. As I don't know, Blank just trying to throw punches over there, but it is interesting to take a look at. I think of when I think of like Japan and Korea, I think of like Bluebees. I think of them way back in the day and what they could do. You obviously think of like Archer and Forcewell coming from Korea. They have such strong players, and I feel like they've been, in my opinion, doesn't matter if you guys agree or Blake or John agree, they've definitely improved a lot, and I love to see that. But I guess maybe one other region, MENA.
Ooh.
MENA's actually improved quite a bit. They've got a lot of strong players. We've even seen some players from other regions go to their region.
No comment.
Falcon? What?
No, okay. Well, gentlemen, it is time to kick off our marathon of Erangels. That's right, 3 Erangels back to back. It's all going to be kicking off right here, right now, with our commentators, Blink and John Allen.
One thing we can say for certain, Blank, is the most improved region isn't North America. I feel like I'm safe in saying that. I'm making that claim, and I don't think it's a bold one.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's fair. I think they've always been here, that's for sure. Yeah.
Well, they're not here.
They're not, well, yeah, not here right now, but they have existed.
Zex is their closest representative.
I'd agree with Jason, though. I think Korea and Japan have definitely improved a lot.
Yes.
I think that, you know, D plus Kia is a very key team to actually look at. Because looking at them, they really, how to put this? You know, they
I don't know what you're saying. You're pointing at me like I know what you're trying to say.
I need to get in my brain and then like pluck out the words that I'm looking for.
They've gained momentum?
No. I would say that they really formed that idea of, you know, that playing central and just holding onto that compound, then being able to be very confident and taking other players down.
They led the charge of the DBS change.
Absolutely, they really did. And I think a lot of teams have moved in on that. So D plus Kia have a really good legacy, there we go, behind them in that sense. So I think for looking at D plus Kia, you really do see a team that has evolved and has not only evolved as a team and a region, but they evolved the entirety of the PUBG Mobile Esport. They changed things up massively. Yes, they might not have perfected it, but they were the first ones to actually even give it a go. So you can say Korea and Japan maybe will never be up towards that top 5.
Never say never.
Never say never. Unlike D plus Kia, who have had some really strong finishes. But I would say that they are certainly always inventing new stuff, implementing new things into their gameplay, and innovating. Innovating is a big one, so which is really, really good to see. It's also great to see the guys over here giving the love hearts over in the stands. Very nice. But we will be heading into our next map shortly. As Jason said over on the desk, a whole host of our angles coming your way very, very soon. So back to basics for the rest of the day. Sorry, no mixing and matching it. You just have to eat the same bland wrangle for the next 3 matches.
Hey, you know what? People say vanilla isn't a flavor. I disagree. I think it's a fantastic flavor.
You know how, you know, Claris likes to say that Arangle is like the bookends?
He does like to say that.
Or the 2 pieces of bread on the end of a sandwich, right?
Can't stop him. Yeah.
This is literally an Arangle sandwich. It is Arangle sandwiched by 2 Arangles.
Have you ever heard of the toast sandwich?
I have heard of the toast sandwich. This is exactly what we got right here.
But apparently, very tasty.
I've never tried it.
Oh, well, I have not tried it myself.
How toasty must your toast sandwich be?
But I've heard reviews of it.
You've heard reviews?
I've heard reviews, and they are
You're not a reputable source. Shut up.
It was on QI. What are you talking about?
You can't bring QI into
Sandy Totsvig told me.
You need to try it yourself and then come back to me later. I might actually ask for it for breakfast tomorrow and see what I think.
Ramesh Ranganathan.
Okay, anyway, PUBG Mobile is what we're all really about here. You saw Vampire Esports actually cheersing, you know, waters with the boys. I'm all about it. It's good to see. Stay hydrated. You help me
Got to
out.
make sure, what? Yeah, no, got to make sure that you're
hydrated,
up to, yeah. There's a lot. I mean, it's a hot country, right? We're in a pretty heated atmosphere. Cool in the arena, though. I have to say, the air conditioning is pretty top notch here. So hopefully, just staying cool, staying calm, getting ready for the tumult to come, or rather, maybe not. If we're sticking to Erangel for 3 maps on a trot, it's something a little bit more calm and collected. Yesterday in the scrims, if you were able to catch those, there was a military island circle right at the start. The first scrim we had was the military island circle, which was very, very chaotic. Alpha 7 did very, very well. DRS as well made good headway into the circle. And they had a good time of it, picking up a lot of eliminations. I think DRS is a team that is sort of one of those teams that you might not immediately look at, but definitely have got a lot of power, a lot of firepower to them. Playing from that PMPL South Asia region, they have really deserved their spot to compete in the All-Stars.
Yeah, DRS recently have had that massive breakout in terms of performance, John. I think it's lovely to see, in my opinion. I think DRS, back in the day, weren't very good as a team. I think that DRS has slowly but surely just, you know, attracted new players, got some different changes happening in the roster, and they have been fairly persistent, very determined to be one of the best teams in the world. And I think that they can comfortably say that they are probably one of the greats now at the top. I think DRS was just never that team that I would have said to myself 2 years ago, yes, they'll be at PMWI, and yes, they will be making waves, they'll be making moves, and they certainly are here, just throwing some on the stage dance floor, which is always good to see. And I think DRS have a whole host of really, really strong players on their team. Killer, extremely good overall. Love to see this guy playing. Giante, been a real good mainstay for their team overall. And I think that, you know, looking at those two players in particular, they're really good powerhouses, but also very consistent. You've got Delta as well, who plays in the back of the wings. He's very strong when it comes to making sure you got those off angles. And Rules as well, great scouter. Not the best player on the team by far, but really fits in, honestly. And I don't mean to diss the guy. I think it's more in the sense of he doesn't have those standout pop-out moments, but I think that's because he supports the team so well.
To clarify that, it's not that he is bad or not that he isn't as good, it's that he's fantastic at other things. Yeah, and he allows the other players to shine.
Which doesn't stand out on when we come to actually watching it on our screens.
He's the wall upon which they paint their mural.
Exactly, man, 100%. He's the pillow on which you rest your phone.
Don't want to do that. The heat dissipation is terrible. The fan.
Well,
he's the fan upon which you rest your phone.
I'm not trying to suffocate the phone with the pillow. It's just resting on top of the pillow, bro. Come on.
Okay, yeah. Well, I don't know. You still want to get one of those fans they've got.
You play like just like pushing it down into the pillow.
Yeah, I have an ice bucket. Yeah. Cooled.
Okay, cool. I see. You just dip it in now and again.
Yeah. It's generally ill-advised to get your phone wet, but you know what?
Because you will have tech problems if you put it in the water.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, we are going to have to take a moment to fix a couple of the problems getting this lobby ready. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with you for the first Erangel of the All-Stars.
Change me, rewrite our history. I chose on my side, drawn the front line. You want to save face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I get the peace sign. to the hollow ground. You jump or drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no the bitter end if I was all. I don't wanna leave you here. The channel will drag you down, down, down. Living with vultures and naysayers. They're going to take your crown. I know where to go from here. I will not let you down, down, down. 'Cause I'm beginning to see you fall to pieces. Being pulled to the hollow ground. Please stop, you'll drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end if I was all.
हेलो हेलो हेलो, ये चल रहा है ये टूटा टूटा, क्या चल रहा है ये टूटा, क्या चल रहा है? हेलो गाइस, किसी को कुछ पूछना तो आप पूछ सकते हो। गाइस मेरे को क्लेम्स आने वाले हैं भर के इसमें। मॉडरेटर्स इफ यू आर एक्टिव इन प्लीज चैट पे थोड़ा सा ध्यान दे दो यार, मैं नहीं होता। वाई सो लेट ब्रो, मैं स्टार्ट भाई PMWI मैनेजमेंट को बोलो कितना लेट कर रही है भाई। एक तो डिवाइस का सीन भाई, इतना डिवाइस का सीन हो रहा है इनका। मेरी गलती नहीं है, डिवाइस को बोलो, डिवाइस मॉड्स भी सो गए। अरे भाई कुछ भी मेरी तरफ से कुछ नहीं बाय द वे, देख प्रीमियम है हो रहा है ये। भाई स्ट्रीम ओपी अटक गई।
bisa keluar dari mulutnya junior di sini.
Balance. No, gue menganut yin-nya.
इनका समझ नहीं आता बट इनकी वाइब ही अलग होती है।
Tapi ketika memang lagi
KFC sponsor ha?
Iya, jujur
Spotify
apa ngomong drop. Kita nggak boleh melebih-lebihkan.
भाई sponsor तो इस बार LG आए हाय।
Betul, emang siapa yang
Doritos.
ngomongin itu juga?
Iya, terus
Sponsor
maksud
भर
lu
के
ada
Adidas.
bagian mana? Coba jelaskan ke gue.
Master.
Ya, ini cara saya menjelaskannya ya. Sudahlah, tidak usah dijelaskan apa-apa karena tadi ada salah satu hal yang bikin gue salfok.
Apa tuh?
Ada video di belakang kita.
Halo?
Yang tadi yang nonton ya, yang masih di venue ya.
Halo ya. Iya.
ये समझ नहीं आता बट एनर्जी फुल हो जाती है। इंग्लिश में पता नहीं क्या जीजी हो रखा है इनका। बैंक मैच स्टार्ट होने वाला है भाई। क्या कर रहे हो भाई इंग्लिश वालों? गाइस ये इंग्लिश वाली स्ट्रीम का क्यों ना जीजी है भाई? बात नहीं बनी बिल्कुल। मैच स्टार्ट हो गया क्या? इसका भी फंसा हुआ है यहाँ पे तो अपने CR7 हो रहा भाई का भी कहीं मैच स्टार्ट हो गया ऐसा कैसे? ये ब्लैंक हो गया है। आईडी पे ये आ रहा है। किसी की भी स्ट्रीम कुछ भी चल रही है भाई। ये भी ब्लैंक होगी। अरे भाई क्या सीन हो रहा है भाई? आई रियली डोंट नो। यहाँ पे मैच स्टार्ट हो गया BM पे। यहाँ पे कास्टिंग चालू है। यहाँ पे भी पॉज हो रखा है। व्हाट द हेक क्या चल रहा है भाई ये? मलेशिया BM पे करो। मैं वही कर रहा हूँ ब्रो। मलेशिया BM पे करता हूँ भाई। यहाँ पे मैच स्टार्ट हो गया भाई।
PRW Crate
बंदे
ada
डाउन हो गए
sehingga
हैं।
ke Ogos 15 bermula daripada 15 hari bulan Julai dan boleh didapatkan tapi Yuhai Man
कुछ मैसअप हुआ है
baru
गाइस।
saja
ऐसा
dijatuhkan
बीच में से मैच नहीं देख सकते। देखेंगे तो पूरा ही देखेंगे। सस्पेंस खराब नहीं करना। 2 मिनट रुक जाओ। नहीं नहीं अब एंड से नहीं देखेंगे। जब एक बार देख लिया तो शुरू से देखेंगे ना ब्रो। यार इंडो वाली स्ट्रीम कहाँ है? भाई भी चल पड़ी। गाइस ये देखते हैं यहाँ से। सस्पेंस खराब क्यों करेंगे यार? शुरू से देखते हैं ना। जो जा रही है आगे उनको जाने दो।
Facebook dari PUBG Mobile Indonesia. Ada
यहाँ पे
sebuah
हम
pertemuan kemarin
इंग्लिश तो वैसे बंद हो
di
गई गाइस। आ
area
जाओ।
Yasnaya Poliana antara Bigatron kemarin sempat nabrak satu tim. Dua
कुछ
tim.
गाइस चेक इन
Yang
फॉर
kelihatan
5
banget
मिनट
tuh
ऑलरेडी
Mezesis
मैच
yang kembali
हाँ
tabrak
हाँ
ya.
8 लव ब्रो। मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ कि अब कोई फायदा नहीं है 5 मिनट पहले देख के। स्टार्टिंग से देखेंगे मैच। आधा पर आधा मैच देखेंगे समझ नहीं आएगा। तो बेटर अभी यहीं से देखो जहाँ से आ रहा है। जो आगे जा रहे हैं उनको जाने दो।
Ada scrim, ada data-data yang dikumpulkan oleh banyak media, ternyata tidak ada pertabrakan sekarang. Tapi tim seperti FaceClan yang memang bergerak harusnya ke Georgiopol, ini sulit banget. Namun zonanya, gue banyak berdiskusi dengan netizen di pagi hari ini, menuju ke arah bagian selatan adalah masalah bagi tim Indonesia dan kejadian Sanskuy. Justru Vampire, tim yang baru mendapatkan chicken dinner, menjadi juara back-to-back di tahun lalu. Sekarang dalam menurut gue adalah waktu yang cukup baik bagi mereka untuk memaksimalkan game
बढ़िया बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया। गेमिंग ग्लैडिएटर बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया भाई। एक्सेस है उनके पास एंट्रीज का।
Tapi kalau PMWI
DRS
ceritanya itu adalah Vampire. Mereka bermain di PMPL, tidak terlalu maksimal walaupun akhirnya jadi
So here we go, the first clash.
Kita melihat bagaimana Vampire sangat di bawah standar mereka, tapi PMWI ternyata penampilan mereka berbeda serta nih seperti punya satu racikan khusus spesial PMWI.
Itu dia, mungkin racikan tersebut adalah Nuzi. Lagi-lagi tidak bermain. Kita akan penasaran banget apakah terus seperti ini atau bagaimana. Namun ternyata Mezesis yang cabut, Aton tetap ke arah bagian dari Yasnaya. Dan kita berpindah ke arah bagian Novorodnoye. Dimana memang ini adalah tempat bagi Infinity IQ. Namun Mezesis
Esports के प्लेयर
यहाँ से निकलते बनेंगे इन्फिनिटी IQ और मेजेक्सिस Esports दोनों ही एक ही जानिब उतरे और अब वहां से वो चलते बनेंगे, लेकिन द रियल सोल्जर्स आगे बढ़ते हैं। नोवो साइड ब्रिज का इस्तेमाल करते हुए रोटेशन उनकी तरफ से की जा रही है। अर्ली रोटेट करना इज गुड इस मैच के अंदर, लेकिन अभी के लिए इन्फिनिटी IQ के प्लेयर होएगा को गन मिल चुकी है और M16A4 का इस्तेमाल करते हुए कुछ प्लेयर्स को स्पॉट डाउन किया गया। लो HP करेंगे मेजेक्सिस Esports के प्लेयर गिरते हुए हमें दिखाई देंगे थोड़ी देर में, लेकिन अभी तक के लिए किस्मत साथ देती है। काफी ज्यादा लो HP उनको किया गया, लेकिन मेजेक्सिस के इनएक्टिव अब उनको एक्टिव होना पड़ेगा टीम इन्फिनिटी IQ के अगेंस्ट। और इन्फिनिटी IQ वो जल्द से जल्द किसी भी टाइम रशियन भी कर सकते हैं। मेजेक्सिस के प्लेयर्स बेशतर अभी लूट किसी के पास भी मौजूद नहीं है। इन्फिनिटी IQ के भी प्लेयर्स के पास एक एक गन आई जरूर है और अभी तक के लिए फरारी वो इन्हीं कंपाउंड्स को होल्ड करेंगे और इसी एरिया को होल्ड करते हुए रोटेशनल गेट कीप किया जा सकता है टीम को। लेकिन ब्रिज पर सूरत हाल होती हुई खराब, सर्कल क्लोज इन कर रहा है, जल्दी से लूट अपनी मुकम्मल करनी पड़ेगी इन सारी ही टीमों को। 14, 13, 12, 10 सेकेंड्स के अंदर ये सर्कल अपना बोलबाला करेगा और आगे बढ़ना पड़ेगा इन सारी ही टीमों को। टीम R8 के प्लेयर्स वो आए ब्रिज पर और अब उनको सामना करना पड़ेगा टीम ग्लैडिएटर्स का। ग्लैडिएटर्स बिल्कुल सामने है, रिज होल्ड किया जा रहा है। आई रियली वांट टू सी वेदर दे हैव सम स्कोप्स और
गाइस, अगर आपने मैच पता है कहीं स्ट्रीम्स पे जो मैच है ऑलरेडी 10-15 मिनट आगे जा चुका है, सो हम तो शुरू से ही देखेंगे, 10-15 मिनट आगे से नहीं देखेंगे। सो अगर आपने देख लिया तो प्लीज एक्सपीरियंस खराब मत करना।
बहुत लूट करेंगे,
काफी स्ट्रीम्स ऊपर नीचे चल रही
है, उसके बाद वो फाइट लेने के लिए आएंगे, लेकिन वहीं पर थोड़ा टाइम मिल चुका है R8 Esports के प्लेयर्स को कि
इंडोनेशिया पीछे, थाईलैंड आगे चल रही है।
अभी इस टाइम के लिए जो भी टीम आपको ब्रिज पर दिखाई देगी ज्यादा लूट उसके पास नहीं है। Not afford a fight right now. Any team cannot afford a fight right now. और ये बहुत मजेदार मैच होने वाला है। Believe me, this match is going to change the leaderboard, क्योंकि मिलिट्री बेस पर जो भी टीम है उसको बहुत 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 फायदा पहुंचा है इस सर्कल का। अब आप उसको किस तरह से इस्तेमाल करते हो, वन ऑफ द नेम्स आपकी स्क्रीन पर है। ग्लैडिएटर्स के करीब तर जाते हुए, लेकिन इन्फिनिटी IQ DVL के प्लेयर को काफी ज्यादा नुकसान पहुंचा चुके हैं। पीछे 7 ही व्हीकल है, लेकिन ग्रेनेड से एलिमिनेट किया जाएगा। अब किल कंफर्म किया जाएगा, नॉक कर दिया गया प्लेयर को। पहला एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट हमें इस मैच से कंफर्म करती दिखाई देगी टीम इन्फिनिटी IQ। एसन आ जाते हैं, अभी हम उनसे राब्ता मुमकिन नहीं कर पा रहे। He'll be right back।
जीजी के 13 पॉइंट क्यों है? क्योंकि पहले मैच में उन्होंने 13 पॉइंट लिए मेरी जान।
नाम वैसा का
ये कम्युनिटी आ रही है,
वो स्कोर करते हैं, लेकिन
पॉइंट्स, ओवरऑल रैंकिंग एंड इस मैच के एलिमिनेशंस अभी साथ-साथ आते रहेंगे, समझे?
आपके सामने आएगा
जैसे PL की ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग होती है वैसी ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग है
सर्कल को लेकर, और किस तरह की रोटेशंस आप एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं?
जी बिल्कुल आदि, एज वी वर एक्सपेक्टिंग एक एक्सट्रीम सर्कल हमें बनता हुआ नजर आएगा और कुछ ऐसा ही हमें देखने को मिला पहले ही मैच के अंदर। लेकिन किल फीड तेजी से चलती हुई BTR वर्सेस एटॉन की फाइट। किल फीड के अंदर अल्फा 7 पुश ऑन करेगी फाल्कन्स के ऊपर एंड R8 के प्लेयर्स रैग्नारॉक को एक ऑन एक्साइड की तरफ से पिक ऑफ कर लिया जाएगा। एक ऑन एक्साइड के प्लेयर्स को कुछ डैमेज जरूर पड़ा, लेकिन किल उनके बैकपैक में जा चुका है विदाउट लूजिंग एनी प्लेयर्स। बट नहीं, हम सर्कल की बात कर रहे थे आदि, सर्कल जिस साइड भी बन चुका है, बहुत सारी टीम्स फाइट लेने के बाद ही कर पाएंगी सर्कल के अंदर। लेकिन दूसरी तरफ BTR की अगर बात करें, BTR एक प्लेयर को बाद दूसरे प्लेयर को नॉक करेगी। BTR के प्लेयर को रिवाइव दिया जाएगा। एक एटॉन के आखिरी प्लेयर यहाँ पर मौजूद, वॉल साइड उनको मालूम रहेगा कि एग्जैक्टली प्लेयर किस जगह मौजूद है। एक प्लेयर को नेट के साथ उड़ाने की कोशिश, लेकिन नेट जो है वो क्लिक नहीं करता। लोन HP प्लेयर मौजूद थे। एटॉन के प्लेयर्स की अगर हम बात करें, दोनों ही प्लेयर्स नॉक नजर आ रहे हैं और इंटर प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं अभी अपने प्लेयर को कि एग्जैक्टली किस जगह के ऊपर उन्हें ये फायर लेना पड़ेगा आदि।
जी बिल्कुल, लेकिन बिगेट्रॉन रेड विलेंस अपने 2 किल्स ऑलमोस्ट इस मैच से कंफर्म कर चुके हैं। एटॉन Esports के आखिरी प्लेयर मौजूद, उनको एलिमिनेट कर दिया गया। सीढ़ियों पर ही क्रेट उनका बनाया जाएगा, थोड़ी बहुत लूट की जाएगी इस माल गनीमत से। और एटॉन Esports विल बी एक्चुअली द फर्स्ट टीम टू गेट एलिमिनेटेड फ्रॉम दिस मैच। वहीं पर एक और फाइट हमें बनती दिखाई दी, जिसको अभी के लिए डिफ्यूज कर दिया जाएगा, लेकिन इन्फिनिटी IQ जिधर जा रहे हैं कोर्स करेक्शन कर ली जाएगी। ग्लैडिएटर्स के प्लेयर बिल्कुल उनके सामने थे, लेकिन फाल्कन और BTR दोनों ही सर्कल से बाहर हो चुके हैं। वहीं पर मैं सर्कल को देखना चाहूंगा कि रोटेशंस किस तरह से की जा रही हैं टीमों की तरफ से, लेकिन ग्लैडिएटर्स जहां पर वो जा रहे हैं हर जगह आपको टीमें ही टीमें दिखाई देंगी। मैजिक्सिस स्पोर्ट्स के प्लेयर है जिनसे फाइट ली जा सकती थी, पॉसिबली ऑब्वियसली इंफॉर्मेशन ग्लैडिएटर्स के पास नहीं है कि वहां पर सिर्फ 2 ही प्लेयर्स हैं। सिर्फ एक बुलेट फायर किया गया मैजिक्सिस के प्लेयर्स की तरफ से और आई डोंट नो व्हाई वो फाइट किया गया, लेकिन अभी के लिए उनकी जान की बख्शिश कर दी जाएगी। 2 ही प्लेयर्स थे, अगर फाइट ली जाती ग्लैडिएटर्स की तरफ से तो ये 2 अच्छे पॉइंट्स उनको मिल जाने थे, लेकिन ग्लैडिएटर्स जब बाहर जाकर ये स्ट्रीम देखेंगे वापस से तो शायद उनको अंदाजा होगा कि हमने बहुत बड़ी गलती कर दी।
अरे तो पोजीशन पॉइंट भी जुड़ेंगे मेरी जान।
लेकिन अभी देखते हैं किस तरह से सिचुएशन अनफोल्ड होती है। सर्कल्स की वजह से काफी
वीपी के लास्ट मैच में 10 पॉइंट होंगे और 6 किल थे उनके, 16 और 1 पॉइंट 17 फिनिशेस। लोरेन क्लोने खेला
टीम फेज भी रोटेट करती हुई, लेकिन वहीं पर वैम्पायर्स PMWI के फॉर्मर चैंपियंस, डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस रहेंगे इस साल के PMWI के लिए। वो इस मैच में भी
अल्फा 7 ने PMCC पे मिल्टा पावर से भी
कर ही चुके हैं, लेकिन गॉन XI8 मिलिट्री ब्रिज को रोकते हुए थामते हुए सर्कल के सेंटर के अंदर भी ये टीम आ जाएगी, लेकिन वहीं पर उनके बिल्कुल जानिब करीब टीम YG के प्लेयर्स हमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं और उनके बिल्कुल वेस्टर्न साइड पर, लोअर वेस्टर्न साइड पर वैम्पायर्स दिखाई दे रहे हैं। गेट करना चाहेंगे जरूर, लेकिन अगला सर्कल बहुत अहमियत का हामिल है। अगर सेंट्रलाइज्ड होता है शिफ्ट बहुत फायदा पहुंचेगा गॉन XI8 को, लेकिन वहीं पर हमें कुछ फाइट बनती दिखाई देगी। टीम SEM9 के प्लेयर्स काफी करीब टीम S2G के प्लेयर्स के, लेकिन ये एलिमिनेशन द क्लासिकल एग्रेसिव बिगेट्रॉन रेड विलेंस हमें देखने को मिले एटॉन स्पोर्ट्स के अगेंस्ट।
जी बिल्कुल, एक इंटरेस्टिंग फाइट दोनों ही।
ये मेन इवेंट है नहीं मेरी जान, मेन इवेंट आपका फ्राइडे से स्टार्ट होगा। सो काफी लोग पूछ रहे हैं PL टीम SD और जो भी टीम्स क्वालीफाई हुई है चैंपियनशिप से, सो सारी की सारी टीम ट्विस्टेड माइंड्स
को लेकर
दीस ऑल जितनी भी टीम्स है आपको फ्राइडे को मिलेंगी।
ज्यादा कुछ नंबर्स अपने लिए नहीं जोड़ पाई ये टीम, बट ओवरऑल बहुत ही बेहतरीन खेलती हुई नजर आ रही है।
R8 को इतनी प्रायोरिटी क्यों बता रहे हैं, मतलब समझा नहीं। मे भी हो सकता है रीजन आपका
S2G पूरी तरह से
ड्यू टू
यहाँ पर टीम SEM9 के प्लेयर्स का,
वो है ना होस्ट कंट्री में भी
कंटेंशन दी जा रही है मिलिट्री आयलैंड के ऊपर, जहां पर मैजिक्सिस के प्लेयर पैरल शाह को टेक डाउन किया जा चुका है। मैजिक्सिस के प्लेयर पुश करते हैं फॉरवर्ड, पेंसू के ऊपर नेट जाता हुआ ट्रिक का, जो कि काफी देर पहले गिराया गया था। पेंसू को नॉक करते हुए नजर आएंगे, लेकिन टीम मैजिक्सिस के प्लेयर्स फ्रे के अंदर ज्वाइन नहीं करते टाइम से और दोनों प्लेयर्स यहां पर उनके लूज हो जाते हैं। लेकिन दरियो को पुश किया जा रहा है, फिरारी सामने आते हैं, फाइट किया जाएगा, फाइट लेते हुए दूसरे प्लेयर काफी लो ऑन HP प्लेयर को रिटेलिएट बैक करते हुए डाउन टू लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग। लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली टीम IQ के जो अकेले प्लेयर यहाँ पर बैकलाइंस के ऊपर कवर फायर दे रहे थे वो अभी तक के लिए रिवाइव में मौजूद नजर आ रहे हैं। एंड आई बिलीव टीम इन्फिनिटी IQ यहाँ पर आधी 2 प्लेयर्स को रीसेट करने में इजीली कामयाब हो जाएगी।
जी बिल्कुल एसन, और मैजिक्सिस काफ़ी देर से ढूंढ रहे थे कोई जगह, कोई भी जाए पना उनको मिली नहीं, और जहां पर मिली वहां पर उनके ऊपर स्लाम एंड
आई लाइक द 2i कॉन्फिडेंस बाय इन्फिनिटी का फर्स्ट मैसेज देख रहा हूं।
मजीद हमें कुछ फाइट बनती दिखाई दे रही है। टीम S2G के प्लेयर्स टीम SEM9 के प्लेयर्स को गेट कीप करना चाहते हैं उनके रोटेशन को, लेकिन बैक स्टैप किया गया। थर्ड पार्टी तो नहीं बल्कि बैक स्टैप करने की कोशिश अभी तक के लिए तो नाकाम रही, लेकिन यही गेट कीप अब शायद हमें आगे जाकर SEM9 करती हुई दिखाई दे सकती है S2G के ऊपर। और मैंने आपको क्या कहा था इस मैच से पहले, बल्कि आज के दिन से पहले, कि अगर ऐसे ही सर्कल रहे तो आपको बड़े बड़े सितारे, बड़े बड़े चैंपियंस गिरते दिखाई देंगे। टीम S2G अभी तक सर्कल से बाहर, फॉर्मर PMGC चैंपियंस रहे हैं और अभी के लिए सर्कल के अंदर अपनी जगह नहीं बना पाए। टीम BTR जिनके पास 3-4 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स है, वो भी अभी तक के लिए सर्कल के अंदर आ नहीं पाए। D+ किया जूझते हुए सर्कल से बाहर शोर एरियाज पर मेन आइलैंड के, लेकिन गॉन XI8 उनका गेट कीप तैयार होता हुआ अपना जाल बिछाया जा चुका है टीम फेस क्लैन के अगेंस्ट। फेज अगर गलती करती है और डायरेक्ट रोटेट करते हैं ब्रिज के थ्रू मेन आइलैंड के ऊपर, तो गॉन XI8 उनके एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट स्कोर करते हुए नजर आएंगे। लेकिन आईकॉन के प्लेयर वो भी अभी तक के लिए सर्कल से खास दूर ये टीमें जूझ रही है फाल्कन्स, लेकिन बीटीआर प्लान बी के साथ जाते हुए वो प्लान बी प्लान 0 में कन्वर्ट होता हुआ डी प्लस किया के प्लेयर एक ही स्प्रे से 2 प्लेयर्स को गिरा देते हैं और अब ये 2 अच्छे किल्स कंफर्म भी कर लिए जाएंगे। बिगेट्रॉन रेड विलेंस अपने लिए कुछ हासिल करना चाहते हैं।
विलेन की दूर से एक स्कोप जो है वो यहाँ पर शॉट डिलीवर कर प्लस किया के इस प्लेयर के ऊपर, लेकिन फावियन को रिवाइव दे दिया जाएगा। इट्स जस्ट द थर्ड स्टेज ऑफ द गेम। इतना कोई हालात जो है वो बिगड़ते हुए हमें नजर नहीं आ रहे, लेकिन यार अनफॉर्चुनेटली गुड स्टार्ट के बाद एक अनफॉर्चुनेट एंड की तरफ मूव करती हुई हमें अभी तक के लिए नजर आ रही है। लेकिन S2G के साइलेस की अगर हम बात करें, बेहतरीन किस्म की फाल्कन के प्लेयर को शट डाउन किया गया। फाल्कन के 2 प्लेयर्स अभी तक के लिए सर्वाइव करते हुए, लेकिन ब्लू जोन के बाहर काफ़ी टीम्स हमें जो है वो एक दूसरे के अगेंस्ट जो है वो फाइट्स के अंदर नजर आ रही आती हैं। एंड यही चीज़ मैं समझता हूँ इन तमाम टीम्स के लिए काफ़ी परेशान कुन साबित होगी, बिकॉज टीम्स जो कि अक्रॉस द ब्रिज मौजूद
जोन के बाहर आप ज्यादा देर तक चीजें कर ही नहीं सकते हो गाइस, फंसोगे, सब यहीं मरेंगे जोन के बाहर, क्योंकि जोन का डैमेज बढ़ चुका है भले ही थर्ड जोन
के 2 प्लेयर्स को डाउन करते हुए S2G अनफॉर्चुनेटली एक जबरदस्त किस्म का उनकी तरफ से जो है वो पुश बैक किया गया SM9 को, लेकिन
पहले ब्रिज पे मूव इन कर ली थी ब्रिज कैंप।
यहाँ पर केनी S2G को लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग पर पुश कर चुके हैं, जो कि साइलस मौजूद रहने वाले, लेकिन किल फीड तेजी से चलती हुई आईकुड यहाँ पर टेक डाउन करेगी। दूसरी तरफ जबरदस्त हमें यहाँ पर एक ब्रिज कैंप देखने को मिला। फेज के मेला को यहाँ पर नॉक कर दिया जा चुका है टीम एगॉन एक्साइड के ब्लेड की तरफ से। फलक के पास एक बेहतरीन एंगल,
सेम स्ट्रेटजी PMGC पे यूज करी थी। तीन बंदे आएंगे, एक बंदा जोन के लिए भेज दे,
फॉरवर्ड पुश करना है, दोनों प्लेयर्स
इन्फो के लिए आगे।
लेकिन डी प्लस किया के प्लेयर साइलस के ऊपर पुश करते हैं। अकेले प्लेयर यहाँ पर मौजूद थे, लेकिन साइलस दूसरी तरफ पूरी की पूरी डी प्लस किया को इस मैच से ही बाहर करते हुए नजर आते हैं। SM9 they are still waiting for that time, they are still waiting for that option, जहाँ पर साइलस जो है वो यहाँ पर निकल कर
1v3 के आएंगे साइलस ने,
वहीं पर एलिमिनेट कर दिया जाएगा। आदि
जी बिल्कुल, लेकिन ये 3 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स मजीद एगॉन एक्साइड को किसी ना किसी हालत में अपने बैकपैक में दर्ज करने ही है। लेकिन फेज विंटोरेज बहुत बाकमाल खिलाड़ी है और उनके क्रॉसहेयर से बचकर एगॉन एक्साइड को खेलना
मैंने क्या बोला था, आईट को मेहरबान
टीम S2G गिराती हुई टीम आईकुर्द के प्लेयर्स को रोटेशन में आते हुए आगे, लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली आईकुर्द के आखिरी प्लेयर टीम S2G के आखिरी प्लेयर वो ज्यादा देर तक अपने पांव नहीं जमा कर रख पाए इस ब्रिज पर और एलिमिनेट कर दिया गया। लेकिन साइलस बहुत बाकमाल एलिमिनेशंस वो निकाल कर गए हैं।
भाई S2G के बंदे फेमस है भाई।
1v4 हमें देखने को मिला साइलस की तरफ से, लेकिन फेज वर्सेस एगॉन पकड़ते हैं और टीम फेज क्लैन के प्लेयर ने नॉक कर दिया है। अभी तक के लिए ब्लेड का किल कंफर्म कर लिया जाएगा। एगॉन एक्साइड के बाकी प्लेयर्स इस मौके पर कहां पर मौजूद थे मैं देखना चाहता हूं। ब्रिज से पार कहीं चले गए और अब एगॉन एक्साइड को ये जगह छोड़ना पड़ेगी। ब्लेड का एलिमिनेट होना काफी खतरा रहेगा एगॉन एक्साइड के लिए अब आने वाले फेजेस में, क्योंकि अभी भी काफी टीमें हैं जो सरवाइव कर रही हैं, लेकिन एगॉन एक्साइड अब मजीद प्लेयर्स उनको अपने गंवाने नहीं हैं। टीम DRS एक वो वाहिद नाम है इस मैच में, इस फेज में अभी तक के लिए जिसके चारों के चारों प्लेयर्स सरवाइव करते दिखाई दे रहे हैं। लेकिन अल्फा 7 रशिंग करने के लिए आगे बढ़ते हुए टीम वैम्पायर स्पोर्ट्स के भी चारों के चारों प्लेयर्स हमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं, लेकिन अल्फा 7 के प्लेयर नॉक करते हुए DBS के जलवे, DBS का बोलबाला होता हुआ टीम अल्फा 7 एलिमिनेट करते हुए टीम इन्फिनिटी IQ के 2 प्लेयर्स को गिरा दिया जा ही चुका है। अल्फा 7 Esports ग्रेनेड फटेगा, डैमेज करेगा बाकी 2 प्लेयर्स के ऊपर अपने क्रॉसहेयर्स जमाते हुए, लेकिन रिटेलिएशन में भी एक ग्रेनेड क्लिक करता है, नॉक कर दिया जाएगा अल्फा 7 के प्लेयर को भी और फुल स्टॉप लगाने में अभी तक के लिए कामयाब वैम्पायर Esports के टोनी के कहीं दूर से थर्ड पार्टी करते हैं। DRS के प्लेयर्स भी कुछ यहां से लेकर जा सकते हैं थर्ड पार्टी की जद में, लेकिन इस मैच के अंदर एलिमिनेशंस 6 पर इन्फिनिटी IQ अपने आप को लेकर जा चुकी है। 2 प्लेयर्स अब कितनी देर तक सरवाइव करते हैं और क्या उस वो तीसरे प्लेयर को सरवाइव दे पाएगी?
MGC चैंपियन इज बैक।
जी बिल्कुल। टीम
भाई साइलस
IQ की अगर मैं बात करूं यहाँ पर
बहुत बढ़िया भाई ये पेटेंट हो रखा है क्या S2G के बंदे ही 1v3 1v4 करेंगे कहीं पे ग्लोबल स्टेज के अंदर, चाहे वो PMGC में रहे हो तो यहाँ पे साइलस हो भाई।
विक्टिम साबित होंगे इस सारे फ्रे के अंदर, लेकिन अभी तक के लिए अल्फा 7 सर्वाइव कर रही है।
मैंने कहा था पहले
लॉन्ग इलेक्ट्रिकॉस को ब्रेक नहीं दिया जा रहा। डीवीएल के प्लेयर्स लॉन्ग रेंज से उनके ऊपर नॉक्स निकालते हुए सर्कल के अंदर एक इजी एंट्री मिलेगी यहाँ पर योकोहामा डोनट वेरल्स को। और जिस तरह से इन्होंने पुश किया है, जिस तरह से अपने लिए एक अच्छी पोजीशन लेने में कामयाब हुए हैं, आई मस्ट से कि इस साइड को पहले किसी भी टीम की तरफ से नहीं देखा गया एंड नाउ इट्स बिलोंग्स टू योकोहामा डोनट्स। और जिस तरह से प्लेयर स्प्रेड आउट नजर आ रहे हैं, आई एम प्रीटी श्योर दे विल बी स्टेइंग हियर फॉर क्वाइट सम टाइम। लेकिन डीआरएस ऑन द अदर साइड लॉन्ग रेंजेस से अपने उन एंगल्स का फ़ायदा उठाती हुई मिलिट्री बेस के अंदर अभी तक करी नज़र आ रही है, जिससे उन्होंने थोड़ी ही देर पहले अल्फा 7 के प्लेयर को एलिमिनेट किया एंड नाउ दे आर आइंग ऑन द फाइनल वन रीवो 7-7 के जो कि
गाइस जो आपको चीजें देखने को मिल रही है ना मिलिट्री सर्कल पे बस पड़ जाए, ये चीजें शुरू में होती है। अब आगे अगला मिलिट्री बनेगा तो टीम लीड करके आएंगी कि किस तरीके से हम क्या बेटर एग्जीक्यूट कर सकते हैं। पीएमजीसी पे एलजीडी का बहुत बड़ा एग्जांपल
वहीं पर एक
बताऊंगा, जोन कटने दो, आई8 पे जाना चाहिए
सेंटर में है। अब क्या हार्ड शिफ्ट आएगा या सेंट्रलाइज्ड आएगा? आई थिंक तो सेंट्रलाइज्ड आएगा शिफ्ट। और वैम्पायर स्पोर्ट्स एगोनिक्स आई8 के पास जो कंपाउंड्स हैं वहीं कहीं ना कहीं सर्कल वहां पर ही जाएगा और वहीं पर जाता है। हार्ड शिफ्ट था थोड़ा बहुत ऊपर, लेकिन वो कंपाउंड्स अभी तक सर्कल के अंदर ही आ जाते हैं। अब यहाँ पर इस सिचुएशन को अगर मैं एनालाइज करूं तो एगोनिक्स आई8 यहाँ पर रहते हुए बहुत एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स लेकर जा सकती है। वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स एज वेल, क्योंकि जितनी टीमें ज्यादातर लॉबी साउदर्न साइड पर ही थी, अभी का जो सर्कल है उसके हिसाब से साउदर्न साइड पर ही है। और उन सभी टीमों को जब वो सर्कल के अंदर आएंगे तो उनका इस्तकबाल फॉरमोस्ट टीम वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स ही करेगी और पॉसिबली इस मैच के अंदर भी वो अच्छे खासे किल पॉइंट्स लेकर जा सकते हैं। लेकिन सर्कल अगला भी साथ ही साथ बनता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है। बहुत तेज कर दिया गया है सर्कल का मेटा। अभी ही सर्कल क्लोज इन किया था, लेकिन अगला भी बनता आपको दिखाई देगा। तेजी के साथ ये एग्रेशन सम अप होता हुआ हमें दिखाई देगा, लेकिन YG के प्लेयर्स एलिमिनेट करते हुए उसी के साथ साथ हमें
एलजीडी गेमिंग की टीम
इस मैच से बाहर जाते दिखाई देंगे। लेकिन फेज के बिन तोरेज उनके जहां पर क्रॉसेस है वहां पर चारों के चारों प्लेयर्स इंटैक्ट है, लेकिन बचकर खेलना पड़ेगा फेज को क्योंकि डीआरएस बिल्कुल उनके पीछे है। और
देखा था फेरी से कोई बूट लेके रोटेशन नहीं मारा था, तो मिलिट्री ब्रिज पे एलजीडी उस टाइम बूट लेके रोटेशन मारी थी। जस्ट द फर्स्ट मैच, डोंट अंडरएस्टिमेट एनी टीम। काफी क्लैशेस हुए टाइमिंग्स के अकॉर्डिंगली
और कितनी देर तक
काफी
सर्वाइव
टीम
कर
ने
पाते
सोचा
हैं,
लेट रोटेट मारेंगे एंड उसी थिंकिंग के अकॉर्डिंगली नोवो ब्रिज पे आके 4 से 5 टीम इकट्ठा हो गई थी। नेक्स्ट जब भी मिलिट्री जोन बनेगा तो टीम इसकी स्टडी करके पक्का आएगी।
का 506 का उनके बाद साइलेंस जो कि एलिमिनेट हो चुके हैं,
तो इन्फिनिटी की टीम है
और उसके
भाई।
बाद नाउ तो अभी तक के लिए सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं और देखते हैं कि क्या वो इन
Infinity
दोनों को
IQ,
सुपरशीट
बहुत बढ़िया कॉन्फिडेंस है इसके
इन्फिनिटी आईक्यू के प्लेयर देखते हुए ग्लैडिएटर्स के दोनों
fearless
मिलिट्री जो एरिया रहता है मिलिट्री बेस का उसके बॉर्डर पर मौजूद है,
दो
जहां
मैचेस
पर
में
फेंस
अप्रोच
लगी हुई है,
कोई भी टीम हो
डाउन है,
भाई।
पीछे रिज पर भी हमें कुछ
They
खिलाड़ी
don't
दिखाई
give
दे
a
रहे हैं।
F, bro.
थर्ड पार्टी की सिचुएशन बन सकती है, लेकिन डीआरएस के रूल्स जी तैयारी पकड़ते हुए फाइट लेने की टीम फेस किया अगेंस्ट विंटोरेज आगे बढ़ते हुए। क्या उनके पास इंफॉर्मेशन है? यस दे हैव द इंफॉर्मेशन। थोड़ा सा फॉल बैक किया जाएगा, अपनी व्हीकल्स की कोर्स करेक्शन भी की जाएगी उनकी तरफ से।
नाइस किलर वाइटी
के साथ अगर हम बात करें यहाँ पर आदि जिस तरह से टीम्स की डिस्पर्शन हमें देखने को मिल रही है, मस्ट से इन्फिनिटी आईक्यू को दाद देनी पड़ेगी कि स्टिल 3 मैन स्टैंडिंग स्क्वाड
किलर वाइटी ने एक चलते
हुए निकलकर
किलर वाइटी अनस्टॉपेबल डेल्टा अरे पूरी खत्म कर दी फेज टीआरएस ने
साथ यहाँ पर
गाड़ियों से।
किलर वाइटी जो है वो यहाँ पर फर्स्ट व्हीकल एलिमिनेशन भी इसी के साथ का टाइटल लेकर जाते हुए नजर आएंगे एंड अल्फा 7 भी इसी के चलते एलिमिनेट हो जाएगी। दो टीम्स विद इन नो टाइम इस मैच से बाहर 23 प्लेयर्स स्टिल
गाइस ऑनेस्टली सेइंग
टीम्स जो है वो 8 ही सर्वाइव करती
हैं। डीआरएस कुछ हर एक साल ग्लोबल स्टेज पे नया करती है भाई।
नजर आ रहा है, लेकिन किल फीड के अंदर आईक्यू नेट के साथ फेज को इस मैच से बाहर करते हैं एंड फेज आखिरकार जो उनके लिए
फुल प्रैक्टिस ग्राइंड हार्ड करके भाई रन ओवर्स का सीन टीआरएस का बहुत बढ़िया
है, वो अभी तक के लिए खोती हुई
जो भी आ जाता तो मजा आता था।
स्पोर्ट्स के स्वपी एक और प्लेयर कंफर्म करते हैं, आर8 को इस मैच से बाहर कर दिया जा चुके हैं। टॉप 6 टीम्स का मुकाबला अब हमारी स्क्रीन्स के ऊपर, जहां पर Agon X8 3 मैन स्टैंडिंग अभी तक के लिए नजर आ रही है। वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स विद 4 प्लेयर्स
अगेन आई8
सर्वाइविंग, लेकिन सेंट्रलाइज्ड पोजीशन सेंट्रलाइज्ड कंपाउंड अभी तक के लिए Agon के पास मौजूद हमें नजर आ रहे हैं आदि। वंस अगेन सर्कल का शिफ्ट डीआरएस Agon X8 सेम और साथ ही साथ वैम्पायर साथ ही साथ SEM9 को फेवर करता हुआ वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट GG एंड DVL they have to fight their way into
तो
the
गाइस
circle.
826 लोग देख रहे हो, if you are new to the stream make sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. And what do you think किसका चिकन आएगा, एक बार नीचे कमेंट करके बता देना. वेम्पायर, जीजी, DRS, M9, DVL and I8, what do you think किसका चिकन आना चाहिए आपके अकॉर्डिंगली? नीचे कमेंट करके जल्दी से. अभी फाइट्स होगी एजेस पे. Not in good situation DVL.
साइन रहने वाली है जिसको लेकर टीम जीजी फर्दर पुश करती हुई नजर आएगी. एंड टीम जीजी जो है वो डीवीएल के ऊपर पुश भी कर चुकी है. मैटिक का नेट मिसाइल परफॉर्म करेगा. फाइनल राउंड स्टार्टिंग. लेट्स सी तो किसी किस्म की फाइट बैक कर पाते हैं या नहीं. फाइट बैक क्या करते इससे पहले कि वो पीक ही देते. टीम जीजी के आखिरी प्लेयर इस मैच से उनको बाहर कर देते हैं. टॉप 5 टीम्स जीजी के ऊपर भी क्रॉस फाइट्स बनाए जा रहे हैं डीआरएस की तरफ से. एंड नाउ जीजी उनको अपने इस प्लेयर एडवांटेज को लूज नहीं करना. अगर वो
पीपी का चिकन, ठीक है भाई, देखते हैं
विनर चिकन की फाइट तक पुश करना चाहते हैं.
जी बिल्कुल, लेकिन एगॉनिक्स I8 अपने 2 प्लेयर्स को गवा चुकी है और नॉक हैं 2 प्लेयर्स. अभी के लिए उज़म के कंधों के ऊपर ये जिम्मेदारी है कि किस तरह से वो रिवाइव देते हैं. अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो रिवाइव नहीं दे पाएंगे, अपनी भी जान वो बचा नहीं पाए. 5वें पायदान पर एगॉनिक्स I8 इस मैच से बाहर हो जाएगी. मैं चार्ट देख रहा हूँ और मैं यही कहूँगा कि थोड़ा बहुत सब्र ज़रूर रखिए. जस्ट स्टार्ट ऑफ इट जो हमारी PMWI की जर्नी है, एक्सटेंसिव 18 मैचेस खेले जाने हैं. थोड़ा सा हौसला ज़रूर रखिए. बी सपोर्टिव टुवर्ड एवरी टीम. एंड खास तौर के ऊपर सिंस हम उर्दू ब्रॉडकास्ट को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं तो अपने सपोर्टिव रहिए, ना कि आप उनको डीमोटिवेट करें. लेकिन अभी के लिए सेम9 के प्लेयर्स हमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं रिल, और उनकी तरफ से कोशिश की जाएगी टीम ग्लैडिएटर्स के प्लेयर को टेक डाउन करने की. 6 एलिमिनेशंस पर हमें सेम9 दिखाई दे रही है. वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स से फिर से इनका पाला पड़ेगा और वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स एक दफा फिर से अपने आप को बनाए जा रहे हैं टॉप 3 के अंदर. लेकिन अभी के लिए टीम सेम9 के प्लेयर्स रोकने में कामयाब. टीम ग्लैडिएटर्स को 2 प्लेयर्स को गिराया, तीसरा भी क्या बाहर इस गेम से. लेकिन दूर से डेल्टा वो नॉक निकालते हुए टीम सेम9 के प्लेयर्स पर. और एलिमिनेट क्या किया जाएगा, अभी के लिए नॉक्स निकले हैं. और वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स अब उस जगह पर आ चुकी है जहां पर थोड़ी देर पहले एगॉनिक्स I8 के 3 खिलाड़ी सर्वाइव करते दिखाई दे रहे थे.
आई थिंक ये टूर्नामेंट पुराने वर्जन पे हो रहा है ब्रो. जो भी वर्जन है मैं आपको बता दूंगा.
एगॉनिक्स I8 वहां पर सरवाइव नहीं कर पाए. लेकिन सेम9 अब उनके जो 2 प्लेयर्स हैं वो रिवाइव तो ना दे पाएंगे, लेकिन कुछ एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स हासिल वो करना चाहते हैं. डीआरएस को रोकने में क्या ये टीम कामयाब रहेगी? सेम9 का स्प्लिट काफी ज्यादा बड़ा हमें दिखाई दे रहा है. इन 2 प्लेयर्स का आपस में फासला इतना ज्यादा है कि अगर सेम9 के प्लेयर नॉक होते हैं तो सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता कि उनको रिवाइव दिया जाए. लेकिन हाँ, बैकयार्ड्स पर रिज पर रहकर एक अच्छा कवर जरूर दे पाएंगे अपने इस प्लेयर को. लेकिन डैम की तरफ से ग्रेनेड फटेगा उनके बिल्कुल करीब. बच जाएंगे, नॉक नहीं किया जाएगा अभी तक के लिए. लेकिन डीआरएस के रूल्स ओजी को थोड़ा बहुत डैमेज उन्होंने किया. डेल्टा के बिल्कुल करीब है ये प्लेयर और डेल्टा बगी पर बैठकर अगर ग्रेनेड फेंकते हैं तो फॉर श्योर नॉक भी निकल आ सकता है. लेकिन अभी के लिए डीआरएस दे आर बीइंग केयरफुल.
एब्सोल्युटली केयरफुल रहना पड़ेगा. बहुत करीब आ चुके हैं विनर चिकन डिनर की इस फाइट के अंदर, जहां पर सेम के टैम चीज़ें ख़राब कर सकते हैं टीम डीआरएस के लिए. तीनों टीम्स 4 मैन स्टैंडिंग नज़र आ रही हैं. ये चीज़ काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग बना रही है इन फाइट्स को. लेकिन सेम दे हैव डिसाइडेड दे हैव टू मूव फॉरवर्ड और सर्किल के जिसके ऊपर वो आ चुके हैं. टैम 99 जिन्होंने पहले ही ये पोजीशन होल्ड कर ली थी टीम के लिए, उनकी तरफ मूव किया गया है. एंड दिस इज़ व्हाट हैपेंस जब आप अपना स्काउट पहले ही सर्कल के अंदर भेज देते हैं और एक अच्छी फॉरवर्ड पोजीशन जो है उनकी तरफ से ले ली जाती है. नाउ दे विल सर्वाइव. अच्छी पोजीशन नहीं कहूँगा, बट ये चीज़ जो है वो टीम डीआरएस के बाकी प्लेयर्स को रिट्रीट करने में पर मजबूर करती है, विच इज़ इन इटसेल्फ अ गुड थिंग. अदरवाइज डीआरएस वर्सेस सेम की फाइट के अंदर डीआरएस वुड हैव बीन ऑन अ डिसएडवांटेज बिकॉज एक मेजर स्प्लिट के अंदर टीम डीआरएस नज़र आ रही थी हमें आती. बट एनीहाउ सेम के प्लेयर्स जिस तरह से उन्होंने अपने आप को पोजीशन कर लिया है, वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स अब इंतज़ार कर रही है कि जब डीआरएस और सेम9 दोनों में से कोई एक टीम फाइट लेती है तभी जाकर जो है वो सर्कल की तरफ मूव किया जाएगा. लेकिन नाउ सेम9 के रिल एंड सेम9 के प्लेयर डेप SKR आहिस्ता आहिस्ता पुश करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं. स्मोक्स डिप्लॉय कर रहे हैं. आई बिलीव उन्हीं कंपाउंड्स की तरफ नज़र रखी जा रही है जहाँ पर जिस तरह आपने मेंशन किया कुछ ही देर पहले एक और एक साइड के प्लेयर्स मौजूद थे. एंड इसी के चलते हुए ये टीम्स जो हैं वो अपनी इस इतनी ज़्यादा प्रैक्टिस के बावजूद इट विल बी अ डिफिकल्ट थिंग फॉर देम कि वो यहाँ पर मुश्किल से 2-4 कर सकेंगे इसी टीम को. लेकिन वीपी के स्टोरी यहाँ पर सेम के रिल को टेक डाउन करेंगे. सेम अपने 2 प्लेयर्स डाउन करवाती हुई एक और प्लेयर यहाँ पर केनी SKR स्पॉट होते हुए. आई बिलीव स्मोक्स की ये वॉल जो है वो डेप SKR को थोड़ी देर के लिए एक virtual cover जरूर देगी जिसके अंदर वो एक प्लेयर को रिवाइव कर सके, लेकिन they have to push back, they have to retreat back, otherwise टीम DRS इस सारी सिचुएशन का फायदा उठाती हुई नजर आएगी। रूल्स ओजी की तरफ से नेट जाएगा, रूल्स ओजी का नेट अभी तक के लिए किसी को क्लिक नहीं करता, लेकिन डेप SKR को अशद जो है वो यहाँ पर रिवाइवल की ज़रूरत आती रहने वाली है।
जी बिल्कुल, लेकिन DRS क्या इस मैच के चिकन डिनर के करीब जाएगी या दूर जाएगी, फैसला करना है सर्कल को। अगर सर्कल वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स को ज़्यादा फेवर देता है ऑब्वियसली देन DRS हैज़ ओनली वन ऑप्शन लेफ्ट, और वो यही होगा कि वो जाएं और वैम्पायर्स के कंपाउंड्स के ऊपर स्लैम इन दे दे। हाँ, दूसरी सूरत ये है कि उनको नॉक निकालना पड़ेगा, और कुछ नॉक्स अगर वो पहले निकाल लेते हैं तो शायद फिर इम्कानात बन जाएंगे इस मैच के चिकन डिनर के लिए। लेकिन अभी DRS क्या अपनी जगह सर्कल के अंदर बना पाती है? सर्कल बनेगा, वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स को अभी तक के लिए कर रहा है फेवर। DRS के दो ही प्लेयर्स अभी सर्कल के अंदर हैं, एज पर हैं दोनों प्लेयर्स, लेकिन अगला सर्कल जो कि है ही नहीं, तब आएगा असल मजा। डिसाइसिव फाइट होने वाली है और सर्कल्स बहुत तेजी से आगे बढ़ते हुए, बहुत जल्दी सर्कल्स बन रहे हैं और बहुत जल्दी जो है हमें देखने को मिल रहे हैं चेंज होते हुए। लेकिन सेम9 के प्लेयर्स वो नॉक करते हैं DRS के प्लेयर्स को। अब यहां से ये गेम अपने हाथ से जाने नहीं देनी, लेकिन सेम9 के ये 3 प्लेयर्स नाक में दम करे रखा है ने DRS के, और DRS एक पॉइंट पर काफी करीब आ गए थे एलिमिनेट करने के इन दोनों प्लेयर्स को। लेकिन स्टोन्ड अपने मिनी 14 के जलवे दिखाते हुए नॉक कर देंगे खिलाड़ी को, और अभी के लिए प्लेयर सर्वाइव करते हमें दिखाई दे रहा है। लेकिन वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स एक दफा फिर से चिकन डिनर के सिर्फ एक कदम दूर। वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स तारीख को दोहराते हुए हमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं, लेकिन DRS क्या वो रशन करेंगे? अभी तक के लिए दे आर जस्ट वेटिंग, और वो इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि कोई ना कोई गलती की जाए वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स के प्लेयर्स की तरफ से। लेकिन क्या करती है वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स? जाएंगे आगे वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स के प्लेयर, लेकिन रेवन क्लॉ पीछे रहते हुए कुछ कवर दे पा रहे हैं। DRS भी सहम चुकी है। वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स का कॉन्फिडेंस बहुत बेहतर हमें दिखाई दे रहा है, लेकिन टोनी के काफी करीब आते हुए डेल्टा को निकालना पड़ेगा। एक नॉक ग्रेनेड्स चलते बनेंगे यहां पर, लेकिन वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स के साथ साथ टीम DRS जिनको मैं देखना चाहता हूं इस मैच का चिकन डिनर करते हुए, लेकिन प्लेयर आगे बढ़ते हुए ग्रेनेड फेंका गया जरूर। ज्ञानते ऑलरेडी लो ऑन एचपी, मजीद लो ऑन एचपी हो जाएंगे, लिटरली 1 एचपी पर अभी तक के लिए वो सर्वाइव करते हुए। लेकिन स्मोक्स बिछाए जा चुके हैं टीम DRS के प्लेयर्स की तरफ से, आगे आएंगे, बच जाएंगे। ये नॉक निकल आना चाहिए था, लेकिन अभी के लिए वैम्पायर्स अपनी जगह बनाते हुए सर्कल से बाहर। अब तक के लिए सर्कल मौजूद नहीं है, सिर्फ ये आखिरी फाइट है। सर्कल बिल्कुल नहीं है, वक्त नहीं मिलेगा इन टीमों को, लेकिन DRS भरपूर कोशिश करते हुए ग्रेनेड्स के चलते साथ किसी ना किसी तरह से एक प्लेयर को गिराया जाए। लेकिन वैम्पायर्स बहुत ही ज्यादा संभल कर खेलती हमें दिखाई दे रही है। ऐसा
जी बिल्कुल, वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स का इस फाइट के अंदर संभलना ही काफी जरूरी है। कल रूल्स ओजी की तरफ से टोनी के को डाउन किया गया। फ्रंट लाइन अभी तक के लिए वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स की डाउन हो चुकी है, और इस फाइट के अंदर इंटरेस्टिंग एक टर्न ऑफ इवेंट हमें देखने को मिल रहा है वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स की तरफ। लेकिन रूल्स ओजी को फाइट बैक कर रही है। रेवन क्लॉ डाउन करते हैं, स्टोन्स का जो मोलोटॉव है रूल्स ओजी को नॉक करता हुआ नजर आया। 3v3 सिचुएशन दोनों के ऊपर, लेकिन ज्ञानते मूविंग फॉरवर्ड। रूल्स ओजी को यहाँ पर रिवाइव दे दिया जाएगा, लेकिन टीम DRS दे हैव टू पुश फॉरवर्ड, देयर इज नो टाइम लेफ्ट। 1 मिनट 53 सेकंड यहाँ पर मौजूद रहेंगे। प्रेशर जो है वो बढ़ाना पड़ेगा, लेकिन डेल्टा को नॉक कर दिया जा चुका है। स्वजी को भी यहाँ पर कवर फायर के अंदर नॉक किया गया, लेकिन स्टोन्ड किलर वाइटी के सामने आ जाएंगे। रूल्स ओजी को रिवाइव मिल चुका था, मोलोटॉव यहाँ पर थ्रो किए गए, एक के बाद दूसरा नॉक। लेकिन ये एंगल जो है वो बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग एंगल देखने को मिल रहा है। फाइनल मैन स्टैंडिंग, लेकिन स्टोन्ड कर देंगे यहाँ पर टीम DRS को, और पूरी तरह से इस कॉन्फिडेंट फिनिश तक लेकर जाते हुए वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स के ये सोलो सर्वाइवर विनर चिकन डिनर सेकंड मैच का अपनी टीम के लिए लेकर जाएंगे। एंड व्हाट अ फाइट बिटवीन DRS एंड टीम वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स।
ओ भाई नाइस वन है एंटी टू DRS एंड GG टू टीम वैम्पायर गाइस, दोनों के लिए स्पैम कर दो ऑन द चैट भाई। प्लेयर्स खुद हैरान है भाई, ये क्या हुआ है अभी। गाइस लेट्स गो, हर्ट स्पैम कर दो दोनों टीम्स के लिए, वैम्पायर एंड DRS के लिए। नाइस ट्राई एंड GG द टीम, बट बैक टू बैक वैम्पायर का चिकन भाई। यस
वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स, मेरा तो दिमाग जो है वो सुन चुका है इनको देखकर, इस तरह के परफॉर्मेंस और कॉन्फिडेंस They absolutely have no pressure. I don't know ये किस तरह से
DRS
manage
बहुत बढ़िया
करते
खेले
हैं,
गाइस.
लेकिन
This
honestly
is the
कोई
way
pressure मुझे
DRS play
दिखाई
on
नहीं
the
दे रहा
global stage
players में.
guys. मैंने
ना
आपको
उनके
आज की
चेहरों
मॉर्निंग
पर,
की
ना
वीडियो पे भी
उनके
बोला था,
in-game
don't
जो
underestimate
उनकी
team DRS.
strategies थी, जो उनकी
DRS
performance थी, ना
खेलती
मुझे
है
वहाँ पर दिखाई
माइंडसेट
दे रहा
से,
है.
DRS खेलती
और
है
Vampire
ग्लोबल के
Esports
माइंडसेट से.
जिस तरह से वो
DRS अपने
तारीफ को
सॉल्यूशंस
दोहरा रहे
निकालती है
हैं, डर लग
ग्लोबल
रहा है
जिस
मुझे
तरीके
कि
से खेल
क्या
रही है उसके
back to back
अकॉर्डिंगली.
एक दफा
तो
फिर
रूल्स
हमें
भाई हमेशा
PMWI
ऑन
चैंपियन से
टॉप
बनते
भाई.
दिखाई
एंड
देंगे,
सैंग
लेकिन
भाई इफ यू आर
highlights खातिन
वाचिंग,
हजरात आपको इस
हाय
मैच
हाय,
की झलकियां थोड़ी सी
कुछ ना
दिखाई
कुछ कंट्रीब्यूशन
जाएंगी,
तो होगा.
दोहराई
कीप शोइंग
जाएंगी,
दैट्स व्हाई
और हम
वी आर द
देखेंगे कि किस
चैंपियंस.
तरह से Vampire Esports ने एक दफा फिर से इस मैच का चिकन डिनर हासिल किया. काफी अच्छी रोटेशंस लगी मुझे Vampire Esports की. आगाज से ही पहले दूसरे सर्कल से ही सर्कल के अंदर इन्होंने अपनी जगह बनाई, बिल्कुल वेस्टर्न साइड पर आए मिलिट्री बेस के, जहां पर शोर एरियाज बिल्कुल होते हैं.
ये अपना डिवाइस
और
वगैरह ले जा
वहां पर
सकते हैं. ओ
रहकर
भाई भाई
फिर सर्कल के अंदर खेला.
ईजी क्यों नहीं खेल रहा?
हालांकि
मतलब
वो
यार
इसी
नूजी अभी
जगह पर
खेलेगा,
थे
अभी
जहां
जैसे
पर
जैसे टीम
Vampire
अच्छा परफॉर्म
Esports ने
करेगी नूजी
अभी
को
अभी
खिलाएंगे,
चिकन
ट्राई
डिनर किया
देंगे.
है.
भाई
So,
वैम्पायर की
you
टीम
know,
का अलग
ये
सीन है
दुख
ब्रो, इनका
obviously होता
लाइनअप
जरूर है,
बहुत
लेकिन
डिफरेंट है.
I would say
इनके
कि
जितने
यार
बंदे दिख रहे हैं ना
don't be
आपको,
hopeless
6 के
और
6 खेलेंगे.
बिल्कुल
अभी
दिल
वेट
नहीं
करो.
हारना चाहिए. मेरे ख्याल से it's
सबका एनर्जी लेवल सेट बैठा हुआ
yes
है.
exactly top 5 तक आए हैं. Obviously 18 टीमों में से
This
बेशतर
DRS and
eliminate
VP was
होती हैं, आप
different
top
in
5 तक
regional
आ
clash,
गए हो.
but look how
That's
both.
quite good.
अरे
लेकिन मैं ये
सज्जन भाई,
कहूंगा कि थोड़ा सा
सज्जन
वेट
भाई
जरूर
यही
करिए
तो
और
सीन है.
परफॉर्मेंस
लाइक
आएगी जरूर
अपना
आएगी.
रीजनल
मैं
अलग है,
आपको
ग्लोबल
बता रहा
अलग
हूँ
है.
आएगी
ग्लोबल
जरूर.
बहुत अलग
लेकिन
खेलती है.
Vampires ऐसे
मेंटालिटी माइंडसेट एक
ये तो
डिफरेंट
खतरा
होता है.
बन
मैं
चुके हैं.
आज मॉर्निंग की वीडियो पे क्या बोला था
अभी
डीआरएस
तक
का?
के लिए हमें Vampire
एक्सपेक्टेशंस
Esports
है
दिखाई दे
डीआरएस
रही
से.
है.
आई डोंट नो आगे कैसे खेलेंगे, बट
Absolutely
डीआरएस
जी,
से
जिस तरह से
एक्सपेक्टेशन है
ये
ग्लोबल पे अलग
टीम
माइंडसेट से.
पूरी तरह से उम्मीद को चूज कर निकाल रही है पूरी लॉबी के अंदर से. वैम्पायर से भी मैं समझता हूँ कि ज़्यादा डेंजरस होती हुई ये टीम हमें
वेल
देखने को
फाइटेड,
मिल
वेल
रही
फाइटेड.
है.
एंटी गाइस. एंड
आने
गाइस
वाले
738 लोग
मैचेस
देख
के
रहे हो.
अंदर
इफ यू न्यू
हमें
टू द
एक
स्ट्रीम,
नया रूप उनका
मेक
देखने
श्योर
को
टू
मिलेगा.
लाइक
बट
द
ओवरऑल
वीडियो
दो
एंड
मैचेस
सब्सक्राइब टू द चैनल.
टीम जीत कर गई.
लाइक द
वही
वीडियो
मसरत
एंड
आ रही
सब्सक्राइब
है.
टू द
I'm pretty sure
चैनल.
कि आने वाले मैचेस हैं उसके अंदर बहुत सारी टीम्स जो हैं वो इससे सीखेंगे भी. लेकिन हाइलाइट्स की तरफ दोस्तों एक दफा नजर
Guys,
दौड़ाते हैं. टोनी
Stoned is the
wonders
ideal.
करते हुए अपनी
हाँ मुझे
MVP
पता है
के ऊपर,
Stoned is
लेकिन
the
वो
ideal.
unfortunately अपनी टीम को
STONED.
revive नहीं दे
Stunned is
पाए.
the ideal for
Vampire
VP.
Esports जो है वो उनको बैकस्टैप करती हुई नजर आई. लेकिन what a fight, especially the end fight जो कि Vampire Esports ने शट डाउन किया SEM9 को. एंड बहुत ही जल्दी, बहुत ही तेजी से उन्होंने अपनी पूरी अटेंशन स्विच बैक कर दी डीआरएस की तरफ से, जो कि एक रियल थ्रेट था, जो मेजर थ्रेट था इस फाइनल सर्कल्स के अंदर. लेकिन
पूरे मैच में अगर आप देखोगे डीआरएस के डिसीजन मेकिंग, यार मेरे को डीआरएस का वो पीओवी देखना है. मैं बोलता हूँ एक बार, अगर मुझे हल्का सा कुछ देखने को मिल जाए वो पीओवी जो इन्होंने रन ओवर्स किया है फेस का, वो आया नहीं पीओवी. वो देखने वाली इंटरेस्टिंग चीज थी. बट व्हाट वाज द डिसीजन मेकिंग बाय द टीम डीआरएस ऑन पॉइंट.
खड़े होकर उन्होंने
डिसीजन मेकिंग्स काफी अच्छी आई है, अच्छा लगा देख.
फाइट को फिनिश किया और Vampire Esports के
मेरे को रन ओवर देखना है. वो स्ट्रीम पे आया नहीं, मैं मांगूंगा अगर मिलेगा.
बिल्कुल ऐसा. लेकिन Vampires आप लोग बताइए कि
तो गाइस स्पैम कर दो एक बार हर्ट ऑन द चैट. एंड आपकी राइट हैंड साइड पे एक हर्ट दिख रहा होगा आपको, उसको प्रेस करोगे ना दिल आएंगे बहुत सारे. तो दबा दो जो आपके रिएक्शन. उसको स्पैम कर दो.
हमें कोई और
600 लोग एक साथ दबाओ. इतना अलग अलग
रिएक्शन मैं
रिएक्शन.
एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था कि शायद Vampires के अलावा कोई और नाम होगा. और Vampires लिटरली आई हैव नो वर्ड्स कि मैं तारीफ किस तरह से करूं Vampires Esports के, उनके गेम स्टाइल की, जिस तरह से वो खेलते हैं. लेकिन विल बी गोइंग ऑन अ शॉर्ट ब्रेक. आप लोगों ने कहीं नहीं जाना. विल बी राइट बैक.
4 MB है क्या? नहीं मेरी जान, 4 MB नहीं. फाइनली है ब्रो, अभिषेक गुप्ता ये फाइनली चल रहा है. और 2 स्टेज है, ऑल स्टार स्टेज एंड द मेन स्टेज. तो ये ऑल स्टार स्टेज का फाइनल चल रहा है. तो ब्रो पीएल टीम्स अभी नहीं है. पीएल टीम्स आपकी थोड़ी उसमें आएगी, बातचीत करनी सो आप कर सकते. सो गाइस अगर आप चैनल के अंदर नए हो सो मेक श्योर टू हिट द लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब टू द चैनल. ज़्यादा नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, बीच में बोल देता हूँ जब याद आता है, बट आप कर दीजिए, अच्छा लगेगा थोड़ा. वे वेरी क्लोज टू 60K, मतलब हमारे 60,000 की फैमिली होने वाली है. यस, इफ़ यू लाइक आवर वर्क प्लीज़ डू मेक श्योर टू हिट द लाइक सब्सक्राइब. अरे हाँ रे, वो वीडियो कैसे आएगी? वो तो उनका डिवाइस होता मुझे. हाँ यार गाइस आपने सही बात बोली, वो तो कर नहीं पाएंगे. तो स्पॉन्सर्ड वाला सीन, शिट भाई, वो देखना था यार. वो वाला फेस को गाड़ियों से ही रन ओवर करा है उन्होंने. आई गेस एडीएस पे गाड़ियां घुमाई है उन्होंने और ओपन पे थे ही फेस के बंदे। किलर भाई ने एक पकड़ा, एक कूप दिखी थी मुझे, बग्गी थी क्या उनके पास? एडीएस पे खेला है। भाई 4MV ने वीपी को डिस्ट्रॉय कर दिया था पीएमआरसी में। मेरी जान, पीएमआरसी पे टीम्स एंड्रॉइड पे खेल रही थी प्रैक्टिस करने के लिए। पीएमडब्ल्यूआई डिवाइस आपकी स्क्रीन के सामने आ रहा है जो ऑनर का, समझे? 4MV इज अ गुड टीम, डैम गुड टीम भाई। 4MV बहुत बढ़िया मारी है। 4MV ने अपना रीजनल खेला है तो लाइक उस वे में नहीं बोल रहा, बट वेम्पायर, DRS एंड I8 दे वर प्लेइंग ऑन द ऑनर डिवाइसेस फॉर द PMWI ट्रेनिंग। समझ रहे हो? फ्रेम्स के इश्यूज थे, मेरी बात हुई थी उस टाइम पे। 4MV आईफोन पे खेल रही थी एंड काफी टीम आईफोन पे भी खेल रही थी, बट ये जो टीम्स है ना PMWI वाली, इनसे कंपेयर मत करना क्योंकि डिवाइस पे खेल रही थी और ऊपर से एक ऑनलाइन जब आप गेम खेलते हो तो PUBG मोबाइल में आपको डाउनलोड करना पड़ता है फॉर द सिक्योरिटी रीजंस, तो GSC, तो उसकी वजह से फ्रेम्स काफ़ी ड्रॉप हो रहे थे। इनके जो PMWI क्वालिफाइड टीम्स है वो प्रैक्टिस के लिए खेल रही थी। ओह भाई, क्या हो गया? इस बार कितने स्लॉट मिलेंगे PMGC पे इंडिया को? ब्रो पता नहीं, इस बार स्लॉट्स का 1-2 स्लॉट तो होने चाहिए। पिछली बार लाइक 48 टीम्स है, कैन एक्सपेक्ट 2 स्लॉट्स। लास्ट टाइम 1 से 2 स्लॉट तो होंगे ही होंगे रीजनल्स वाइज, बाकी एक्स्ट्रा एडिशनल स्लॉट चैंपियनशिप से डालते हैं। तो ऑफिशियल्स का क्या एक रोड मैप रहेगा वो देखने वाला सीन रहेगा फॉर द BGMI सीन।
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
भाई, बीस्ट 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 2x कर लो, कर देता भाई, 2x भी कर देते पे, अभी तो क्या था 2x। हेलो हेलो भाई, रैंकिंग क्या है? आई 8 की होगी भाई, अभी आएगी, रोज स्टैंडिंग आएगी।
अस्सलाम वालेकुम ख़वातीन और हज़रात, खुशामदीद। हम लोग आ चुके हैं वापस। हम लोग नहीं, सॉरी, मेरे साथ तो है नहीं कोई, तो मैं ही वापस आ चुका हूँ। और आप लोगों को झेलना पड़ेगा मेरी आवाज़ को, क्योंकि एसन से हमारा राब्ता मुमकिन नहीं हो पा रहा। लेकिन अभी के लिए पबजी मोबाइल वर्ल्ड इन्विटेशनल के 2 मैचेस अपने इख्तिताम को पहुंच चुके हैं। और आइए चलें, आप मेरे साथ कीजिए आज के दिन का
एक भाई राजमा चावल खाओगे?
आपका
प्लीज
होस्ट, और
रखन
आप
भाई,
बनेंगे
सॉरी
मेरे
सॉरी
साथ
यार, आपने
कास्टर।
तो
तो आइए
राजमा
मिल
चावल बोल
मिलाकर PMWI को आगे लेकर चलते हैं। लेकिन अभी के लिए
कर दिया
आप
भाई।
लोग मुझे
राजमा
बताइए
चावल
कि
फेवरेट है भाई।
किस
आ
तरह
जाओ, थोड़ी
का
बातचीत
एक्सपीरियंस
करते हैं,
रहा
लंबे टाइम से
आपका
बातचीत नहीं
पिछले
करना, मैं
मैच का, और
देख रहा
आपके
था,
क्या
मजा आ
एक्सपेक्टेशंस
गया भाई।
थी। ऑनेस्टली स्पीकिंग मैं बिल्कुल एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था वैम्पायर्स ई स्पोर्ट्स को कि यार चलो पहला मैच हो गया। मैं वो भी नहीं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था ऑब्वियसली कि पिछले साल के डोमिनेटर्स इस साल भी डोमिनेटर बनेंगे PMWI के, क्योंकि उनका जो रिकॉर्ड था इस साल की परफॉर्मेंसेस का, वो इतना खासा अच्छा नहीं रहा था। सो आई वॉजंट एक्सपेक्टिंग देम टू परफॉर्म द वे दे आर। सो पहला मैच उनका काफ़ी खासा बेहतर रहता है। दूसरे मैच में दोबारा से चिकन डिनर उन्होंने कर लिया है। पॉइंट्स टेबल इन गेम जाकर जब आपको दिखाया जाएगा, चीज़ें वाजे हो जाएंगी कि किस तरह से कितने पॉइंट्स अभी तक के लिए वैम्पायर ई स्पोर्ट्स लेकर जा चुकी है। लेकिन सिंस आई एम अलोन हियर, सो मैं माजरत आप लोगों से चाहूँगा कि अगर कोई ऊंच नीच मुझसे हो जाए या कोई भी कमी रह जाए। लेकिन मेरी नज़र पड़ी है स्पॉन्सर्स पर, और वो स्पॉन्सर्स आपकी स्क्रीन के बिल्कुल यहाँ पर आ रहे हैं। सो आप इनको भी देख सकते हैं, इनका शुक्रिया अदा ज़रूर करेंगे। ख़वातीन और हज़रात, वर्ल्ड इन्विटेशनल का तीसरा मैच आगाज़ होने वाला है। पिछले रैंगल्स की अगर हम बात करें, पिछले रैंगल की इनफैक्ट अगर मैं बात करूं, तो सर्कल काफ़ी एक वियर्ड सा शिफ्ट में उसे ज़रूर कहूँगा, अच्छा मैं बिल्कुल नहीं कहूँगा। चंद एक टीमों के लिए काफ़ी बेहतर रहा, जिसमें से एक दो नाम, टीम DRS, वैम्पायर्स ई स्पोर्ट्स को हमने देखा, हमने सेम 9 के प्लेयर्स को देखा सर्वाइव करते हुए, हमने गॉन XI8 को सर्वाइव करते हुए देखा। लेकिन उसके अलावा जितनी भी लॉबी थी, दे वर जस्ट प्लेइंग रैंडम, और वो उनको कुछ खुद नहीं पता था कि यार वेदर विल बी एबल टू मेक इट। लेकिन खैर इस तरह की चीज़ें आप बिल्कुल
देखिए भाई,
तैयार रहिए। और
नहीं ब्रो,
चैट
जितना
मैंने
मेरे को
पढ़ी है,
सुनने में
थोड़ी
आया,
सुर्खियाँ
PL का
ज़रूर हुई,
सीन
कुछ मुझे देखकर
गलत
चीज़ें।
है। जब
लेकिन मैं यही
तक एशियन
कहूँगा कि
गेम्स
बी
नहीं होता,
होपफुल,
क्लियर खेल नहीं
जिस भी
सकता,
टीम को
सुनने
आप
में आया था।
सपोर्ट कर
DRS
रहे हैं,
फर्स्ट
यहाँ
ट्राई
तक
हॉट,
आना
बहुत
ही
बहुत
पहली
बढ़िया।
बात, एक
DRS बहुत
बहुत
अच्छा
बड़ी
खेल,
बात है।
ग्लोबल पे
और
DRS एक
यहाँ
अलग
से आगे
टीम
अब
है।
जाना हमारे
ST इस बार
शहजादे
जीतेगा
आपको दिखाए
PMWI,
जा रहे हैं
लेट्स
स्क्रीन पर।
देखते हैं ब्रो।
उज़म
सुनील भाई
और ब्लेड
क्या
है
सीन है,
पीछे, थोड़ा सा
क्या होता है?
डांट भी रहे हैं थोड़ा सा अपने
आई
आप
गेस
को,
DRS
अपने
को
आप को तो
वेम्पायर को
नहीं, एक दूसरे को। अच्छी बात है
मार रहे थे,
दोस्तों
लेकिन
में,
मैं
चीज़ें
बाहर से
चलती
देख के
रहनी
तो
चाहिए
हो
एक
सकता है
टीम के
बाकी
लिए।
टीम्स नो बेटर की
बहुत
कॉलिंग
ज़रूरी
क्या थी,
होता है कि
अंदर
एक
क्या
दूसरे
चीजें
को
चल रही थी उनके
समझाया
माइंड
जाए,
पे, उनके
सीखा जाए।
डिसीजन
लेकिन
क्या था,
अरीना
मतलब
में
समझ
ये
रहे उनका,
मनाजिर
उनके
स्ट्रेट
माइंड
अवे
में क्या
फ्रॉम
प्लान था
रियाद
नेक्स्ट के
आपको
लिए, क्या
दिखाए जा
उनको
रहे
करना
हैं।
है,
एक
कितना
ज़माने में मैं भी
इन्फॉर्मेशन
काफ़ी
था,
उधर रहा हूँ,
किस
आई
हिसाब से
रियली
क्या
मिस दैट
करना है,
सिटी एज वेल।
उन पे भी
लेकिन
चीजें
आप
डिपेंड
लोग मुझे
करती है।
बताइए कि किस तरह का आपका फीडबैक है स्टेज को
लव फ्रॉम
लेकर
नेपाल एंड
इस
DRS, थैंक यू
सारे
सो
को।
मच
लेकिन
भाई, लव
IQ
फ्रॉम मी
आपकी
टू
स्क्रीन
भाई।
पर है,
कास्टर्स को
थोड़े
डबल
से
सैलरी मिलेगी आज के,
अपने जो
क्यों?
पंखे हैं उनको सेट किया जा रहा है। ऑब्वियसली
कैन DRS क्वालिफाई
फैन
फॉर
जो है वो
PMWI?
चाहिए होता
ऑब्वियसली
है।
मेरी जान,
लेकिन मुझे
हैशटैग अभी
ओवरऑल अभी
PMWI खेल
दिखाई
रही है
दे
और
रही
कहाँ पे
है,
क्वालिफाई
और
करवाओगे? मेन
मैच
स्टेज के लिए
किसी भी
टॉप 6
टाइम
आना है
स्टार्ट हो
DRS।
जाएगा। और प्लेयर्स के
D प्लस
अलावा
कि
जो
एक
लोग
ऐसी
अरीना
टीम
में
है
बैठे
भाई,
हैं
वो भी
इतना
खतरनाक गन
एंजॉय
पावर
कर
है
रहे
उनका।
हैं
डी
कि
प्लस
दे
इज अ
आर
गुड टीम, बट
सीरियसली
डी प्लस
प्लेइंग
का
पबजी
मैंने
राइट
एक
नाउ।
चीज देखा
सो
है,
यू नो
अगर वो इस बार
इट्स
रॉन्ग प्रूफ कर
क्वाइट
दे
अ
तो
थिंग
अलग थिंग
कि
है
आप ई
कि
स्पोर्ट्स
डी
प्लेयर्स के
प्लस
सामने
का एक
बैठकर
सीन जो
पबजी
मैंने
खेल
नोटिस करा है, जो मैंने देखा है ग्लोबल स्टेज पे
रहे हो।
फाइनल्स के
सो
अंदर, डी
आई रियली वांट
प्लस
टू एक्सपीरियंस दिस एज वेल।
थोड़ा
लेकिन
सा
अभी के
ऊपर
लिए
नीचे
कुछ
हो जाता है। क्या
मुस्कुराहटें
पता यहाँ
हमें
पे अच्छा कर जाए
दिखाई
इस
दे
बार,
रही
बाकी
हैं।
देखते हैं।
बातें तो
जितने
ऑब्वियसली
मैंने
हम सुन
3
नहीं पा
ग्लोबल
रहे
देखे
क्या
उनको,
कर
दो
रहे हैं।
आई
आई रियली
गेस 2
वांट
या
टू
3 ग्लोबल देखे
हियर
हैं।
दोस कॉल्स या जो भी ये आपस में
PMWI
कन्वर्सेशन कर
वगैरह
रहे हैं
2 या
और
3
आपके
शायद 2 या
प्लेयर्स के
3
चेहरे
देखे
दिखाए जा रहे
ये
हैं।
चीज
खुशी
मैंने
है,
नोटिस करी
काफ़ी
उनकी,
खुश
और
हैं।
हमेशा सेम चीज
ऑब्वियसली यहाँ तक आए हैं, अपने अपने मुल्कों को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं।
क्योंकि
बहुत
भाई
बड़ी
एशियन
बात
गेम्स
है।
कब
मेरे
खत्म
ख्याल
होगा
से
ब्रो?
तो यहाँ तक
सितंबर पे
आना
ही है
ही
शायद,
बहुत बड़ी
सितंबर
बात
तक
होती है।
चलेगा।
लेकिन यहाँ से
अगस्त
आगे अगर आप
नेक्स्ट
चले
मंथ
जाएं, यहाँ
एशियन
से
गेम्स
जीत
है।
कर अगर आप जाएं, जो कि वैम्पायर ई स्पोर्ट्स अभी तक के लिए काफ़ी अच्छे दावेदार भी दिखाई दे रहे हैं। सो देखते हैं
वर्ल्ड
कि किस
डाउनफॉल्स के
तरह
बारे
से
में तो
चीज़ें
ब्रो
अनफोल्ड होती हैं।
क्या बोल
वर्ल्ड
सकते हैं डाउनफॉल के
इन्विटेशनल
बारे में यार? वो टीम
अपने
को, वो
तीसरे
चीजें
मैच के
टीम को
अंदर
पता
जाने
होती है,
वाला
वो
है। पहला
मैनेजमेंट को
दिन
पता होती है,
अनफोल्ड हो जाएगा।
जनरल बंदों
सिर्फ
को
3 मैचेस
क्या
और
सीन है क्या
बाकी
नहीं
रह
है, क्या
चुके
चल
हैं
रहा है।
ख़वातीन व हज़रात।
बाहर
लेकिन
के POV
इंतज़ार
से
है।
बस बताया जा सकता है कि हाँ ये चीज ऐसे है, हम देख लगा, बट मेन थिंग्स इंटरनली ही पता है। प्रोबेबली जल्दी कर
मैच का
लेंगे वर्ड जस्ट,
सभी को,
अपनी
मुझे
दिक्कत
भी,
पता
आपको
होगी तो
भी,
वो
इन
करेंगे
सारे
तो
के
नेक्स्ट
सारे प्लेयर्स
टूर्नामेंट
को
में
भी। लेकिन
वो अच्छे से
अरीना,
खेलेंगे।
जस्ट लुक एट द
क्योंकि भाई
एटमॉस्फेयर,
बट ऐसे
जस्ट
बता नहीं सकता यार मैं
लुक
तो।
एंड फील द एटमॉस्फेयर। वहाँ पर
बाहर से
बैठकर
देख
जब
के
आपकी टीम
कुछ
परफॉर्म
नहीं बोल
करे
सकता
एंड
कौन क्या है।
यू नो
अब
यू
DRS
सी
की
योर
भी लास्ट
फ्लैग
मोमेंट पे कुछ प्लान्स होंगे,
विनिंग।
कॉल्स होगी
सो
इन
इट्स क्वाइट
बेसिस
अ
पे, तो
फील।
उन्होंने उस
और
हिसाब से
मैं देखना चाहता हूँ कि वैम्पायर स्पोर्ट्स के क्या वहाँ पर
एम्पायर ने
फैंस
बाहर देख
मौजूद
के
हैं
तो हाँ
या
ऐसा
नहीं।
कर सकते
लेकिन
थे,
खैर अभी के लिए
वाली चीज
देखते
आ
हैं किस
जाती है।
तरह से चीज़ें बनती हैं। वैम्पायर
कर सकते
स्पोर्ट्स अब आने वाले
इंटरनल
मैच के
इन
अंदर
गेम
क्या
सिचुएशन
उसी तरह से
जो
खेल
उस टाइम
पाएंगे,
पे
ये
ऑनगोइंग
बहुत
होगी,
बड़ा एक सवाल है
मैं उसके
बाकी
हिसाब से वो
टीमों के
चीजें
लिए।
करी। बाहर से
ऑब्वियसली
देख के उन्होंने
वैम्पायर
सीखा हाँ
स्पोर्ट्स वी
अगर
आर
करते तो
मोर
बढ़िया
देन
रहता,
हैप्पी।
वो वाली चीज है।
मेरे ख्याल से वैम्पायर ई-स्पोर्ट्स इज
ओवरऑल
वन ऑफ द मोस्ट
डिसेंट
डेडलीस्ट टीम्स
एंटी
आउट देयर। ये मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूँ
हाय
क्योंकि जिस
हाय
तरह के
हाय हाय
सर्कल्स बने हैं
उत्कर्ष
सैनहॉक का भी और इरांगल का भी, उन दोनों को वो खेल पाई है टीम।
एशियन गेम्स
एंड
ब्रो
इन
सितंबर पे
सर्कल्स
आएगा,
को खेलना
सितंबर तक
बिल्कुल भी
चलेगा।
आसान नहीं था, बिल्कुल भी आसान नहीं था। ऑनेस्टली बिलीव मी व्हेन आई से कि बड़ी बड़ी टीमें हमने एलिमिनेट होती देखी हैं बैक टू बैक दोनों ही मैचेस में। सो इस तरह के सर्कल्स में बैक टू बैक 2 चिकन डिनर्स हासिल करना, आई एम जस्ट वेटिंग कि यार वो टीम कौन सी होगी जो कि वैम्पायर ई स्पोर्ट्स को चैलेंज करेगी। लेकिन अभी के लिए वैम्पायर ई स्पोर्ट्स कि हमें कुछ खिलाड़ी आपकी स्क्रीन पर दिखाई दे रहे हैं और उनकी तरफ से वो चिल हैं यार, दे गॉट एवरीथिंग व्हाट दे विश फॉर। और अब उनको ज़्यादा कुछ मेहनत नहीं करनी आज के दिन के लिए। लेकिन देखते हैं कि क्या सिचुएशन बनती है अभी के लिए। लेट्स सी व्हाट हैपेंस। और अभी के लिए मज़ीद इंतज़ार किया जा रहा है मैच का, और मैच किस तरह से अनफोल्ड होता है, किस तरह से सर्कल बनता है, ये चीज़ देखना बहुत ही ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है। अभी के लिए मैं माजरत खा हूँ कि मेरे साथ कोई मेरा साथ देने के लिए मौजूद नहीं है यहाँ पर। सो आप लोगों को थोड़ी देर के लिए मुझे सहना ज़रूर पड़ेगा। लेकिन देखते हैं कि ख़वातीन हज़रात, मैं भी इंतज़ार कर रहा हूँ मैच का। हमारे कुछ स्पॉन्सर्स आपको दिखाए जा रहे हैं आपकी स्क्रीन पर। अरीना के कुछ मनाज़र आपको दिखाए जा रहे हैं, इसके साथ साथ इंतज़ार सभी को मैच का है। कुछ स्ट्रैटेजीज रीएडजस्ट की जा रही है टीम्स की तरफ से, एक दफ़ा दोहराया जा रहा है अपना सारा का सारा गेम प्लान। एंड जस्ट लुक एट द प्लेयर्स, हाउ काम एंड साउंड दे आर राइट नाउ। हाँ, कुछ प्लेयर्स भाई टेंशन में ज़रूर हैं, टेंशन लेनी पड़ेगी। और टेंशन अगर नहीं ली जाएगी तो फिर हमें टेंशन होगी कि यार ये टेंशन क्यों नहीं ले रहे। सो लेट्स सी व्हाट हैपेंस हियर। अभी के लिए सब लोग इंतजार कर रहे हैं। आप लोग चैट में बताइए कि चैट में क्या हो रहा है। लेकिन मैं जाऊंगा एक छोटे से ब्रेक पर, आप लोगों ने कहीं नहीं जाना, मैं आता हूँ थोड़ी देर में वापस।
पॉइंट्स टेबल यार, पॉइंट्स टेबल आया ही नहीं अभी। मैं कैसे दिखाऊं? वैसे मैच स्टार्ट हो जाएगा तो पॉइंट्स टेबल आ जाएगा वहाँ पे, लाइव तो दिख जाएगा। वेट कर लो थोड़ा सा। वैम्पायर टॉप पे होगी, DRS आई गेस टॉप 3-4 पे होना चाहिए DRS अंडर टॉप 5। HVV को स्पॉन्सर मिल गया है, जी गेमिंग ग्लैडिएटर्स के नाम से खेल रहे हैं। बहुत देर में स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं मैच, होंगे इश्यूज होंगे। अरे भाई ये तो आ जाए भाई, इतना तो इतने में तो एक मैच, इतने में तो 3 मैच खत्म हो जाते हैं, 2 खत्म। गेम क्रैशेस, लैग्स कुछ भाई नो टीम फ्रॉम जन ब्रो मेन टूर्नामेंट के लिए है वो। टिप्पू भाई बड़ी खतरनाक टीम है DWG। यस फोन प्लस हो गया डी प्लस इक्वल की भाई सुप कौन सी टीम में WPG है, इसलिए PL PMGC फार बेटर देन PMWI। PAL को आप कंपेयर नहीं कर सकते हो ग्लोबल से। डी प्लस कैसी टीम लगी है ब्रो? पुरानी टीम तो इसमें क्या लगेगी, बेस्ट टीम है। ट्विस्टेड माइंड ब्रो फ्राइडे को आएगी मेन टूर्नामेंट पे। पॉइंट्स टेबल इन इंग्लिश चैनल, ओके। तो कौन सी WPG वीबो गेमिंग पे आएगी? व्हाट हैपेंड टू पहले जैसे एनर्जी नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है संपंग वाईटी, एनर्जी तो फुल है, फुल है। ट्विस्टेड माइंड ब्रो फ्राइडे को ही आएगी। हाँ फ्राइडे को आने। टीएसएम का लाइनअप क्या है ब्रो पता नहीं, बट अंडरडॉग का कर रहे हो ट्राई, मे भी एक अच्छा अंडरडॉग लाइनअप आपको टीएसएम इंडिया पे देखने को मिले। एसटी वेयर फ्राइडे मेन टूर्नामेंट टुक WBG पे है। डी प्लस की कैसी टीम है भाई? वो भी खतरनाक गन पावर है उनका, बहुत अच्छी टीम है ब्रो। ये वही टीम है DWG किया दांगवान DWG के नाम से फेमस थी, ये वही टीम है, कोई अलग टीम नहीं है ब्रो, सेम टीम है। एक मीट तो ये मैचेस कुछ ज़्यादा लेट नहीं हो रहे। ऑनर फोन इज शोइंग हाउ गुड इट इज ऑन ग्लोबल स्टेज। ब्रो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है ब्रो, ऐसा मत लिखो अश्वत डोगरा भाई। मैं एक चीज़ आपको क्लियर कर देता हूँ, डोंट कंपेयर PL टू PMG PMWI। इसका मैं एक रीज़न आपको बता देता हूँ, तो म्यूज़िक ऑफ कर दूँ। देखो भाई सिंपल सी बात है, जो PL है का जो गेमिंग ऑप्टिमाइजेशन एंड जो उनके डिवाइसेस होते हैं एंड्रॉयड पे खेला जाता है, वो भी वन प्लस पे, बट जो उनका गेम है कंपैटिबल है फॉर दैट एंड्रॉयड डिवाइस। जो वन प्लस भी बोल लो या एंड्रॉयड के लिए कंपैटिबल है, मतलब बग्स फिक्स्ड है। बट जो ग्लोबल का डिवाइस है एंड्रॉयड पे इतने लाइक बग्स बहुत ज़्यादा है, लाइक लैग ड्रॉप्स, ये चीज़ें होती ही रहती है, समझ रहे हो? ये चीज़ें लाइक ग्लोबल पे है, तभी कोई भी अगर PEL की टीम आती है ग्लोबल खेल के लिए तो वो वहां पर स्ट्रगल करती है। माइंडसेट की बात करूं तो अच्छे से प्लेयर पर्सपेक्टिव ना, इस बार नोवा आई थी खेलने एंड नोवा के बंदों ने भी एडमिट करा कि काफी सारे इश्यूज थे फोन से रिलेटेड, आप लोगों ने ही बताया था मुझे, यहाँ पे आए थे जिन्होंने बोला था। तो सीन क्या होता है जब आप जैसे फॉर एन एग्जांपल आप ग्लोबल PM खेला नोवा, एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ आई, ठीक है, जितना मैंने सुना है एंड लाइक सारी चीजों जोड़ के जितना मैंने समझा, लाइक उनका PL उनके एंड्रॉयड पे बेस्ट है, ठीक है। बट जब वो ग्लोबल पे आए बग्स थे, बहुत सारी चीज़ें और टीम से लैग्स, सारी फ्रेम ड्रॉप थे, कभी कभी कभार बहुत ही तगड़े वाले आते थे। तो जब ये चीज़ें आती है तो प्लेयर एक बार करता है, अब प्लेयर के साथ मल्टीपल टाइम ये चीज़ें होती है, प्लेयर एक टाइम को छोड़ देता है, भाई नहीं होगा, ऐसे में खेल ही नहीं पाएंगे, समझ रहे हो? वो चीजें होती है, वो ना चाहते हुए भी आ जाती है। एक मैच आप में वैसे मरे, 2 मैच आप वैसे मरे, 3 मैच आप वैसे फिनिश हुए, 4 मैच फिनिश, तो एक आ जाता है माइंड में यार, छोड़ो यार हो तो कुछ क्या कर सकते, वाला माइंड सेट आ जाता है, समझ रहे हो वाली चीज। सो नोवा ग्लोबल पे जब भी अच्छा खेली है तो आप उनका डिवाइस देखना, डिवाइस वो आपको वहां से भी समझ आएगी चीज क्या बोलना। SPM आईफोन बाकी नहीं था, एक बार आप ही कमेंट करके बता देना। जब जब अब चाइनीज टीम फिर से जब आएंगी खेलने के लिए इस डिवाइस पे खेलेगी, उसकी प्रैक्टिस ही नहीं है क्या पता अच्छा खेल जाए, ये नहीं बोल रहा खेल नहीं सकते, बट वो डिवाइस में प्रैक्टिस नहीं है, कुछ बग्स होंगे, कैसे वो एडजस्ट करेंगे वो देखने वाला रहेगा। जब उनको चीजें फेस करनी पड़ेगी फिर किस माइंडसेट के साथ वो आते। तो भाई जितना मर्जी बोल लो, मैं तो यही बोलूंगा कि माइंड का गेम है ये भाई। बैटल रॉयल है, प्लेयर्स का गेम है, एनर्जी का गेम है, कोऑर्डिनेशन का गेम है, बट उतना ही माइंड का गेम भी है ये। What do you think can DRS take trophy? What do you think? अरे yes bro, obviously as a strong competitor. Your voice is breaking. ठीक है अभी ठीक है क्या? हेलो हेलो सब ठीक है क्या? बस मैं यही बोल रहा हूँ कि समझा करो थोड़ा। आप ऐसे कंपेयर नहीं कर सकते ग्लोबल थिंग रियल थिंग्स को। गेम ऑप्टिमाइजेशन कम्प्लीटली डिफरेंट है। मुझे ये देखना है कि अभी PMWI पे कैसे टीम्स खेलती है। लाइक वो PEL खेल के अभी फ्लाइट लेके आ रहे हैं यहाँ पे। PEL खेल के PMWI खेलने आएंगे, कितनी उनकी प्रैक्टिस हो रखी है। ग्लोबल टीम्स जो है, जितनी भी ग्लोबल टीम्स है वो ऑलरेडी खेल रही है ऑलरेडी। मन भरया बदल गयो सुर। डिले क्यों ब्रो? पता नहीं यार इतना डिले क्यों। आई थिंक यू शुड आस्क टू ऑफिशियल भाई। इतना 2x करा, मेरी जान 10 बार कर दिया यार। देखो अभी 2 मिनट पहले ही तो किया था। इतना ही होगा, हो गया। देखो 2x ऑलरेडी कर रखा है। अगले जन्म विच ना 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 ना। Guys, let me check अदर्स उस पे क्या हो रहा है। भाई इसमें विल बी बैक सुना। इस पे मैच स्टार्ट होने वाला है। इस पे भी मैच, इसमें और इसमें ठीक चल रहा है, बीएम और थाई में। ईएस क्या, इसमें भी डिले है भाई, अलग अलग इसमें भी स्टार्ट होने। भाई इतना वेरिएशन क्यों दे रहे हैं ये? किसी में कुछ चल रहा है, किसी में कुछ चल रहा है। Lot of variations, guys. Lot of variations. We'll be back soon. इसमें मैच स्टार्ट है, थाई लगा दूंगा इसके, थाई में देख लोगे हाँ या ना तो बताओ, क्या बोलते हो? थाई पे लगा दूं? बहुत वेरिएशन है, क्या हो रहा है पीएमडब्ल्यूआई में? सोच रहा हूँ मैच डिलेड बिकॉज प्रोडक्शन टीम। क्या पीएमडब्ल्यूआई पोस्टपोन इंस्टा स्टोरी? व्हाट द हेक? लेट मी चेक पबजी इसको, ऐसा तो मैंने देखा नहीं। कहाँ पे लिखा है पोस्टपोन भाई? बोल रहे हो भाई? लो कुछ भी बोल लो भाई, ऐसा कहीं भी नहीं लिखा हुआ है, सब चलेगा ब्रो। लगा थाई वीडियो, थाई लगा दूं क्या? थाई सबसे अर्ली चल रहा है। What the heck, नहीं चल रहा सही, इसमें भी ब्रेक आ गया। What the heck, क्या कर रहे हैं भाई? भाई मजाक चल रहा है क्या? भाई आधे घंटे से मैच ही स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ हो रहा है भाई। मेरे को लग रहा है प्लेयर इश्यूज आ रहे हैं, प्लेयर ने पक्का कंसर्न रखा है, प्लेयर ने पक्का कंसर्न उठाया हुआ है। फिर से 8 मिनट आ गया भाई, प्लेयर कंसर्न गाइस। इंडोनेशिया में क्या समझ आएगा आपको? इंडोनेशिया में क्या समझ आएगा? लगाने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, इंडोनेशिया लगा देंगे। हाँ, बुरा भाई तो हमारे टीडीएम लग गए खेलने वाले। तुम करो स्टार्ट, तब तक मैं टीडीएम खेल लेता हूँ। तो भाई
ditarik ke PMWI kali ini.
तो भाई Indonesia में ये आ रहा है, क्या समझोगे?
Tim yang lainnya gitu.
Oke, sebenarnya gue juga bilang kemarin, PMRC adalah sebenarnya scrim berhadiah.
PUBG Mobile Indonesia
Scrim berhadiah, dan itu sebenarnya ajang latihan lo buat PMWI, event yang lebih besar lagi, prize pool yang lebih besar lagi. Ya prize pool PMRC oke lah, tapi menurut gue ya kejaran lo nggak cuma itu, menurut gue ini sih. Dan persiapan dari Star Wars menurut gue udah agak benar-benar matang lagi, apalagi mereka punya tambahan pemain dari ICS dari IHC.
समझाओ मुझे भी convert करके
tapi
बताओ.
satu playernya lagi gue lupa, belum terlalu impactful, tapi menurut gue tetap butuh Scry sih.
Iya sih.
Kan yang bertahan top sama Action,
Iya,
betul?
benar.
Tapi menurut gue masih tetap butuh
उर्दू
tiga.
लगा भाई, उर्दू में भी कुछ आना चाहिए, उसमें तो वेटिंग आ रहा, गाना बज रहा है, इसमें कुछ बोल तो रहे हैं, जो समझो, ट्राई करो समझने का, उसमें तो गाना बज रहा है।
Ingin regenerasi player, misal dari 4, yang diganti itu 1 perlahan dulu, 1 setiap seasonnya, nggak langsung 2, karena ini bakal menjadi sulit untuk menggabungkan chemistry yang baru.
Oke. Tapi pertanyaan tadi, apakah ngaruh nggak sih dari awal sebelum PMWI mulai mereka pakai device yang tersedia gitu? Ya sedangkan kita tahu beberapa tim masih pakai device-device selain Honor gitu kan. Nah sedangkan Star Wars dan juga DRS itu udah siap-siap. Menurut Antum nih, ngaruh nggak mereka udah siap-siap di awal dengan device yang mereka mainkan di PMWI saat ini?
Ya, buat gua berpengaruh besar. Lihat apa yang terjadi sama Star Wars. Gue udah ngomong sama Dona waktu itu. Ketika mereka bisa menjalani beberapa hari aja dengan elimination tertentu yang kemarin gue sebutkan, itu udah bagus banget. Kemudian cara flick mereka, movement mereka, kemudian juga pembawaan vehicle di beda device itu juga berbeda loh. Itu jangan main-main. Itu pun juga sangat sulit. Menurut gue dengan persiapan PMRC mereka, dengan adapting yang sudah mereka lakukan, itu sudah bisa dibawa di PMWI dan mereka sudah satu level menang dibandingkan tim-tim yang belum prepare. Gue nggak tahu kalau untuk Bigetron gue rasa belum, Alter Ego, Ares juga gue ngerasa belum, karena mereka juga ngomong nggak ada persiapan apa-apa dari Deviant waktu itu.
Iya juga ya.
Iya, jadi PMWI mungkin bakal didominasi DRS. Mereka sudah ada persiapan, that's why. Mereka bisa berada di late game. Stalwart menurut gue bakal menekan untuk di main turnamen nanti.
Kalau misalnya ngomong-ngomong soal DRS tuh kayak mereka tuh udah yakin banget gitu. Karena balik lagi ya, karena kita ketemu secara langsung kemarin. Jadi kayak gimana sharing-sharingnya mereka itu, oke kita udah begini. Dan mungkin emang dan ada salah satu atau beberapa lebih tepatnya ya, beberapa faktor yang sebenarnya baru kita ketahuin pas ngobrol-ngobrol secara langsung oleh atau dengan para player-player dan juga kayak manajernya lah dan juga seluruh jajaran organisasi dari tim-tim ini gitu. Yang sebenarnya tidak sempat terfikirkan sama kita gitu. Kalau misalnya kita cuma nonton mereka secara online selama ini dari luar dan mungkin kenapa tuh?
Gue dengerin, gue nggak dengerin, gue pendengar yang baik kok.
Gitu. Soalnya lu oke-nya tuh kayak udah mau ngomong, gitu loh. Jadi intinya adalah memang banyak sekali faktor-faktor yang ternyata baru kita ketahui untuk saat ini. Tapi anyway teman-teman semuanya, untuk kita semua mempersiapkan game yang ketiga ya, kita akan break sejenak. Jadi buat kalian semuanya jangan kemana-mana, stay tune terus di PMWI 2023. See you again.
It's going down. It's going down, 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 down. It's going It's going down.
Halo semuanya, selamat datang kembali bersama kita berdua. Masih ada Jelly dan juga Pasta yang akan menemani kalian. Mohon maaf sekali lagi karena memang ada beberapa technical issue yang sedang diperbaiki, tapi yang pasti kita akan selalu berusaha untuk menyajikan yang terbaik buat kalian semua.
Betul sekali, karena technical issue ini harus selesai sekarang juga dan tentunya tidak akan bisa dimulai sebelum solve. Karena kita ingin memaksimalkan semua permainan dan semua kemampuan dari setiap tim dan player yang bertanding.
Ya, itu dia. Tapi kalau kita lihat nih dari layar smartphone semuanya nih ya, smartphone owner, iya, udah pada di dalam room.
Betul.
Tinggal dipencet doang nih.
Tinggal dipencet doang dan tinggal sedikit memastikan kembali untuk teknikal yang ada tadi. Semoga semuanya udah fix dan bisa dimulai dalam beberapa saat lagi. Karena ketika tombol start dipencet, itu harusnya kurang lebih 2,5 menit untuk take off dari pesawatnya.
2 menit lah ya, karena memang kalau misalkan nungguin di dalam, apa sih namanya?
Spawn Island?
Iya, Spawn Island tuh ada beberapa gerakan-gerakan duluan yang bisa dilakukan. Tapi udah pada siap nih kayaknya.
Betul.
72 per
peserta.
100 per 100.
Iya, 72 peserta dong.
Benar, 72 peserta. 18 kali 4. Iya benar, udah siap.
Ya udah siap. Tinggal di start doang. Karena ini adalah sebuah keuntungan dengan adanya partner kita yang begitu fantastis adalah Honor.
Ya.
Dan ini yang bikin gak telat adalah ketika selesai main, semua akan diloginin langsung menuju ke lobbynya oleh para referee yang ada di balik kursi dari masing-masing tim.
Benar, tapi di sini tidak ada wasit pirang ya, saya lihat.
Tidak ada. Tidak butuh wasit pirang untuk membuat Vampire WWCD 2 kali.
Tapi kayaknya kita butuh wasit pirang untuk Indonesia dapat WWCD.
Betul, mungkin ntar bakal ada special request dari gua. Tolong yang rambutnya pirang, referee manapun itu, berada di belakang dari Bikin Red Villains.
Aduh, wasit pirang Pride nih ya, masih berlanjut kayaknya dari
lagi sedih kan?
PMSL gitu.
Kayak lagi bersedih dia.
Bukan. Pas cuaca di sini tuh kering ya, sekali lagi teman-teman.
Gua kira dia kayak nggak dapet poin bagus buat timnya di 2 match ini tuh ngebuat dia agak bersedih gitu. Dan sepertinya kalau kita lihat dari Vampire ada sedikit kendala yang mereka rasakan, yang lagi mereka alamin. Ada kendala aja mereka 2 kali WBCD.
Atau mungkin karena saking jagonya terkena kendala untuk sekarang. Tapi ya udah, nanti kita lihat lah ya apakah ini sudah bisa digas atau belum. Tapi memang dengan adanya banyak sekali sponsor-sponsor dan bahkan ada KFC.
Wow, kalau slogannya di Indonesia KFC.
Jagonya ayam.
Itu dia. Memang sangat jago ya ayam-ayam KFC ini untuk mengenyangkan perut kita semua. Dan ini juga persiapan dari tim Gladiator seharusnya. Dimana mereka kalau dilihat-lihat ya, kan tadi lu sempat ngebahas masalah perkipasan yang ada di meja para pemain. Kalau gue perhatikan ini semua kipasnya sama Jel.
Oh, udah ada standarisasi kalau ini.
Betul. Jadi mereka kayaknya, ini menurut gua, kayaknya mereka nggak boleh pakai kipas masing-masing deh. Harus menggunakan semua yang sudah difasilitasi oleh GAMERS8.
Terus juga nggak boleh yang namanya satu orang dapat 3 kipas. Lu inget gak sih waktu itu ada player STE deh kalau nggak salah.
Itu kalau nggak salah saya lihat ada di PMSL Spring. Ada yang 1 orang 2 kipas, 3 kipas
itu ada. Pokoknya pernah ada juga turnamen internasional. Mereka pakai 3 kipas ada juga. Tapi ini pemain-pemain dari SAM9 ya.
Betul, Malaysia Pride tentunya. Dan kita juga harapkan tidak hanya Bigetron yang bangkit, tapi SAM9 juga bisa bangkit. Karena ini adalah 2 perwakilan dari SEA. Atau 2 negara yang sangat bersahabat selama ini.
Ya, serumpun Pride lah ya, serumpun Pride. Tapi anyway Baswe ini kayaknya para host dan analis kita masih pengen bincang-bincang lagi. Kayaknya Agus nih masih pengen banget gitu loh, banyak yang diutarakan.
Gua sih nunggu battle Odi sama Agus, jadi langsung aja kita lempar ke Dona Fiska. Please Dona, take it away.
Terima kasih Jessica Jalian, Salsa Putri Teh dan juga Bro Pasta. Kenapa Gus? Ngikik-ngikik aja.
Udah lama gue gak mendengar nama Jessica Jelly Azali Saputri T. T-nya apa?
Apa emang? Apa?
Hah?
Apa?
Ya gue juga gak tahu.
Lah tadi lu udah mau ngomong tuh barusan.
T-nya itu tanya aja sendiri.
Ya udah betul
gitu
sekali nanti tanya.
Ya. Nanti kita tanya sendiri aja sama mereka semua. Tapi kita tadi melihat ya adanya. Bro, biar gak monoton.
Oh ya bagus.
Gimana sih lu?
Really appreciate it.
Malahan digituin. Nanti gue monoton dikontenin.
Iya mentang-mentang lo host ya.
Kenapa emang?
Gak apa-apa. Ya Dona, apa yang menjadi pertanyaan lo buat kita berdua?
Nih tadi di belakang kita, di belakang gua ini kan ada stage dan juga ada beberapa kayak player shoot juga ya yang udah kita lihat atau kita saksikan. Yang menarik adalah gua itu kalau nggak salah baru ketemu Lapar kali ini in real life.
Ya. Ya
nggak sih? Kayak kan kita jarang banget ya ada turnamen LAN. Kalau nggak salah pas waktu di Voin tuh pernah nggak ya sebelum ini? Pernah PMPL full nggak sih Lapar?
Kalau lolos. lolos.
Nggak lolos. Nggak lolos.
Iya benar.
Oh iya.
Malah mereka terdegradasi.
Oh iya bener.
Tapi belum ada lapar waktu
ya.
itu.
Iya bener,
masih
bener.
tenski.
Benar. Jadi nggak pernah sama sekali kan. Nah terus kayak menariknya adalah gue kaget. Ternyata gue tahu dia bocil.
Tapi
pas gue lihat langsung bocil banget dah lo. Gue gituin.
itu
mukanya tuh imut banget gitu loh.
Posturnya.
Tapi tinggi banget.
Ya, tinggi banget
Oh jadi pas gue ngomong tuh kayak gini, bocil banget dah lu. Gitu
Terus apa reaksinya dia?
Gitu anaknya kan
Gue
kalem.
banget ya.
Enggak,
Fast
nggak
card
kayak
juga?
gitu. Dia cuma kayak gitu, kalem gimana gitu. Dan itu adalah sesuatu yang menarik kenapa gue ngobrolin itu.
Fast card juga guys.
Itu adalah sesuatu yang menarik balik lagi ya. Experience kita ketika kayak bertemu para player secara langsung.
2 मिनट हो गाइस ये मैं देखना था ना तो क्या वहाँ भी स्टार्ट यहाँ तो 8 मिनट चल रहा है भाई क्यों भाई सच बता रहा हूँ क्या है ये भाई क्यों हो रहा है ये एनीवन वाचिंग फ्रॉम ग्लोबल प्लीज टेक केयर भाई क्या चल रहा है यार ये मैच ही स्टार्ट नहीं हो रहा है घंटे से इनका भाई भाई वीजा इशू हो गया था नाइपर का रेज हो गया बट यहाँ 7 मिनट का ब्रेक आ रहा भाई क्या हो रहा है यार कहीं भी चल रहा है
dong. Tapi yang pasti gue
match start
membatasi
nih,
diri
wah.
gue juga. Jangan sampai kata-kata suku, agama, ras, kebun binatang, kelamin, itu tidak akan gue keluarkan sama sekali. Jadi memang gue batasi akan hal itu dan semuanya gue pastikan bisa menerima. Walaupun ada juga yang sedikit kurang bisa karena masih culture shock mungkin dengan apa yang gue lakukan di sini. Tapi buat gue semuanya hampir bisa menerima, termasuk teman-teman talent juga.
Nerima nggak sih dia sebenarnya kita?
Terima nggak?
Mau nggak mau sebenarnya.
tapi setuju dengan yang dia bilang ya. Dan dia bilang aku nggak
pasti ya, semua orang akan setuju sama gue.
Soalnya mungkin dari isi informasinya ada beberapa yang nggak setuju. Aku pun mungkin iya. Tapi dengan cara dia menyampaikannya, aku setuju. Dia nggak bawa suku, pokoknya dia nggak bawa sara, dia nggak bawa kata-kata kebun binatang. Itu yang menjadi poin bahwa kita bisa mengutarakan sesuatu. Mau kontra, mau pro, asalkan tetap di jalurnya. Yaitu dengan tidak membawa kata-kata yang dilarang gitu.
Tapi ini menjadi sesuatu yang menarik deh Gus. Lo kan suka ngomong kayak gitu directly ke player ya. Ada nggak yang kayak player directly counter lu, bukan counter sih kayak, bang jangan gituin gua bang, udah bang gitu.
Banyak sih Gus ya.
Malah, enggak cuy. Sekarang orang kebalikan bang, gua kurangnya apa?
Bang roasting.
Iya sih.
Bang, gua kurangnya apa? Bang Agus, gua udah oke belum? Bang, ini gimana bang? Banyak sekarang yang minta request malah.
Ya, makanya gue tanya itu, ada nggak?
Sampai gue pegel sendiri, sampai gue berpikiran lama-lama gue jadi ini nih, apa namanya, pet roasting ship gitu.
Roasting ship. Tapi kan apa?
Kenapa?
Tapi kan katanya konten roasting itu terlalu monoton, bang.
Sebenarnya orang-orang tuh kenapa ngecap gue roasting sama kayak Sansk ini kayak pembahasan berulang ya.
Oke.
Gue tuh tidak pernah merosting sebenarnya. Yang gue katakan adalah jujur apa adanya tanpa gue kurang-kurangkan, tanpa gue lebih-lebihkan. Sama seperti Sanskoy. Sanskoy itu dicapnya caster pantun, padahal hashtag caster tarkam.
Iya.
Berarti sama Sanskoy. Bener gak Sanskoy? Kasih gue 100 kalau itu benar. Real.
Lunjak.
Capek.
Iya. Terus ini jadi gue yang ceramah nih gini kanan kiri. Tapi ya semua balik lagi ke depan buat gue ya player harus terima dengan apa adanya apalagi di tingkat profesional. Apapun yang masuk, kritik, saran dan hal apapun termasuk hujatan ya dari netizen, kita nggak bisa kontrol netizen. Tapi itu adalah bagian resiko dari profesional player dan kalian harus bisa handle itu sendiri.
Jadi pertanyaan gue adalah, pernah nggak ada yang player kayak gitu?
Nggak ada lah. Sekarang sampai gue bilang banyak yang minta.
Ya udah dulu sebelum banyak yang minta.
Nggak ada.
Kayak Bagas bagus gitu nggak ada.
Nggak ada.
Oh, paling Bagas. Tapi ya itu ya udahlah.
Secara langsung tuh kayaknya waktu itu. PMWI tahun lalu nggak sih?
Gue lupa sih kapan pastinya.
Kayaknya pernah waktu itu tahun lalu.
Itu.
Anyway, selagi kita bakalan mengingat-ingat dan juga balik lagi teman-teman semuanya mempersiapkan semuanya, kita akan break sejenak. Station terus bersama kita semua di sini masih di PUBG Mobile World Invitational. See you again.
गाइस ये क्या कर रहे हैं भाई, बोलो इनको स्टार्ट कर दे मैच। कहीं पे 8 मिनट का डिले, कहीं 1 मिनट का डिले, दिन कंटिन्यू जल्दी नहीं रही। मैसेज करूँ एक बार, मैसेज करके पूछ। इंग्लिश पे चालू हो गया वो भाई, कुछ मत बोलो, फिर कुछ भी मत बोलो, चालू नहीं हो। मैं अभी सारी बोल के आ रहा हूँ। इंग्लिश पे चालू हो गया सारी स्ट्रीम। अगर इंग्लिश में नहीं हुआ होगा ना चालू, फिर चालू हो गया। तो हो गया चालू। वो तो क्या चालू हो गया।
Technical delays. All the other 17 teams got together and like, no, we need to delay this. We can't let that part keep running away with it. No, that's obviously not what happened. We do apologize for the delays. We are working on the best we can. Hopefully we'll have it sorted as soon as possible. There's only so much we can do here on the desk.
Yeah. I think Choco got lost when he was doing the thing. He was like, "Where's Choco?
There's so much meme potential there. There really is.
I really want to see some, please.
So guys, जो भी stream के अंदर नए हो, like
where's my team?
His team just keeps going. When your team decides to do a 3-1 split and you're not told.
He just wanted to play. Like he was going straight to where they sit, and the team had to walk out. He's like, "No, I don't want to do the introduction. I just want to play."
Let's get a game. Let's go.
Yeah. What about Falcons, right? We talk about DRS a little bit, but Falcons for me, they had a phenomenal.
इतने matches complete हो गए भाई दोस्तों.
Obviously, completely different team.
Yep.
But what I'm getting at is like Team Falcons have so much.
चौथा ongoing होना चाहिए था, but अभी third भी नहीं start हुआ.
They have so much support from the organization. There we go. That's what I was looking for. If you ever looked at Falcons in other esports titles, they have support like crazy from the organization. And if we talk about pressure, we talk about like people having eyes. Falcons have to be feeling it just from their own note alone that they had to perform. The amount of like money and time and investment that they're being given to the players, they've got to be able to show up.
You've got strong individual players. You have TQ, you have Acer, which are doing great for the team. But more specifically, one thing that hasn't been mentioned for the team, and we remember last year for Falcons, their coach, analyst, was Joyboy. And he's back for the team this time around. And that kind of knowledge, experience from the coach, Joyboy, is really valuable for this team.
Yep.
And it might take a bit of time because this is a team that isn't really used to this stage, used to playing against these teams. But I feel like you give it a little bit of time. I think especially this first day, they might come back with a very effective game plan tomorrow to dominate.
It was good to see that they were able to take advantage of Sandhawk, right? They ended up, I think it was with the 3rd place finish, only 2 elims, but at least being able to get a good little kickstart, being able to start off the tournament well and not have as much pressure on their shoulders. If they went like, let's say 16th place, 0 elims back to back, oh man, that pressure starts.
16 plays early, that sounds
very familiar with a couple teams. Do you know which ones I'm thinking of in North America?
I don't know what you're talking about, sir.
They're fantastic. They are the opposite of busy. And I can't think of the last word of how I kind of hint at it. What about Infinity IQ? Coming in from Vietnam, everyone knows the Infinity, the Thai team. But coming in from Vietnam, different. I'm trying to get. I was right. You're running under the kind of similar name, right? I think they also have some pressure on themselves. And I don't remember what place they're in. If you can maybe enlighten me with your photogenic memory, Seven.
Let me think about this. I think it was 10th place, especially in aerial, 10th place,
That's
7 elims. It was a nice amount of elims.
Yeah.
7.
Box, tell me which position are they in? 6th position. Thank you very much, Box. Razor, appreciate it. Cool.
You know what? I don't even need to promote anything. You sell it yourself.
That worked. Nice.
It worked out great.
Yeah.
Right now, if we stop right now, they would qualify main tournament. There's only 2 games. It's too early again.
Okay, well then, why don't we maybe twist our attention or focus
our attention thank you so much Yuva bye for the MYR6 योगी भाई क्या हाल चाल बहुत busy रहने लगे हो युवा भाई बिल्कुल ऐसा नहीं
we got 628 coming back in for
आप लोगों का प्यार साथ में बस थोड़ा सा इधर
coming through because that's always a staple when you talk about Japanese PUBG Mobile. Alter Ego as well, which is always interesting to see Alter Ego BTR potentially playing the same tournament. Box.
Sorry for that, but thank you so much for
as Polaris, and then of course Stalwart. I mean,
thank you so much. Thank you so
much. You're a big proponent of Stalwart Esports. Why wouldn't you be with how good they are as a team?
Finally, भाई 200 सेकंड का जब आता है ना वहाँ लिख के मेरे को डर लगता है भाई.
Every single time. I think PMGC Grand Finals 2021 they got 5th, 6th position around that spot. And now they've been able to get themselves close to a podium finish this year once again. Like they just keep to be improving year after year. And what's even more important for this team, I'd say, they picked up Icy, which is an old player from IHC, and I think that's brought a lot of extra value to the team.
वहाँ पे भी start हो गया 2 मिनट रुको. मेरा ना थोड़ा सा टफ सा हो गया है. कमेंट तो देखो, कमेंट में देख रहे हैं.
बहुत ही बड़े वक्त के बाद हम लोग वापस आ चुके हैं, लेकिन आई एम श्योर कि अब इस तरह के कोई भी आपको वक्त नहीं देखने को मिलेंगे. मैं हूं आपका राष्ट्रवादी और मेरे साथ मौजूद हैं एहसन और कंटिन्यूइंग विद द शो. एहसन आप कैसे हैं? तीसरा मैच आते आते रह ही गया हमारा. अभी भी बैक टू बैक 2 एंगल्स देखना बाकी है. एक्साइटमेंट काफी ऊपर जा चुकी है.
इंडोनेशिया स्टार्ट
एब्सोल्युटली. पहले
भाई जो समझ आ जाए वो देखते हैं ना
स्ट्रीम जो है उन्होंने एक्साइटमेंट काफी बढ़ा दी है. एंड आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कि जो है वो आने वाले मैच
ऐसे तो
इंटरेस्टिंग होने
थाईलैंड की पहले स्टार्ट हो रही है, बट ये चीज गलत है कि हर एक जो है वो आगे स्टार्ट हो रही है.
जंपिंग इनटू अ एंगल वंस अगेन. मैच नंबर 3
कोई 15 मिनट पहले चल रही है, कोई 5 मिनट पहले चल
हमारा दिन जो है वो हाफ
बेटर की जो स्टिक कर रहा है उसको स्टार्टिंग से देखो, एंजॉय रहे. मतलब एक वो रहेगा वैलिड.
अभी तक के लिए विटनेस किया वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स
फील लेके देखो
उसी एक परफॉर्मेंस के साथ
PMWI हो रहा है.
जो परफॉर्मेंस उन्होंने
रश में देखना है तो आप देख सकते हो.
PMWI 2022 के अंदर दिखाई. अब 2023 के अंदर भी कुछ ऐसी ही परफॉर्मेंस दिखाने में अभी तक के लिए कामयाब ये टीम नजर आ रही है. लेट्स सी क्या इसको कोई टीम जो है वो चीज करने वाली है.
बड़ा इशू हो गया है. आई कांट टेल.
झंडा जो है वो गाड़ती हुई नजर आएगी इस एंगल के ऊपर. बट अगेन गाइस
गार्ड दिए हैं एहसन झंडे उन्होंने गार्ड दिए हैं.
अब नहीं होगा डिले.
अपने झंडों के साथ साथ उन्होंने क्रेट्स भी गार्ड दिया और इन सारी टीमों को भी गार्ड दिया उन्होंने. टेंशन तो ऑब्वियसली बहुत ज़्यादा बन गई है एटमॉस्फेयर में और टीमों को समझ
गाइस
नहीं आ
कुछ
रहा
बड़ा
कि यार
इशू हो गया
वैम्पायर स्पोर्ट्स का तोड़ किस तरह से किया जाए। लेकिन
कोई
ख़वातीन
ना
हज़रात,
आई
गेम
थिंक
शुरू हो
सॉर्टेड
चुका
है
है। फाइनली आज का तीसरा एरांगल पर खेला जा रहा है, प्रेजेंटेड बाय ऑनर मैजिक 5 प्रो। बेहतरीन फोन, बेहतरीन खिलाड़ी जलवा होते हुए आपको दिखाई देंगे। लेकिन प्लेन पाथ
आई
हमें
जस्ट गॉट
देखने
द
को मिल
रीजन
रहा है जॉर्ज
डिले
पोल
हुआ
साइड से जाता
और
हुआ
वो
मिलिट्री
इतना
बेस, और
एक
प्लेन
रीजन है
पाथ
भाई
हमें पीएमआरसी से ही कुछ इस
ठीक है
तरह
भाई
के ही
छोड़ो
देखने को मिल रहे हैं। ज्यादा फेवर वेस्टर्न साइड को ही किया जा रहा है। लेकिन सर्कल में देखना चाहता हूँ
भाई
बनेगा
आईजीएल
तो
साहब
हार्ड शिफ्ट।
मोस्ट
अगर
एलिमिनेशन के
सेंट्रलाइज
साथ
बन
अरे अरे
जाता है
अरे
तो मैं बहुत ज्यादा
आईजीएल
हैरान
हो या
हूँगा,
फ्रैगर हो
क्योंकि सर्कल्स तो काफी
हाईएस्ट
मुश्किलात
डैमेज
से
में
दो चार कर
कुपाजे
रहे हैं टीमों को।
ओहो आईजीएल भाई
जी
वैम्पायर का
बिल्कुल।
आईजीएल सब जगह
अगेन
चमक रहा है भाई
आदि जिस तरह से आपने मेंशन किया
डैमेज
बड़े
देने के
खूबसूरती
मामले में
से आपने
मिक्को एंड
और पॉइंट
मैटिंग
आउट
ये
किया। इसी
आपका
के साथ
शैनॉक की वजह
मुझे
से
एक
हेडशॉट
चीज बात
सबसे
तो
ज्यादा
बताना
आईजीएल
जरूर
ओ
थी
भाई
कि
वैम्पायर
टीम
का
ब्लू
आईजीएल
जिस
नहीं हो गया
टाइम के
भाई
ऊपर
क्या
हो
हो
रहा है
गया
इस
भाई
साल,
एक्यूरेसी
अभी तक के लिए
डैमेज
पबजी मोबाइल की कोई
एलिमिनेशन सब
डिसेंट
कुछ भाई के
अपडेट
पास
नहीं
है
आई।
टोनी के
लास्ट
फ्रॉम
अपडेट
वैम्पायर वो हो
पीएमआरसी से
रेवन
पहले आई थी, रीजनल क्लैश से पहले आई थी, जिसके अंदर डीबीएस को नर्फ किया गया था। लेकिन पीएमडब्ल्यूआई से पहले कोई ऐसी जो है वो चेंजेस देखने को नहीं मिले। दैट्स द रीजन व्हाई हम
ओ
सिमिलर
अल्फा
प्लेन
7
पाथ,
का एक बंदा
सिमिलर जो
कॉट
है
भी
वो
कर
मेटा
लिया
देख रहे हैं अभी तक के लिए ओवरऑल। बट एनी हाउ इस पर्टिकुलर प्लेन पाथ की बात करें, काफ़ी वेस्टर्न रहेगा, काफ़ी ज़्यादा फेवर करता हुआ, स्पेशली यहाँ पर गाटका के रीजन को
ओके हियर
जो है
वी
वो
गो
जरूर पॉइंट आउट करूंगा,
क्लैश
बिकॉज बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट एरिया है
ऑफ
इन द बिल्ड ऑफ दिस
चैंपियंस
मैप।
अल्फा
और
7
इस मैप
वर्सेस
के अंदर
गेमिंग
इस एरिया को
ग्लैडिएटर्स
पूरी तरह से मास्टर करना जो
चैंपियंस
है वो
ऑफ
बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी होता है, बिकॉज मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम्स हमें यहाँ पर सर्कल बनते हुए नजर
ब्राजील
आते हैं। बट एनी
वर्सेस
हाउ
चैंपियन ऑफ
फाइनली
यू
ऑन एक कंटेंशन बनती हुई
नॉट
जोर्जो
जॉर्ज
के अंदर, जहाँ
पुल
पर अल्फा
हियर वी
7
गो
और टीम
अल्फा 7
जी
रेवो नॉक रिवाइव
ग्लैडिएटर्स
हो जाएगा
दे
प्रॉपर
आर इन
गन
फ्रंट ऑफ ईच अदर।
फाइट
दोनों टीम्स एक दूसरे के आमने सामने हैं और अपने जो सींग है उन्होंने फंसा लिए यहाँ पर अभी तक के लिए। एंड सेना
सॉरी
ने
ब्रो आई
के
कांट
साथ ही
टेल यू
जीजी
द
के
रीजन
ऊपर एक
थोड़ा
जो है
सा
वो फ्रैग
सेंसिटिव
जोड़ भी लिया है। 4 वर्सेस 3 सिचुएशन,
अगर होता मैं
मैकू
बता
शॉटगन
देता
के ऊपर मौजूद, तिक्सी
चलो
शॉटगन के
चलो
ऊपर
चलो
मौजूद,
चलो
केत्सुने के पास डीबीएस रहेगी, थोड़ी बेटर और स्ट्रॉन्गर वेपनरी उनके पास नजर आ रही है। लेकिन किसी के पास एक ऐसा वेपन नहीं है कि वो लॉन्ग टू मिड रेंज यहाँ पर फाइट ले सके। एंड प्रॉब्ली इस अपार्टमेंट की फाइट के अंदर वो
मीनवाइल
वेपन
एक और
उनको
फाइट
हेल्प कर सके।
इन्फिनिटी
लूट जारी है,
एंड
दोनों
एम
टीम्स एक दूसरे के
के
आमने सामने आ चुकी हैं। एंड कोई भी टीम रिस्क लेती हुई नजर नहीं आ रही, कोई भी टीम फॉल बैक करती हुई नजर नहीं आ रही, बिकॉज इस तरह की सिचुएशन
एंड ऑल्सो गाइस अगर आप चैनल के अंदर नए हो सो मेक श्योर टू हिट द लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब
मैं
टू द
समझता
चैनल
हूँ कि
नोवो के अंदर ये फाइट
एक मुश्किल में लाना है, बिकॉज यू नेवर नो कि आपको किस एंगल से
टीम
कौन
भी
सा
एक टाइम
प्लेयर
को
गार्ड कर रहा
फ्रस्ट्रेटेड
हो।
जाती
जैसे
होंगी
ही आप
कि
फॉल बैक
इतना
करने की
बैठ
कोशिश
के
करें, it's done and dusted for
वेट
you।
करना इससे वो
जी
रेड
बिल्कुल,
ऑफ
लेकिन
क्लैश ले
हमें
ले
वही
बट
ड्रॉप
2i ने
उसी
बहुत
तरह
ज्यादा
के
इंप्रेस
बनते हुए
करा है
दिखाई दे रहे हैं।
मुझे
एक
तो
दफा फिर से
द वे द
हमें नोवो
कॉन्फिडेंट
रिप्लॉय
में
के
खेले हैं
जो
देखो इस मैच
कंपाउंड्स
पे क्या
हैं, जो
करते हैं
कि मेनलैंड कंपाउंड्स भी कहलाए जाते हैं, वहां पर टीम इन्फिनिटी आईक्यू वर्सेस मिज़िक्सिस एक दूसरे के आमने सामने एक दफा फिर से आ चुके हैं। फेरारी नॉक निकालते
good
हुए
shot,
दूसरे
बेंसू।
प्लेयर पीछे, वो भी डैमेज एलिमिनेशन एक प्लेयर की कर दी, दूसरे की भी कर दी गई। और फेरारी अब जा रहे हैं तीसरे प्लेयर की तरफ अपने क्रॉसेस बनाते हुए। लेकिन मिज़िक्सिस के इनएक्टिव अगर यहाँ पर एलिमिनेशन कर देते हैं, जो कि नहीं कर पाएंगे, बेंसू मजीद प्लेयर को एलिमिनेट करते हुए चौथा भी
इन्फिनिटी
गायब कर
भाई
दिया गया
बहुत
इस
बढ़िया
मैच से।
भाई
लेकिन मिज़िक्सिस जाते जाते
नाइस
एक player
वन
ले गए
नाइस
अपने साथ
वन
ही इन्फिनिटी आईक्यू
भाई
का।
ये टीम ने
लेकिन
बहुत
इन्फिनिटी
इंप्रेस कर दिया
काफी
भाई
फायदा
3
उनको
मैचेस
पहुंचा।
देखे मैंने तीनों में इनका अप्रोच देखा ना भाई
ये
उफ
4 पॉइंट्स क्रूशियल पॉइंट्स उनको 6 स्पॉट के ऊपर बनाए रखे हुए हैं, और एक और पॉइंट उनको 5th स्पॉट पर ले आएगा सेम 9 के बिल्कुल करीब। लेकिन 20 सेकंड्स में सर्कल क्लोज होने वाला है। इट्स अ क्विक फ्रे जिसको जल्द अज जल्द यहाँ पर कंक्लूड करना पड़ेगा टीम जीजी और टीम अल्फा 7 को। एंड जीजी आहिस्ता आहिस्ता फॉल बैक करती हुई भी हमें नज़र आ रही है, एंड विच इज़ इन माय ओपिनियन बहुत ही एक अच्छा अभी तक के लिए आइडिया रहेगा। अदरवाइज टीम जीजी जो है वो मैन एडवांटेज पूरी तरह से लूज़ कर चुकी थी। सेना का जो अर्ली एक किल था उसने टीम जीजी को जो है वो यहाँ पर 3 वर्सेस 4 सिचुएशन के अंदर पुश कर दिया। एंड अल्फा 7 नाउ इज़ ऑन द हंट, एंड डेफिनेटली दे विल ट्राई देयर बेस्ट कि वो यहाँ पर कुछ और फ्रैग्स निकालने की कोशिश करें। लेकिन जितना टाइम वो इन कंपाउंड्स के अंदर लेंगे उतना ज़्यादा दूर निकल जाएगी यहाँ से टीम जीजी, एंड दैट्स व्हाट दे आर डूइंग।
ऑलवेक
एंड
गुड
अभी
डिसीजन
तक के लिए जो रोड उन्होंने क्रॉस कर लिया विदाउट इवन गेटिंग अ नॉक, विदाउट इवन गेटिंग एनी फायर बैक्स फ्रॉम द साइड ऑफ अल्फा 7, ये इन इटसेल्फ मैं समझता हूँ कि एक बड़ी
अगली
achievement
बार से मुझे
रहेगी
लग रहा है
टीम
जार की
जीजी
कोई कोई गया है कि नहीं गया? आई गेस ज़ार्की आई कर्द का, सॉरी अगर मैंने प्रोनाउंसिएशन कर जाती है शायद उस वजह से अल्फा 7 नहीं गई ज़ार्की, नहीं तो ज़ार्की भी जा सकती थी अल्फा 7।
गवा देंगे
मैच
अगर आप
देखना पड़ेगा एक बार,
एक मैच बुरा
मिला
खेलते
नहीं
हैं।
है।
ये अर्ली के जो 5 से 6 मैचेस होते हैं इसके अंदर एक बहुत बुरी फीलिंग होती है बीइंग अ कंपेटिटिव ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर। बट एनी हाउ
सर्वाइव किया जीजी ने एंड दे आर स्टिल स्टैंडिंग विद 3 ऑफ देयर प्लेयर्स
प्योर गन बेस्ड
SATGE काफी करीब जो है वो अभी तक के लिए नजर आ रहे हैं। लीडरबोर्ड की थोड़ी सी सिचुएशन देखेंगे 2 मैचेस के अंदर अभी तक के लिए DVL, Aegon XI8, BTR ये वो टीम्स है जिनके पास सिंगल डिजिट परफॉर्मेंसेस रहेंगी। बाकी टीम्स जो है वो 10+ पॉइंट्स निकालने में कामयाब हो चुकी हैं। वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स अकेली वो स्क्वाड है जो कि अभी तक के लिए दोनों मैचेस जीतने के बाद बेहतरीन नंबर्स के साथ अभी तक के लिए 16 पॉइंट्स की लीड लेकर जाती हुई नजर आ रही है। बाकी टीम्स अभी तक के लिए दे आर जस्ट ट्राइंग टू कैच दैट मोमेंटम, वो मोमेंटम लेने की उनकी तरफ से कोशिश की जा रही है यहाँ पर आदि, जो कि मच नीडेड है। अगले 3 मैचेस जो है बड़े क्रूशल हैं। आपने एक स्टेज सेट करना है डे 2 के लिए एंड डे 2 इज़ द डे ऑफ कम बैक्स एंड वहाँ पर अगर आपके पास अच्छे नंबर्स नहीं होंगे अनफॉर्चुनेटली कम बैक की जो ख्वाहिश है, कम बैक की जो कोशिश है वो राय जाती हुई नजर आएगी।
बिल्कुल ऐसा मैं ये सोच रहा हूँ कि वैम्पायर ई-स्पोर्ट्स आने वाले इन ऑब्वियसली इंक्लूडिंग दिस मैच आने वाले मैचेस के अंदर जो कि 4 बाकी हैं इस मैच के बाद और वहाँ पर अगर वो अच्छा खेल जाते हैं तो फिर वो लगभग 100 पॉइंट्स पे पहुँच जाएंगे आज के दिन। और अगर वो 100 पॉइंट्स पे पहुँच जाते हैं किसी ना किसी तरह आज के दिन, तो ये लीड कैप्चर करना कल के पहले 3 मैचेस के अंदर बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगा। वैम्पायर ई-स्पोर्ट्स सिंस ऑब्वियसली अज्यूमिंग कि आज के दिन के बाद मोमेंटम मजीद वो बढ़ा लेंगे अपना, उनको समझ लग जाएगी, लग भी चुकी है उनको इस सारी लॉबी की जिस तरह से वो खेल रहे हैं। सो वैम्पायर ई-स्पोर्ट्स को डीथ्रोन करना फिर कल के लिए भी उतना ही मुश्किल हो जाएगा। लेकिन ये मैच अगर वो अच्छा नहीं खेलते फिर शायद कुछ दरवाजे, कुछ इम्कानात होंगे बाकी टीमों के लिए। लेकिन अभी कुछ रोटेशंस हमें बनती दिखाई दे रही हैं जिसमें सर फहरिस्त एटॉन ई-स्पोर्ट्स वो रोटेट करते हुए वहाँ पर R8 के प्लेयर्स सर्कल के अंदर ही मौजूद पोचिंकी के नज़दीक थोड़ा ही दूर कंपाउंड्स पर रहते हैं और इनके करीब अभी के लिए तो कोई भी हमें टीम दिखाई नहीं दे रही, लेकिन फर्दर रोटेशन करने का वो इरादा रखते हैं अपनी व्हीकल्स का इस्तेमाल करते हुए। वहीं पर वैम्पायर ई-स्पोर्ट्स जिनकी हम बात भी कर रहे थे वो हमारी स्क्रीन पर आ चुके हैं और चारों के चारों प्लेयर्स इंटैक्ट, इंस्टेंट कोई भी थ्रेट नहीं है इनको, लेकिन 217 मीटर का सफ़र तय कर बासानी अपनी जगह पहले सर्कल में तो बना लेंगे। लेकिन मैप में देखना चाहता हूँ कि कहाँ पर बना है सर्कल और एग्जैक्टली क्या सूरत हाल है सर्कल की। बज़ाहिर देखकर तो यही लग रहा है कि सर्कल नीचे की तरफ बना है क्या, दोबारा देखते हैं। अभी तक के लिए वैम्पायर ई-स्पोर्ट्स रोटेशन करते हमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं। ओके सर्कल ईस्टर्न साइड पर है, मैप में सेंट्रलाइज्ड अभी तक के लिए पहला हमें दिखाई दे रहा है। अज्यूमिंग जो थोड़ा सा हमने एक सर्कल का एज देखा उससे मैंने ये ज़रूर तुक्का लगाया, लेकिन अभी के लिए आईकुर्द के प्लेयर्स वो रोटेशन के दौरान आई थिंक सो स्पॉट डाउन किया जाता है उनकी तरफ से। एटॉन ई-स्पोर्ट्स के प्लेयर्स को गाड़ी में बैठे बैठे कुछ बुलेट्स भी दागे गए, एक आधी बुलेट उनको वापस भी पड़ती है लेकिन कोई भी नुकसान नहीं भुगतेंगे। लेकिन डैमेज पड़ा, ये एक बुलेट कहाँ से आई मैं देखना चाहता हूँ। वॉज इट D+ किया कि एक ही प्लेयर थे, काफ़ी दूर से उनकी ये बुलेट लगी है। आई थिंक सो 1 पॉइंट उनको मिलना चाहिए इसका, जिस तरह से उन्होंने ये बुलेट की है मैनेज। लेकिन अभी के लिए टीम DRS के प्लेयर्स वो भी ये उनका एंकर पॉइंट है। DRS यहाँ पर हमेशा ही आकर रुकती हुई आपको नजर आएगी, कभी कभार ये होल्ड भी करते हैं इस एरिया को, लेकिन अभी के लिए स्प्लिट होकर ये प्लेयर्स लूट करते हमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं। सर्कल अच्छा रहा, काफ़ी बेहतर रहा है सर्कल पिछले मैचेस के मुकाबले में और इसी वजह से हमें अमूमन बेशतर जितनी भी टीमें हैं ज़्यादातर सर्कल के एक अच्छे स्पॉट पर दिखाई दे रही है। लेकिन दिस इज समथिंग गुड फॉर Aegon XI8, फॉर वैम्पायर ई-स्पोर्ट्स एज वेल। ऐसन क्या तीसरा चिकन डिनर आ रहा है वैम्पायर ई-स्पोर्ट्स का।
वैम्पायर ई-स्पोर्ट्स बड़े खूबसूरत तरीके से उन्होंने क्वेरी के करीब के एरिया को अभी तक के लिए होल्ड किया है। सारी जो क्लस्टर है आदि अगर आप यहाँ पर गौर करें तो पूरी तरह से नॉर्दर्न साइड पे बनता हुआ नज़र आ रहा है, विच इज़ अ गुड न्यूज़ फॉर टीम्स डाउन साउथ। Aegon XI8 इन पर्टिकुलर मैं समझता हूँ कि उनके पास एक अच्छा चांस है कि वो बेहतरीन कंपाउंड ऑफ देयर चॉइस साउथ साइड के ऊपर होल्ड करें, बिकॉज ट्रेंड आप देखें आ रहा है साउथ की तरफ। ये पहला शिफ्ट साउथ की तरफ है, अगला शिफ्ट जो है वो नॉर्थ साउथ जो है वो साउथ वेस्टर्न हो सकता है।
आई थिंक सो पोटैटो हिल इज द एरिया जहाँ से चिकन डिनर आएगा।
पॉसिबली देयर इज़ अ पॉसिबिलिटी, बट रिसेंट जो मेटा के अभी हम चेंजेस देख रहे हैं उसके अंदर हमेशा एक कंपाउंड एटलीस्ट इन प्ले रहता है, बिकॉज वो चीज़ों को ज़रा थोड़ा सा और एक्साइटिंग बना देता है, इंटरेस्टिंग बना देता है। वहाँ पर हमें जो है वो पुशेस देखने को मिलते हैं और एक हार्ड कवर का होना जो है वो काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा। लेकिन किल फीड के अंदर टोनी के R8 के रैग्नारॉक को टेक डाउन करते हुए R8 के एस्केतून को भी स्टोन की तरफ से नॉक कर दिया जा चुका है। सो बैक टू बैक 2 नॉक निकाले जा चुके हैं वैम्पायर ई-स्पोर्ट्स की तरफ से।
D77 की तरफ से कुछ रिटेलिएशन दिखानी पड़ेगी उन्हें, अदरवाइज टीम R8 अपने जो प्लेयर्स हैं वो लूज करती हुई नजर आएगी। एक प्लेयर का किल कंफर्म हो चुका है एंड टीम वैम्पायर ई स्पोर्ट्स विल गो फॉर द हंट डाउन एंड सेकंड प्लेयर SK2 को टोनी के की तरफ से कंफर्म कर दिया जाएगा। नाउ R8 अगर वो यहाँ पर फायर देते हैं, अगर वो यहाँ पर फाइट लेने की कोशिश करते हैं, दे वुड बी डन एंड डस्टेड। 17 स्पॉट पे वो टीम एलिमिनेट होती हुई नजर आएगी। बट अगेन अ वेरी गुड डिसीजन कमिंग फ्रॉम साइड ऑफ R8। 2 प्लेयर सर्वाइव करते हैं, अपनी पोजीशन उन्होंने दे दी। व्हीकल काफी ज्यादा डैमेज हो चुका है। वैम्पायर ई स्पोर्ट्स विल गो फॉर दैट पुश पॉसिबली और किल कंफर्मेशन की तरफ जाने की कोशिश की जाएगी। प्रेस्टीज एंड D77 बोथ ऑफ देम आर सर्वाइविंग। दूसरी तरफ SEM9 और DK का स्क्वाड, D+ किया का स्क्वाड एक दूसरे के आमने सामने। केनी SKR की तरफ से यूटिलिटी ड्रॉप की जा रही है। यूटिलिटी के साथ अभी तक के लिए कोई एंट्री मिलती हुई नजर नहीं आई है एंड दिस विल पुश बैक DK।
1 ईयर प्लस हो गया।
बहुत ही क्लोज कॉल देखने को मिली हमें D+ किया के ऊपर। काफी करीब जो है वो यूटिलिटी ड्रॉप हुई, काफी करीब ये फ्रैग ग्रेनेड जो है वो फटता हुआ हमें नजर आया। इसने काफी भी किया उस साल को। बट राइट नाउ SEM9 का जो स्क्वाड है वो एक सेफ स्पेस के अंदर रहेगा। किसी किस्म की फाइट
को रोक लो।
यहाँ पर रिटेलिएशन जो है वो नहीं देखने को मिलेगी ऑपोजिशन की तरफ से एंड ऑपोजिशन वहां से रिट्रीट बैक कर जाएगी। BTR they're trying to find a place for themselves और वो भी अपने लिए एक
वैम्पायर को रोक लो भाई। अगर आज नहीं रोकोगे तो कल दिक्कत करेगा। मुझे तो डे 1 ही याद आ रहा है, PMWI लास्ट ईयर हुआ था, वैम्पायर ने डे 1 में फाड़ दिया था पहले ही मैच में चिकन। जिन लोगों को नहीं पता, वैम्पायर का ही फर्स्ट मैच का चिकन था PMWI 2022 रोजोक वाला हाईएस्ट किल का पिछले साल। इस बार भी PMWI का ही फर्स्ट यहाँ पे चिकन आया, इस बार 6 किल के साथ। सेकंड भी चिकन लिया, थर्ड ऑन गोइंग है। जोन भी वैम्पायर में आया। हाय
जाएगा। हमने पोटैटो हिल की बात की थी।
अगेन थर्ड लाइक आइसोलेटेड शिफ्ट। अब सेंट्रलाइज शिफ्ट आप बोल सकते हो 12 के ऊपर शुगर के पास या ओपन पे जोन जा सकता है।
एम्पल कंपाउंड्स देयर आर राइट नाउ,
या फिर ओपन पे जोन जा सकता है। ओपन फील्ड
अभी तक खुली है लेकिन एक बहुत
12 के ऊपर शुगर या फिर ओपन पे जोन कहीं जाएगा। बहुत ही टफ जोन है। जो सेंट्रलाइज पकड़ेगा तो उसको अलग लेवल पे
पॉइंट्स हासिल भी किए जा सकते हैं। उन टीमों को खासा फायदा पहुंचेगा। प्रोबेबली 2 नाम है, गॉनिक्स i8 और वैम्पायर ई स्पोर्ट्स। वो अच्छे खासे किल पॉइंट्स इस मैच से निकाल सकते हैं एंड दिस कुड बी देयर मैच एज वेल। लेकिन अभी के लिए D+ किया, रोटेशन करेंगे, वापस फॉल बैक। टीम SEM9 भी अपनी बगीज लेकर रोटेट करेंगे और इस एरिया को अबैंडन करती हुई जितनी टीमें आपको यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रही थी, ग्लैडिएटर्स भी यहाँ से निकल चुके हैं। सो जस्ट पैनिक हो चुकी है टीमें। ऑब्वियसली क्लियरली वी कैन सी दैट बाय देयर मूवमेंट्स। और जिस तरह से इंस्टेंट वहां से निकला गया है, ये चीज शो कर रही है कि यार इस सर्कल को चेज करना इन टीमों के लिए काफी मुश्किल हो जाएगा। लेकिन गॉनिक्स i8 वो कब क्या वापस जाते हैं, अभी के लिए उनके बिल्कुल करीब में हमें कुछ टीमें दिखाई दे रही हैं। वो आए हैं इन कंपाउंड्स को होल्ड करने के लिए। एक अच्छे स्प्लिट में हमें ये टीम दिखाई दे रही है अभी के लिए। लेकिन वापस से फॉल बैक करते हुए फलक अपने बाकी के 2 प्लेयरों के साथ उज़म और ब्लेड इन कंपाउंड्स को डिफेंड क्या कर पाएंगे। अभी के लिए बिल्कुल सामने हमें इन्फिनिटी IQ कुछ रोटेशन करती दिखाई दे रही है। बिल्कुल सामने जो रिज है वहां से वो कोशिश करेंगे जरूर कि गॉनिक्स i8 के प्लेयर्स को पकड़ा जाए। अब यहां पर गलती नहीं करनी है गॉनिक्स i8 को, बिल्कुल ओपन में जाना नहीं है। लेकिन D+ किया के फावियान अपनी बगीज के जरिए ढूंढ रहे हैं कोई जाए पनाह जो उनको मिल नहीं रही है। और अब ये सर्कल के अंदर काफी एरिया ऐसे खाली है, ज्यादा कवर नहीं है अपार्ट फ्रॉम अ फ्यू रिजेस एंड कंपाउंड्स। ज्यादातर एरिया हेबेल है और यहां पर सरवाइव करना हम जानते हैं कितना मुश्किल हो जाता है। लेकिन किल फीड बनती हुई इन्फिनिटी IQ वर्सेस फाल्कन्स वर्सेस ग्लैडिएटर्स। एब्सोल्युटली ग्लैडिएटर्स को ब्रेक नहीं मिल रहा है यहाँ पर। ग्लैडिएटर्स अपना दूसरा प्लेयर ऑन द गो लूज करेंगे। काफ़ी लो ऑन HP उनके प्लेयर भी मौजूद रहेंगे। लेकिन अभी तक के लिए एक इंटरेस्टिंग फाइट की तरफ हम जा रहे हैं जहाँ पर DRS के डेल्टा करीब पुश किया उन्होंने एंड रेड विलन्स जो है वो उनको पहला नॉक देते हुए नजर आए। लेकिन साथ
फटना चाहिए, फटा नॉक और फिनिश
जा चुके हैं। टीम BTR को डाउन टू 2 मैन लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग कर सकती थी। लेकिन किलर YT अगेन बहुत ही क्लिनिकल साबित हो रहे हैं अपने मेट्स के साथ। जबरदस्त किस्म का नॉक सामने जाएंगे, स्टेपिंग कर दिया जा चुका है उनकी तरफ से। लेकिन
भाई थर्ड पार्टी
YT को नॉक करेगा। ये जो है वो एक टर्निंग मोमेंट हो सकता है टीम DRS वर्सेस टीम BTR की फाइट के अंदर। एंड देयर यू गो, BTR इस चीज का पूरी तरह से फायदा उठाती हुई DRS को इस मैच से बाहर कर देगी। लेकिन आईकुर्द का स्क्वाड भी दूसरी तरफ टीम R8 का सामना करती हुई नजर आएगी। व्हाट वाज दैट मूव, व्हाट वाज दैट नेड जिसने पूरी तरह से रैटल कर दिया DRS के डिफेंसेस को, DRS के अटैक को आई मस्ट से। और टीम DRS वहां पर वापस से
जो है वो नहीं रिकवर कर पाई अनफॉर्चुनेटली डीआरएस को बीटीआर की तरफ से
VP की डिसीजन मेकिंग देख रहे हो
करना पड़ा। बीटीआर ने इस प्रोसेस में अपना एक प्लेयर जरूर लूज किया है, लेकिन इसके अलावा बीटीआर अपने तीनों प्लेयर्स के साथ
अगर कोई नॉर्मली टीम होती वो क्या करती यहाँ पे VP और VP ने क्या करा है, VP को पता है कि ये ऑलरेडी, और उन्होंने उसके अकॉर्डिंगली भाई बहुत प्यारा VP, मजा आ गया।
एंड नाउ बीटीआर हैव टू प्ले विद 2 ऑफ देयर प्लेयर्स, लेकिन व्हाट वाज दैट नेड, ज्ञानते का वो इल टाइम नेड जो है वो थोड़ी सी ऑब्वियसली कम्युनिकेशन के अंदर डिफरेंस आ सकता है प्लेयर्स की, वहाँ पर जो है वो सेल्फ नेड के थ्रू जो है वो टीम नेड अब उससे के थ्रू जो है वो टीम डीआरएस इस मैच से बाहर होती हुई नजर आई। अदरवाइज दे हैड द टोटल कंट्रोल टुवर्ड्स दिस 4 सिचुएशन तक बना लिया था उन्होंने ऑलमोस्ट, लेकिन S2G दे आर ट्राइंग टू गेट इनटू द सर्कल, अभी तक ये सर्कल में उनको अलाउ नहीं किया जा रहा, बग्गी के ऊपर जा रहे हैं, चेल्सी को डाउन कर दिया जा चुका है, रेवेनक्लॉ पोजीशन, एक और यूटिलिटी, एक और किल अपने लिए कंफर्म करती हुई ये टीम, एंड वैम्पायर ई-स्पोर्ट्स कैसे है कि ये इनका जो है वो दूसरा किल है, बिकॉज पॉसिबली ये किल जो है वो तीसरा हो सकता था, लेकिन दूसरी तरफ बीटीआर को इस मैच से ऑलमोस्ट बाहर कर दिया जा चुका है। लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग बीटीआर के हाई मैन को S2G के प्लेयर्स कंफर्म करेंगे, लेकिन S2G का भी खाता इसी के साथ बंद कर दिया जाएगा। हाई मैन का किल IQ लेके, ओह माय गुडनेस व्हाट्स गोइंग ऑन, फाइट कोई ले रहा है, किल कंफर्मेशन किसी और साइड से आ रही है, दूसरी तरफ एक और XI8 S2G के फाइनल करेंगे, एंड 8 ऑन के साथ आई बिलीव इट्स टाइम
ओनली 12 टीम्स आर सर्वाइविंग
मैच के अंदर से एलिमिनेट होती हुई हमें ऑलमोस्ट नजर आएगी। यस यू आर एब्सोल्युटली राइट आदि, 12 टीम्स विद इन नो टाइम हमारे सामने 4 टीम्स एकदम से हमें छोड़कर चलेगी, एंड इट हैपेंड जस्ट इन अ ब्लिंक ऑफ एन आई, और इतनी जल्दी में मैं समझता हूँ कि ये है वो इंटेंसिटी जिसकी हम बात कर रहे थे PUBG मोबाइल वर्ल्ड इन्विटेशनल के अंदर। 18 टीमें इस लॉबी के अंदर है, और कितना मुश्किल हो रहा है आदि अपनी ग्राउंड्स को होल्ड करना, एटलीस्ट अपने पैर तक लगाने की इजाज़त नहीं दी जाती।
बिल्कुल ऐसा, लेकिन अगर आप देखें तो दरवाजे खुल चुके हैं कुछ टीमों के लिए जो कि सेकंड पेज पर अभी तक के लिए मौजूद है। पहले पेज पर आने के लिए आपको सिर्फ 10 ही पॉइंट्स चाहिए और आप टॉप 6 के अंदर, टॉप 4 के अंदर अपनी जगह बना लेंगे ज़रूर। लेकिन वैम्पायर्स अपने 4 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स इस मैच में भी कंफर्म कर चुकी है। सर्कल के एज पर आईकुर्द के प्लेयर्स को ग्रेनेड के चलते साथ आराम से नॉक कर दिया जाएगा, लेकिन आईकुर्द के प्लेयर अब ऊपर की तरफ जाते हुए ग्रेनेड आता है और मजबूर किया जाता है प्लेयर को जो रिवाइव देने के लिए गए थे। वैम्पायर ई-स्पोर्ट्स अपने 4 को कन्वर्ट करने जा रही है 7 में, और अभी के लिए एक और मजीद प्लेयर का किल कंफर्म किया जाएगा। 5 हो चुके हैं, लेकिन D+ किया के फावियान वहां पर गैलेक्टिकॉस के प्लेयर को नॉक करते हुए, और आईकुर्द क्या सामना कर पाएगी वैम्पायर्स का, जो कि डोमिनेटर्स हैं, जो कि अनप्रेसिडेंटेड हो चुके हैं, अनडिस्प्यूटेड हो चुके हैं, अनचैलेंज्ड हैं अभी तक के लिए। लेकिन A7 के प्लेयर वो भी अपने किल एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स में इजाफा करते हुए, A7 इज वन ऑफ द नेम्स जो कि वैम्पायर ई-स्पोर्ट्स के कैलिबर का है और इनको चैलेंज कर सकता है। लेकिन आईकुर्द ई-स्पोर्ट्स के ये प्लेयर अब जो आ चुके हैं आगे, जोन का डैमेज खासा पड़ेगा, लेकिन वैम्पायर ई-स्पोर्ट्स के रेवेनक्लॉ कहानी खत्म कर देंगे पहले ही, बुलेट्स निकलती नहीं गन से, और ये टीम इस मैच से बाहर कर दी गई। वैम्पायर्स इज समथिंग एल्स, दे आर नॉट फ्रॉम दिस वर्ल्ड एट ऑल, और उनका कोई भी नेमो बदल अभी तक के लिए हमें देखने को नहीं मिला। 8 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट 9 टीमें सर्वाइव करती हमें दिखाई दे रही है। एगॉन के पास एक बहुत बड़ा मौका है, लेकिन फॉरेस्ट आगे बढ़ेंगे, स्मोक्स का इस्तेमाल करते हुए ब्लाइंड फायर्स किए गए, क्या निकलेगा, नॉक नहीं निकल पाएगा।
PMGC जहां छोड़ा था ना ग्लोबल, वहीं से स्टार्ट करा है वैम्पायर ने।
ग्रेनेड एंड D+ किया कि ये दोनों के दोनों प्लेयर्स इस मैच से बाहर कर दिए जाएंगे, लेकिन वही कल उड़कर बर्स्ट होता है, लेकिन दोनों तरफ से अब यूटिलिटीज का इस्तेमाल ही करना पड़ेगा। किया भी जाएगा थोड़ा बहुत डैमेज, रिटालिएशन में ग्रेनेड आते हैं, लेकिन एक ग्रेनेड क्लिक करता है तो बाहर जाएगी ये टीम। दोनों की तरफ ये चीज अप्लाई जरूर होती है। 5 ग्रेनेड्स हैं इनके पास, लेकिन वहां पर इन्फिनिटी IQ के फेरारी नॉक होते हुए फाल्कन्स के हाथों, और अभी के लिए 9 टीमें ही सर्वाइव कर रही है, लेकिन टीम D+ किया कि ये प्लेयर सर्वाइव नहीं कर पाएंगे। फाल्कन्स वहीं पर हुई सर्कल के अंदर वो जाना चाहते हैं, D+ किया इनफैक्ट सर्कल के अंदर मौजूद है। GAMERS8 वो सर्कल के अंदर अपनी जगह बनाना चाहते हैं, लेकिन D+ किया क्या कुछ कर पाएगी? ओके दैट्स नॉट D+ किया, वो योकोहामा डोनट्स वेरल है, और फॉर अ मोमेंट आई थॉट कि वो यहाँ पर D+ किया है, काफी मिलते जुलते इनके टैग जरूर रहते हैं, लेकिन अभी के लिए वायरल के प्लेयर को नॉक करेंगे फलक, स्टार प्लेयर है PMRC में, और ये वो टीम है जिसके 3rd हाईएस्ट किल भी थे पीएमआरसी के अंदर। सो एग्रेशन तो है, लेकिन अभी के लिए इस प्लेयर से
Also
बचना
guys,
काफी
652 लोग देख रहे हो. If you're new to the stream, make sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel.
को संभल कर रश करना है, संभल कर रश इन करना है। ग्रेनेड्स काम यहाँ पर खराब कर सकते हैं, लेकिन फेस क्लैन के प्लेयर्स अब यहाँ पर आकर बैकस्टैप कर सकते हैं। यहाँ पर मौजूद प्लेयर वो पाए वहाँ पर ब्लेड अपने चाकुओं का इस्तेमाल करते हुए नॉक्स निकालने में मसरूफ। अपने 3 को 6 में क्या कर पाएगी तब्दील, लेकिन मजबूर कर दिया जाएगा वायरल के प्लेयर को यहां से निकलने के लिए। लेकिन आगे बढ़ते हुए टीम फेस क्लैन के प्लेयर्स वो भी अभी के लिए अपने सर्वाइवल को यकीनी बनाना चाहते हैं। आई थिंक सो देव रियलाइज्ड कि जितना ओवर एग्रेसिव होगे उतनी ही जल्दी इस मैच से एलिमिनेट होगे। दैट इज व्हाई दे आर बीइंग बैलेंस्ड राइट नाउ। लेकिन अभी के लिए वायरल के प्लेयर्स को जिस तरह से GAMERS8 ने पुश बैक किया है, ये चीज देखकर मुझे काफी खुशी हुई। लेकिन वैम्पायर
एब्सोल्युटली जी, जिस तरह से आपने मेंशन किया यूटिलिटी काफी हेल्प करती है, लेकिन फलक पुश कर चुके हैं सामने। डीवीएल के प्लेयर के फाइनल जो स्टैंडिंग प्लेयर है उनको भी उनकी तरफ से मुश्किलात से 2-4 किया जा रहा है, लेकिन प्रोसेस के अंदर एक और एक्साइट के ब्लेड नॉक होते हैं। फेस की तरफ से फलक को नॉक कर दिया जाता है। स्मोक्स डिप्लॉय करती हुई टीम, लेकिन उजम का मोलोटॉव डीवीएल को इस मैच से बाहर करेगा। योकोहामा डोनट्स बैरल इस मैच से बाहर
फेस से बचकर दे नीड टू रिट्रीट बैक।
ब्लेड को रिवाइव करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। फाल्कन के प्लेयर्स की तरफ से जो नॉक दिया गया था, ब्लेड यहां पर कवर के अंदर मौजूद थे कि रिवाइव को दिया जा रहा है, लेकिन
माय गॉड
स्पोर्ट्स को बैक एंड से यहां पर हेल्प चाहिए होगी। आईक्यू पुश करने की कोशिश करते हैं, लेकिन आईक्यू की गाड़ी बाल बचती हुई, लेकिन देयर यू गो, आईक्यू को उतार लिया गया गाड़ी से। GAMERS8 नाउ डाउन टू 2 मैन स्टार्टिंग। फलक को रिवाइव दे दिया जा चुका है। वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स
दिस इज एब्सोल्यूट केओस।
वापस से उनकी तरफ से वो स्पॉट जो है वो ले लिया जा चुका है। सर्कल क्लोजिंग इन 21 सेकंड्स। दूसरी तरफ अगर हम बात करें, टॉप 5 टीम्स हमारे सामने हैं।
गाइस क्या लग रहा है?
4 मैन स्टैंडिंग है। फेज 4 मैन।
गाइस क्या लग रहा है किसका चिकन आएगा? बाय द वे 718 लोग देख रहे हो, 718 लोग। जिनको नहीं पता है, वैम्पायर बैक टू बैक चिकन निकाल चुके हैं ऑलरेडी। ये थर्ड मैच है वैम्पायर का।
दैट फैक्टर जो कि प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट करेंगे यहाँ पर किसी भी टीम के लिए, जो भी उनकी मैं समझता हूँ क्रॉस हेड्स के अंदर आती हुई नजर आएगी। मैकू बात मौजूद है, फेस के लिए मुश्किल खड़ी कर सकते हैं, लेकिन फेस के ऑन जन काफी ज्यादा मिनी 14 के स्पैम देते हुए, लेकिन स्टोन की तरफ से उजम को नॉक कर दिया जा चुका है।
धोनी के फाड़ रहा
क्या टीम है सर,
लेकिन वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स फलक अभी भी मौजूद है।
भाई वैम्पायर की जो मेंटालिटी लेवल देखा ना मैंने अभी,
पुश किया जा रहा है। स्टोन के वीपी के 2 प्लेयर्स मौजूद है। फलक लोन एचपी एंड अनफॉर्चुनेटली
फलक ने दिया, बीटी कर दी फलक ने।
लेकिन उनको भी इस मैच से बाहर कर दिया जाएगा। एंड
ये हुई है बीटी।
डाउन हो चुके हैं। टोनी के इज द फाइनल मैन स्टैंडिंग। वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स दे आर इन शैम्बल्स। एक के बाद दूसरा प्लेयर
अब देखो क्या करती है वैम्पायर।
के P6 अभी तक के लिए उसी साइड के तरफ देखते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। ना बिलीव उसी शाख के ऊपर पुश भी कर दिया जाएगा। एंड दिस कुड बी द चिकन डिनर फॉर फेज, बिकॉज 4 मैन स्टैंडिंग अभी तक के लिए जो स्क्वाड हमें नजर आ रहा है, आदि मैन एडवांटेज के साथ जो स्क्वाड हमें अभी तक के लिए नजर आ रहा है, जो एक पावर पोजीशन के अंदर स्क्वाड नजर आ रहा है, वो सिर्फ फेज का ही नजर आ रहा है। एंड आई एम प्रीटी श्योर फेज इस चिकन डिनर को अपने हाथ से नहीं जाने देगी।
बिल्कुल एसन और फेस को जाने देना भी नहीं है। अगर वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स अभी भी 2 प्लेयर्स हैं, और वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स ने तो कार शोरूम खोल लिया है वहां पर। इतनी व्हीकल्स का एक्सटेंसिव कवर हमें दिखाई दे रहा है। ये दोनों प्लेयर सर्वाइव कर जाएंगे थोड़ी देर के लिए, लेकिन सर्कल वो कहाँ पर जाता है ये बहुत मैटर करता है, क्योंकि सर्कल इज अब ये मेटा बहुत चेंज हो रहा है, बहुत रैपिडली चेंज हो रहा है, क्योंकि ज्यादा डिपेंडेंट हो रही है टीमें सर्कल के ऊपर। लेकिन दिस गेम हैज बीन एन एब्सोल्यूट केओस। किसी को कुछ नहीं पता था यार कहाँ से आने वाला है। आई थिंक तो सोचने का तो टाइम ही नहीं दिया गया किसी को, इवन दो कि हम कास्ट कर रहे थे एंड वी डिडंट इवन नोटिस कि यार कब 12 टीम्स रह गई और अब कब हम 4 पर आ गए। लेकिन फाल्कन्स आगे बढ़े, करेंगे नॉक वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स के प्लेयर कहीं दूर से, और फेज के विंटोरेस वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं अपने 7 किल्स के साथ साथ इस मैच का चिकन डिनर लेकर जाने के लिए। लेकिन वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स के प्लेयर्स का एलिमिनेट होना बहुत ही जरूरी है। फेज के प्लेयर एक जो नॉक हुए हैं उनको रिवाइव देना पड़ेगा, लेकिन वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स के अगर ये दोनों खिलाड़ी 2 बंदे चिकन डिनर अगर ले गए, मैं बहुत हैरान होऊंगा। मेला को काफी ज्यादा लो एचपी में उन्होंने किया कामयाब रहे, लेकिन फाल्कन्स के प्लेयर को इस मैच से एलिमिनेट कर दिया जाएगा। फाल्कन्स बढ़ पाएंगे क्या आगे, क्या नॉक कर पाएंगे? टीम वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स को एलिमिनेट होना बनता है यहां पर, क्योंकि फेज अगर चिकन डिनर ले गई तो फिर ही कंपटीशन मजा आएगा। लेकिन अभी के लिए वैम्पायर्स जब तक इनका एक भी प्लेयर सर्वाइव कर रहा है, उम्मीदें रहती हैं कि चिकन डिनर ये ले जाएंगे। लेकिन फेज सिंस दे आर 4 मैन स्टैंडिंग, उनको काफी ध्यान से संभल कर अभी भी इस मैच को अपने खत्म करना है। स्मोक्स का काफी बेहतर इस्तेमाल, ज्यादा से ज्यादा सर्कल का एरिया कंट्रोल टीम फेज अपने लिए करना चाहेगी, लेकिन वैम्पायर्स क्या सोच रहे हैं? फाल्कन के एक प्लेयर और ग्लैडिएटर्स के एक प्लेयर, दोनों की नजरें ऑब्वियसली वैम्पायर स्पोर्ट्स के उन दो खिलाड़ियों पर ही है। जहां से भी किल आएगा व्हाटसोएवर वो जरूर हासिल करना चाहेंगे, लेकिन वैम्पायर्स इस एक्सटेंसिव कवर से अब उनको बाहर निकलना पड़ेगा। और सर्कल में सिर्फ बेशक 40 मीटर का ये सफर है, लेकिन काफी सफर उनको करना पड़ेगा इंग्लिश वाला जाते जाते आगे। लेकिन जीजी के प्लेयर क्या वो एलिमिनेट कर पाएंगे वैम्पायर्स को?
एब्सोल्युटली, मैकू और तेक ये दोनों प्लेयर्स ऐसे प्लेयर्स हैं जो इस चिकन डिनर का मजाक करकरा कर सकते हैं किसी भी एक टीम के लिए, चाहे वो वैम्पायर हो या फेज क्लैन हो। फेज की जो फॉर्मेशन है वो काफ़ी बेहतरीन देखने को मिल रही है, लेकिन एक बड़ा रिस्क लिया जा रहा है टोनी के की तरफ से। टोनी के रीपोजिशन करेंगे अपने आप को एंड ही इज़ मूविंग टुवर्ड दैट शैक जो कि काफ़ी करीब है। नाउ ही रियलाइजेस के उधर से भी नेड आता हुआ नजर आया, लेकिन यूटिलिटी ड्रॉप की जा रही है दोनों साइड से। मैको भी नेड कर रहे हैं एंड टोनी के पॉसिबली यहाँ पर नॉक हो सकते हैं, लेकिन देयर यू गो, फाल्कन के तेक को मेला की तरफ से कंफर्म कर दिया जा चुका है। टोनी के नेड मैको को पकड़ लेगा। 2 वर्सेस 4 की
वीपी नहीं मानती। अरे वीपी के अगर
फेज विद 4 मैन स्टैंडिंग, मेला और जो है वो नॉर्मन एक साइड के ऊपर मौजूद है। स्वजी पी काफी एक ऑफ एंगल के ऊपर मौजूद है और स्मोक्स डिप्लॉय किए जा रहे हैं। आई बिलीव थोड़ा सा एग्रेसिव खेला जाएगा टीम फेज की तरफ से। काफी एक बैलेंस परफॉर्मेंस, हर एक प्लेयर दो किल कंफर्म करता हुआ नजर आया। स्वजी इज देयर इन द क्रॉस हेयर्स एंड स्वजी यहाँ पर नॉक हो सकते हैं, लेकिन टोनी के एक प्लेयर को डाउन करेंगे। पॉसिबली दूसरे प्लेयर को भी यहाँ पर डाउन कर सकते हैं। 2v2 की सिचुएशन बन चुकी है आदि यहाँ पर। 2v2 की सिचुएशन बन चुकी है यहाँ पर। स्वजी अगर अपने आप को हील कर लेते हैं, ही विल बी दैट गाय जो यहाँ पर मुश्किलात खड़ी कर सकता है। देयर यू गो, टोनी के पुशिंग फॉरवर्ड। मेला को काफी ज्यादा डैमेज दिया, उन्होंने ड्रॉप कर चुके हैं ओजीसान, लेकिन टोनी के को ओजिन की तरफ से डाउन कर दिया जा चुका है। स्वजी पी इज देयर, 2 वर्सेस 1 सिचुएशन। यूटिलिटी यहाँ पर ओजिन को अगर डाउन कर देती है,
Just don't.
1 वर्सेस 1 सिचुएशन। वैम्पायर स्पोर्ट्स का पॉसिबिलिटी
गाइस रिस्पेक्ट भाई,
Oh my god.
Respect bro, vampire anti-but-face, GG, we bought anti-vampire. हाँ,
अपने उस एनर्जी को, अपने उस
ओ
पैशन को
भाई 17 एलिमिनेशन #2 और ये चिकन भी आ सकता था फेस को उस पोजी पे बैक फुट पे ला दिया भाई एक टाइम को।
पूरी तरह से टेबल ऑलमोस्ट टर्न कर दिए थे यहाँ पर।
माइंडसेट है लॉन्डो का।
इवन दो के टोनी के जो है वो भी बिलीव नहीं कर पा रहे थे कि व्हाट वाज गोइंग ऑन। दो प्लेयर्स को ओपन में ऑफ गार्ड पकड़ा, 2 वर्सेस 2 सिचुएशन की एंड दैट्स वेयर वैम्पायर लूज इट ऑल।
मैं आपको नहीं बताऊंगा, आप खुद एक चीज पुट करना, आपको वैम्पायर की मेंटालिटी का पता लगेगा। कर लेना थर्ड जोन जब कटा वो कहां पे थे एंड उसके बाद उनका क्या
PMRC भी खेले, लेकिन वहां पर अपनी स्ट्रेटजीज को छुपा कर पूरी दुनिया से छुपा कर रखा, टीमों से छुपा कर रखा। और यहाँ पर अरीना में वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स को चैलेंज कर पाए इस मैच के अंदर। हालांकि चिकन डिनर जाता अभी भी दिखाई दे रहा था वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स के खाते में,
लोग देख रहे हैं, न्यू टू द स्ट्रीम, मेक श्योर टू लाइक द वीडियो, सब्सक्राइब टू द चैनल।
दिस मैच वाज एब्सोल्युटली chaos। एसन बहुत जल्दी टीमें एलिमिनेट हो रही हैं एंड थैंक्स टू द सर्कल। मैं थोड़ा सा सार्कास्टिक हो रहा हूँ कि सर्कल जिस तरह रैपिडली चेंज होते हैं और बहुत ही कम टाइम, मेरे ख्याल से सर्कल टू सर्कल जो टाइम है एक सर्कल बनने के बाद दूसरे सर्कल तक कम से ज्यादा वो 2 मिनट का होगा। सिर्फ 2 मिनट आपको चाहिए सोचने के लिए, अगले सर्कल को प्रेडिक्ट करने के लिए।
7-8 पॉइंट लेने हर एक मैच से। चिकन निकाल दे तो कल का अलग सीन है, बट हर एक मैच से 7-8 पॉइंट का एवरेज भी ले लिया तो विनर बन रहे भाई वो। आज का दिन अगर ओवर परफॉर्म कर दिया है जो कर दिया है,
मैचेस देखने पड़ते हैं पूरी की पूरी लॉबी को देखने के लिए, देखने के लिए, परखने के लिए। सो मेरे ख्याल से ये मैच वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स, लेकिन फिर भी ऐसा वो जो लीड 40 पॉइंट्स पर वो अभी के लिए मौजूद थे इस मैच से पहले, वो 17 पॉइंट्स मजीद उसमें ऐड कर दिए जा चुके हैं। और मैं एक दफा फिर से कह रहा हूं,
नहीं अब नहीं होगा, वो इशू था वो सॉल्व हो गया,
चली गई
अब नहीं होगा ये इशू, अब जल्दी हो जाएंगे।
ज्यादा कर जाएंगे जिस
इशू आ गया था,
चल रहे हैं, जिस
पूछा था तो उसकी वजह से मैच डिले हुआ
यार। कोई फाइट ले ही नहीं पा रहा उनसे। अभी एंड पर भी आकर दे लॉस्ट बिकॉज़ ऑफ द सर्कल। इस सर्कल बहुत हट गया था, वरना वैम्पायर ईस्पोर्ट्स हाई चिकन था। लेकिन सर विल बी गोइंग ऑन अ शॉर्ट ब्रेक। आप लोगों ने कहीं जाना, बहुत मजा आ रहा है। विल बी
लॉन्गेस्ट गैप नहीं आशीष यादव अब नहीं होगा गैप लंबा। मैं पूछा था अभी तो, दैट गैप इज बिकॉज ऑफ द रीजन, वहाँ पे कुछ हो गया था की वजह से वो गैप था, पर वो सॉर्टेड हो चुकी है। थिंक अब मैच जल्दी स्टार्ट हो जाएगा। एसटी का है ब्रो। एसटी पीएल की टीम, ट्विस्टेड माइंड, ये सारी जितनी टीम्स आपको नहीं दिख रही है जो पीएमडब्ल्यूआई के लिए ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाइड है, टियनबा, एसटी, एसटी 6 to 8, एसटी आपकी एसए वाली, सारी टीम्स विल प्ले फ्रॉम फ्राइडे, वेडनेसडे। ऐसे कब खेलेगी? अभी भी खेल रही है, इंडिया में खेल ही रही है, नेशनल पे भी खेलेगी वो किशन भाई जब स्लॉट मिलेगा। क्या हाल है भाई? एकदम बढ़िया। ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग दिखा दो ना भाई। भाई ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग रुको यार, 7 मिनट का ब्रेक तो उन्होंने यहाँ डाल दिया। मैं इंग्लिश में दिखाता हूँ, सुनने में आया कि इंग्लिश में ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग जल्दी दिखा देते। इसमें 1 मिनट का ब्रेक है, सुनने में आया इसमें ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग जल्दी दिखाते, तो एक बार चेक कर लो भाई। इस बार स्पॉन्सर देख रहे हो पीएमडब्ल्यूआई के? पेप्सी, स्पॉटिफाई, एलजी, केएफसी, ठीक है इंडिया पता नहीं गेम्स भाई। फोर्थ मैच रेंगल मिरामार। लैपटॉप यूज करता हूँ ब्रो अभी, जस्ट लैपटॉप। आपको बताया तो था पीएमजीसी के टाइम पे टीम पर पॉइंट्स टेबल आती है मैच खत्म होने के। कर दिया लो भाई, मैं पॉइंट्स वेट आपने बोला और हमने एम्पायर टुडे फायर भाई ऑब्वियसली। मुझे लग रहा है रिकैप देख रहा हूँ। PMWI 2022, PMWI dominated day 1, day 2 downfall, day 3 comeback। क्या कल फिर से क्या हिस्ट्री रिपीट होगी? कल देखते हैं क्या रहता है। बाकी ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग का वेट कर रहे हैं।
Throw up a FaZe cleanse sign. That's not fair. You guys can't see it.
Camera.
He prepared for this.
I used to do it with 2 hands before. I was like, how do you do this? What's this dark magic? I don't know.
If you've ever played video games with Max, you can
Points
understand why
table
he has great coordination over his hands.
टेबल अभी आ जाएंगे, दिखा देते हैं पॉइंट टेबल
I'm
आने।
a video game enjoyer. Player, I'm not that good.
Just understand. I mean, you're an Alan Walker fan. I'm going to see him play some Pogi Mogi pretty soon.
What is? I was like, Alan Walker fan. You're not good at video games.
You're wondering how I was going to connect it together. Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry, I got you. 7, man. This was insane match, to be honest, as we saw towards the end. Like, Vampire, even though they didn't win, we're not going to talk too much about them just yet.
Yep.
Still got a lot of eliminations.
FaZe Clan. You know what? I'm not even going to talk about Vampire yet.
That's
I kind
what
of want to talk about FaZe Clan.
That's literally what I just said.
No, because you set me up. You were talking about the eliminations. Almost.
We talked about them too much. Stop
FaZe Clan, I mean, the way they were able to actually take on Alpha 7.
Schweppes was pretty good.
Go ahead.
Stop it. No, but FaZe Clan being able to take on Alpha 7, I thought that was actually quite impressive. Even though it wasn't a 4v4, it was still impressive for them to be able to take on Alpha 7. Alpha 7 with a 2-2 split ended up backfiring. And now moving on to the actual, the final part, FaZe Clan waited up for the right angles. They were able to use the right splits too. And we saw a risky play on one of the players being able to kind of just jump over that?
Yeah, I have no clue how he got away with that. He just leaps over the wall, and he was getting shot at and just makes it
I want to say that was that Schwepp shoot? I think that was Schwepp shooting at him.
So. It was Vampire play, yeah.
If he gets that knock, I think FaZe almost lose that, right? Because you had a Falcons player still there.
Yeah, I mean, you had a player, I think it was Onzen. He went to res Onzen. If he does not get that leap, 2 players knocked, you don't have the off angle anymore. And then it's 2v2.
Yep.
Vampire could have won it off the back of that one dodgy play from Mela, let's say.
One play. Let's take a look here at the points got in this last match. 17 eliminations for Vampire Esports. So they don't win the chicken dinner, but they get the most points in the match. That puts them at 63
भाई
points.
23 पॉइंट लेके गई है और 20 पॉइंट लेके गई है FaZe।
Massive lead here for this team. You can see FaZe
17 elimination भाई, 17 elimination.
Just talking about them, they get themselves 11.
You were talking about how much pressure they were going to have. Well, guess what? They're kind of putting the pressure off their shoulders.
भाई स्पॉन्सर इतने सारे प्राइस पूल बढ़ाना चाहिए था
Pressure does make diamonds, as we all learned during PMWC 2 years ago.
Yes.
You can see down here, you can see Aton down to 1 point. R8 at the very bottom as well. S2G at the very bottom. I think that was 17th place. A little bit of a struggle for the team from Turkey, and obviously R8 being the host country invite. A lot of pressure overall for a lot of these teams, but again, that was our second air and go. Obviously, there's a little bit delay before
Overall
the
दिखा
first and
दो
second one, but
भाई.
we have a third one
They're
coming up
waiting
here
for the
soon as well,
overalls.
so I'm curious to see if we're going to have any adaptations yet again.
Yeah, I mean, we could potentially see some. The first game was a little bit
easy for you to say.
Not easy. The first game was a bit rough because the playing path here, I think we could say this was the first normal Orangle. We had a normal playing path, a circle that you can tend to see pretty often when it comes to Orangle here towards yellows. So I feel after this, you can have a lot more information on how teams dropped, how they rotated, and bring changes. I feel game 3 is the one where we're going to see these adaptations really coming through.
We did get a bit of an answer if we were going to be seeing the hot drop between Alpha 7 and Gladiators. It did end up happening, and Alpha 7 actually got the upper hand. Gladiators backed out of that, so that was nice because before they would have just committed to that fight and they would have just kept on pushing it. Alpha 7 became really, really aggressive and started taking that fight to
ये भी
Gladiators,
इनका कोई
forcing them to back
sponsor
off.
ad
What annoys
phone
me a
का.
bit with that hot drop of
Black Shark.
Gladiators and Alpha 7 is that you could, very
That's-
similar
yeah.
to Yasnai Polyana,
On,
it's such a big area
it
with
is.
a lot of like towering buildings. You could just split and have a truce. Have Alpha 7 to the west and over to the east, have Gladiators. You still get your drop, you still get the loot and your rotation path, yet you do not get involved in that skirmish.
But then you're having to put up your ego. It's like, you got to go for it, Max. Come on now.
I mean, Alpha 7, we were talking in the bus with Alpha 7 coach and he said, GG, easy.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
So far, I guess they're 1-0, right?
I mean, you
even
got one-
though
you got
even
one
though
of them.
GG ended up being able to pull up a 4th place finish.
True. Okay, gentlemen, I have a question for you. Before we look at our total damage, not right now, when we're done predicting here, I want to hear predictions of the amount of damage Vampire did with their 17 eliminations.
3K.
They would
3K?
Yep, 3K.
Well,
yeah.
the best part about this is we have Kalaris yet again here, so maybe if we do see a number like that, we'll hear a great sound. Max, what about you?
I would say 2.8. Like, they were playing Pachinki Hill, which is
Almost
really
Price
good.
is right in here right now.
I'm trying. But I was going to say 3K, so I'm just trying to,
2.999.
I'm playing around the 3K line, but it's going to be around 3K, so 2.8.
Okay, well, let's see. Let's take a look at our total damage here in this last match. Obviously, Vampire should be extremely high. 28.
Got him! Got him, yes! Yeah.
You go to the showdown.
I go to the main tournament. Let's go. But they were playing Pachinki Hill.
Yeah.
Right? At some point, I think that before they started even leaving Pachinki Hill, they had 8 eliminations because they're so good at understanding the value of that spot. If you get even remotely close, they're going to defend it with everything they had. And which is what
We
they
saw it
ended up
perfectly
doing.
happen against S2G. That's how S2G ended up losing some of their players and ultimately ended up
Too close to
eliminated.
Vampire.
Too close to Vampire.
Don't want to do that.
I mean, these teams need to start arming themselves with some garlic or something. Or maybe a bag of rice. And if you know what I'm talking about, shout out to you. Let's take a look, though, at our overall standings, actually, an idea of, honestly, how it's because vampires in the lore are very compulsive counters. Like, if you drop grains of rice on the ground, they have to count each one.
Bhai sahab.
63 points, so they're 33 points ahead of our second place team. But that means they've also doubled the amount of points of our second place team.
They got 21
Can I
average
without-
now on 3 games. I mean,
I am
yeah.
actually impressed. Not, I mean, I'm
Difference
impressed by
double
the
है,
points, but that
but
the math
still
you just did.
have like
Oh, I didn't.
and
Oh
3.
yeah.
What?
Yeah, I do without thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, so no,
how many
Max
points?
is horrible at math.
It's true. I got a -2 out of 21.
Alpha 7 was 7 points, kind of staying on brand here, but not what we expected out of the team from Brazil, especially the team who's made it into the main event and won the
Alpha 7
regionals.
के
Yep. I
साथ
think at this
print
point,
है.
right, halfway
Oh
point
भाई
now, we played
साहब.
3 matches, we played those 2 Erangels. I think we need to start seeing a bit of a pickup here from Alpha 7, especially with
Alpha
now that
7
they
on
know,
the
right,
bottom
if
phase
Gladiators do
chart.
end up
ठीक है भाई.
dropping them, they are going to have the higher advantage. They are gonna, so far, they have had the advantage on it. They just need to work on the rotation. So far, it hasn't worked, and it kind of didn't work at all with that 2-2 split that they had earlier against that FaZe Clan.
I wonder if they're just like chilling a little bit because they know they're already in the main tournament. There's not that much
I
pressure.
hope that's
so
not the case.
I definitely do hope not because
125K for first place. You think
Yeah.
they're chilling? Come on.
I hope not, right? But it can definitely change their perspective that they're already qualified for the main tournament, so they might be trying things out on the first day, which once again, I hope is not the case, but
Man,
who
Max,
knows what's happening?
How much money does it take for you to get out of bed? Because you're like 100K,
For
and
real.
I'm gonna stay in bed.
I wonder for Sertani, he was like, oh, just normal tournament. Hey, some people are thinking that way clearly. So
He was lying to us, Max.
He's like, I want a second Rolex. You don't know my collection.
Second. Well, actually, one last thing I did want to touch on, Vampire Esports, as we saw, they had a phenomenal rotate you guys were talking about or watching towards the later stages. They went like clockwise towards Agi, or Aegon I8, and actually kind of caught them off guard and eliminated that angle that, if I'm not mistaken, Max, you said was like the worst angle they had to deal with. So they got rid of it right off the bat.
Yeah, I think it was TQ in particular that had that off angle that made it really rough for Vampire. to get in that kind of spot, because the moment you have those, I think they had like a little bit of a shed to play from. The moment you have multiple angles that are going to be taking shots at you, you can't do anything. When you only have FaZe remaining at the end, you can actually have a fighting chance, which they did, but wasn't quite enough.
It's kind of like their confidence that they currently have too, right? Some other teams will probably just decide to go prone and pro their way in. Vampire was like, no, you know what? We're going to take the fight to them, and it ended up working out for them.
I mean, I was actually thinking about the transitions we had for Vampire. We're stuck behind one of the Geek Tunes. And we were like, look at that, like, how do you get out of this position from FaZe? Also, you had a Falcons player up on the hill as well. But they somehow, like, both got out, Tony K and Schweppes, into the fields, and we were, like, wondering, how did that even happen?
I did like it that they sent Schweppes first and saw, okay, that actually worked out, we can send another player to follow up. He's like, he was just a scapegoat. Like, if it works out, we'll follow.
You go ahead, and if it does well, I'll follow.
You first.
But we got a chance to see, actually, Tony K in the role that he excels at. And that's what ends up happening. So hopefully we continue to see that and not more of that more of that support role, please.
Alpha 7, did he? I was going to call you Alpha 7.
Whoa, calm down.
Did Tony K make up for that fumble in the last game?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, easily.
Hey,
what fumble? I don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you, Alpha 7.
I mean, the fact is, right now we're looking at. I mean, obviously we have to talk about Vampire because how well they've been.
कोई दिक्कत नहीं टिक्सी भाई निकाल दोगे आप टेंशन नहीं लेने
And very rightly so. And honestly, I have almost no
टिक्सी
doubts
भाई
in my
निकाल
mind.
देंगे दिक्कत नहीं चलो आने दो
एक दफा फिर से मौजूद हैं वेलकम बैक आपको भी करूंगा आदि क्या ही ज़बरदस्त हमने केओस से बड़ा मैच विटनेस किया एंड इवन दो हम ब्रेक के अंदर भी बात कर रहे थे कि इस तरह के मैचेस हमें कम ही देखने को मिले हैं रिसेंटली पबजी मोबाइल ई स्पोर्ट्स के अंदर बट व्हाट अ हैक ऑफ अ मैच इट वाज कुछ समझ नहीं आ रही थी कि कौन सी टीम किस टीम के ऊपर कब पुश करेगी और कौन सी टीम उस पुश में सर्वाइव करेगी एंड इट वाज समथिंग जिसको हम सिर्फ एज एन ऑडियंस जो है वो इंजॉय कर रहे थे रादर देन हम उसको ज़्यादा कास्ट कर पाते।
जी बिल्कुल एहसन और टीमों के एलिमिनेट होने के 5 मिनट बाद हमें पता चलता था कि यार ये टीम एलिमिनेट हो भी चुकी है। सो किल फीड इतनी तेज़ी के साथ चल रही थी कि बेसिकली कोई भी उसको ट्रेस ही नहीं कर पाया। लेकिन एगोनिक्स i8 के बारे में हमने बात नहीं की, काफ़ी देर हो गई है और एगोनिक्स i8 ये मैच काफ़ी खासा बेहतर रहा है जहाँ पर इफ़ यू रिमेंबर के 4th फेज के अंदर सिर्फ 12 टीमें सर्वाइव कर रही थी एंड इट्स नथिंग। अगर आप कंपेयर करें इसे पिछले इवेंट से ऑफिशियली तो काफ़ी टीमें सर्वाइव कर रही होती हैं 4th फेज तक। तो एगोनिक्स i8 ने काफ़ी अच्छा खेला, टॉप 5 आए और 6-7 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स भी थे उनके। मैच में जाकर आपको लीडर बोर्ड भी दिखाया जाएगा ख़वातीन हज़रात। और चौथा मैच है आज के दिन का, ये आखिरी रैंगल होगा और इसके बाद 2 मिरामार्स खेले जाएंगे। माशाल्लाह से हमारे जो प्लेयर्स हैं थोड़ा बहुत परेशान ज़रूर हैं, थक गए हैं आई थिंक। सो IQ जो है वो थका सा थोड़ा मुझे लग रहा है। ओके लेट्स सी व्हाट हैपेंस, मैच के अंदर जाकर ही पता चलेगा। अभी के लिए प्लेयर्स कुछ बैठ चुके हैं, कुछ बैठ गए हैं और देखते हैं कि अब किस तरह से खेला जाता है। लेकिन वैम्पायर्स को कोई रोक क्यों नहीं रहा, मुझे ये नहीं समझ आ रही। और ये करते कैसे हैं ये, लाइक दे मेक इट लुक लाइक अ क्लासिक मैच। ऐसा अगर आप पूरी लॉबी का जो स्पेक्टेट कैम है ना, जब वो पूरी लॉबी पे रहता है अपार्ट फ्रॉम वैम्पायर ई स्पोर्ट्स, तो सभी पैनिक कर रहे होते हैं। लेकिन जब वो वैम्पायर ई स्पोर्ट्स के प्लेस पर आता है ना स्पेक्टेट कैम, इट लुक्स लाइक कि यार कोई क्लासिक मैच हो रहा है। और वो जिस तरह मार रहे हैं, लाइक यू कैन नॉट चैलेंज देम with a 4v4 fight. You can absolutely not challenge them with a 4v4 fight. अभी पिछले मैच में हम बात भी कर रहे थे ब्रेक पर जाने से पहले कि इसमें भी वो हारे हैं तो जोन की वजह से हारे हैं। लाइक फेज ने कोई उनको एलिमिनेट नहीं किया हेड टू हेड उसके अंदर कॉम्बैट के अंदर, लेकिन वो हारे जोन की वजह से ही है। सो यू नो इट मेक्स मी थोड़ा, मुझे ये चीज़ काफ़ी ज़्यादा डरा रही है कि यार वैम्पायर ई स्पोर्ट्स को किस तरह से रोका जाएगा। ये अगला मैच बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है सिंस फेज ने चिकन डिनर कर लिया, थोड़ा बहुत करीब वो आ चुके हैं उस पहले पायदान के जहां पर अभी तक के लिए अनचैलेंज्ड वैम्पायर ई स्पोर्ट्स बैठी हुई है। डू यू थिंक कि अगले मैच में वैम्पायर ई स्पोर्ट्स इनिशियल्स में एलिमिनेट होगी?
वेल अभी तक की उनकी परफॉर्मेंस को देख के तो नहीं लग रहा कि कुछ इनिशियल वाली सिचुएशन बनती हुई नजर आएगी, बट एनी हाउ एनीथिंग इज पॉसिबल। यू नो ये पबजी मोबाइल बैटल रॉयल के अंदर कुछ भी हो सकता है एंड अगेन जिस तरह की टीम्स खेल रही हैं हम कुछ भी एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं। सो विदाउट एनी फर्दर अड्यू गाइस, after few minutes we will be jumping into our fourth match of the day, third wrangle और ये प्लेन पाथ भी दोस्तों हमारी स्क्रीन के ऊपर आता हुआ नज़र आ चुका है, जो कि मैंने प्लेयर की कैम से देख लिया है अभी तक के लिए एंड हैंड कैम से देख लिया है। और प्लेन पाथ जो है वो काफ़ी यहाँ पर रहेगा ईस्टर्न साइड
भी
के
यहीं से
ऊपर।
देख के आगे चलते हैं।
जी बिल्कुल, मुझे लगता है मुझे कास्टिंग भी आज यहीं से देख के करनी पड़ेगी, लेकिन अभी तक के लिए जो है वो काफ़ी ईस्टर्न साइड की तरफ हमें प्लेन पाथ देखने को मिल रहा है, स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम मिलिट्री आइलैंड टुवर्ड अपर साइड यस्नाया क्लोज टू स्टालपर। और देयर यू गो, प्लेयर जो हैं वो हाथ उनके चिपक रहे थे एंड दे जस्ट उन्होंने अपने फ़ैन को का भी इस्तेमाल किया और साथ साथ अपनी स्लीव के इस्तेमाल से भी उन्होंने जो है वो यहाँ पर स्क्रीन जो है वो साफ़ कर लिए। बट एनी हाउ मैजिक 5 प्रो एक आउटस्टैंडिंग डिवाइस और टीम्स जो है वो यूज़ कर रही है अभी तक के लिए। आप देखें एक्शन में ज़रा कमी आती हुई नज़र नहीं आ रही। टीम्स जिन्हें ये मोबाइल पहले मिला बाद में मिला, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी प्रोफेशनल प्लेयर्स और प्रोफेशनल एट द एंड ऑफ द डे, उनकी परफॉर्मेंसेस के अंदर ज़्यादा कुछ डिफरेंस हमें देखने को नहीं मिला। बट here we go, we are moving toward match number 4. Honor Magic 5 Pro presents PUBG Mobile World Invitational. मूव करेंगे टुवर्ड और प्लेन पाथ्स, जहाँ जैसे मैंने बात की मिलिट्री आइलैंड से ये प्लेन पाथ शुरू होगा, डायगनली कट करेगा ईस्टर्न साइड ऑफ द मैप को, फार्म शेल्टर मेंशन के थ्रू होता हुआ ये प्लेन पाथ जाएगा टुवर्ड जसनाया पोलियाना क्लोज टू कमिश्की स्टालपर। एंड टॉप प्लेयर्स आपकी स्क्रीन की लेफ्ट साइड के ऊपर, जहाँ पर स्टोन विद 13 एलिमिनेशन, टोनी के विद 11 एलिमिनेशन, सोजी पी विद 10 एलिमिनेशन। सो पूरी तरह से वैम्पायर ई-स्पोर्ट्स अभी तक के लिए डोमिनेट करती हुई, आप देखें डैमेज के डिपार्टमेंट में भी यही प्लेयर्स जो है वो डोमिनेट करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। हेड शॉट भी सबसे ज़्यादा स्टोन्स के पास हैं। टीम IQ इन्फिनिटी IQ के एक प्लेयर और टीम G ग्लैडिएटर्स के प्लेयर्स जो हैं वो हमें अभी तक के लिए नजर आ रहे हैं। नॉकआउट्स में भी सोजी सबसे ऊपर, स्टोन उनके शाना बशाना खड़े हैं विद 8 एंड मैकू विद 9। सो हर एक डिपार्टमेंट के अंदर अभी तक के लिए पिछले तीनों मैचेस में वैम्पायर ई-स्पोर्ट्स ही हमें ज़्यादातर आधी डोमिनेट करती हुई नजर आ रही है।
बिल्कुल एहसन। और सर्कल सर्कल सर्कल, एक सवाल होता है जब भी मैच स्टार्ट होता है कि सर्कल कहाँ पर जाएगा, ख़ास तौर के ऊपर ये सर्कल्स काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग मुझे देखने को लग रहे हैं। आई थिंक सो दोबारा मिलिट्री जा सकता है, शायद नॉर्दर्न भी हो सकता है शूटिंग रेंज वाली साइड के ऊपर, लेकिन सर्कल सॉर्ट ऑफ वैसा ही जिस तरह हमने पिछले मैच में देखा। लेकिन इस दफ़ा ये ख़त्म हो सकता है रोजहॉक के करीब, हो सकता है ऐसा, या तो स्कूल और पुचिंकी के बीच में भी जा सकता है, या तो हमें पिछले मैच की तरह से वही सर्कल देखने को मिल सकता है। लेकिन एगॉन XI8 वो मिलिट्री बेस उतरे हैं, यहाँ से रोटेशंस के आदी हैं वो बहुत ज़्यादा, आदी मेरा वाला आदी नहीं, वो दूसरा वाला आदी उर्दू वाला। लेकिन अभी के लिए ICURD Esports वो कामिश्की वाली साइड पर गए हैं 3x1 के स्प्लिट में। स्टॉलबर एक प्लेयर उनके उतरे हैं लूट करने के लिए। सो ऐसे अभी के लिए तो कोई मुश्किलात नहीं है। लेकिन ड्रॉप क्लैश वो यस्नाया में क्या वापस से बना है, और म्यूजिक और वो ओह माय गॉड, वंस अगेन व्हाट इज हैपनिंग। म्यूजिक्स ने भी यहीं पर कसम खाई है कि हम यहाँ पर ही उतरेंगे। चले नोवो रिपनॉय में उतरना है, ठीक है, आई अंडरस्टैंड, लेकिन यू कुड हैव स्लाइटली चेंज्ड योर ड्रॉप लोकेशन, कि आप थोड़ा सा कंटेनर्स वाली साइड पे उतर जाओ। लेकिन इन्फिनिटी IQ और मिजिक्सिस की ये जो राइवलरी है, मुझे तो लग रहा है अरीना में भी एक दूसरे को घुरियां गिराते होंगे, एक निकाल कर नॉक। लेकिन अभी के लिए मिजिक्सिस ई-स्पोर्ट्स के पेराल्टा, उनके हाथ में थॉमसन है, वन ऑफ माय फेवरेट्स, काफी स्टेबल क्रॉसहेयर है इसका और UMP45 का। लेकिन अभी के लिए ढूंढने की कोशिश करती हुई मिजिक्सिस के प्लेयर्स टीम इन्फिनिटी IQ के प्लेयर्स को, और वही काम वो भी कर रहे हैं। इन्फिनिटी IQ वो भी देख रहे हैं, काफी सिंपल से खेल रहे हैं और ज़्यादा बाहर नहीं निकल रहे कवर से। लेकिन बेंसू वो अगर गलती ज़्यादा करते हैं तो ऑब्वियसली पेराल्टा उनको स्पॉट डाउन कर एलिमिनेट कर देंगे। लेकिन एसन जस्ट अ रैंडम, आई वांट योर आंसर कि यार इस यहाँ पर आपको क्या लगता है कि फिर से मिजिक्सिस इस मैच से एलिमिनेट होने वाली है?
आई फील लाइक दिस टाइम अराउंड मिजिक्सिस के पास पोजीशनिंग काफ़ी बेहतरीन है, और अगर सर्कल यहाँ से दूर है तो दैट्स मीन कि टीम इन्फिनिटी IQ जो है वो मुश्किलात से 2-4 होती हुई नजर आएगी। इस तरह से आपने पूछा कि क्यों मिजिक्सिस जो है वो यहाँ पर उतरती है, ये NA है आदि, नॉर्थ अमेरिका का रीजन जो है वो हर गेम के अंदर ही एक एक्स्ट्रा ऑर्डिनरीली एग्रेसिव जो है वो रीजन है। एंड आई लव दिस अबाउट नॉर्थ अमेरिका, बिकॉज यही चीज़ उनको इंटरेस्टिंग बनाती है। हर एक गेम के अंदर जो है ये इसी तरह से खेलते हुए नजर आते हैं। इवन दो PUBG मोबाइल के अंदर भी, ई-स्पोर्ट्स के अंदर ये टीम ऐसे ही खेलती हुई नजर आ रही है, which makes it more exciting, which makes it more interesting. लेकिन there you go, रिप्ले के अंदर हम देखेंगे R8 के एस्केटून टिक्सी के सामने उतरते हैं और अर्ली एलिमिनेट होते हुए नजर आए। R8 सऊदी नेशनल टीम जो यहाँ पर अभी तक के लिए होस्ट टीम भी कह सकते हैं उसको इस ऑल स्टार के लिए, उनके पहले प्लेयर यहाँ पर लूज़ हो चुके हैं। लेकिन पेराल्टा फंस चुके हैं, ट्रिक और इनएक्टिव दोनों की मिलकर हेल्प जो है वो यहाँ पर बचा पाएगी उन्हें, लेकिन ट्रिक्स को यहाँ पर ओवर एग्रेसिव नहीं होना। पेरल्टा जो है वो अभी तक ली पेंसू को ही चेक करते हुए नज़र आ रहे हैं। इन्फिनिटी रैंगल स्टार्ट्स उनके देखे जा रहे हैं, 21 टोटल पॉइंट्स उन्होंने निकाले यहाँ से। एंड राइट नाउ टीम जो है वो मौजूद है, I'm sorry, 2i, my bad. मुझे लगा शायद उन्होंने 21 पॉइंट्स निकाले हैं। They have total of 17 पॉइंट्स और 7 स्पॉट पे ये टीम मौजूद है, राइट नेक्स्ट टू S2G और Aegon XI8। ज़्यादा कुछ डिफरेंस नहीं है टॉप 10 के दरमियान। एक अच्छा मैच किसी भी टीम को टॉप 3 के अंदर ले जा सकता है, लेकिन वैम्पायर ई स्पोर्ट्स और जी ग्लैडिएटर्स की आप ओवरऑल डिफरेंस देखें, यहाँ पर 33 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस हो चुका है आफ्टर जस्ट 3 मैचेस आदि। Look at this. Oh, wow. Oh my goodness, Mizzix is unfortunately Infinity IQ का शिकार होती हुई नजर आई, because this was some next level IQ play जो कि इस प्लेयर की तरफ से, हुगा की तरफ से देखने को मिला। And I must say Mizzix wasn't expecting कि इस तरह से कुछ होता हुआ नजर आएगा, and that's the reason why वो instantly जो है उनकी तरफ से रिट्रीट किया गया, because they had no other options left। लेकिन दूसरी तरफ हम जीजी की बात करें, जीजी इज़ ऑन आवर स्क्रीन, सेकंड स्पॉट के ऊपर कंटेस्ट कर रही है वैम्पायर ई स्पोर्ट्स को। राइट नाउ एक अच्छी पोजीशन के ऊपर मौजूद हैं। अगेन वो जो हम बात कर रहे थे सेकंड मैप के दौरान कि टीम्स को थोड़ा सा जो है वो प्रेशर में भी आती हुई नज़र आती हैं कि हमारी जो पोजीशन है वो हाथ से जाती हुई ना नज़र आए। मैकू का सर्वाइवल लास्ट मैच के अंदर टीम को फिर से अच्छे 5 जो है वो प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स निकाल के देता हुआ नज़र आया, एंड ओवरऑल जीजी जो है वो एक अच्छी पोजीशन के ऊपर मौजूद है। बट एनी हाउ ऑन द अदर साइड जहाँ पर हम देख रहे थे मैच के अंदर, देयर यू गो, जीजी वर्सेस एगॉन की फाइट हो सकती है, यहाँ पर गाड़ी रुकती हुई नजर आई, टिक्सी उतरेंगे गाड़ी से, एक्सचेंज ऑफ फाइट देखने को मिलेगा, लेकिन अभी तक के लिए किसी किस्म की जो है वो कोई हेल्प नहीं मिलती। फलक मौजूद है, फलक को यहाँ पर स्पॉट किया जा चुका है, फलक का पीछा किया जाएगा, एंड अगर यहाँ पर गलती की गई दोनों प्लेयर्स को उतर कर फलक जो है वो काम तमाम उनका कर सकते हैं, लेकिन फलक वाज लाइक see you tomorrow, please don't hurt me, और सीधा उन्होंने जंप किया पारी के अंदर।
हेलो हेलो, साउंड निकल गया इसका।
एंड ओवरऑल जीजी जो है वो एक अच्छी पोजीशन के ऊपर।
गाइस ये स्ट्रीम का साउंड इशू, let us.
They have quite a bit of information, a decent spray to start things off, but it's not going to be enough here. Ali actually hitting the car more than anything will not be successful.
And that was a huge finish right there for Athon Esports. They were sitting in 16th place prior to this match. So
good move.
nice little squad wipe is definitely going to help their overall mentality going into this match here. Now we're looking at FaZe. S2G picking up a very good solid spot just south of school. Now that's going to be on the edge of the zone, but it's going to be pretty secure for the time being. As FaZe right now is trying to get some information, figuring out where they're going to go next.
It's quite a quandary, this battle here that we're seeing, because it's really not a place of power, it's not a place of priority. So I wouldn't be surprised if both teams try to back off from this. You don't want to be losing out in this location. You need to be trying to scramble for a center location at this point.
Especially FaZe. You know, S2G, where they're at, they can definitely rotate up north or south, kind of hug that next circle. But by now, you can see almost all the spots have been taken up. Potato Hill is prioritized by Sem9. You have Vampire now coming from Primorsk on that southwestern side, creeping on in. So for the time being, we're seeing quite a few teams make it pretty safely on this next rotation. You can see FaZe. They took off. Yeah, they took off, and they seem to be getting into a good spot as well.
Absolutely, makes sense, all things considered. I thought maybe they would move down towards kind of that Potato Hill area and use that as kind of, again, a checkpoint area to gain some information on the teams ahead of you and then try and move from there. But I liked, you were mentioning Vampire's move. I like that they leapfrog ahead of what we're seeing here from Agon I8 and kind of created a barrier to entry on that south side. If you can do that, that means you're playing with your back completely free, and then being able to kind of stage your moves later on.
Yeah, we were kind of talking about that in the green room. You know, we're seeing Vampire Esports, and you kind of mentioned how you look at Vampire and how they're not too aggressive, but they're not too passive either, right? They're that
Just
perfect little blend.
Yeah. The Goldilocks aggressiveness.
Yes.
They're really good at it. They're really good at it. And I can't believe how they were able to do so well with some of the rotations in the previous game. Coming off Pachinki Hill and then moving into those fields. They were in there for a while. They rotate northeast during all of that. Get themselves a lot more eliminations. They're a force to be reckoned with, man.
Absolutely. The team to watch. I mean, these guys do not do any blind rotations. They always send at least one player to just cover each other as they just move up little by little. Next zone does
almost isolated.
S2G battling it out. Oh, wow. Athon with a late rotation trying to find a spot for his squad, and they're going to have to make that rotation player sacrifice.
It's a tough spot to play this, especially for those teams in the West trying to get in, because they're going to have to try for wide wraps, but there's so many barrier teams upon entry in this location, and once you kind of crest these hills, a lot of barrels are going to be staring you down. So for Aton Esports, they are going to be moving on up here, through, trying to thread the needle just north of Potato Hill, find themselves a little spot where they can.
Well, they're going to definitely pass up some squads on the way. I mean, one team in particular that I'm looking at this next zone is Alpha 7, right? They haven't had the start to the tournament that I think a lot of people expected.
True.
But they do have Shelter locked down in this
S2G
zone. That is a pretty good spot to be in a circle like this, especially that zone hard shifts on over to the east side. But yeah,
first start में बहुत
having to rotate blind and just getting picked apart little by little.
FaZe happy to take this fight here, as they might actually get caught a little bit off guard as well. There's a bit of a 2-2 split. Two of their members are heading forwards here. They don't want to be lingering around for this fight for too long, but maybe they felt like they were kind of caught between it and can't move right now. Big sprays coming in from Sem9, but they're responding kind here as we'll be shut down.
And you can see FaZe picking up players little by little. I love the fact that we could see those player cans at the bottom. You could see the frustration on the faces of these players from Athon, very desperate to try and get into this next circle. But FaZe Clan, they got the chicken dinner in the last game. It was a little close, you know, but that's definitely gonna hype them up here, but they gotta get it done.
Reinforcements on the way for FaZe. They realized that they had to get back here to try and help out their teammates with that 2-2 split. They've moved on to the east side of Potato Hill. Technically, Potato Hill is difficult to defend for Sem9 here if they're this split. So this could be FaZe trying to salvage it, but there's also S2G on the way as well.
Well, let's take a look at Vampire Esports, picking up players little by little on the edge of this zone. They're on the complete south side here, and this is Mazexis they're going against. It is just inactive, all by his lonesome. This man is going to need a Christmas miracle right now to win this fight. And guess what? It ain't Christmas.
I hate to inform you, it is July. We are quite a ways away, so it's not going to be easy at all, as the blazing heat here in Riyadh will beat down upon them. But Mazexis is going to try and beat down on this location too. But again, when you're going up against Vampire, how are you supposed to do it? I guess get the sun, pull the sun out from Riyadh and try and burn them away that way.
Yep, well, guess what? These guys are fighting in the shade. They are doing quite all right, just tallying up these elimination points again and again. S2G Now up on the Potato Hill. They are in the action. Let's see where this next zone is going to go, though. But before that, S2G full sending it here on base.
A full reinforcement from base coming in here to try and go for it. Malik already starts things off against Raze. And that is a pretty big knock to take here as Mormon comes around the corner and finishes that off as well. Vintoras with the DBS in these close range locations around these rocks, able to blast S2G off the battleground.
Wow, FaZe Clan clutching
Not
it
a
up
good
big.
day for
It's a major squad, okay?
Kelsey
Nice
बहुत
nade there
प्यारा.
from Kelsey, but can he hit
एक और
another?
knock आ
He does
सकता.
have that sight line. He goes for the vehicle, barely misses. Can he hit the shot? So he gets two. Oh, the run over from the buggy. FaZe clutching it up and definitely gonna have enough time to get these reses off.
Really important information just in general through that fight.
5 elimination phase भी आ गई, momentum पे क्या बात है.
Eliminations that they got earlier fully cleaned up. It's very unlikely it's another team going to be putting on that threat. So you can use your boogie at that point as the battering ram. There's no way your opponent is going to be trying to deal with that as well as all the other targets he's trying to deal with.
Super safe play and right on time too. Like I mentioned, there was 30 seconds left on the clock. Now they're going to have to find a way into this next zone. It's not going to be easy because it is pretty taken up by now, but they did it in a good fashion. Let's take a look here at D+ Kia. Trying to get some nades on R8. Prestige in a horrible spot. Just Molotovs, nades, an absolute bombardment coming on in. And the S12K to finish them off.
D+ Kia, they have got a slow and patient style, and they will wait you out. But the DBS waits for no man. He takes him down very, very swiftly. And now a smoking up here to protect this vehicle. Very important, you need to keep those tires ready and good to go in case some threats look your way, especially since you're outside the circle. Thankfully for them, though, there's not too many teams looking their way.
Let's take a look at AGI8. Going up against Yokohama Donuts Barrel. Pretty split up the squad is in this position. And this does provide a little bit of an opening here for Aegon I8. Let's see if IQ can go ahead and get that nade off. He does, and gets the finish. And now, yeah, we're starting to see them get picked off bit by bit.
Yeah, but FaZe is dunking donuts over here. We've got ourselves Missile going down as well. Kazamura going down. Somehow, some way, they're able to take quite a few scalps during this with the eliminations, but at the same time, as you say, Aiton, being able to try and leapfrog ahead of them. They were a little bit behind them during some of these fights, but the leapfrog's been successful.
DRS with a nice nade up on the top of the mountain on down. They do hit that one, but it's going to be a little bit of a difficult time if they want to get these finishes off because you got Aegon on that off angle. And that could definitely make things more difficult. Oh, you can see there, Mormon from FaZe down to half an HP. Barely surviving that one, but this is an eviction nade. That wasn't a notice, and that has been delivered.
You ain't paid your rent, buddy.
That's right.
But the thing is, for all of these teams on the west side, they know that these hills co-inhabit a lot of teams as well. So they know that the threats are by no means done just yet. DRS is up here as well, alongside this road, using the shacks, using those wizard towers that we were talking about before. So they know, ultimately, they've got to finish this fight fast.
Give them a little bit of breathing room here, regardless of how it finishes out. You can see them stuck in the blue zone. Let's take a look, though. Can we see a finish here? I8 getting taken down. Tixie doing a great job for the Gladiators.
Yeah, they came in from the south side of this ridge and actually were able to survive for quite a while during it. They didn't have many threats shooting down on them here, so they're going to try and wrestle this away. As Neku, as well as Tixie, going to charge up some nades wherever they can and try and throw them on down, but they're just ripping the teams apart near them.
Doing a great job, and now with this next circle, they're very close to it too, so now they have to make a battle against, actually DRS going up against Vampire Esports here. Killer YT getting taken down at the last second from Schweppes. So clutch for his team, but he's the last one up. Can he do it again? 2 knocked! Vampire Esports still alive.
Trying their best to stay alive during all of this as well, but they've got a lot of fire raining down on them. Tixie here with Supremacy will try and fire away here with the doesn't have much bullets left over, but A7 on the other side. Alpha 7 is doing a lot of work. They've been quiet on that east side, but they do have a staging ground to try and make this work if they can transition across and wrestle Vintoras' position away from him.
The IQ eliminated. Still 11 teams in this match, folks. You can see Vampire Esports holding that Wizard Tower with 2 remaining members. We've seen what they can do with just 1. So we'll see how many points they end up at the end of this. But it's looking quite hectic. And like you mentioned, Alpha 7, quiet so far. But now maybe it may be time for them to start ramping up the heat.
If they get a whiff of the fact that Vintoras is alone, it's the perfect place for them to actually move on. But anyways, take a look at Falcons here. They also still have 4 alive, good to go here on the south side of this circle. They just need to know that Vampire is to their west, which is technically a vulnerable state. But the problem is that making those moves in this area, then you make yourself vulnerable to teams like
ST8 TNBA 6-8 TNBA मेरी जान आपकी Friday को आएगी. They are on main event.
They were in second place right here, so they noticed a lot of people from the Vampires have been taken out. But let's take a look at this as Alpha 7. Oh, the TBS Revo coming in hot. Does get knocked, but Team Falcons is now only down to one player.
You got to clean this up quick. Puncher King here, just going to be backing off for the moment. A long-range nade. The smoke was kind of the signal as to where he was going to be throwing that, but Puncher King is well away for the moment.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and just cut his losses and try to go for some survival points at this time. It's going to make things a little bit difficult.
Nice one gaming gladiators. ये मैच काफी अच्छा जा रहा है. इस मैच में काफी लीड कम कर सकते हैं.
Looking to kind of close that gap that Vampire Esports has created in these first 3 matches, and so far they're looking real good.
800 damage already on all of this as we see the move on through here from Atom, and then they are going to end up getting crushed by those throwables here. Fran though with a nice little spray, cheeky spray, but it's not going to be enough as they're going to get cleaned up by Gladiators.
The Q doing a great job of finishing that up here. Now they have their eyes set on D plus Kia, full laydown, but we are seeing that buggy rotate. That's just Forrest trying to get a little bit of information here on Gladiators. But this thick zone, 36 seconds left on the clock. It's going to leave both these teams to breathe just a little bit.
This is D plus Kia's MO, man. They're going to be the bird spider. They're going to set the trap and then eventually pounce, you know, like okay, spiders don't growl, but you know what I mean.
I think this one does though.
I
definitely think they do, because they need to start not just growling, they need to start rolling, because D plus is currently 10th place. That's right. So a nice finish against Gladiators could definitely help them out, but their position they're in is looking really tough. Fabian, it's really up to him. Can he get this knock? He does with the Bison. The B-zone is what we like to call it in North America. Looking good, and he plays some shots. Gets in a couple ones on Tixie, but Tixie's just too good.
I mean, this is what I was talking about, right? Gladiators just did not have the information on where he was. Making the crawl, trying to get something going, as we do have them now also not holding that off, with Ox trying to clean it up, but they're also moving down towards the bottom of Gladiators here in a slight 2-2 split. 2 barriers being set up, but they've lost one now.
Woo, Tixie popping Forrest out that buggy so fast. He did not even stand a chance there. That's going to be real tough for them. And now Bigatron Red Villains right below them makes things that much more difficult for D plus Kia.
Feels like their lobby is still packed. We've still got 8 teams remaining here. Some solos, of course, as Tixie is going to take stock of the issue. Realizes that D plus Kia is still over there, but understands that Bigatron Red Villains is in a position where they could hurt him. But there you go. Tixie, with the eyes of a hawk, is able to see him.
How many eliminations did he get next to that tree? He was hugging it the whole time and just popping players back and forth. Yeah, 8 eliminations. That is going to hype him and his squad up big time. Gonna go ahead and touch that crate, see if there's anything in there. Unfortunately, already taken out. And now they're still in a good spot here.
Quite honestly, Gladiators is a team that would see Vampire's previous performances and say, okay, but we can do better. It is difficult to stack up against what Vampires has done, especially since they're still alive. So are now starting to rack up those placement points. But Gladiators will take on the challenge.
Well, I'll tell you what, with 12 eliminations, they're doing a heck of a job at challenging that indeed. So that gap is definitely going to get a lot closer after this match.
Yeah. I mean, if we have a Tixie supremacy count on the desk when Max is up there, because he absolutely adores him, that would probably hit the 20 mark, I think.
Oh, I can see that happening. I can see that happening here. Let's see if Alpha 7 can get on the board, right? Oh, maybe a good sign. They have 7 eliminations so far, right? And we have 7 on the desk as well. That's 3 7s in a row.
That is a lot of 7s.
Yes, it is.
That's very lucky, in fact, I would say.
And right now, they're looking real good. They're going to actually put that up to 9 eliminations. And they have this entire side of the circle. This is where Alpha 7 really drives home. Wide open circles, knowing exactly where they need to go. This is where they're deadly.
We could come down to a big showdown here between Bigatron and Alpha 7. With the 4 odds alive on either side here, a big spray comes through. Not able to hit too much through those smokes, but if you can get a tag on someone, then you can start really putting the pressure on through those smokes. I understand why he's going for it.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, don't count out, Gladiators just yet. They still have three players. A lot of eyes are on them. You can see Kitsune with a nice little jump shot there to get that confirmed. That's going to be 13 eliminations for them. Stone looking to be number 14, and wow, beautifully done.
The only reason I slightly count them out to a degree is because they were sandwiched, but now Bigatron is actually moving a lot of their forces to the east side. This is quite a commitment here. If they're able to kind of catch Alpha 7 off guard, but I don't think they will because of the amount of noise they made with these vehicles.
And I'll tell you what, Gladiators is foaming at the mouth right now, because if that fight does ensue between Alpha 7 and Bigatron, that is an easy third party and possibly a chicken dinner as well. And smokes are starting to come out here. A lot of open range, not a lot of cover here, but this hill is doing a good job at extending the play.
Yeah, absolutely. You're relying on the topography here to kind of keep you instead, as we see a few pot shots coming in from Yuhai. From the distance. He's grown up from a boy into a man, as we see him now. Just going to be taking that buggy and moving on away. When you're driving around with a buggy in these locations as well, if you do expose yourself to a spray, you are quite vulnerable. So they've got to be very cautious about that too.
Yeah, we just saw what Tixie just did a little bit earlier with one. So, I mean, even though you think you're secure in that buggy, I mean, these guys are laser beams. They'll pop you out in just a second. Next zone does come on up. Alpha 7 does have to push their way on in. And Bigatron may end up getting a little bit closer to them in the process, but we're starting to see some shots go across field. I think Revo is definitely keeping an eye on Gladiators.
Yeah, across field shots, it's a very important point that you bring up, because when a circle narrows down and bears down like this, it becomes those off angles. It becomes those really long range shots that matter, where your opponent isn't accounting for those slight angles and slight kind of curves of the hill. So we could see that become very important, as still Bigatron slightly separated up. The other two teams here just being clumped down towards the south sides of the circle.
Yeah, you can see GenFoss was the first person to get in the zone for Bigatron, and they are starting to get those splits. Yeah, look at that. Buggy trying to get some information. Matic giving away his spot to try to get that knock. Doesn't get it for the time being, and now you can see Bigatron Red Villains locked on to his position.
Like a homing missile, they're slowly moving down towards the bottom against where Matic is. Matic's looking for an off angle here for Gladiators, as they're trying to control this Wizard Tower, but it only has so much value for so long now, as Kitsune and Texi are going to have to move to the right-hand side here. The smoke, huge nade, cause problems here. They're not able to see when those throwables are coming in, and they're able to clip them with a nade.
Alpha 7 completely blind here from this position. Zenithexia trying to crawl his way to that tree and get a res. They still have enough cover to do so. And we're going to see, oh, he actually peeked out just a little bit, but barely back in time. Oh, it's actually going to be BTR stealing that elimination point.
Long-range kill. The long-range elimination here for them to get that secured. But BTR also taking the trades into Matic, really turning up the heat now, also from distance. These long-range shots are so crucial in a circle like this.
I mean, we're seeing a pure three-way fight here. Each team looking at each one, back and forth. Carrillo has the rock. That's going to be huge. Whenever he'll just get clipped, his level 2 vest is beat up big time, so he cannot take very many shots. He has to be very careful.
Going for the peek around here with the M4. Mafioso now going to throw a grenade over towards
Oh
Tixie.
my gosh!
Oh, the DBS! Deceptive amount of range coming in here from Mafioso, able to shred Tixie.
And that's 11 eliminations for Alpha 7. Oh, but they're down to just Revo. It is a 1v1, v2, and BTR are looking real good.
Yeah, Matic in the distance, looking for any pickups they can try and find here, but they're so far apart. They were Gladiators was banking on the idea of having multiple angles. That means knockdowns are very difficult to be able to resuscitate, as Mafioso should be okay. They should be able to get him.
Matic going across, trying to get Kitsune up, and it looks like he might just be able to do so, because Alpha 7 is very distracted here with Yuhai. Yuhai did spot Revo. He's going to get that first aid off real quick. He's trying to play this very careful. If Mafioso has anything, though, it's going to make it very difficult. He's going to explode that buggy. Has to get the reload in time. Yuhai, oh, the nade from GenFoss, clutching it up, and Yuhai finishes Alpha 7.
Big scalps to take here, but at the same time, that's going to trigger Gladiators to try and make a move. Now, they're at a man disadvantage here from all of this. They've got to play this cautiously and quietly. They're going to try and rely on the idea that they don't know where Kitsune is on that ridge just ahead, but I feel like BTR should be able to figure this one out.
Kitsune is really close to that smoke, and a lot of these players that are real paranoid always tend to throw utility near that smoke, assuming a player's there. So Kitsune has to be very, very careful. UI, oh my gosh, almost drove right into a red zone there. And you can just see him going all the way around saying, okay, I'm not doing that again.
That was a landmine. That was absolutely terrifying. So close to utter defeat. A really good connection on that first nade. Kitsune is relocated. The smoke's trying to hide as much of this as possible, but Genfos realizes where Matic kind of is. Goes for the throw. That's a great throw, actually. Just barely misses.
UI now getting back in that buggy, looking for that info, and he does get it. Oh, gets beat up in the process, but a nice little crossfire from his teammates. It's all Bigatron Red Villains finally picking up their first chicken dinner in this tournament.
Love the man advantage, the drive-by with the buggy as well. Causes a little bit of commotion, a little bit of chaos there, and they're able to clean that up. I mean, it was a slow campaign up from that northwest side here for Bigatron Red Villains. I keep calling them aliens, man. It's all over the place. I'm so used to for years calling them that. But anyway, yeah, what a win for them.
But we're gonna say they've finally gone to the dark side here and have become the true villains as they've got their first chicken dinner. But I will say this, right? Talk about point sponges, right? 3 teams got, I think, over double-digit kills. That is insane.
Yeah, very impressive stuff here from those teams, especially considering it's not easy terrain to play. You have a lot of teams that can sit in these areas and fire from quite a distance, especially if teams are coming late off places like Potato Hill. But they were able to solidify themselves very nicely with Bigatron.
100%. I'll tell you what, if you're a fan of Bigatron, if you're a fan of the Gladiators, even Alpha 7, you got to be pretty hyped after that match because they got a ton of eliminations. Vampire Esports, right? I think this is the first time where they finally had a little bit of a lull. They got a couple eliminations here and there, but that lead is definitely going to give them enough cushion to breathe, at least for this match.
Well, that's the thing, right? I think they got themselves top 5 or 6 or something like that when it came to play some points alone. I think they had 2 eliminations on the board as well here, but there's going to be a lot of fans very happy to see BTR very much so on the board. For me, from regionals, there was a few question marks here and there about BTR, how they were going to play things out, but a win's a win.
A win is a win. Guys, we got a whole bunch more action for you in just a little bit. Don't go nowhere. We'll be right back.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of them all.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
Take everything, leave them with nothing.
Line sinker, follow the leader.
Not a bad match here out of Bigatron. Red Villains securing themselves their first chicken dinner here of the event and maybe putting themselves one step closer to get into that main event. I would love to see them go up against Alter Ego if they can get there, but we still have a lot of matches to come. I'm Jace Cap and still joined by Max Fan and Seven Worlds Gaming to break down that last match. And off the bat here, Max, as you said it when we were watching the game, Bigatron, the way they played it out was just don't fight until the end, and then they had all the world of utility to use.
You had so many circle shifts that went hard to the east, and BTR, I think, had a really good understanding that, okay, teams are going to be congested on the west. There's going to be a lot of fights happening. We're just going to dodge it heading north, and when there's lower teams remaining, we're going to have a lot of utility remaining, and the nades, in particular from Genfos, once again, was so impactful. So holding on to that utility until the very end was really, really impactful for the team.
I was getting some flashbacks there to Sandhawk. I thought they were going to end up not pulling the trigger. I'm glad they did. They ended up being able to get the chicken dinner with 8 Elims, but Gladiators, I feel like that is they're continuing with an impressive performance.
Yeah, I mean, Gladiators, exactly. That's things have been going so good. Matic has been pulling the Matic Classic, going for the off angles, doing his own game, okay? He's definitely playing something a bit different from the rest of his team, but the Tixie Supremacy, it was so ever-present right here, and the timing on their fights, it could have gone their way. After that fight ended between BTR and Alpha 7, the timing was on point, but unfortunately, the utility that was present on BTR side, the nades and the buggy, that is pretty meta in the late game, did make the difference.
It was a fantastic distraction, but not only that, obviously, just throw the buggy in, it's not going to work. It was his teammates bridging that hill as well to come in to help support him while we saw Gladiators shooting at him in the buggy. But, you know, Genfos and Yuhai, like, this just seems to be the power couple within the team, the power duo, able to make work.
They were able to take on Alpha 7. They were able to finish them off and then start focusing on Gladiators.
Though I was not a fan of that 2-2 split they were doing north, because they actually had 2 players inside the circle, 2 players outside the circle, and Alpha 7 at that time was not inside the circle. So if they just set up somewhat of a barrage and regrouped a little bit tighter their split, I feel like they could have easily gate-kept Alpha 7 and just secure that chicken dinner a lot easier than they did at the end.
I think what you're talking about is a lot earlier, not there in the end game. Way earlier.
Just
in
speed up the process.
Yeah, they were wanting to fight with Alpha 7, and then they were wanting to fight with Gladiators. It was a bit confusing there. I think it was like, what, 5 minutes before the game actually ended?
Well, we're talking about Alpha 7. Why don't we dive into that as well? Because they had a pretty good match, to be fair. Carrillo, you know, 7, we're talking about him as being a player that needs to step up for the roster if they want to be able to compete against the likes of these international teams. And you know what? He was able to get, I think, 3 eliminations. But Alpha 7 was looking pretty strong there, to be honest.
They were looking strong. I mean, it's a good bounce back. I think even before this match, I was saying, I don't really expect Alpha 7 to do much today. I thought they were just going to be able to wait it out until tomorrow. I'm glad to see them being able to bounce back so early on. And like you were saying, Carrillo with those 3 eliminations, it's huge because it's been a big question mark. Yeah, they won Brazil. Yes, they won Americas. But Carrillo's been the big question mark. So when is he going to start performing? When is he going to start putting up those numbers that we are used to seeing out of him?
Yeah, we were hoping that was going to happen here in PMWI, and this is maybe the start of something great for Carrillo in these fights. They've been fighting consistently.
I hate both of you for being able to roll your R's, by the way.
What? Trying to say
I'm
one time, just one time.
I've tried many times, it doesn't work. But go ahead, Max, finish off.
What was it? Yeah, so they took a lot of fights before that versus Infinity IQ versus the side of Falcons, so they got a lot of loot, especially to just enable them to take these fights in the late game. So overall, effective, and Mafioso and Revo on top of Carrillo also doing extremely well with the DBS.
And something that I've been seeing so far this year out of Alpha 7 too that's been working out great is that second drop location for them. Not just now north of George, is Lipovka. I feel like that one, when they started integrating that into their gameplay, it has really stepped it up for them. Because before, they would always freak out if they didn't have a playing pad that would actually go towards North George. Now they have a backup plan, and it works out great for them.
Especially with that circle.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of the circle, one team we haven't talked about, which honestly I was like having to pinch myself, like, am I dreaming? Why are we not doing this? Vampire. They had, well, I mean, okay, so let's roll it back. I kind of just dove into it for no reason.
Where were you going?
We were talking about Vampire, and they had to constantly move for that zone every single time. Like, it shifted away for them every single moment. Not saying that they couldn't recover from something like that. The matches that they've had success in, they didn't have to move that far, but they really struggled finding a way into these zones.
They did a very similar approach, I feel like, to BTR. They were just understanding, okay, these circle shifts keep going 3-4 times in a row over to the east. West side is congested. Let's just go to the southern or northern side if you're BTR to try and dodge the fights. Go right into Mazexis. Clear to say, not a lot of resistance there. Get themselves the compound and the fight pretty easily. And Matic tried to third party. but they saw that too, so they just started to skirt away over to the southern
The weird
eastern
thing
edge.
was,
Yeah.
he tried to like third party, I don't know if she was this exact same time, but he actually like went into Vampire while they were in the blue by himself.
That's Matic.
And then well, eventually called for a teammate to come over towards him, but they just kind of eventually retreated away anyways.
Yeah, the Matic Classic is happening all the time
And then
here.
they decided to back off.
Yeah, and he just backed off. It's like, okay, this maybe is a little bit too much. We want to try and focus on our position in the circle, because at that point, I think D+ was starting to gain terrain on the western edge. And I feel like if they commit to that fight, D+ maybe control the high ground fully, and Gladiators don't get back to that spot.
Going back to Vampire, when you were mentioning that they were able to fight the Messexes, you didn't think there was much resistance there. I felt like it was just enough resistance to throw a Vampire and to allow some of the other teams to kind of set themselves up. And that was the most resistance we have seen out of Vampire so far, I think today.
Yeah.
Trying to get into a circle.
Actually, it's interesting that you say that, because that fight, sure, they did win it, I would say, pretty easily, but that enabled Falcons actually to set up a camp and to defend the southern eastern edge of the circle, so slowed down Vampire after that fight, because they were taking shots and teams around them were aware that fight is happening in the compound, so we can skirt in the circle a little bit deeper.
Well, Falcons got set up, and then Alpha 7 just knocked them right down, actually doing, biding their time as well. But let's take a look at our overalls here and get an idea of actually where our teams currently do stand. You see Vampire Esports at first place, 69, nice. And then we see G Gladiators at 50 points. FaZe Clan still holding on in third. But again, Bigatron, Red Villains, all it takes is like one of those wins, and you shoot yourself up the leaderboards.
Not even just Bigatron, Alpha 7 too, being able to bounce all the way up to 5th place too.
First time on the first page.
Yeah.
I feel with that, yeah.
Yeah, for both Bigatron and
True,
Alpha
actually
7.
both, yeah. They're on the second page. I mean, still, I want to see more from teams like D+ Kia. I feel like there was some potential this game, but Gladiators won a fight that I feel like they shouldn't maybe have won in that position, because D+ had the high ground position. They weren't having multiple angles. That's maybe what did cause them some issues at the very end. But I want to see some improvement from the Southern Korean team.
You know, yeah, I was actually literally just going to say that as well. Like, what happened, man? This team used to be like a powerhouse. We saw them not too long ago, and they're not really able to hit their stride just yet. They're running out of matches. They're running out of the daylight today. I don't necessarily know what's going on, but also they're not the only team that I'm kind of wondering what's going on with them. Vero, coming in from Japan. What's going on with them?
Exactly, that kind of sets up in the storyline we talked about on the pre-show, which is these are Donuts Farrell and, of course, the side of D+ Kia, the two teams, the only two teams that qualified pretty much, didn't win through voting, so it's a bit more legit in the way to get through in this event, and you would expect better results from the get-go. It just hasn't transitioned as we expected going into this. Of course, it's just the first day, just 4 matches, we can have some changes, but it definitely was not the start we expected from those two teams.
I think we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, hopefully.
It's too early on.
I just feel like this is going to be something we're going to keep repeating tomorrow. It's just, you know, it's just been only 7 matches. It's just been only 8 matches.
won't say that
Like,
No. Just for today. That's it.
And thinking about actually that fight with Gladiators up against them, I wonder if Matic was there, would that have been a clean fight that they're able to take down 4 players and then progress off of there? I do kind of wonder why. I mean, even here at the event, you see Matic by himself, you know, doing things by himself. Why is this the Matic Classic? Why is he doing this? Do you have any idea why Gladiators allow this to happen, or have him do this, or is it just...
Nobody can know what is
he know
happening
why
in
he's
his brain.
doing it?
I don't know. He's just like, how am I here? I'm lost, guys.
He's doing just like that RL.
The thing is, the Matic Classic, when he splits alone, I don't like it a lot of the time, but you got some situations where he has a really strong off angle, and you're like, okay, I kind of dig it. I'll allow the Matic Classic to unfold the way it has, but I don't know. It's just, I don't know if it's Matic of his own, like, on his own mind who tries to go for these kind of plays, or if it's a team play. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, the one thing I didn't like is when we were talking about it earlier, when they have just that lone player. I think it was Matic, actually.
Of course.
And then they decided to push off outside the circle. I'm like, why? There's no need for it. Into Vampire, that's what it was.
Yeah, I'm thinking, especially at the end game when you had only Alpha 7, you had Bigatron, you had the side of then Gladiators.
Yeah.
If he joins up with his two teammates, you had Kitsune and I think it was Tixie, not too sure, I think it was Tixie. If he groups up, do they win that fight versus Alpha 7? And if they do, they have access to the Ridge. Chances are Gladiators win the entire game. So you need to know when to regroup, because sometimes I feel like he holds on to that split just a little bit too long.
It takes so long.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? We'll leave it there for now, because obviously that's all of our Erangels of the day now done. But this means we do have a short little break, but it also means we're going into our Miramars of the day. We're going to have 2 back-to-back before we're done with our first day of PMWI. So guys, we're going to head to that short break, so don't go anywhere.
الحياة لحن ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا تلمسنا تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة لأن الوجبة التجربة المغامرة حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
And we are back here for some more PMWI action with the All-Star event. You guys have voted in most of these teams, though a couple of them got in either from PMWI last year or got in from qualifying for themselves. Max, I know you want to be on camera, but can you keep your hand to yourself, man? What am I doing? You're just in my camera shot. This is my time. This is my contractual obligation time. It's okay. No, we're all good. We have Miramar coming up next, right? We actually changed things up from previous events. We're doing maps back to back to back of the same battlegrounds. So we got double Miramar now. We have to dive into this one and talk about it, because if I'm not mistaken, this was one of Bigatron Red Aliens' best battlegrounds.
Yeah, now they're in the villain arc. There's going to be pretty much. I mean, they got himself a win, right? And maybe they can try and build some momentum off the back of that. But Ryzen in particular loves the bushes on them.
He loves what?
I haven't seen Ryzen. That's the thing that blows my mind before you jump into that. Is that Ryzen was the Terminator. He was the go-to player almost every single time for Bigatron.
2.5 years ago.
I was expecting Ryzen to be the kind of standalone player on BTR, to be doing so well. Of course, you got Yuhai, you got yourself Genfos that have been the stand-up players currently today so far. But yeah, Ryzen has been non-existent, and maybe some presence on Miramar.
Well, he loves bushes, like you said.
Yeah, on that map of Miramar has been happening quite a bit. So we'll see if they can try and do well there. I got some other teams that I'm hoping to see more from. I think the Aegon I-8, looking back at PMPL Pakistan, is a map where they did really well, especially I think it's Ghost and UZM. And I want to see more presence of them because they've been really silent today, actually.
Going up teams that actually do well in Miramar, Alpha 7.
You knew it. Come on, you knew it. 7, it looks at Max like, okay, I have something to say. I'm ready to say something. You know it's going to be Alpha 7.
Do you not remember America's Championship, though? That was one of the maps that belonged to them. And maybe they're going to be able to carry some of the momentum that they just got from the last match, too, because they were able to put up some good points. So kind of based on what you were saying with Bigatron, right? But we'll wait and see. Ryzen, he hasn't played at
all. Here, but what about a couple other teams that you're looking at maybe you think could excel here? I mean, Vampire, thoughts? We obviously have to talk about them.
Yeah, I mean, Vampire we can expect to do well because their playstyle can work on every single map. It works on Stand-Up, it works on Triangle. I think we can expect good things to happen here for them. So yeah, I feel like the consistency is going to remain.
I think for me, it's going to have to be DRS. I want to see what happened. Where is DRS? The first 2 matches, right? They were performing pretty well. We're talking about how they were being able to put themselves into great positions. They just weren't able to have that firepower. Now, I mean, DRS hasn't really been existent. Whenever I think they did try to be aggressive in one of those Erangels, and it completely backfired.
We've been talking actually throughout today that DRS needs to start being more aggressive. They played the edge as we expected, but when you had all those hardships on the previous Erangel game, they were forced to be aggressive, and that just didn't suit them. They were kind of taken aback, like, oh, we're not ready for this fight, and they just got completely crumbled to pieces. So they need to start being aggressive because the circle is not always going to be in your favor. Sometimes you're going to have to fight like Vampire to get a spot in those later stages.
I mean, as we've been seeing, right, also with teams getting some victories and some good eliminations behind it, that kind of bubble you need to get into top 6 is becoming more and more difficult. And looking at a team like DRS, we need to start seeing those eliminations like you're mentioning. The question is, will they eventually come? And if they do, will it be too late? Will it be at the right time? And is that something they can carry on into a much more difficult event, much more stacked event when we get to the main event?
I mean, we'll have to see when we look at the overall rankings a little bit later on in the day, I'm sure, because I feel like the point bubble is going to be around 180. It seems like that's kind of the consensus with everyone. 180 point. If you breach that barrier, chances are you might make it because it's 10-point average that he's trying to make. Actually, really funny. So Tani said, we'll be happy with the 10-point average.
Yeah.
They doubled it pretty much. But yeah, so 180 would be at least your aim as of right now.
Don't let me get John in here to do some proper statistics. And
Sir Tani told me that, okay?
He's doing math right now, okay?
So if you say I'm wrong, you say Sir Tani's wrong. And
I can hear him now. Well, actually, let's actually take a look here at some Vampire players. Before the last match, because I'm not sure what it might have changed after the match finished, between 2 players of Vampire, Stone up against Tony K, compare their damage, compare their eliminations as well. They were pretty much head-to-head. There's 3 players from them in top eliminations. And you can see here, 13-11. That's still a lot to get here for only having 4 matches done.
Stone was at the top for the longest time, and then all of a sudden now we see Tony K being able to put up those numbers too. I mean, 11 elims. I think most of them were able to come from that last match. I think he ended up with, if I'm not mistaken, 6 or 7 eliminations.
Yeah, it was around that ballpark, yeah. I mean, the individual power is there if needed, and then they can just convert into fully team play, big splits, and just the synergy is on point. The communication especially is on point, which I would say you don't have many teams when you just look at their playstyle and you're like, okay, the communication is so good. Normally it's just something happening in the background, but it is just so obvious and visible.
Yep.
Okay, well, I got 2 more teams for you here, right? Obviously, we still have yet to see Newsy play, which is something we'll get on to when we do have them come in to the mix. But I kind of want to compare, you know, NA, well, AA, I guess I should say, because they're not North American, up against EU. So let's take a look at Alpha 7 up against GG here in a team stats head-to-head. And I feel like a lot of that 7,000 damage probably came from that last match.
And I'm not surprised to see those numbers out of Gladiators. I mean, they have been able to perform really, really well. And you can see the elims too, 31 elims to 18 elims. We haven't really seen the Alpha 7 that we're used to seeing. And it's because they've been getting eliminated so early on. And the only elims that they did end up getting was super early on as well. And this is what you're seeing Gladiators just kind of dominate this, right? Not only in the damage, not only in the elims, in the healing too. They're being able to just outlast a lot longer.
Alpha 7 have been bodying.
Yeah.
They took so much damage. Like, please stop, sir. We don't want to use all our med kits. But I think we have seen that resurgence starting for Alpha 7 in that previous game. I'm just hoping we can see the continuation of that. And if so, and we can see more of Carrillo, I feel like we'll get to the point where we can see some podium finishes. And hopefully, for you, a chicken dinner. I feel like you're waiting for it.
I didn't say today. I said tomorrow. Tomorrow, they'll end up getting that chicken dinner. Today, it's not yet. Not quite right.
7 to 9 and Alpha 7 chicken dinner on the day? Don't believe it. Who are you?
You heard it here first.
I'm a little bit worried. I feel like, you know, Alpha 7's giving you some money under the table to talk them up here.
How? I'm talking them down in a way.
I mean, you got to keep us guessing, right? You can't make it too obvious. 2 other teams, though, as we talked about before. Most of these teams were not invited in. They qualified because they were voted in. But we have 2 teams in particular who had to qualify themselves coming in from Korea and Japan. I want to actually take a look at their head-to-head between these 2 teams, get an idea of the stats coming their way as well, because I feel like D+ has been able to do quite a bit more than Barrel. I mean, that's obviously obvious by the overall standings, but more in terms of like damage and eliminations, because we have seen D+, known as Damwon previously, put up ridiculous amount of elims and like put up really good amounts of damage behind the players they have on their roster, but they've just been kind of a little bit non-existent so far.
D+ has been struggling a lot when teams are just fighting them 4v4. In a 4v4 fight, I just don't see D+ winning a lot of those fights, unfortunately. They're strong when it comes to macro, when it comes to rotations, understanding value in specific positions and zoning. The moment a team gets on top of them, it tends to not really go their way. We saw that actually versus Gladiators for D+.
To readjust here today, or if they're going to have to be one of those teams that has to win until tomorrow, get that extra time, right, reviewing those spots and see if they can adjust. If not, then it's going to be really, really bad for them.
I want to see more of Naoto from Donut Zaro. Like, he's one of the best players over in Japan. He's my favorite player from Japan, actually, from the Japanese region. And he's just not been playing to the level we expected. Last year, he did pretty decent. He got a few, not awards, but he was definitely high on like damage list and elimination lists, I do believe, as a solo. Not really doing much so far. So I want to see Naoto as a solo step up. And if he does well, maybe we'll see the whole team start improving.
We have seen that before, right? Where one player, it takes just one player to step up for the whole team to actually kind of rally behind them. I mean, we even said, Panthers. Maybe it'll happen here.
Well, you know what? Speaking of that, actually, because it leads me to look towards teams like S2G, who has been kind of stumbling a little bit. You know, obviously off the back of how they did at PMPL, and I don't want to say the excuses, but the reason you heard about Jenna performing.
Come on now. Come on now.
You're so harsh. But they have not been performing too well. But I wanted to see them up against FaZe Clan, because I think FaZe Clan as well, for some reason off my head, at least they started a little bit slow, have been improving. But S2G, like, this is a team that I'm used to seeing, like, big numbers across the board. Big elims, big eliminations.
He broke his wrist again. It's not working out, unfortunately. But yeah, going back into the spring season in Turkey, it was said that apparently there was a little bit of that confidence boost from winning the PMGC, which of course, you know, you're hoping your ego would grow a bit from becoming the world champions in, well, any tournament really, not even just esports. And Turkey didn't work out, and we're like, okay, no, put that ego to the side. Like, you guys need to prove yourself again, seeing that spring did not go your way at all. And yeah, so far this first day, we're just not having what we saw from them in PMGC. This is more like spring Turkey kind of performance.
We did see some good rotations out of them actually early on in Sandhog. We saw them being able to willing to take some risk, actually go for a little bit crazy rotations like we were kind of used to before. I want to see that more out of them. I want to see something that just kind of sparks the team.
But where's the Kalsi? Where's the Hamsi G domination that we saw in the past? Like, those 2 players are, Kalsi in particular is my favorite Turkish player. He hasn't been present today. He's done almost nothing. So I want to see just Kalsi, Hamsi G just being he hasn't been present today. He's done almost nothing. So I want to see just Kelsey, HamCG just being put in that fragging position.
I feel like Kelsey just had such a big name behind him as well. Like there was always talks about how amazing of a player he is. And obviously he did have his moments, but is it potentially getting to the point here? I mean, I don't know. It's like half of the year through. You don't know where I'm going with this. Is it getting to the point potentially where it's like the twin syndrome? Like they had their moment, but then they start to fall off.
Helpless ratio. I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, obviously not that I want to like talk badly about him, but like you won PMGC. Where's that consistency?
We saw it from other teams in Turkey too, like Futbolists, remember? They World League, great. They're massive fall-off. It seems like a trend for some of the previous Turkish teams, and this time it seems like it's the curse has been applied to S2G. Oh yeah, true.
Ever since then, it's never been the same for football.
They took an ancient relic from there, and ever since it's been happening.
But you know, I say that maybe in a harsh way, Seven, but at the same time, it could be a testament to how good other teams are or are becoming. That it's hard to stay on top because we're not really seeing consistency of like #1 teams in the world.
Yeah, I mean, going back to PMGC, we never thought S2G was going to end up winning. It was either one of the Chinese teams, it was either going to be Nova going for that three-peat, and then they ended up surprising us. Now, at this point, right, halfway through the year, it is going to become a question of, was it just one-off? Did they just get lucky that? I hope that's not the case. I hope they actually start performing like the champions that they are. But we need to start seeing that, and we need to start seeing that. I kind of want to see it now,
I mean, we need to start thinking about PMGC a little bit down the line because we know there's qualification through points. Obviously, how the PM kills did go for you obviously kind of determines what will happen. S2G, there's a legitimate chance, I think, that they might not even make it into PMGC again after winning PMGC.
Unless they're invited as like the winners of last year. Otherwise, you might not see them there, which that would be a first because Nova, after winning the 2 PMGCs, they actually did make every time through qualification. We could see that not happen here.
We're talking about S2G having a confidence boost, right? After they won that PMGC. Now, at this point, with what Jason was talking about too, can they maybe start losing some confidence if they don't start performing well? If there is a chance that the defending champions might not even be at PMGC?
Ego decreased.
I feel like that starts becoming a little bit of pressure on their shoulders too. At least if I was a player and I was a defending champion, that would start.
I mean, I'm getting like tingly thinking about PMGC because also you have some special invites happening, and I almost don't want to say because I don't want to get like someone to come to me and be like, oh no, you can't say that, but like EGMI's back.
Ooh.
India. I mean, I think people who might have joined like PUBG Mobile Esports recently don't realize like India was a massive powerhouse in PUBG Mobile, and I kind of wonder, is that region potentially going to get an invite? So a team from that region, I would love to see.
Yeah, I mean they got it last year for PMWI, and now chances are potentially PMGC. There's going to be an option.
I don't remember seeing Team Soul here. No,
yeah, I don't remember that.
About. They weren't here.
We didn't play at the same event, I think.
Well, they weren't. Yeah, I don't know. I think that would be great to see. Obviously, it's been kind of unfortunate we haven't had them around in the global esports of PUBG Mobile. But you know what? I have some faith and I have some hopes for them because they have so many good players. We talked about like regions and the caliber of players you have. I think India is definitely one of those where they can throw a big spanner in the works to some of these teams. The only downside is they've kind of been out of the works for a while.
That's the only
problem. They have to play a lot of catch up. I think we saw that actually. I cannot remember the team. Gatak was a part of it. They came into PMGC and they won one game. Yeah, Godlike Entity, I think it was. Yeah. They won one match at the very end.
Well, at that time, it was TSM Godlike, if I'm not mistaken, something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, but then even last year, right, in PMWI, you could see them not being able to play the game as much as other people have been able to. You can see a bit of a drop-off there in performance. But then every now and then, if I remember, I think Scout was able to clutch up at one point and have some... have a really great play. So it comes down to just... as soon as those players just keep on having those repetitions, right, continuing to play, continue to have more tournaments on their region too, is going to allow them to maybe be at the potential where they need to be to actually go into PMGC. So hopefully they do end up getting an invite.
If they do make it to PMGC, they would have half a year to try and catch up compared to what they had PMWI last year, where they had just a month or two. So it would definitely...
not even.
We can expect a little bit more potentially if that does end up happening.
Well, you know what? That's going to be spicy for all of us around the world to see happen. Unfortunately, we are having some delays yet again here, so we're going to head to a short break. But when we do come back, we're going to have our 2 final matches of the day. It's going to be Miramar, and you're not going to want to miss it.
change me, rewrite our history. Our chums on my side, drawing the front line. You want to save face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I get the V side. Change me, rewrite our history. Our chums on my side, drawing the front line. You wanna save face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I get the V side. Change me, rewrite our history. Our chums on my side, drawing the front line. You wanna save face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I get the V side. 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 I get the V side.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Hot Jukes here with Calaris, and we still got a lot more action left for you all. Gladiators, FaZe Clan, Bigatron, Red Villains, Alpha 7 Esports finally starting to heat up here right at the tail end of day number 1. And speaking of heat up, we're going into Miramar for the first time here today. Calaris, how you feeling?
Pretty good. The penultimate game of the day. Looking forward to seeing how these teams approach a very different battleground in Miramar. Of course, Sandhawk, small for these 18 teams to try and battle one another. Erangel, the bread and butter. Very easy for these teams to be able to know where they're going to be going. Miramar, a whole different ball game when it comes to long-range fights, when it comes to those transitions that you're going to be making between kind of landmark to landmark. So let's see how they're going to fare.
I am excited here because remember, there are 18 teams in this tournament. This is our first Miramar of the day. Even though it is the biggest map that we're going to be playing on in this tournament, you never know if we're going to see that hot drop happen. So my eyes are glued to the screen. Looking at the center of the map, we can see S2G heading right towards Pecado. Sin City may possibly pass it up. I curd in that same direction. And we have Vampire finally exiting the plane as well.
Yep, currently flying towards Junkyard locations, or even how things go over at Minas Generalis, but we will see how things are going to fare. Already you can see Falcons out, ready to go. They are driving all the way down, heading towards Valdemar here to get things going. For a drop plane like this, completely understandable. It's not easy to be able to fly all the way to Valdemar, and the circle is going to favor them.
All the way down south. That is going to definitely make things interesting. All right, Gladiators all the way in the north side by La Cobreria. They're going to have to go ahead and make a quick rotation on down. Vampire Esports, again, still in first place. Nice, good, solid amount of points so far. But Gladiators started to catch them little by little here. This could be a big statement game to finally close that gap.
Yeah, definitely so. And I think for Gladiators, one thing they're going to be potentially anticipating in this, when you look at the map, when we look at the lay of the land, is usually when they see a circle like this, they like to go for that big west rotate, right? But you've got teams like Alpha 7 and El Pozo that could quite easily do something similar, especially if they're waiting for it down the line. So also there's the 2023 PMWI crates going to be available from July 15th to August 15th. I did call the ARM an M24 in the previous game. Don't know why. Both are great guns, but yeah, it's an ARM.
And both sound lovely, suppressed. So for only 1 month only, definitely go pick it up as you can. Of course, also while you're there, check out the Esports Center. There's all kinds of goodies that you guys can pick up as well.
Yeah.
So, man, I mean, this is where all these teams made it from, the Esports Center itself, right? It took your votes to get these players here. They're excited. And this ain't no regular schmegular league stage. There's $1 million on the line here. Oh, yeah. This is a big boy amount of money. So I like to hear what the desk, you know, we heard the desk talking about S2G.
We've heard them a lot today.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we have heard them quite a bit. They talked about a lot, but one point that really kind of kicks my mind is, you know, S2G, you know, previous champions, and how Seven said, you know, is this team, was it a one-time chance? Was it a fluke, right? Or we're going to see that consistency come from them now. And I'll tell you what, this league stage, there's no excuses, right? They got to get it done.
It's really tough when you become a world champion, because then the target's on your back straight away.
True.
And you become the most studied team on the planet when it comes to PUBG Mobile. So that then gives you a bit of a disadvantage. You then constantly have to reiterate, re-evolve, reassess how you're going to be making rotations. Because honestly, people will know how you play. You're the most watched team on the planet for that moment. So yeah, it's understandable that evolution is required.
And speaking of evolution, right, I think Vampire Esports is going to be the most watched team, all right, as starting right now, right? So we'll definitely see a lot of homework being done from these teams going into tomorrow, but it's not there yet. Look at this. Cute Loki picking up a nice point. Ooh, nice return shots to kind of help their homie out, but it doesn't look like he is going to be able to make it to safety.
Yeah, very, very difficult to kind of lose that to start things off, but that was a reinforcing shot that was quite important, because they're also down here in the town in El Azahar, so to be able to get that knock and maybe confirm it completely. Look, this is almost acting as bait here at the moment. Romeo Boy is holding this angle, watching as the recovery is trying to come in, and then, you know, just going to be peeking around the corner with the M16 if he needs to and clean it up completely. But they actually don't take the bait. They let him be completely eliminated, and then the trade will come in here in the building.
Yeah, who he got? It looked like he was trying to go for that res, but ends up getting taken out in the process. So a tough play.
Pumpy.
Yeah, for them. Ooh, let's see. And Romeo Boy, I think he's actually going to be throwing some smokes just to kind of get this reset. They have the advantage, so it's definitely a smart play.
And Ferrari a little bit in the distance here. Can't quite get the angle on that from the windows that he's seeing. Isaac, though, what can he do? As he's kind of just a reinforcement gun for the moment here, given this position. He was basically waiting in these locations to wait for the cross. If a cross was to come out for Infinity that we're seeing here, then you could easily punish it.
Yeah, this is Young on Galacticos right here. I do like the fact that Cute Loki is on top of that mountainside, just giving that intel to the rest of the squad. I think eventually we're going to see him climb down and get in this fight because they definitely don't want to make a mistake here. Push in 2 at a time. Nah, use those numbers advantage, clear this players out, and get ready to move on to the next zone.
Meanwhile, in the distance, Matic is going to be camping things out. DBS, the 1-2 punch coming in from it. It's a lovely sound. We were talking about all the gun sounds, man. It's so nice.
Ka-chunk, 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 ka-chunk. Almost sounds like a cash register opening up, right? Because it is straight money here. And I love the fact that, you know, that we talked to, I got a chance to talk with John Allen, right? The coach for Vampire Esports. I know, it was tough, you know, dealing with him. But you know what? It was a good time because, you know, we heard Sir Tammy talk about how he didn't want his squad to use the DBS. And in Sandhawk, I saw every single one of them with the DBS. So,
yeah, I mean,
hey, you know what? Game is game. That's all I can say about that.
Quite honestly, you can't come into this tournament and not use the DBS. It is an absolute menace when it comes to this close range. Ferrari is still waiting on this angle, waiting for the cross just to peek out and actually finish that off with a Tommy gun, no less. I mean, it's not exactly the gun that you would actively desire in this situation, but it will get the job done if he sees it. Goes for the peek on the round. Bernat trying to go for it as well and will get it. That is Infinity out in 18th.
Ooh, that is going to be a tough start for them here. So not going to get a lot of, you know, experience in this Miramar match, but they do have one more right after this to hopefully make a bounce back. Now, DRS Gaming, right? DRS, this squad absolutely fragged out in PMGC.
Yeah.
And I think this is one of those quiet teams that if they really just start hitting up and things go right, they could definitely take the top of those leaderboards pretty quickly.
I mean, they surprised me, I will say. Like, sometimes I've been a bit, like, you know, iffy about DRS and how they're going to play things out. But as you say, with PMGC and that kind of the position that they were able to take, you can't really question too much of what they're able to do. Now, they're in Picardo at the moment, and in terms of where these circles could go and barrier teams setting themselves up, the hillside south of Picardo, like where teams set up across, does become an extreme barrier if the circle goes south. But we'll see. We'll see where the circle goes, and then I can judge it.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the one thing that's so tough about these southern Miramar zones is the terrain is ridiculous. It is so brutal, real difficult to kind of move with those vehicles on there. You definitely want to have those 4x4s if you can get them. I like the fact that we see Alpha 7, right, setting up really heavy onto that west side of the map, looking for that high ground. And this is where they really thrive. I think Alpha 7, out of all the maps, Miramar is a place where they could really rack up some points.
Especially when they've got the hills that you were mentioning before, which become quite difficult to traverse in the later stages. So you kind of want to be pitched up in them early if the circle comes here. And you can actually transition between them in these earlier stages. Circle will center just north of Chumacera, so there's the opportunity here for them to rotate on that west side to get things rolling. And likewise for the teams coming in from the north a little bit later, this is a bit of a saving grace for them. They don't have to transition far south through those big hillsides, and they can kind of perch up where they want to.
Yeah, well, definitely seeing a lot of congestion there on that south side, like you mentioned. These teams got to be really, really careful on this rotation. You don't want to lose any players early on, especially in Miramar. You want to have that full squad. Take a look at Vampire as they're looking to get into some action here, as they're going to be running up onto FaZe Clan. One of the teams trying to catch him on the leaderboards, and oh man, you can see the quick U-turn. That's actually going to leave his teammate out to dry, but Tony clutches up a nice shot.
They flick through here. The DBS still trying to reign supreme in a lot of these locations. Pre-fire is very important against the DBS because if you don't hit the first shot, you're almost certainly going to get down. That's why you're seeing the M4 spraying through the door.
That was disgusting from Tony K right there. Just getting the elimination, doing the eject to try to get back to his team. And now Vampire is just trying to buy some time, get a reset going. But there is fire from all over the place, not to mention FaZe getting a huge nade onto Stone, and that's Vampire Esports out of there.
Rocking up a little bit ambitiously against the position that FaZe had and able to deal with that very effectively. I mean, this church location is actually of extreme strength when it comes to a position to be able to have overlook across a lot of this kind of circle in terms of the north as well as towards the west. So, yeah, I like it a lot.
Yeah, that was a really tough fight for them. I mean, anytime you try to take these early game positions, you got to be careful because you got to know that that third party can come at any time. And R8 doing a good job of getting in that action and making it that much more difficult for Vampire. Now looking at the rest of this zone, So far, you know, it's going to be we'll see a little bit of quiet, I think, for a little while. But DRS in the feed, lighting it up right now.
See what they can do. As here we see D+ Kia just slowly kind of positioning against Falcon. I think neither team really wants to take this too aggressively. They want to move up towards Chumaseri here and try and find themselves some hillside just south of it, which actually is not a bad location to have kind of an advantage point over Chumaseri. But as Chumaseri gets more busy, there's actually not a lot of room for people to wiggle around in there, so it's gonna get tense.
Yeah, especially if that zone shifts to the south. That is gonna be an all-out battle. We'll see where it decides to go to. Alpha 7 looking to do a nice little spread among those hills, trying to go ahead and get as much intel they can get for this next zone that's about to come up. S2G pretty locked dead center of the circle, so they are pretty safe. But let's see where this next zone decides to go. Where do you think it's gonna go, Cal?
I think Chuma. I think just get Chumaseri all centered, but it's not going to be the case. It does include a little bit more of it here. But now that kind of causes problems for Team in Chumaseri. Unless we get hard shifts all the way there, they're going to have to leave. And actually leaving from the east side is pretty open. So getting out of it, especially against where Ikerd is, for example, BTR might have some issues.
Yeah, they're going to have a lot of teams trying to cross right through them. And Falcon's most likely going to hug that. So let's take a look at this pretty replay right here as Killer, YT, just popping another player out of those vehicles. And that's what I was talking about. This terrain is brutal, and it makes those rotations just that much more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got a UAZ like this, it gets a little bit tricky to be able to wiggle around. That's why people like boogies, but then the boogie is a little bit more susceptible to being sprayed down. But anyway, Atom here trying to take the fight alongside it, using the UMP in these little choke points to try and get things done. A full first aid kit here going off, trying to get healed up and good to go.
Oh my gosh, AGIH is absolutely picking Aton Esports apart. Fran desperately trying to get some assistance from his team, but you can just see Blade. He knows he's hurt. He's full sitting at the free fire and does get another point on the board.
And Blade has 400 bullets with it across his Mini as well as his M4 here. So he realizes he's going to be taking a lot of fights. Needs to get back in here to some cover to try and escape some of those overlook shots that are coming in. DBS in the 1-2 punch. Will he get another one though? The pre-fire coming around the corner. You don't want it coming around.
Zohan clutching it up right where he needs to. Falix trying to shut it down. Here comes that Molotov. Placed in a pretty solid position to kind of buy him some time. And that nade, that was way too close for comfort. He's going to throw one back himself. But he's waiting for Blade to help him. The bounce nade, it was a self-nade. But Zohan, able to clutch up that shot and make up for his mistake right there. Oh, but Falcon stealing a point. Just like that, they are controlling this hillside.
From the high ground, looking good here as Blade's trying to come in once again. Got plenty of bullets, as we were mentioning before, but again, he's going up against DBS as Zohan here is trying to position himself ready for a potential move through that window because Blade was looking maybe for that flank. Now, little jump potential for the shot. Blade not going to give him though. You don't need to be too aggressive against this, although he's going to go for it. Oh, the res is going off. Perfect stuff, but Falcon's in to clean up.
Yeah, Falcon coming right on time. They smell like that. How is that Molly not burning him alive? Blade must be, I don't know, wearing a fire extinguisher at this point because he is still living. That nade should be it, though. And Blade gets out alive.
Ridiculous. And he's somehow still here. He's got some smoke cover to get things going. What if we get Blade up against the vampires? That would be meta. I would like that.
Let's see if...
But they're gone.
yeah, they're vampires saying, you know what? I think we're just going to go ahead and hold on to this position for a little while longer. As Blade's trying to get some more points for his team desperately. And Falcons, okay, now they finally have sniffed them out. Here come the shots. And Blade finally goes down.
There was also so much he was going to be able to do against that. You're not able to hold on against multiple waves of extremely strong players here, all things considered. So nice try by Blade overall, but meanwhile in the distance, Bigatron is doing a lot of work against Donuts. They're kind of in the center. They were moving through Chumaseri to make that work and actually pick themselves up a few eliminations.
Yeah, Team Falcons racking up 2 eliminations so far. They were in 6th place, so not a bad start for them. Yangon Galacticos right now leading the lobby with 4. That's going to be Yokohama Donuts out in 14th place. Still 13 teams remaining.
Sorry, you heard even S2G actually shooting off some kind of ruffling their feathers shots here, just making sure teams weren't going to be coming their way. If they show their presence up in this north side, maybe teams will kind of go away from them for the moment. And for now, they're going to have to think about their transition south, which is all important here. Because, again, unless they get hard shifts, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, S2G's been playing it really quiet so far. I mean, they're kind of just holding that north side position.
Yeah.
But they are waiting for that next zone, I think. If it does happen to pop onto them, that's going to be what they're really hoping for. But if it doesn't, it's going to be a tough ride. Tixi, man, Tixi had one heck of a game in that last one here.
Yeah.
And you can see him putting on that pressure onto Mafioso. They do not realize this is Alpha 7 just yet. So once they do get that elimination, if they get one on them, I wonder if they're going to push it.
Maybe. I mean, at the same time, though, pushing it across this valley can be a bit treacherous. They're going to be riding all the way up, though. This is bold. If there was an overlook here from Alpha 7 to try and hit some of these shots, it would be very easy pickings for Alpha 7. They're going to go for the spray. That car's smoking. They've got to be careful.
Matic in trouble here. McHugh needs to go ahead and get a little bit of assistance for his team. Tixi has the off angle. McHugh running that front line here. Got 5 nades. Is he going to use all of them? Revo's really close. McHugh could thread the needle here, but it happens to be just a little bit off the mark, a little overcooked as well.
Yeah.
As Revo is using the information he's getting from his squad to try and pinpoint these nades.
That and also seeing the arc of the nades coming your way gives away the position here. But Revo, a lot of damage done to him. They've got to be careful about this. As, I don't know, this is still kind of up in the air, this fight. Kitsune is moving away for more info.
Yeah, now you got Silas as well right behind him. So S2G is kind of, they heard some shots, might want to get a little piece of this action, and it just so happens to be against the teams that are right next to them on the leaderboard.
Oh, no.
Revo with the angle, gets one. Is not able to get 2, but he actually gets help. I think that's all the way from S2G. Silas making things that much more difficult for Gladiators.
So, I mean, giving up that hold where they did, I mean, I understand their apprehension about S2G causing some problems and causing some commotion towards the north. But if you're going to make that cross against the Valley, you have to end that fight against Alpha 7 quick and steal their position, but it wasn't to be.
Oh, and now Gladiators are just between a rock and a hard place right now, completely sandwiched between 2 monsters in the lobby. Alpha 7 just, you know, licking their chops, taking every single point that they can get here at this. I mean, they are in a really good spot.
Fade out. Gladiators not doing too much. Did see it against Sem9, though, in the buildings. Going to try and use the DBS to the fullest extent. 4 shots still remaining before he has to go for the reload, and Tixi continues some of the power that he was showing in the previous game, eliminating Sem9 completely. And, I mean, he's got to do something. He's got to salvage some points in this game.
Tixi's insane. I think he had almost double digits eliminations in that last one. It was, it was crazy. 8 is a huge number, and he's going to head and add to that total score right there. Take a look here at S2G Esports. Silas got his eyes locked on Carrillo. He's going to go ahead and take those shots. He's waiting. Sizing him up. Now he's finally go ahead and take it on, but just a little bit off the mark.
Suppress Scarrel. Not quite as much control as an M4 for those kinds of shots, but, you know, it's a nice attempt regardless, as we do see Alpha 7 moving on back here. Alpha 7 is moving around in all these vehicles to try and find an opening into the circle, but with S2G up towards the north, as we take a look at the replay, Tix did so much with the DBS, as we saw at the tail end of all of this. But Alpha 7 is now going to try and bomb through Chumacera while this replay is going on to try and find that opening.
Oh, yeah, they are hunting it down, and, you know, BTR is down in the buildings, just holding their position for now with the full squad alive. They want to secure the solid point. Here's DRS outside of the circle, right on the edge here. They're going to have to battle their way in, and they definitely have their eyes locked on Young Galacticos.
Yes, they do. As stalemate for now, but look at the M249 here. If he's able to get a few shots off with spray transition as well, you don't have to be reloading anytime soon with a gun like that, so you can very, very liberal about how you're going to be spamming out those shots. But Isaac, looking into the distance, trying to get a bit of scouting information. There are almost always teams over where he was looking, so realizes that there's a present threat over in the west.
Yeah, DRS is in a pretty precarious position right here. They're just outside of the circle. There's quite a few teams surrounding him. What do you think is their best spot? Do they go for that fight against Galacticos, or do they rotate away?
It might be a rotate away on the east side and try and bait in R8 to fight against Galacticos. Or you could even wait for S2G, because they're currently moving in from that west side. But I think where they are currently and the weakness that position presents, I don't know if it's worth the fight, Hot Chooks.
Yeah, you know what? I'll tell you what, though. If those two teams go at it, a third-party opportunity could definitely happen.
But SUG just knocks somebody from Galacticos. That could be a go sign here for DRS in the, again, weaker position that they're currently find themselves in.
And they got to get out of it quick because there's only 48 seconds left on the clock here. Things are starting to hype up. And yeah, it looks like they are finally starting to make that rotate on South that we called out a little bit earlier.
I think it's a mature play. I don't think you take that fight considering how much power they had relative to your position. And meanwhile, they're actually using it as an opportunity to crash through the middle of the circle while these fights going on. You can see in S2G pushing up against the position here of R8, and R8 could find themselves in a spot bother here.
100%, yeah, DRS, you timing that perfectly to be able to get away from that spot and into this next circle. Alpha 7 really close to Bigatron right here. That's going to be a battle I definitely want to see.
Bigatron's had a lot of time to set up on the east side of Chumacera, so technically I would give them the advantage. But that being said, S2G is now blasting through the middle here towards D plus Kia. Maybe they can make something happen, but they're very disbanded. They're very kind of disjointed from one another. That could come back to bite them.
That looked like a total desperation play right there. They just full sended it down the center, and what do you know? They just got blown apart. That was honestly a, I don't know, that was a little subpar rotation there from what I've seen.
I thought they were going to linger around and try and crest the hill against RA, but it's not to be here as once again we see Falcons. Unfortunately, an explosion will cause Punching King to go down. Long-range sprays from iCurd, though. One position of power that exists in this circle right now for a while is their high ground location. They can see almost the entirety of the lobby from here.
And they're on the edge of that circle, though, so they definitely want to go ahead and rack up as many elimination points as they can get, because if that zone pops off them, they got to get in those vehicles and start moving. But it's an all-out war right now. Alpha 7 versus Bigatron. Very, very close on the leaderboards. Alpha 7 trying to make up for their sloppy play in the early part of the day, but Alpha 7 does normally start heating up at the end of these tournaments. Here we go, Revo pressing that field, going in with that DBS pre-fire, but not able to get the shot off.
Yeah, decent pre-fire from the ump as well, though.
Nice Molly.
Molly will actually burn him up and also catch Mafioso, who's moving out to get things done. Alpha 7's normally very good at these kinds of breaches, but there are supporting fire coming in against BTR, which is causing them problems from iCurd, which was the position of power we were mentioning.
And iCurd just turned this fight around as those two knocks opened the door up for Alpha 7, and Alpha 7 ate Bigatron alive.
I love the awareness from Alpha 7 as well. They knew that they had help from these shots coming in from those windows. So as soon as they were able to eliminate them and then get onto those body boxes, instantly lie down. You can loot, you can keep out of the eye line from iCurd.
And you could also write a check to iCurd as well.
Oh, thank you, guys.
Yeah,
thank
you. Yeah, definitely want to send that thank you note for there. Take it to the bank, baby. There's $1 million on the line. Every single point counts. As you can see, Carrillo looking to get some cheeky shots there, busting out that single fire M4 in the late game.
Prestige and R8 now moving on through. They did have themselves that warehouse location, but they're going to have to fight up against Galacticos here. SK Ton with that able to do so much damage against them. The double stoppage here for Galacticos, unfortunately.
Yeah, brutal, absolutely brutal. Let's take a look here at the map as Falcon Esports in 6th place prior to this one. They are dead center in a pretty good spot with 3 members up. They could definitely rack up some points on the board. But one team we haven't talked about in a second is DRS. DRS rocking the full lobby. Here they go. Looking, they have their eyes on R8, and R8 has been in big trouble this tournament.
DRS has been very patient. We've been talking about the plight that they may face. Going for a spray, but honestly, whiffing that one. That was not the best, but the return will finish things off. So he recouped.
100%. He made up for that one. Yeah, my eyes are a little wide open, but he does get that finish. And R8, yeah, now you can see they realize this is DRS Gaming. They're starting to detract a little bit. Carry Boy is holding those crates, looking for a time to shine. Saw Killer YT make that jump, get beat up a little bit, but man, this is starting to heat up here.
The man advantage causes concerns for RA, as you say, with the back off, and then as this circle narrows down, DRS realizes that, okay, we could finish the fight with R8 here to that west side, but we also have a lingering threat in phase towards our south.
You know, I'm looking at Team Falcons right here. They're the dead center of the circle. I want to see him start taking some shots. There's no point to kind of hold your end. Now, if you're on the edge of that zone, you want to kind of, hide a little bit, that makes sense. But right now, you should be just shooting at everything that moves.
2 limbs at the moment, and actually the school buildings on Miramar don't offer huge amounts of cover. They're a little bit deceptive about their structure. There's a lot of windows, a lot of openings that you can be shot at from opposite sides of circles, to be perfectly honest. Thankfully, this one sits in a little bit of a bowl for some teams on the west to be able to see, for example. But those teams in the north eventually will be able to see this location.
100%. And I'll tell you what, if you're Team Falcons, you want to make that wall of your M4 shots to tell teams, you know what, you don't even want to come near us right now, because you'll see as Alpha 7, Mafioso getting in his US, he's making the push across as Team Falcons. They get a great shot on the Ikerd there.
Not bad as a reinforcement point, also providing Carrillo some cover there, much needed, because he was lying down prone to try and stem the tide of some of the shots coming in. Ikerd moving on up as well now. They had to get a big blitz off that high ground and actually still survive. They could play for some placement here.
Okay, now Team Falcons, I like what they're doing. They're grouping up and they're focusing on one team at a time, because they're starting to get pressed on the backside of the building. Mazexis now having a full standing on in as Ozzy almost pops him out the vehicle with that UMP. But now we're taking a look at R8 in an all-out battle against Alpha 7.
Still the trying to do something against this here. Ikerd actually shutting down Mazexis in the distance. Trick goes down for the moment. Mafioso throwing in some nades towards, I think that was actually a smoke to elongate the cover that they actually have in that position. But Escaton very close to some explosions there as time goes on.
Go ahead and get that energy drink off, but all it takes is one nade right now. That would really prove demise for Alpha 7. Alpha 7, getting shot from both sides. They don't know which way to look at. SK Tong with the angle gets Carrillo.
Yeah, difficult for them to deal with this. Multiple angles is causing them a lot of problems. And Molly comes in as well here, trying to burn them away, but it will be a frag grenade to be able to get those eliminations on the board. Alpha 7 out in 8th.
Got him, just like that. I mean, they got pinched in between 2 squads, and there was nothing they could do. Let's take a look at R8. R8 with 8 eliminations at the bottom of the leaderboards, but finally started to make a little bit of noise.
I liked the disengage between R8 as well as DRS, because they realized neither team was really going to come out of there completely unscathed. But now, as time goes on here, DRS has a lot of work to be doing up in that northeast side to try and get themselves in a position to assault the Falcons' location eventually. I was talking about this bowl. You can see the picture of it here and how it works out, but anybody coming into there is vulnerable for a good 5 or 6 seconds.
100%. I'll tell you what, this is a huge game for a lot of squads. You got Team Falcons, DRS Gaming in the middle of the pack here, but every team above them on the leaderboards is already knocked out. So this is their chance to catch up. They want to get a chicken dinner here and now.
And with that bowl that I'm explaining about, that's why we're going to see quite a lot of edge play here from these teams, trying to skirt around, eliminate those teams on the edges, and then worry about Falcons later on. DRS is making a wrap on this northwest side, knowing that if you bomb it into where Falcons is, I think you probably lose all your members.
And I'll tell you what, this is the kind of position where timing is everything.
Agreed.
If you take a battle just a little too early, you're going to get third-partied. A little too late, and then you're going to get gate-kept. So we'll see how they decide to make this happen. Inactive, trying to find an off angle. He wasn't expecting the unknown inside the back of that truck. And he was able to take him out here as Falcons. The hacks. I said, you know what? This is not a place I want to be. But Zek is completely pinched. Team Falcons doing a great job of picking them apart.
Yeah, they knew exactly how to hold on against this wall. They've been here for a long time. They knew how to stage the defense because they've been planning it in their minds for the last 50 minutes or so. So now they realize, technically, Ikerd is still down there, but they are very, very vulnerable.
The toes!
They see them through!
TQ busting out the nail clippers, now blowing up the Marauder there. Unknown is in big trouble. Here comes Papa Blue, and that is going to be Unknown. Actually, he caught a reload right on time.
Huge.
Unknown gets the shots. Unknown ain't done yet.
He's trying to push on up, seeing if he can do this. Is the one window of opportunity he has. Also, likewise, Falcons on the other side. We're dealing with all the other threats that we're lying around here in this bowl. So it's a perfect time for them to try and kind of shut things down. But Ikerd, actually, considering how far Unknown has been able to push up against this, Falcon's got to be scary here. He needs to get the flush because he's currently feeding him information. This is very important. He needs to get the flush.
He's the last player up. They're in currently last place. They need every point they could get. And you can see if he hits this nade, that would be absolutely insane. Just a little bit off the mark.
Whoa. Steady.
He said, you know what? I'm tired of this blue zone. I'm tired of you. Stop. Slow down.
You keep pushing me. Yeah, okay. Oh, wow. If they're able to get the res on this, does he see The vehicle is just barely hiding his vision here. And also, D plus Kia is going to get maybe a res on this.
No.
He's gone.
Gets spotted. That was so close. Now D plus Kia have to get a fight going for its team. Falcons, and you can see the hype in their players. This squad is now in a solid position after this game.
Those last fights down to minute details. If that car is not where it was, then he would have been able to see them and shut it down. It could have been a different story completely. Unknown, making moves for Iker, but Falcons locking down this sometimes difficult to defend location very nicely.
And I'll tell you what, that's going to do great for their overall morale. I mean, the way that they executed Mezexis right there was literally picture perfect. You can see the hype in the chat as the Falcons have turned up this lobby.
They know it. Falcons, one of the greatest teams here, absolutely, as they're able to do very well here in the school building. And look how happy they are, man.
Oh,
look
man.
how happy they are.
Look at that right there. That is how you get it done, folks. You can see the hearts are coming out. I love to see this. There's nothing like when it's time to shine. The last final matches, being able to put some major points on the board.
Definitely so, definitely. It is much needed points as well. I mean, considering the way that they were holding that out, they could have easily put all their attention on Ikers, but they knew they had to keep a multiple front battle going on against D plus Kia as well. Very important.
And I'll give big props to Unknown, though. I mean, Unknown, like you mentioned, if somebody parked that Marauder just a couple feet in any other direction, Unknown could have taken out Team Falcons and they would have been out of there. But you know what? Hey, that's how you get it done. Right?
That's how you get it done?
That's how you get it done, guys. Oh, yeah, that's right. We get it done. Y'all get it done. Don't worry. We'll be right back after this short break. Very short break.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
I know where to go from here. I will not let you down, down, down.
Well, as Kalara said last year at PMWI 2022, Team Falcons are the best team ever. Hand themselves a victory and get themselves a much-deserved chicken dinner and a lot of points as well to push them up onto the leaderboards. Maxman and, I was going to say Kalaris for some reason. I don't know, I'm just used to saying Maxman Kalaris from hosting EU. 7 in Maxman as we're going to break this one down here. A lot of teams that needed points, getting points. And I think that's one of the key takeaways for me in this last match.
Falcons, ICURD has been a little bit silent. D+ actually having their best game, actually, yeah, I do believe, entering from the western side, defending the teams exiting outside of Chumacera. But yeah, Falcons finally gave himself a win, and I had a great conversation with Asa, actually. Said something, yeah, we also, but Asa, and I asked him, how are you feeling good in this event? And great words, he did say, yes. And that was end of conversation.
I remember.
I remember. Because he doesn't speak English, but I was like, okay, thank you very much. That's very insightful.
When was this interview?
In a hotel, just a conversation before eating.
The players' lounge.
How are you feeling? Yes. Oh, cool.
Okay, well, one thing for out of Team Falcons in the last game. Circle 6. How do they even get access to that compound? Nobody decided to go over and actually take that compound. Falcon was like, you know what? Okay, we're just going to go in there.
Started looking at it like, yeah, well, that's free. Let's just send it.
Well, okay, so to be fair, right, STG did send a player in that direction, and I think he almost got to the compound, but then he got knocked, and he was the last player left alive. So I think maybe Falcons kind of noticed that. Maybe Falcons is actually the one to get the elimination. I couldn't really tell. And then once they saw that, they're like, all right, well, we can just send it there because we know there's no one else there. But then you have Mazexis towards like the southeast side, just kind of chilling, getting their tan on Miramar, like you and I at the hotel. Who? Really? Come on, bro.
They didn't do anything.
It's true. You're not wrong.
Like, they were just sitting there. And there was another team that you were pointing out, too, that I think it was ICURD.
ICURD. On that hilltop, they actually had more information than Mazexis and didn't do anything with it. They were in a position where they could apply pressures on teams down below, like D+, like Falcons, like Mazexis. Didn't make the most out of it. Luckily enough, Unknown did keep the hope alive for the team until the very end. But Falcons, despite getting in that position, I feel like other teams should have been there a lot earlier. They defended a position that is renowned for not being easy to defend, and especially that split, leaving TQ to defend the southern side and the two other players with Asa defending against D+. If you don't split, you have a third party happening. If you're pushing versus D+, then you're going to have Unknown coming in. If you're pushing versus Unknown, D+ are going to start coming in. So I feel like that split was unfortunately necessary evil to make sure they can secure the game.
And then we saw some of the other stuff, right, that we wanted to see out of the other teams. DRS being aggressive too. We saw them be willing to take on to fights. And actually, one of the best things that I saw, they got a knock on a player, and then everybody just decides to push towards them. I was like, yes, where has this DRS been? Because they were playing that tactic that we've been seeing out of them, the outer circle. And now they're starting to be more aggressive. This is what we want to see out of them. I hope it's not just for this match. I hope it's for the next match as well.
I think it's a transition point. They're getting to the point where they understand we need to start being more aggressive when we get in those late game positions.
Yeah, I mean, I know I criticized them a little bit before, saying like you got to have a good marriage between eliminations and placement points, and they've got the placements down. But to be fair, I think we see a lot of teams in the situations that they get into kind of play it slow because they realize they can pick up a lot of limbs towards the very end of the match. They don't need to do it early. They don't need to waste utility. They don't need to potentially lose a player in a situation they don't really want to, and then go in towards those final zones with 4 players up.
Yeah, I think we're being blinded right now because if I remember right, what you were thinking about is the reason why they played it too slow is because when they actually had those chances to take on those points, to get those extra points via elims, they weren't willing to take them. They were just willing to wait it out. For them to be actually willing to take those elim points here in this last match, that's what we've been wanting to see out of them.
Yeah, which I think is fine. Like at the end of the day, sure, 10 points per chicken dinner has been reduced compared to the 15 we had like a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
But you still want to make it to the late game because if you have 4 players alive, teams that potentially took fights, they don't have the numbers, so you can just take that fight and potentially win it with just sheer numbers.
Well, unless you're gladiators.
Unless you're gladiators, then Matic is somewhere else.
Yeah, well, you want to go into the final zones with just 3 people alive, and then you have a solid chance. I wanted to bring up ICURD, but you know what? We're actually going to be heading to a short break here to get things ready to go for our final match of the day. It's going to be our second Miramar. Then we'll talk about ICURD when we come back from that break. So we'll see you guys soon.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside. Where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
Change me, rewrite our history. Actions from my side, from the front line. You want to save face, came to the wrong place. You raise the white flag, I get the peace sign.
AKM, of course. Offline. Sunhawk. Miramar. Bootcamp. Rich, of course. Flagship. Now, DBS, before UMB. AWM. That's it.
All right, well, we are back here, ladies and gentlemen, to kick off the final match of the day. And it's going to be, of course, on Miramar here, as we're doing back-to-back Miramars. If you've missed out on today, we also had 3 Erangels in a row as well. Starting things off on Sandhawk, which is Seven Worlds Gaming's favorite map.
Yep.
They didn't see it on camera.
Aww.
Do it again. Do it again.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Come on. Push. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll go with it. We're about to hop into the last match, but I did promise you guys before we got into the last match, when we come back from the break, we're going to talk about iCurd. Gentlemen, take it away.
Unknown.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
You had like 7 minutes to prepare remarks.
Yes. No. Okay.
Pretty
so
good.
They were playing in Chumacera for some portion of that game, and then they actually went south of Chumacera, which, as we know, is a high ground, elevated point, which gives you a lot of information on all the teams around you. So I said at some point they had info on D+, on Zexis, I believe it was, BTR, Gladiators, SGG, like all the teams that were kind of close to Chumacera. I feel like they didn't make much out of it, though.
They didn't.
Just to be critical on the team, they had a strong position, they had information, and they didn't make anything, and they were aggressive play, no rotations out of it. And I feel like they could have been the team to make the play Falcons did, because Falcons, in the first place, were behind iCurd. And they had no... iCurd could have been the team to be ahead of Falcons in the compound, and maybe the team that would have been securing the win at the end there.
I do wonder how much damage they even output, right? Because they seem like they weren't even trying to get shots on anybody that maybe they could have gotten a shot on.
In a position like that, you've got to be aggressive.
Yeah.
You've got to try and clear some space, because you're just allowing teams to survive as a 3-4 man
Especially
team
with
the
the
way
high
they
ground?
did. If you leave teams alive and not taking any shots at anyone, they're going to be able to reposition in the circle, and the moment you transition down that cliff without cars, they had no cars, by the way, I believe, except maybe one for Unknown to make the shift at the late game. You're just going to get shot at by 3-4 full squad teams, and you're not going to survive. So I want to see more aggressivity from this team when they're in a position like that.
More, wait, hold on, what?
Aggressivity. Aggressive.
Aggressivity.
Croissant.
Aggressivity.
Huh. I don't actually know if that's a word, but you know what? If it isn't, I like it.
I do like it.
It's a French aggressivity.
Aggressivity. I have another French word, but I can't say it.
I just... Guitoun, agressivité. Je sais pas quoi dire.
Okay.
Okay, well, obviously, it's been tough for some teams. It's been better for other teams. Vampire, I want to bring them up again. I know we've been talking about
that was a tough match, though.
They have kind of dropped off quite hard over the course of today. Now, obviously, you can't expect them to get 6 chicken dinners in a day, as they got the first 2. But I was expecting them to kind of carry that momentum forward throughout the rest of the day.
I think Tani said, okay, you guys can have one chill game. Okay, you can have a break. Don't worry, I mean, we had a lot of breaks today. But yeah, still at the end of the day, you guys can relax a little bit. But no, Miramar, I think we stated it for Vampire, one of their top battlegrounds, at least in the past. I think it's just like a one game that just didn't go their way. I think it can be forgivable, so we can expect maybe...
unacceptable.
Unacceptable?
Unacceptable.
How dare you?
I believe we do have, actually, you guys are talking about like iCurd, and you're talking about Falcons and like damage and stuff like that. I believe we do have a head-to-head between these two teams to get an idea of how it did go in this last match. And to be fair, for iCurd, that's a lot of damage.
That's actually more damage than I thought it was going to be. I thought they were going to be like maybe lower.
Oh, but only got 5 limbs with that. 2,000 damage, only 5 limbs.
But that's kind of expected, right? With the way that they were playing. They were in the high ground, so it was going to be hard for them to confirm any of those eliminations. But for them to be able to just output that kind of damage, it at least gives us a better sight and a bit of a different picture of what we were seeing from them, because every single time we saw them, they weren't really doing much.
That's a lot of healing, actually. So despite being in such a strong position at the time, I'm surprised they took that much damage on the transition. So a little bit surprising, because if there's a fight that's been taken while they are on that ridge side, they should be winning it pretty easily.
And for Team Falcons, it kind of showcases how important that compound was for them, right? They just got in there free, and they were able to take on those fights. Like you were saying, they were able to defend that, even though it's really hard to defend it. For them to have such a low healing, it goes to show the skill that they were able to put up in that last match.
And Falcons were really passive until they got to the point of aiming for the compound. So they just didn't do too much. They held on to their resources. Those resources, which at the end ended up being so important for them to wrap up the game and to overwhelm Unknown from iCurd and, of course, the side of D+ to secure the win.
Okay, well, obviously, it's been an extended day here, not only for us here on the show, but obviously the players, and that's something you have to keep in mind as well, that mental endurance. I mean, As I think all of us can agree, it's harder to do nothing than to do something over the course of a day. And for teams like this who have been having to, unfortunately, just live with the downtime, it's difficult to stay focused. It's difficult to keep your focus ready to go and to kind of play at that same kind of level, which is why I kind of give extra credit to Vampire Esports for being able to do that over the course. But it's getting tough for these teams. And I mean, 6 matches in a row, I think they're used to it. But over the course of, 6-7 hour period, that's where I think things become more difficult.
I wonder if that extra time, though, it has allowed certain teams that do have the resources, right? Have the coach, have the analysts, too, if they haven't given them a little bit extra time to start adjusting right away.
I'm not sure if they're allowed to during the downtime. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I know in other esports I've worked, you're not allowed to discuss during that time when there's like technical problems. You have to stay quiet the entire time. That's just something to look into because that is an advantage, right? We always talk about how important having a coach or a manager or an analyst is. This could be the prime example of it if we have seen teams have a big turnaround.
I mean, we've seen what BTR's been able to do already. They've been able to have a great turnaround in comparison to how they started off the day, right? Same goes for Alpha 7, and we know that this is teams that do have that backing, do have those coaches that do a lot of research and analysts as well. So, you know what? I'll try to find that out for tomorrow, actually. Because in previous events, I know that players are usually talking with their coaches in between matches.
Okay, I'll make you a deal. Well, I can make a deal. I'm gonna
no, make the deal, make the deal.
You find that out by tomorrow. Otherwise, you have to follow me back on my socials finally. I've been working with this guy for, what, 4 years? 3-4 years? And almost every event, it's like, yeah, I'm going to follow you. Follow you soon.
I've never said that.
Has
yet to do
7 people, yeah.
Quiet, Max.
How about, I think all the time just unfollow
Shake on it. Just shake on it.
I don't want to touch your hand. I don't know what you're doing with it right now.
I don't feel like I'm needed here. Just a back and forth between you guys.
Let's just switch positions, Max. You're the host. I'll be the analyst.
No, thank you.
We've all seen how that goes. Well, you can see here, the players are getting ready. Looks like we're just about a minute away. We've done a little bit of predictions. And by little, I mean once. I want to hear a prediction for the victor in this final match.
I'm going back to I8. I want to see this team. There's no big expectations, right? But I8, if I can see a win from this team, I expect it to be on the Miramar, so I'm going to go for underhanded team. There you go.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, let me go for
Let's go for Alpha 7. Oh.
No. I like that you actually heard it. You know what? Vampire Esports. I think they bounced back after that last match.
Okay. Well, you know what I'm going to go with here? I'm going to give my little prediction. I'm going to go for D+.
Oh.
I feel like they've been kind of getting better throughout the day.
They have a good match.
They've been playing well recently. I wanted to say Mezexis, but I just can't. Not yet. Not yet. I got to see something out of them. Again, I still feel like they have the potential to do so, but we're not going to know just yet.
Yet? Or ever?
Oh, jeez, come on. What? You know, we have to go back and work with them again.
Isn't that your region? Come on. You covered PMWI.
And only Brown knows so long for the region.
Actually, I'm curious now, speaking of that. Is Alpha 7 a team that you follow?
No.
Okay.
What?
I don't know. I would find that funny if you did.
I followed Hot Jukes for like, what was it, a week? I think it was a week.
Oh, too much. Too long.
Yeah, that's when I used to rotate them around.
Okay, well, you know what? We got to rotate around from the desk over to the commentators because the final match of the day is upon us. Kalaris and Hot Jukes, take it away.
Woo! The rotation coming in hot. And now, here we are with the final match of the day. It's Miramar. Now, Kalaris, before we get this started, I want to talk about some stats, all right?
Okay.
So one thing I really like to look at is what really sets apart these top teams versus the teams that are struggling so far in this tournament. One, I got to mention right off the rip, is the amount of smokes used so far, okay? There is a huge disparity from the teams that are at the top of the leaderboards versus at the bottom. Vampire Esports have already thrown 94.
94?
94 smokes.
Plus 5 games.
That is right. Gladiators actually only thrown 47. So pretty big difference right there. FaZe Clan throwing 99, Alpha 7 throwing 89. And going down the line, the rest of the squads, they don't even come in close. Some barely even breaking that 40 mark. How do you think that has assisted these teams, ranking at the top of the leaderboard?
Honestly, we've played majoritively Erangel and Sandhawk before all of that to kind of account for those numbers. It is one of the most impactful utilities in the entire game. As we have our circle popping, that's very easy. We'll talk about that in a moment. But yeah, extremely impactful. Obviously, smokes oftentimes separate the good teams from the great teams. How they use them. Do they use them defensively? Do they use them offensively? Do they use them to transition? Do they use them to block their opponent's lines of sight? They're an excellently versatile tool.
Yeah, one of my favorite things is seeing them used offensively. Whenever you have a team that is in a really good power position, if you're able to throw those smokes right on their face, it completely eliminates their sight lines, allows you to push up on them. And we saw that happen a couple of matches ago in Erangel, where we were able to see that and those nades rain in and get a huge chicken dinner. But now we're in Miramar, final match of the day. Like you mentioned, this one is a heavy east side performance. Vampire Esports right there in Graveyard. So they had a couple of little shaky matches here so far in the past couple, but now this could be a good time for them to kind of take that lead and keep it even harder than they've already had.
Could be. At the same time, though, fight's already breaking out. Sem9 going to be taking the fight against DRS here. They started the game off strong, but Sem9 is not going to be doing so well here, whilst the DBS is going to continue to reign supreme. Also, a Pumpy was able to be utilized there as well. So DRS starting things off strong against Sem9, but the off angles are coming in.
Yeah, and DRS currently in 7th place. They have one player down. Can they get this res and finish them off? Sem9 now definitely on the back foot, trying to recover. And you can see them hopping in those buggies, and it looks like they're going to want to get away from this fight completely.
A rough spot to be fighting in a longhouse up against this warehouse, as, yeah, the disengage is on the path. I mean, thankfully, they did have a UAS here ready and good to go, so they can actually bail on out here, can Tam. But I mean, what a sketchy situation that was. In these kind of spots, when people are finding DBSs as fast as they are, like, you cannot be taking these big aggressive pushes against them.
Yeah, you can just see in the player cam there in the bottom the disappointment on their face. It's always so tough losing a player early on. But, you know, Sem9 was able to get away from it. With three players up, you could definitely make some stuff happen. So, I mean, that's kind of the nature of the beast when you have 18 teams here. You're bound to deal with a hot drop eventually, and Sem9 actually pretty fortunate to actually make it out with only losing one player.
Yeah, definitely. When teams are, especially when teams are having to deal with like a playing path that's of adverse reliance for them. So you find yourself in spots where you even challenge for vehicles with now an 18-team lobby, and even that becomes precarious because people want to drive suddenly north if a playing path is going all the way horizontally through the middle of the map or something like that. So, yeah, these occurrences can happen very quickly.
Yeah, and I'm dreaming of the day we will see dedicated vehicle spawns in esports. You know, And there is only one that we know of, I know of at least, and that's that Golden Marauder. That's right, only one of them inside of Hacienda del Patron. So that is taken up. But yeah, you know, the fact that these vehicles could or could not be there, that makes it all that much more difficult when you're hunting for one.
But I am a fan of the Golden Marauder.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty sick.
That's pretty cool.
That's pretty sick.
I don't know if it's as fast as my car, you know, doing all right, brum brum. I like myself some cars.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes I get to go on the Autobahn. That's very fun.
Oh, man, I am so jealous. So jealous of that right there. Just sometimes got to let that Marauder open, let it fly.
Yeah, and then it gets really scary sometimes. But anyway, let's take a look at FaZe and see what they're up to here as they are just looting and booting, getting suited and booted, good to go. Here is FaZe as they find themselves decently positioned right now in the tournament overall. 4th place, considering that they got a fantastic win on Erangel. It was going to be hard for them to be dislodged by Vampires, as you can see them in the distance, quite close to one another at the moment. But FaZe is going to be aware that Vampires would be lurking around because this is their general go-to area.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, you know, this is a pretty insane tournament. I mean, we're talking about $1 million is on the line. So if I'm FaZe Clan, you know, I'm definitely talking to the squad and saying we want to put some points on the board quick, because Vampire has already a good solid lead, and we want that first place. We want that 6-digit prize pool to take to the bank going into the next stage.
Yeah, spots up for grabs. Those top spots going into that main tournament as well. Then you get even more money racked
It's
up.
like a drop in the bucket, which is crazy, right?
Yum. Yes, I'll take all of that money as we've got ourselves. After FaZe moved into that location, they stood still, they stood fast. They knew, again, as we were saying, that there are threats present in this area. And likewise, as we get on board with other teams rotating on in, thankfully for them, a lot of teams are going to be centering up in this circle compared to playing edge locations, because around Junkyard, around those hills in there, you would rather be there than have to transition there against the 17 other teams in the lobby.
That's a good point, yeah, because if that zone locks on there and you're on the outside, it's going to be tough to breach those squads. And, you know, you got, so far looking at the map, we're seeing some rotations come in a little bit late. ICurd coming in pretty well. Falcons, they just won that last match, and they are a long ways away, but we're taking a look right now at Vampire Esports, who have their eyes locked on R8.
Yep. Few shots against the Shantytown, down towards the bottom. I think for the most part, R8 doesn't really want any of this fight. The reason being is that Vampire has so many locations on these ridgelines that they can fall back to, whereas R8, in terms of their peaking locations, very predictable. So the peak is advantage very much on Vampire's side.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, if you are R8, that's the last team I'm looking to battle in early game right now. I mean, they are currently sitting in 13th place with only 16 points. Empire have 70. So that is absolutely ridiculous. You can see R8 taking off from that position. And, you know, I've mentioned this before. When you're at the bottom of the leaderboards, okay, what happens is your team name could turn from whatever it is at the time to free points.
Yes.
And that is what you don't want to happen.
I mean, alternatively, we could turn Vampire's name into Vampire Empire when you look at Vampire Esports, because they are clearly claiming what seems like PMWI for themselves at present. Last year, this year, who's going to shut down the Vampire Empire?
Right? And you know what? It goes both ways, you know, because if you're at the bottom of the leaderboards, you know, and you get knocked, thirsted, a team realizes it's you, maybe they want to be more extra aggressive and push you because they know that you are in the position you're in. But like you mentioned on the other way around, if you have that Vampire Empire, you know, you realize it's them, you may hesitate and say, oh, it's Vampire. And that little hesitation could cost you everything.
Yeah, definitely could, because they have got, as we were mentioning before in our first game, well, with all the eliminations that they've got on the board, they've got such a strong kind of position when it comes to being not too aggressive, not too passive. As we see a huge shift down to the south, going south of Minas Generales, and that is quite the shift for all of those teams in the north.
Oh, yeah. Alpha 7 are definitely on their back foot now. That is a huge advantageous shift for Mazexis Esports and ICurd down south. They're going to make an easy rotation on in now. Dead center, you're going to have, it looks like Infinity IQ centering it up, FaZe Clan. And not to mention, right next to FaZe Clan, here comes that Vampire Empire right at the door.
They will be knocking it down the doors here if you're not careful about it. As we take a look across the players here, looking to try and do something. Alpha 7 looking very focused here in this game. They realize that adversity is going to be against them in this game. Obviously, 8th at the start of this tournament, not where Alpha 7 wants to be, even though they're qualified into the main tournament already. They're kind of everywhere. But yes, they'll be looking for even more on the board for this one.
Oh, yeah. They're looking to add a couple more items into that shopping cart, you know? And they're looking for that good old green, and there's a lot of cheddar to be had here in this stage.
Right. And honestly, one of those items could quite easily be a free pass on this eastern side. If you're looking at how they could rotate down north of Impala, right now there's not really any threats that are going to be posing that kind of entrance point a problem. So Alpha 7 could get quite fortunate here.
And I'll tell you what, this team is the king of just edging on in when they're in a bad position. They kind of have a really... I talked to their coach before this tournament, and the amount of research that these guys do and work, the hours that they put in, honestly, it's almost second to none. And you can just tell that research paying off. They do not do anything by accident.
I mean, it shows in your region, right?
Oh, yeah.
You see it. You see it come to fruition. You see it come to the battlegrounds. And Alpha 7, always an extreme force on the battleground. But for now, there's a little bit of a lull in the action here as all the teams, there were a lot of teams in the south that were already kind of centered up in these hills. Kind of east of La Bendita is a little bit open. So the teams over there, like Infinity, for example, just with a 2-2 split, want to be a bit careful. But yes, everyone still just making the rotates.
Yeah, everyone just trying to be able to get it to that late game safe and sound. So far, you know, we're into stage 2. Only 2 people have been eliminated from this lobby, so this zone is going to be hectic.
A quiet game to start things, but yeah, that only makes it more crazy later on, right?
Yeah, you know what? I've talked about this before. I call it the Hot Jukes excuse card.
Okay.
Right?
Do you use it a lot?
I do use it when needed.
Okay.
Right? And I'll tell you what, when it comes to these teams, I allow them only a couple of punches on it, right? Some more than others, all right? One punch I will give is, you know what? First game, day one. You know, you got the nerves.
That's a decent excuse.
You got things going on. You know, I can go ahead and I can punch that for you. But coming into tomorrow, that's going to be punched out, and you can't use it again. So you got to come in heavy, and you got to make those adjustments. And I think because we see so many players alive right now, we can see them start to get a little bit more comfortable.
Well, as I kind of envisaged, we're going into the fields east of La Bendita and west of Impala. These are scary. You're seeing Infinity already with a kind of 2-2 split across these fields. They actually have some big priority compounds, but also who has priority compounds is D+ Kia, a team that on the desk Jason was backing. And actually, they're very good at compound control. So if I would say you would end up, they're going to wait depending on the circle, but rendezvousing on that west compound, that is a fortress in this field.
100%. I'll tell you what, I can understand why they're doing that split. They want to control as much of this real estate as they can, but it gets a little bit scary in this late game because the whole team is going to push that duo. They're going to be in big trouble. We'll see how that plays out as Ikerd playing it very, very safely here.
I hate these fields because there is, unless you have one of the compounds, or actually some teams perch up in the middle, all the way straight down in the road because it kind of dips down as we see a few shots coming in from Ikerd here against Falcons. Don't get him though. One of the greats. You know, it's difficult to find any spot in these fields. You've got a few hay bales to work with. You've got a little bit of the rolling hill topography through, but not much. It's very open. You've got to be careful here.
Yeah, you definitely want to have those vehicles to set up an emergency car wall if you can get it. And you can see Team Falcons are losing some of those vehicles bit by bit in a battle here. It's an all-out war. ARAM getting a nice knock here. And there goes another. Falcons getting picked apart.
Very nice shots coming on in. Just going to be finishing off some of those eliminations to get things going. And looks like 6 is going to be running away.
Oh, no. Yeah, you know, 6 throwing the white flag. Just going to go ahead and have 2 of his teammates taken out completely. He says, Team Falcons had a great game in the last one, but this one, it looks like they're just trying to scrounge as many points as they can get.
I'm going to be real. I actually like Ikerd taking the fight as aggressively as they do, because when you're in a south position like this on this kind of circle, good luck finding a good spot in this circle. So go for elimination points. Try and kind of bail yourself out in a game as brutally as possible against the others.
Yeah, 100%, especially considering that they're only 13th on the leaderboard. They definitely got to start getting fired up as well, as we see Yokohama Donuts starting to get into play here. Starting to pressure Young on Galacticos. Oh my gosh.
He's on 1 health.
So close. Barely surviving here, and I think, yeah, they're going to go ahead and make a rotation away from this one.
Definitely. Get out of there. Get out of dodge. Got to be careful as we're about to have that circle pop. Where are we going to go? Unfortunately, Galacticos is done. And okay, we go to where I thought might be the case. This is a brutal location. We're going to see now D+ Kia rendezvous where I was kind of anticipating them, but there are going to be other teams trying to move on this. Sometimes you can be here too early. Sometimes you get multiple teams crashing at the same time, and then you get eliminated, unfortunately. But as shots come in here, Kelsey going down, that is brutal as well. Infinity's going to the road in the dip. That's also a very strong position of power.
Oh, they're going to be set up pretty, and you can see D+ Kia are in a power position. Now it's time to start standing up and putting on that fire. Gets up points, gets Zune trying to drive away as Ray Z catches him outside the vehicle. Gladiators in an all-out war against S2G.
I've got to commend the players on their fortitude throughout the day. It's been a long day, clearly, and the teams are not kind of falling into the trap of the craziness of a game 6, because sometimes teams are tired, sometimes teams are having a hard time. Teams are really fortified here, so impressive fights are still taking in what has been quite the day.
I'll tell you what, you know, in quite a day, when it gets long and it gets tough, all you got to do is have your coach whisper in your ear, $1 million.
Oh, yeah, that might do it.
Oh, man, that'll get you going right now. Let's see right now if McHugh can. He gets taken out. Matic, MCG just gets taken out with the reload. And now Gladiators take advantage of it. Here comes the Molotovs. It's really up to Razy to make a huge play, but that use of utility, he's in big trouble.
It's the kind of clash we thought we were going to see in the European Championship, but SUG didn't even get there, and Gladiators mauls S2G on this side. It's an important one, though, because trying to leap...
Well, luckily for them, they were able to do it right on time, and it looks like they're going to get everybody up. DRS Gaming taken out in 15th place. They did get some eliminations, so that's going to kind of help them out a little bit. But definitely not the spot that they wanted to be in. Vampire Esports. So live, what do you see?
If you're watching the map at the moment, we're seeing actually not Acton. Agon IX actually moving in against a 2-2 split now of Infinity. They had the road. I'm not sure about this 2-2 split. I think the east location for Infinity is a little bit too high prio for then eventually the crunch down to come to hold a 2-2 split like this. It's a very bold play here.
100%. I mean, I think
guys, make sure to hit the like and subscribe to the channel.
Time to get in a hurry and try to meet up with your other teammates here, because this 2-2 split, it's working for now, but I guarantee you, stage 5, it's going to be tough.
Agon IX were kind of... They were sending it to there, and then they realized people were there, and they were scared away. If they'd have realized it was just 2, I feel like they would have been far more forceful. But they've moved all the way to the north on some extreme retreat.
100%, you know, and that's so tough, especially when you get in a really dire position and you're so desperate on the leaderboard, you start second-guessing yourself. We're starting to see a battle here with an Alpha 7 and ATOD Esports, and Alpha 7 are going to take out Aton. They were not able to get it started here today.
Yep, Alpha 7 looking great here in defense. But now Gladiators have perched up underneath Vampires. They are good at leapfrogging. However, I don't know if this is going to be the exact play that they want, because they're in nade range. So there's a potential that Gladiators could go down very quickly if Vampire has some util.
They do, or if they don't. Sem 9 is eliminated. That's 12 teams remaining in this final game of this All-Stars group stage. Yeah, they definitely have to get going.
Infinity needs... Okay, they're all going to be rendezvousing down on this east side. They have to get together as fast as possible, and they're actually making a very important move here.
Yeah, so let's see. They are actually finally able to group up with their teammates, and this is the team that are in one of the powerhouse positions in this circle, so we could definitely see that towards end time. But right now, we're going to look at Gladiators versus Vampire Esports, two of the top teams in this lobby. And Matic, he seems to have those nades locked and loaded. Vampire Stone does get knocked, but it looks like you see the smoke.
Ravenclaw.
Yeah, coming out huge. And oh yeah, Ravenclaw's off angle could prove problematic.
This is very important for him not to get knocked, but also open things up here for Vampire. Yes, they have the man advantage. It's a spray through, but actually, from the distance here, Kira is able to put the boot in against Kitsune. He overextends a little bit, trying to deal with the off angle, and gets knocked from another team.
Oh, Kitsune, like literally a dagger in his back.
This is huge.
Oh, this is so huge. Ravenclaw with this angle is starting to take Gladiators apart, and that was literally the shot heard across the world.
Now this is super interesting, because Vampire, actually, whilst they're still in this fight, Maxik is doing huge work here with the FLK, pulling out the M4 to try and get it. Goes for a C-swap, does not work out, and that's him down. Vampire will recover from this. I wanted to talk about, though, they didn't use util to make this happen. They didn't use frag grenades or anything like that, so they went for the off angle instead to try and shut it down. I'm wondering if they're holding it for the very late game where it is ultra powerful.
Yeah, that's absolutely could happen. And Vampire, very fortunate to be able to get that done when they did, because they're going to have all 4 players rest and a nice reset in the bank here. Let's take a look at Agon IX. I'm sorry, I8 as they take on FaZe. Ventura, he is so stuck in that shack. Yeah, and he's on fire. Burn, baby, burn.
Rough for FaZe, because again they retreated back from what was that initial 2-2 split from Infinity that they could have probably blasted down on, but now they find themselves in the north here. As we have a few cheeky solos here and there, it's just Donuts as well as Falcons trying to play it slowly on the east side of this, but wherever this circle goes, the road down the middle is oh my god important. It's so important. So if we go west or east, those teams are gonna have to make some very difficult transitions.
And I love the way Vampire pushes this. You can see them leapfrogging little by little, covering each other's angles. No blind rotations from this squad, and we could see them, just slowly trying to make it across the road down in the center of this zone and just use that little valley to their advantage.
Yeah.
Oh, Tony K on the ramp, getting shot in his back. Yeah, he'd go ahead and jump right off that.
So all importantly, actually, these two ramps that were added a long time ago to Miramar actually provide quite a lot of cover for this location. It's a deceptive amount of cover that they actually provide, along with the dip down into the road. It's one of the best positions in this circle, but where are we going? Really will tell us how much more valuable it will be. They've actually got two up on the high ground as well. That's quite bold.
Yeah, looking to try to get as much intel as they can. Yeah, zone centers right on up as expected from these players. So Vampire in a solid position. Mazexis all the way in the south side are going to have to push up. Bigatron been pretty quiet so far. Not one elimination to their name, but this could be their time to shine. Let's take a look at this replay. As Carrillo, that pre-nade was disgusting.
Yeah, he got a double on that one coming out of Impala, and considering that teams are kind of up against it when they're coming out of Impala, they have a little bit of a, kind of a timer above their heads. So to take advantage of that, the panic that is going to set in those moments, very impressive.
Absolutely huge. All right, now let's see what Bigatron could get done here. The Red Villains looking to come into the final act and cause some havoc as we take a look at the rest of the squads. Taking a look at Mazexis, only team here representing North America. Not having the best start so far, but we've seen some signs of life here and there from them.
Mazexis and I could have been fortunate that the south of this road has been in play for as long as it has, because trying to make those transitions is scary, as we now see some repositions, some shuffling. You can still see them holding on as D plus Kia over on this west side of this compound, but now it's out. So that makes it hard, as these two teams were bound to clash eventually.
Hacks with a huge shot there, but gets knocked in return, and Unknown is really close here, so Ikert definitely have the advantage. As, you even see U-High from Bigatron picking up some points on the side, and Ikert able to get the res off.
Not bad, not bad. There are still guns trained on him, though. Here comes the reinforcements to try and make it work. It's a bold play, Cotton, but it's going to work on out here as they get taken out in turn. That's a really nice push, but they don't realize lurking below is Unknown.
Bye-bye. Inactive, eating that nade. Unknown just waiting for him, and that was a little bit of a revenge nade right there. Two of his players taken out because of him. And Inactive, he's going to get outside of the shack, possibly hoping for his teammate to get a res off, and he might just be able to do it.
We haven't seen it yet, but how good is BTR's car for where they are right now? They've been able to send it through to the middle, but it's not exactly the most defended location. So I'm hoping they have a few more vehicles to provide them a little bit of cover in that middle spot. But we'll see as time goes on, once it pops up.
Oh, yeah. We're going to start seeing Bigatron turn things up so far. Yeah, no eliminations yet, but they are just all about that position. And let's take a look at Falcon Esports, their final player in the smoke, and somehow every single nade has missed them so far. This Molotov is going to be hurt. It's going to hurt, though.
It's the two solos. The two solos going head to head here. Or nade to nade, whatever it may be. Actually, it's just a single person.
It's nade to shimmy right now.
Run away.
That's right. Six, just full lay down mode. Now he's like, now he finally throws another smoke out. He's like, yeah, take some of this action. He's got a DBS, though. Battle back and forth. It's UMP is the victor here this time.
Sometimes it go be that way. Yeah.
Be like that.
Sometimes that happens. Naoto saving things here for Donuts. Meanwhile, okay, so BTR has not only their vehicles, but also a little bit of a shack to work with. As Ikerd here, just peeking on over, actually, and trying to get some cheeky pot shots off, but not to be the case.
Yeah, Bigatron, they're in a good position so far, but it is a little bit scary because all eyes are on them.
It's open,
yeah, next zone does pop, and I believe Bigatron is barely into this one. So they're going to be able to survive for a little bit longer, but having to leave that position is going to be so tough.
There's a few eventualities here. Technically, Vampire could still continue to hold and play that kind of roadside. I'm still very impressed that they're able to hold the split on the high ground as well. You can see the shots coming in from Agon IX. Sorry, I've done the same as you. Agon I8, as we do, trying to look on over against them from a kind of a long-range position, but not to be the case. BTR, hay bales abound. You can see here, the truck's very important for extra cover.
What a shot. Literally, X marks the spot right there. U-High takes down Unknown. And we're going to start seeing some push. D plus Kia pushing up onto Vampire. Oh, tried to catch him slipping, but Vampire split. Just 2 on point.
A very, very bold move again here by D plus Kia, and it's not going to work out. Fabian up on the ramp as well, trying to get some overlook on what's going on. Vampire is actually falling to all of these shots and also being pushed into Agon I8, meaning they're being completely sandwiched and taken out.
D plus Kia turning things around so quickly, and now, like you mentioned, that's just Ravenclaw up left for Vampire. So you know what?
Deep in the circle.
They were focused too far in the zone. They didn't watch their backs.
I do think their split cost them there. As I was I thought it was quite bold having two up on the high ground and splitting out as far as they did. Now there's so many threats around Ravenclaw. I don't know how you make this work.
Yeah, that's what we talk about so much. Those splits are so good when you have a lot of space to work with, but when things get tough, if a team, full pushes you, that number advantage, man, no matter how good you are, it's tough to deal with.
BTR is actually rotating up north here to try and dislodge D plus Kia. And actually, they're going to take Fabian straight away. They see the car moving in the distance as well. Going for the second spray on towards him, trying to shut it down. Here comes BTR completely reinforcing, but the spray's not enough for D plus.
Oh my gosh, Genfoss is not able to hit those shots with that Scar, missing him little by little, but the rest of his team is there to assist him.
There's no way. There's no way Forrest is going to be able to make this work. He has to back off, surely. But even then, you're bound to be eliminated eventually.
Got to try to make a play here. He's got the nade in his hand. Oh, the low toss! Puts him down to 1 HP. He somehow survives that. Yeah, this is one more nade. All it takes. That was an eviction notice, and there it is served.
And we could get down to a 4v4 here. BTR in the north, which are going to be very open to an eventually Infinity, who had the 2-2 split across both of these locations, eventually regrouped like we were hoping they would, and have been holding down that location strong. The only problem is that Infinity has the snake next to them and then has to move first.
Let's see who's going to make that move right here. Let's see. TR looking to get another one of those thick chicken dinners. Infinity IQ looking to put their name on the board here. They do have the northern side of this circle, and they are looking down as Infinity IQ are out of this zone and have to push up.
They are, and how many vehicles do they have to work with? It looks like 2 in the distance at the moment.
Looking for an angle.
They need to find something. They need to try and find an off angle, but Balak is actually going to start things on Infinity IQ. This is huge for Bigatron in the end.
Oh, they can go into third party this like crazy, and you can just see Balak has definitely made the weight of this rotation that much heavier for Infinity IQ.
Nate goes through, sees him as well. Actually saw his head pop up there. So you're going to try and molly this out, and he now has a real timer against him. Almost caught by that. So close. Tries to go for it. Will he go for a flush? Will he go for a quick flush?
Got him! Balak wants that point. Does he get it? He doesn't. Oh, I believe he just might.
I think he bled out.
With the blues. Oh.
No, it's stolen.
It was stolen. Bigatron say, we want all these points. This is looking like it is in the bag. Bigatron Esports about to pull out this huge chicken dinner.
Bigatron Red Villains about to abduct a second chicken dinner on the day here, as looking at how they're able to deal with this, moving on up against it. Infinity is trying to play it out, but it's not going to be enough. The blue pushes out. It's Bigatron Red Villains here with the 2-piece for the day.
Take it to the bank. Another huge victory for them. 19 solo points, as that was the end of the final game here today. The sparks are flying. What more could you ask for?
I think what stood out to me was not entirely the gunplay, it was the decision-making on where they were going to make the moves happen. When they moved to those hay bales and created the carport that I was mentioning, you couldn't see it for a little while, but it was very, very important. You have to be mindful about how many angles those hay bales have open to them. So creating the carport, important. Making the move north against D plus Kia, also very important to seize a position of strength.
You know, that was a textbook showing of just how position is everything. Bigatron was so quiet in that early game. 0 eliminations for almost the totality of that match. Just hunting down that perfect position like you talked about. And then once they got it locked down, they stood up, started putting in that work, and got the chicken dinner.
I think what's really so impressive to me is the fact that, honestly, there are the compounds that I was talking about. The D plus Kia compound on the west, the Infinity position on the east, and also the road position on the north. Those 3 positions are absolutely 9.9 times out of 10. That's where I'm going in this circle. I would almost never go to the BTR position and make it work.
भाई और guys किसी को कुछ पूछना है 421 लोग देख रहे हैं अगर आप stream में नए हो like and subscribe to the channel हर tournament
when it is needed. And you know what? One thing that comes to mind, it makes me think, you know, what happens if Vampire didn't split in their position? If they stuck together, that could have been brutal. But hey, you know what? Hindsight is 2020.
I have to agree. I have to agree with you. The two up on the high ground, it's quite the extension you're making when you do that. You're trying to control that east side to alleviate any pressure that the two in the trench might feel. But yeah, when you're split like that, you can't reinforce against the the D plus push and then the BTR push.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you got to do. You got to make sure you cover your back before you start focusing on that next position in zone. But I mean, heck, who are we to judge when you got that many points on the board? So a huge day, obviously, for Vampire Esports. Big Tron coming up there right at the end because second place, third place, big differences in money going down the line. And you want to get that golden ticket for that first place prize.
Great goal here for Genfos to be able to shut this thing down. And unfortunately for Infinity in the distance, only working with their kind of remaining vehicles, some tractors, things like that, really doesn't give you enough cover against the eventual. We're going to shoot out your feet here.
That's right. Gotta give, you know, popping the toes right there at the end. That's how you get it done. I mean, these angles, these peaks, these guys, this is a whole nother level right here. So here in the All-Star group stage, we can just see our buddy coming on out. Let's see what he has to say.
The PUBG Mobile World Invitational Allstars Stage is over. Thank you so much to everyone who took part in creating this competition, to the players, to the talent, to production, for building all of this. You have all been absolutely brilliant, but especially to those of you at home, the fans, for watching and supporting your favorite teams throughout. And please do continue to do so throughout this competition. We're going to be back here tomorrow at the same time. My name is Banks, and this is Atik. And let's head back over to the studio to round out the day.
ختام اليوم الأول ما أو عفوا بلا صح كان ولا أروع في المباريات اللي شفناها 6 جولات عدت ما كانت سهلة وشفنا المباريات قديش كانت عظيمة وشفنا حتى برضو الفرق بأدائهم العالي وعرفنا برضو الفرق اللي متصدرين في المجموعات أو متصدرين بالنقاط الحين معنا ولكن باقي انحسمت بشكل كامل وباقي معنا المشوار باقي معنا الأبطال اللي راح ينتقلون معنا إلى البطولة الأساسية زي ما قلنا لكم قبل ونذكركم فيها أن ال6 مراكز الأولى راح يكملون مشوارهم الى البطوله الاساسيه لكن الحين نقدر نقول يعطيكم الف عافيه على تواجدكم وعلى دعمكم راح ننتقل باذن الله الى الاستوديو التحليلي نتكلم في تفاصيل اكثر وترتيب الفرق كيف صار ونحلل برضو المباريات بشكل تفاصيل اكثر كان معكم مقدمكم عتيق وبرضو كان معكم مقدمكم بانكس بمقدمكم برضو باللغه الانجليزيه لكن الحين راح نختم لكم هذا اليوم ننتقل لكم على طول على الاستوديو
One of those responses was a lot longer than the others. We're going to be clubbing it up here in the post-show for the day. Well, BTR, you know, we talked a lot of smack about it at the start of the day, but they shut us up quite well, you guys.
BTR, you can do that again tomorrow. I would love to see you continue right now. We saw some place on the par. UI has been, I would say, currently the top player for the team. He's been setting the team up for really good moments. And I think it was mentioned during the cast, the timing of their move to go to the hay bales, to go for the third party, to push on to D+ after they engaged versus Vampire, all of that, the timing was so good that then enabled them to get that win.
I mean, even the timing of just being able to go from passive to aggressive, we heard Kalara say it too, best. They took so long throughout the match of not getting any elims that at one point they were like, you know what, let's go for it. And they were in such a great position that they were able to get that win. And it kind of go back to the win that they ended up getting in Erangel, very similar styles there that they did. For them.
Okay, well, you know what, BTR, like, I think they are, again, as we said at the start of the day, right, one of the teams with the most pressure on them, living under the shadow of the twins, Bigatron, Red Aliens. I mean, Ryzen, we still have yet to see him play today, but it seems like he might not even need to here if BTR can continue this pace. I'm actually really curious to see where they are in overalls, which I don't think is coming up just yet, but they should have been able to propel themselves quite forward again, considering the sponge we had towards the top. But let's take a look at the match rankings here and see how many points they got, as well as some of these other teams. There's still a couple of names in there we did spot, especially Vampire having a slight little bounce back.
Yeah, Infinity IQ able to get himself some nice points this time around. Though the team I want to focus on the most actually is D+ Kia. I loved their position they had into the fields. Of course, you have one really strong compound that's mentioned many times when the circle tends to go in this kind of spot. They had a 2-2 split. The instant, I really mean the instant the circle popped, instant regrouped and started lasering down teams around them. Unfortunately, because they're very far, they can't confirm the elims, but the damage must be really high for D+.
And also for D+ here, that's back-to-back good performances in Miramar, and we're going to be keeping an eye on them for tomorrow as well. If they can continue to do that in Miramar, that's going to be 4 matches that they can perform really well. It's going to allow them to at least maintain a top 5 situation, right, where they can actually strike and maybe go to the main event.
Main event, that is still quite a few days away. Well, 2 more days away, unfortunately, but this is starting to set up some teams extremely well.
Yep.
I did want to talk about 2 teams in particular. I was mentioning to you, Max, that we had like a Vampire GG standoff. Actually happened towards the northwest side around stage 5. And actually, Gliders decided to just kind of like leapfrog Vampire, but it didn't seem to matter. Vampire was still able to fight from that position and take Gladiators down.
Yeah, actually, because as you said, Gladiators leapfrog the position of Vampire, but then Ravenclaw, which is the off-angle guy, it seems, for Vampire. Every time a player from Vampire is going to go for the off-angle, pretty much, the Ravenclaw special, we'll have to find a name for it that rhymes, but he just got the off-angle, and at that point, Gladiators are pinched in that dip. They can't do anything out of it. So Ravenclaw is able to set up the team for success many times throughout today, and Gladiators couldn't do anything.
Sorry, I'm looking at, because you said we'll find something that rhymes. I'm like, is it called the Matic Special?
The Matic Classic.
Matic Classic. That doesn't rhyme.
Matic Classic.
Classic Matic?
Kinda.
I guess it kind of does, yeah. We'll let you think of it.
We'll work on it.
Yeah, we'll work on it. We'll brainstorm something.
It was surprising, though, that GG decided to just kind of gatekeep him right after they leapfrog him. I thought they were going to maybe go towards the circle, and they decided to just hold off and try to get on that fight, and it completely backfired there with Vampire Esports.
Which I can understand. If you do clear Vampire Esports, you get access to a little bit of a, not really, like, kind of a ridge. You get access to a ridge, which is really strong when you have teams against you, like D+ on the other side. Are you going to be having teams like BTR far in the distance, Infinity IQ? So if you do clear Vampire, you are able to get information for pretty much free and think of your next move. But the fact that they lose the fight, then, well, they're dead.
Yeah.
Of course, this post-match is brought to you by STC Play, as well as we're breaking down the last game. And, you know, D+, that was the team that I had predicted to win. And you were saying, like, yeah, pretty good chance they could do so. And then the zone was like, Jason, let's not listen to you and go away from them. And unfortunately, it just became too much for them in the end. But I don't remember actually the 2 teams you had predicted.
I have Vampire.
Oh, I yeah, but that didn't go.
I mean, we all kind of got in there, right? Okay. We all kind of got something in this one. But what's your takeaways for the day before we take a look at our overalls and kind of wrap things up? What's your takeaway? Strength of the teams? How you feeling about this whole thing?
And of course, got Vampire right, but I would say, as you stated already for D+ Kia, that comeback towards the end, we wanted to see this team do really well. I want to see if we can see more from Donuts Varel in particular, but that D+ Kia has initiated that comeback. I want to see if that can translate in day 2 and hopefully for a spot for them to qualify in the main event.
Mine has to be positioning. I mean, going from Vampire wins, the way they were able to position themselves in a great spot, and then same with BTR, it comes down to the way they position themselves for those final circles. And I think a lot of teams are going to go back and look at it and be like, you know what, we actually don't have to get eliminations early on. Let's try to just keep all our 4 players alive. Let's get a good position and then start either third-partying or start fragging out. That, so far, it's pretty much what won 4 out of the 6 matches today.
Yeah, actually one other team I'd like to bring up at the end here is DRS, that we said was very macro-focused, very focused on getting into the late game, but not really focusing on eliminations. We have seen a slow but steady shift throughout the day, which I do appreciate, and I want to see that continue throughout the next 2 days here in the qualification phase.
I want to continue to see it too, but then it's kind of starting to backfire, right? They can't find that perfect marriage. They either really perform really well in placement points, and the elims kind of hinder, and then vice versa here towards the end, DRS started being that aggressive that we wanted to see, right? But then the placement points started backfiring there too. Yeah,
they're still looking really strong, but I think it's just taking time to make that adaptation. We can't expect all of these changes to be made on one day, so tomorrow,
that's why I'm excited
to find that great kind of equilibrium.
I mean, even today, we saw some great adjustments from some teams already, so can't wait to see what's going to happen tomorrow after getting a lot of time there to go bot review.
Well, speaking of tomorrow, we'll get there just shortly, but before we get there, when I bring us up into our save of the day, brought to you by Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib. And I'm actually curious what it is, because we don't know what it is just yet, but I'm curious on what's going to be going down here and who's going to be saving who. Keep in mind, going into the main event, this is going to be important because it could win you money.
You're talking.
Yeah, we only got the res. Actually, that was huge because the fact that they got themselves the res, they're able to take the fight after that versus D+, and also keep the 1 player away from Icad, and then the off angle, boom, takes him down. Then full focus onto D+. No way you lose that chicken dinner.
Okay, yeah.
I'll take that. Yeah, I'll take that.
I think it's a good
But
pick.
at first, I wasn't sure where it was going with, but that was a nice play.
You got the res, but you got all the limbs after.
Yeah. That's what
I know.
It wasn't saving. Well, it was saving his teammate that saved the day, because then him and his teammate just like
start spraying.
Yeah. And then he started blasting. I think we have MVPs. I think we have overalls. I want to go to one of these here because I want to see like where the teams fit. Not yet.
Oh,
maybe. Do you want to see it?
Yes.
Do you want to be host?
Take a guess.
I don't know if we're on MVP yet or overalls.
Okay.
Okay. So I heard MVP. So I guess you can give us your predictions.
Stoned. Okay. Fair enough. Stone. Tixie was second top fragger before this previous game. I think that's changed a little bit.
He did slow down though.
It's not enough.
He slowed down there at the end. Yeah.
But I think we're in agreement that Stone should be there.
I think after the first two matches, Stone had like 10 illims, and then after that, you can see the slowdown of Vampire Esports starting to affect it. But the good turnaround of that was that we started seeing some of the other players from Vampire Esports also within those top leaderboards, right?
Yeah, I think we had Tony Clay, Tony Clay
and his brother Tony
Tell
K.
me more, Bob Ross.
Tony K and Schwetz. Starting to do well.
Okay, well, you know what? Let's take a look at our MVP brought to you by Kidia, because I am curious who it's going to be as well.
What?
How can you go against
I'm so sorry.
the Tixie supremacy?
Okay.
You forgot about his damage. He was far ahead of everyone in damage.
Blasting. Yeah, okay.
That's
Tixie
a lot
supremacy,
of
I want to see in the chat right now. Like, he has been
Tixie by MVP
by of the day in particular.
Day one, after day one.
Well. I still thought Stoned was going to be up there, but I guess that damage on at the end was there to just push him up on first place.
What's impressive to me is like not just damage, that he's actually being able to convert all that damage into 2 illims per match. That's impressive. Also, not as impressive survival time. I do want to see that a little bit higher, because imagine if he's in those end game situations, right? Being able to put up at least 2 illims. I can see that going up even more.
The team as a whole does tend to make it to the late game, but it's not always the same player. So it does reduce it quite a bit.
Yeah, true. What about overalls, though? I want to get into that as soon as possible because, again, we've seen a lot of movement. We've seen a lot of soaking when it comes towards the top of the leaderboards. You could probably expect Vampire to still be there, but we're... Ooh. Actually, okay, it's a lot closer than I thought it would be. You see Bigatron getting into 3rd place at 50 points. That's actually fantastic to see. But even Team Falcons, considering they've had one win
nice one यार, कल comeback हो सकता है।
kind of sneaking under the
Vampire
radar.
का day 2 कल कैसा जाता है, क्योंकि हमने बहुत बार देखा है। एक बार इसको pause कर लेते हैं। Vampire is in top, giving Gladiator second, third पे Bigatron because directly placement है। प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट उनके 20 और चिकन डिनर उनके अगर आप देखते हो 2 आए हैं, मतलब उनके आए हैं चिकन पॉइंट। ग्लैडिएटर्स कल मुझे लगता है ग्लैडिएटर कमबैक कर सकती है, क्योंकि डिफरेंस वेम्पायर का बहुत है, ग्लैडिएटर काफी हद कम कर दिया। वेम्पायर को कल के दिन पे 8-9 पॉइंट का एवरेज कंटिन्यू लेके चलना पड़ेगा। फैल्कन्स का काफी अच्छा कमबैक है, फिज कल देखते कैसा खेलती है। D+ किया बढ़िया 39 DRS गेमिंग ने भी आज के दिन खेला है। अल्फा 7 स्पोर्ट्स आया लास्ट के मैचेस, ज्यादा अच्छा एंड खुल के खेले एज कंपेरेटिव टू फर्स्ट मैचेस। एंड i8 esports 9 decent परफॉर्मेंस टू i8 e। बट अगर आप i8 e एम्पायर का गैप देखते हो काफी ज्यादा गैप हो जाता है। बट कल के दिन पे मुझे ऐसा लगता है काफी सारी जो मिड टेबल चार्ट की टीम है वो करने वाली है कमबैक। बाकी देखते हैं, अब देखते हैं नेक्स्ट चार्ट पे क्या है। इन्फिनिटी IQ भाई टीम का कॉन्फिडेंस, स्टार्टिंग में इन्होंने पॉइंट लिया आई गेस, उसके बाद मुझे दिखा नहीं। मैंने लाइक आई गेस 2-3 मैचेस देखे थे उसमें खेली थी, उसके बाद इनके बना नहीं है। S2G 11वीं रैंक पे है, तो S2G के साथ यही सीन होता है, उनका मोमेंटम का सीन है। अगर उनको अर्ली डेज में मोमेंटम मिल गया तो ठीक है, नहीं तो फिर ये होता है। कल मोमेंटम मिलना S2G इंपॉर्टेंट है, वरना लास्ट डे के लिए तो बहुत बहुत दिक्कत हो जाएगा BT। I could the most famous team from the PMWI voting, Sam9, then Donuts, दोनों का performance down होने का reason है, I don't vote that. R8 Esports, never expected, is the MZ 16 point at an NYG. So these are the guys 18 teams, and ये आपकी थी। MVP आपका कौन है मैं ऑलरेडी बता चुका हूँ। MVP आपका है टिक्जी फ्रॉम GG। बाकी guys, yes, I think it's over for the day. I think अब स्ट्रीम को एंड करते हैं guys. Thank you so much.
What they did wrong, look at what they did right, look at what the other
स्ट्रीम
teams
को
were
एंड
doing
करेंगे
as
guys.
well.
अगर
Try
आपने
to
हमको
figure out
फॉलो
how they
नहीं
can
करा
adapt to
है
that
तो
and
फॉलो
look
कर
at
लेना
rotational
इंस्टाग्राम
pass.
के अंदर.
Because they
ये
still
हमारा
have 2 days
इंस्टाग्राम
left.
है.
They're not in the top 6. Well, they're currently
लाइक अभी
looking
तक
at
अगर आपने
not
फॉलो
being
नहीं करा
in
है
the main event. I think it's
Copy.
technically top 7 if Alpha 7 get themselves into the top 6, but their journey's not done. Our journey's not done. We still have more
पेस्ट कर देता
action
हूँ guys
coming your way, but that's going to end it for
और
today.
इंस्टाग्राम
We'll
कनेक्ट
be
कर
back
सकते
tomorrow
हो.
at the exact same time
कुछ
here
आप
for
हमारे
day 2
इंस्टाग्राम
of the
पे
Allstar
मैसेज कर सकते हो.
event here
आज
live
की
from
वीडियो के लिए
the
इतना ही
Allstar
गाइज
event.
एंड 231 लोग अभी भी देख रहे हैं. सो गाइज ये 1500 लाइक का टारगेट अगर आप कंप्लीट करवा सको तो करवा दो, मजा आ जाएगा. थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच गाइज. बाय बाय, टेक केयर टू ऑल ऑफ यू. बाय 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 बाय.
Laugh it off. I can see it in your eyes. I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got your eyes.